Audiobook title, Before the Apocalypse Arrives. Billions of adorable pets will help me shop for free. Chapter 01 to 506, Part 01, Return to the Pre-Apocalyptic World.
Era hater, you never would have imagined that you, the dignified beast queen in a superpower powerhouse, would actually end up in such a state.
Those pets of yours are truly loyal.
To keep us from hurting you, they let us drain their superpowers every day without a single word of complaint. I really admire your beast-taming superpower, but unfortunately it's all going to benefit us now.
You should be happy. As your sister, I've treated you quite well. At least, I didn't let all those pets of yours die. Let them keep contributing their strength to the construction of our base. Alizer Hater was looking at Era Hater with immense smugness at this moment. That elder sister she once envied so much was elegant and breathtakingly beautiful, possessing immense strength, surrounded by countless war beasts and exotic beasts as pets. She was invincible. If it weren't for her sister being too kind and always trusting her, she really wouldn't have had the chance to strike at this goddess of exotic beasts.
Of course, there's also that man, Era Hater's husband, Tang Jingfeng, who was also an S-rank powerhouse who had survived 10 years of the apocalypse. But now, Tang Jingfeng also looked on with a cold expression at Era Hater, who was bound by a superpower lock and looked completely disheveled. At this moment, Era Hater let out a mournful smile.
Fine, you guys are really something.
To think you've been fooling around right under my nose. Truly a scum couple.
I was a fool to trust you so much. 10 years.
I protected you for 10 years. And this is how you treat me.
Tang Jingfeng, how heartless can you be?
I've been with you since high school.
Back then, I overcame all difficulties and stayed by your side despite everyone's opposition. If it weren't for me, would you even be alive today?
Would you have your current achievements? You'll die a miserable death. At this moment, Era Hater's eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was tragic.
And you, Alizer Hater, I believe I've treated you more than fairly. From childhood until now, I've yielded to you in everything. I gave you whatever you wanted and never mistreated you in the slightest, even in the apocalypse. When did I ever let you be in danger? If it weren't for me, you would have died 100 times over.
You wouldn't even have survived the first round of the apocalypse.
Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Seeing resentful, desperate, and heartbroken Era Hater, Alizer Hater only gave a cold sneer.
That right.
Why should I talk about conscience with someone like you? I'm just jealous of you. Since we were kids, your grades were good, you were pretty, and everyone revolved around you.
Everything had to go your way. You're used to being domineering. Me asking you for things. Was it really me wanting them?
Those were just leftovers you took pity on me with. I've always picked up your scraps.
Even when it comes to men, you had to fight me for them. I clearly met Brother Jingfeng first. He clearly liked me. Why should he be given to you?
Do you know how inferior I felt by your side? How much pain you caused me? You've always been self-righteous, claiming to do things for my own good, wanting to drag me along to improve. But I didn't want to at all. I just want you to know that I'm better than you and more ruthless. Don't you always like to shove things you don't use into my hands? Then give me your man, give me your base, and give me your pets too. From now on, everything of yours is mine.
Beside her, Tang Jingfeng also said coldly,
Don't blame us. Blame yourself for being too domineering.
I really don't like you like this. I've always wanted to sit in the position of the strongest, but you've been suppressing me. I don't want to be suppressed by you anymore. Hearing Tang Jingfeng's words, Era Hater smiled desolately.
It turned out it was all one-sided when encountering danger. She had desperately shielded Tang Jingfeng, taking blades and bleeding for him without hesitation.
For him, Era Hater had even gone as far as falling out with her parents. Yet in his eyes, it turned into a being domineering and suppressing him. It was only now that Era Hater suddenly realized her parents had been right.
This younger cousin had lived in her home since childhood. She never expected her to be so malicious. Era Hater, you're at a dead end now.
I'm not afraid to tell you that I killed your parents. And Zyromo, did you really think he died on a mission?
Hearing Alizer Hater's words, Era Hater's eyes instantly widened.
Past events flashed through her mind, and she finally understood. But it was all too late. Now all she had left was overwhelming hatred. It turned out Alizer Hater had been plotting this for a long time.
It wasn't as if no one had warned her before that there was something wrong with her cousin.
But she had never taken it to heart. After all, they had grown up together, and she believed in their sisterly bond. It was all her own fault for being so blind.
Alizer Hater, my parents raised you since you were little, and yet you, hearing Era Hater's words, Alice or Hader began to shriek at her like a madwoman. Raised me. Am I supposed to be grateful to them? Don't forget, my parents died because of them. I've hated your whole family for a long time. Why wasn't it you guys who died back then instead of my parents?
And you hypocritically took me in, wasn't it just because you were afraid I'd seek revenge or hold a grudge? Do you think I, Alice or Hader, am that easy to fool?
I remember everything. I said that one day I would make your family perish and let you taste the pain I felt since I was a child.
I should thank the apocalypse. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I don't know when I would have ever had this chance.
And you, Era Hader, that necklace you gave me has a huge secret. You didn't know, but it has an incredibly vast space inside. I put your parents and your brother's bodies in there. I even turned them into specimens and used them as target practice every day. Hearing this, Era Hader trembled all over. Her fists were clenched, and her eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Seeing Era Hader struggling in pain like a trapped beast but unable to fight back, Alizer Hader became even more smug. Don't worry, it won't be long before you join them. I'll let your family have a proper reunion.
After saying this, Alizer Hader laughed wildly and arrogantly again, looking incredibly satisfied. Alizer Hader's behavior completely infuriated Era Hader. She screamed and roared, trying to break through the superpower lock to tear the scum couple in front of her to pieces.
But all her power was locked away.
Even though she once had countless exotic beasts surrendering to her, she had no way out now.
With blood-red eyes, Era Hader stared intently at the scum couple. She wanted to burn their faces into her memory. Even if she became a vengeful ghost after death, she wouldn't let them go.
At this moment, Alizer Hader gently raised her hand and took off an incredibly exquisite red jade necklace from her neck.
Seeing this necklace, Era Hader felt immense regret.
Back then, for some unknown reason, Alizer Hader had stubbornly insisted on having this necklace that her grandmother had left her.
Although she was very reluctant, out of love for her sister, she eventually gave it to her. She never imagined this necklace would possess such mysterious power. Her overwhelming hatred surged in her chest.
Her parents and brother were actually kept inside this necklace.
It was her own blindness that led her to treat this ungrateful wolf as a close relative.
At this moment, Alizer Hader was smug and arrogant, while Tang Jingfang beside her was cold and disdainful.
Era Hader had only one thought now: to cut this scum couple into 1,000 pieces.
Her intense mental power surged, as if her inner universe had exploded. Her mental power suddenly broke through the superpower lock.
However, this was just a final flicker of a dying flame. This last burst consumed all of Era Hader's remaining energy. Is it still not enough?
Am I really going to die with such resentment?
Era Hader was unwilling.
She hated
this scum couple, and she hated herself even more.
However, just when she thought her life was about to end in resentment, the edge of her fading mental power actually touched the red jade necklace that Alizer Hader held so dear. In an instant,
Era Hader discovered that the jadate necklace had actually fused with her spirit.
However, at this moment, she could clearly feel that the necklace only had one function: for her self-destruction.
Era Hader smiled. The madness and ruthlessness from before were gone. Instead, she looked bright and radiant, as if she had once again become that ability queen who stood above thousands.
And you two very smug.
Then come to hell with me.
A flash of red light shone. Alizer Hader only had time to cry out no, and before Tang Jingfeng could react, a massive mushroom cloud erupted from the core of the first human base, the most powerful human force, and with the intense red light, everything vanished into thin air. Era Hader closed her eyes and opened them again, finding the red light had dissipated and the intense pain had receded.
The heavy shackles seemed to have disappeared. Bright sunlight dispersed all the dark clouds and spilled freely into the room. Sunlight, birds chirping and insects buzzing. A gentle breeze. Is this kind of environment really in the apocalypse?
Era Hader was in a daze. Hadn't she perished together with that scum couple?
Just then, a gust of wind blew, flipping open the Totoro perpetual calendar on the desk. February 14, 2323, Valentine's Day.
This had been reborn.
I've returned to 3 months before the arrival of the apocalypse. Era Hader scrambled out of bed and sat up. She hurriedly opened the bedroom door, and her mother's familiar voice immediately reached her ears.
You silly child, what's the rush? You gave Mama fright.
Era Hader's eyes instantly filled with tears.
Mom, I'm back.
Scumbags and scumbag girls deserve to be torn to pieces. At this moment, Hader mother Shanzeh Hader was caught between laughter and tears. Her daughter wasn't usually like this. She was normally quite carefree. When did she become so clingy? I knew you were coming back, so I prepared to make you something delicious.
Yeah, I will be out of school in a while. so you sisters can have a good get-together.
Yaya said she missed you and mentioned that her birthday's in 2 days, so she wants you to have a birthday gift ready. Hearing her mother's words, a flash of coldness flickered in Hater's eyes.
That's right. In her previous life, just before the apocalypse, that green tea scumbag sister Alizer Hater had asked Hater to give her that red jade necklace as a birthday gift.
Why would this green tea scumbag sister make such a request at this point in time? Could it be that she already knew the apocalypse was coming, and she also knew the secret of this red jade necklace?
Hater remembered very clearly that not long after, Alizer Hater borrowed a large sum of money from their family, saying she was going to buy a house.
This immediately drained the family's liquid assets. As a result, when everyone started becoming alert and began hoarding food and supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse, her family didn't even have much money left to buy grain, leading to a very difficult life in the early days of the apocalypse.
Fortunately, Hater had a group of highly capable pets that all mutated later and became her war pets. This allowed Hater to grow rapidly in the early stages of the apocalypse and become increasingly powerful.
Later, she even led her relatives and a group of like-minded friends to establish the largest base in the East, Citadel of Zoyer Base.
The name of the space was even formed by combining her name and Tang Jingfeng's name.
Thinking of this, Hater felt extremely disgusted.
Tang Jingfeng was her high school classmate. They had already developed feelings for each other in high school and agreed to get into the same university together. Their hard work paid off well.
They encouraged each other and both got into prestigious universities, becoming a popular story at the time. In the words of the teachers on campus back then,
if you had the ability of Hater and Tang Jingfeng, the teachers wouldn't stop you from dating early. But if you don't have that ability, don't fool around. You'll only delay yourself and others. In the college entrance exam that year, Hater was the top scorer, and Tang Jingfeng was the runner-up.
Their legend remained on campus from then on. Childhood sweethearts watching over each other, growing together, and succeeding in the exams.
It seemed as if all the good luck had fallen onto Hater's head. However, when she first chose to be with Tang Jingfeng, Hater's father did not approve.
Tang Jingfeng's family background was actually quite good. Logically, Father Hater should have been very happy. He wasn't the kind of father who would cling to his daughter and refuse to let go. But Father Hater Gyuzhang, said at the time that this young man had a crooked mind. He told Hater to be careful and, more importantly, not to easily give herself to him. It was best to stay away. At that time, Hater was very angry after hearing Father Hater's words, feeling that her father was being unreasonable, but her mother gently told her that it was her father's love for her. He felt his daughter was being stolen away, so he saw everyone as a bad person. Moreover, it wasn't just her father who had said this to Hater. Several of her former close female friends had also warned her, but at that time, Hater was blinded by love and couldn't listen to anyone else's voice at all. Later, she even distanced herself from those close female friends. She felt that they were just jealous of her.
Looking back now, Hater felt she was extremely ridiculous. It seemed her father and her close female friends had long noticed something wrong with Tang Jingfeng, but she had been kept in the dark, unwilling to believe it. Thinking of the scene before her previous life ended, Hater's heart truly ached.
She could only hate herself for throwing away her youth and life on a dog.
Hearing her mother's words now, Hater couldn't help but have even colder eyes.
She wished she could go find Alizer Hater right then and there and kill this scumbag sister with her own hands. There were still 3 months until the apocalypse. Only 3 months she could afford to wait. When the apocalypse arrived, that would be the scumbag sister's true time to die.
Mom, I just missed you. I've been busy with the pet shop lately, so I haven't had much time to come back and accompany you. Shanzei Hater heard her daughter's words and couldn't help but dotingly rub her head. Silly girl, what are you saying?
Your pet shop's business is so good now. I couldn't be happier. It's rare for you to be back today, so hurry inside and rest for a while. Tomorrow, you'll be busy and dizzy again.
But as busy as you are, don't let your health collapse.
You're still young, and there's a long life ahead of you.
Besides, you should also think of Tang Jingfeng. He really cares about you. Hearing that unlucky name again, Hater's eyes couldn't help but turn a few degrees colder, but she quickly masked it and said to her mother with a smile, Mom, I know.
Then I'll go rest for a bit.
Don't work too hard yourself. Hater confirmed that she had truly been reborn before the apocalypse, and her heart was incredibly excited.
All the mistakes hadn't happened yet. All the regrets hadn't arrived. Her parents were still here. Her younger brother was still lively even though that scumbag sister was also here, which was annoying. But now that she was back, she would have the final say in everything. In her previous life, Without any experience or preparation, she had still become one of the strongest in the apocalypse. In this life, she had foreknowledge of so many things and could make the most thorough preparations. Most importantly, she now knew who was loyal and who was treacherous. Scumbag sister and scumbag man. Just you wait. I'll let you experience the feeling of being hacked into 1,000 pieces.
Era Hader secretly vowed in her heart to accumulate power in the shortest time possible. But first, she went straight to her room, opened her jewelry box, and saw that red jade necklace that had left a deep impression on her. In this instant, Era Hader's heart was surging.
Her powerful mental energy seemed to be suddenly stimulated and then spread out. At this moment, with a sweep of Era Hader's mental energy, the red jade necklace disappeared. Immediately after, she felt as if some mysterious change had occurred in her body.
Originally, she just had an ordinary body now.
Although healthy and young, she only possessed the strength of an ordinary person.
But at this moment, she felt like a superwoman, her whole body filled with power, as if she could shatter a 10,000-ton boulder with a casual punch.
This necklace directly brought my body to the level of an E-rank strength type ability user. However, what shocked Era Hader even more was that her body also disappeared from the spot along with the red jade necklace. In the next second, she appeared in an unfamiliar space. Could this be the space hidden within the jade necklace?
It's too big.
And these functions are too complete. Powerful space.
At this moment, Era Hader was standing on solid ground, looking at a space that was completely unfamiliar yet gave her a very intimate feeling.
This space was divided into 3 major parts: the living space, the breeding space, and the storage space.
The living space was a large villa right in front of her, with other living areas surrounding it.
These included training grounds, lounges, entertainment venues, and various other living facilities.
Even more magical was that in this villa, water and electricity were fully available. The decoration wasn't particularly luxurious, but it was very comfortable.
The breeding area was also very spacious. There were war pet stalls, areas for hatching and raising war pets. Stretching as far as the eye could see were farmlands, clearly intended for planting various crops. A shimmering lake could be used to raise all kinds of aquatic products. The livestock area was for raising various poultry and livestock to provide meat, eggs, and milk as for the storage space. It was a separate, incredibly vast storage area where all kinds of supplies could be kept. Era Hader looked closely and felt that she could take her group of pets and hide away in this space forever. That would truly be for the best.
However, while Era Hader was secretly rejoicing, a series of messages flooded her mind, seemingly about how to use the space. There were certain restrictions. She could bring herself and the pets belonging to her into the space to live,
but humans could only enter alone. She couldn't bring others in unless they were dead and had become corpses. But as long as they became her contracted war beast pets, or livestock she raised, she could bring as many as she wanted. Furthermore, the flow of time throughout the space was divided by area.
The farmland, livestock area, and breeding area all had time acceleration effects, which could speed up the ripening of crops and the growth of poultry and livestock. The living area had a normal flow of time, a one-to-one relationship with the outside world.
The storage space, however, had completely frozen time. Items would remain exactly as they were when put in, achieving a perfect preservation function. This made Era Hader even more relieved. She wouldn't have to worry about expiration dates when hoarding supplies in the future.
However, what made Era Hader a bit depressed was that, besides the restriction on humans entering the space, there was also a certain time limit. She couldn't stay hidden in the space forever. After a certain amount of time, the space would eject her.
She roughly felt that this time limit was 24 hours.
However, the space had another very special function, point-to-point teleportation.
She could instantly teleport to any place in the world.
If it was a short distance, this teleportation function was free.
For example, within the scope of their city, she could travel to any corner of the city at any time. She calculated the distance and found that teleportation was free within approximately 100 kilometers.
But for distances exceeding 100 kilometers, it would cost a certain amount of precious metal. If she wanted to teleport to Country L on the other side of the ocean, it would cost a small 500-gram gold bar.
It seemed like a high price, but this function was simply too heaven-defying. It was worth it. That was an ability to teleport while ignoring any defenses. After seeing this function, Era Hader couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows.
Is this encouraging me to go on a zero-yuan purchase spree? I was just saying that the female protagonists in other apocalypse novels have tens of billions in assets besides their spaces. Even if my middle-class family sold our apartment and everything we owned, we wouldn't be able to hoard many supplies.
Now with this function, the world is vast, and there's nowhere I cannot go.
Hater couldn't help but recall how, after the apocalypse descended in her previous life and she had survived the difficult early days, those bandits and robbers from Country L had used various messy channels to sneak into the Eastern land and snatch a large amount of already scarce supplies, causing countless Easterners to suffer.
Survival in the apocalypse was already incredibly difficult with various natural disasters, yet these beasts brought about man-made calamities as well. Thinking of this, Hater felt immense hatred. These beasts shouldn't be allowed to live. Hater decided to empty all the supplies in Country L across the ocean. As long as the space could hold it, she would take as much as she could. When the time came, her compatriots in the Eastern land would also benefit from it. Moreover, besides those, there were so many places globally with scarce supplies where she could go on a zero-yuan purchase spree. For a moment, the ability queen, who had been decisive and ruthless in the apocalypse, was already planning how to travel the globe for a massive zero-yuan purchase. However, what she yearned to do more right now was to see her old friends, her pet comrades in arms. That's right, in the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, if not for that group of mutated pets as her little partners, Hater wouldn't have survived at all. She had also activated a very special superpower exotic beast resonance. It allowed her to have various magical soul resonances with exotic beasts, turning powerful exotic beasts into her little partners.
In her previous life, she had been set up by her scumbag sister and hadn't activated the space. So back then, she had gone to great lengths to collect various supplies, and after receiving them, she had to guard against others with ill intentions.
To solve this problem, she eventually established the Citadel of Sawyer base with Tang Jingfeng, which gradually became the largest base in the East. However, all of this seemed ridiculous in the face of the final betrayal. The only thing she felt immense regret and sorrow for were those exotic war pets who were incredibly loyal to her. Until the moment of her death, she never had the chance to say sorry to these little partners because of her stubbornness. These little partners suffered a catastrophe and were continuously exploited by that scum couple, Hater and Tang Jingfeng. Fortunately, she was now reborn and would never make the same mistake again. Sure enough, in many cases, wild beasts are much more loyal than humans. Thinking of those loyal little partners, Hater could no longer sit still.
She stood up, opened the door, and rushed out. You girl, where are you going in such a hurry? Aren't you supposed to rest this afternoon? Her mother, Hater, couldn't help but ask. Hater smiled at this moment. Mom, there's a small issue at the pet shop, and the staff wants me to go over.
I'll be back in a bit. It's very quick, and it's not far anyway.
Hater heard her daughter's words and couldn't help but grumble. You're born to be a busybody, never taking a break. You should also spend more time with Sire Feng, so he doesn't end up complaining.
Hearing her mother's words, Hater's gaze turned cold.
She now had a rough understanding of how Tang Jingfeng and Hater got together. It was likely that during that previous period, she was constantly busy with the pet shop and might have neglected Tang Jingfeng, and then those two hooked up.
Thinking of this, Hater couldn't help but purse her lips. But then she turned and smiled at her mother.
Okay, I got it.
Mom, I'm heading over now. There were many things she couldn't tell her parents yet. Blood must be paid with blood. She wouldn't let those two off easily. But right now, she couldn't wait to go and see those dear little partners. At the same time, she discovered that her skill, exotic beast resonance, was still there.
As long as she could resonate with them, even if they weren't her pets, they could be taken into her space. In this way, she had another very important trump card in her hands to fight against the apocalypse.
The mythical beasts resonated, and all the adorable pets evolved. Apocalypse Cute Pets 004.
When she saw these little partners, Hater couldn't help but burst into tears.
David, our Fey Lightning, Whiteboard.
One familiar name after another, one familiar figure after another. She embraced them, and for a moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, as well as joy and emotion.
Sister Era, what's wrong?
Didn't you say you were going back to rest? Why are you back again? Seeing her pet shop employee, Hater felt as if a lifetime had passed.
She couldn't even remember the young woman employee's name. She hadn't seen her since the apocalypse began. 10 years later, she became one of the most powerful ability users in the apocalypse, and only one in 1,000 of the connections and friends she had before the apocalypse remained coupled with the subsequent treachery of human hearts. Many people had changed, now seeing this young woman, still looking simple, cute, and innocent as if she had just left campus. She probably wouldn't survive long once the apocalypse truly arrived. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she couldn't. In her previous life, she had helped many people, leading her base forward bravely.
But what was her ultimate fate?
So don't blame her for being selfish in this life. It's hard to survive in the apocalypse without being a bit selfish. A holy mother in the apocalypse will only die the fastest and most miserably.
Looking back now, it felt incredible that she had managed to go so far in her previous life.
Hearing the employee's words, Erahater showed a faint smile. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something about the pet shop and came to check.
You go home.
I'll play with these little rascals for a while. Oh right, I'm planning to upgrade the pet shop and do some renovations. It'll probably take 3 months. So you can all go home and rest for 3 months. Your salaries will still be paid. Hearing Erahater say this, the young woman employee couldn't help but hug her and cheer. She felt it was truly wonderful to work with this beautiful manager's sister. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, and usually very humane, taking great care of her employees. Now she even gave them 3 months of paid leave. All of this was simply too wonderful. The young woman employee left joyfully.
Before the young woman employee left, Erahater specifically reminded her that she could go back to her old home in the countryside.
In the early stages of the apocalypse, the countryside would be easier to survive in than the city, although eventually there would be no safe haven anywhere. For now, they should be stable for as long as possible.
She had done her utmost. Erahater couldn't say any more.
Even if she did, others wouldn't believe her and would only treat her as a lunatic. She only needed to take care of herself and her family and survive when the apocalypse arrived.
Her parents and younger brother all died because of her in her previous life. In this life, she would never let those regrets happen again.
Moreover, she would also make these closest relatives strong. She had the ability to do so.
After the young woman employee left, Erahater quickly closed her pet shop door.
Then she activated her superpower exotic beast resonance.
This was a spiritual power resonance. After being reborn, she found that her spiritual power had become stronger. Her physical fitness had also become more powerful because she had fused with that red jade necklace.
All of this was her capital for surviving the apocalypse.
After the exotic beast resonance superpower was activated, Erahater instantly discovered that a spiritual connection had formed between her mind and these pets. She could even communicate and interact with them directly through her spirit.
Mass Nestor, calls and confused gazes were all focused on Erahater.
German Shepherd,
David,
Egyptian Cat, Schrödinger,
Grey Parrot, Faye, Chameleon, Lightning, Tortoise,
White Board.
Erahater as 5 great exotic war pets once ran rampant in the apocalypse, establishing a formidable reputation.
And now, all of them had their special abilities activated by Erahater using exotic beast resonance. At the same time, she could communicate with them properly through her spiritual power. David, I missed you so much.
You were the one who blocked the attack for me and saved my life.
Schrödinger, it's all my fault for not listening to your prophecy in my previous life and insisting on believing that green tea cousin. I was wrong. Faye, I will never let you deliver messages for that bitch Erahater again. And I certainly won't let you get captured.
Lightning, you're the most sensible, knowing what Manhwa wants.
This time our Zero Yuan purchase stockpiling supplies globally depends on you.
Hee hee. White Board, with you as our defense, everything is guaranteed. These war pets had accompanied her in battles during the apocalypse. Some had blocked attacks for her. Some had shed blood for her. Each one was loyal to her, never betraying her.
David was her melee guard. As a German Shepherd, it had a very intelligent mind and extremely strong search capabilities. In the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, it was entirely thanks to David's powerful search ability that various supplies were found. Moreover, during a skirmish, some ill-intentioned individuals tried to take advantage of Erahater. It was David who blocked their attacks, giving Erahater the chance to counterattack desperately. It was also that time that David lost the opportunity for further evolution, instead becoming one of the weaker war pets.
But Erahater never abandoned it, always keeping it as her melee guard.
David held a completely different meaning for her. Schrödinger, an Egyptian cat, had the special ability of prophecy. It had predicted many dangers for Erahater, but each prophecy came at a certain cost.
The last prophecy almost cost Schrödinger its life.
It had already predicted that Erahater and Tang Jinfen would betray Erahater. However, Erahater stubbornly refused to believe it, instead neglecting this adorable Egyptian cat that had nearly died for her prophecy. Now, Erahater felt heartache and regret remembering it, however. Hader stubbornly refused to believe it, instead neglecting this adorable Egyptian cat that had nearly died for her prophecy. Now, Hader felt heartache and regret remembering it as for Faye, a gray parrot. It was their communications officer, and also possessed powerful spiritual attack power, making it Hader's capable assistant.
Lightning, a chameleon that moved extremely fast, possessed extremely strong stealth and attack capabilities, and could scout intelligence and messages for Hader, and even complete some spontaneous tasks. Whiteboard, a tortoise with maxed out defense.
As long as Whiteboard was present, Hader would not suffer any harm. Back then, it was because she found it inconvenient to bring Whiteboard along when going on missions that she didn't take him, which led to David getting injured. From then on, no matter where Hader went, no matter how troublesome it was, she would bring Whiteboard. Its terrifying defense was no joke.
Seeing all her little partners gathered, Hader felt that she had once again become the incredibly powerful ability queen.
Because of the further enhancement of exotic beast resonance, Hader could now share the superpowers of these war pets and apply them to herself, without any side effects on the war pets. As her war pet legion grew larger, this special ability would also stack countless buffs on her. This was the source of her power.
Finally finding these little partners and forming a special spiritual contract with them, Hader immediately put them all into her space. There were other pets in the pet shop, originally meant for business and sale, but now Hader wasn't going to sell any of them as she performed exotic beast resonance on all of them. Now, the animal pens in her space immediately became lively.
Hader was finally satisfied, and also felt that she had a minimum level of security.
But this was not enough. There were still 3 months until the apocalypse, and supplies were the most important survival resource for the future.
She had to act quickly.
However, at this moment, an ominous name appeared on her phone screen, annotated as a husband. Hader immediately felt a wave of nauseating. Anyone can do that. What kind of scum is this, dirtying my eyes? But for now, it's still a society ruled by law. If I really want to kill them, I'll have to wait until the apocalypse descends.
However, Hader looked at Chameleon Lightning, obediently perched on her wrist, and Grey Parrot Faye, who could already speak, and immediately a plan formed in her mind. Our Faye, at this moment, had already issued a voice reminder.
You scoundrel, that bitch is calling you. Hearing our Faye say this in a strange tone, her gloomy mood immediately improved. That's right, they are indeed 2 bitches. We'll play with them properly.
Then, she insincerely answered the phone, just putting on an act as a green tea. She thought she could do it too. Hubby, do you miss me? Hee hee. All right, after I finish my work here for a while, I'll have a lot of time to spend with you. What? You picked up Yao Yao?
Okay, then you can bring Yao Yao to my house later.
As soon as the call ended, Hader's eyes sharpened, and the smile on her lips grew even colder.
This scum couple, are they already unable to restrain themselves? Have they already gotten together? She would find evidence and ruin the reputation of this scum couple before the apocalypse, and openly get rid of them.
When the apocalypse arrived, that would be the moment she personally avenged herself on her enemies.
For now, let them enjoy themselves for a few more days. These guys don't have many days left to jump around.
Now she had a more important plan to complete.
Such an amazing space. She had to make good use of it. Supplies had to be stockpiled first, to be prepared for any eventuality. She couldn't even calculate how big the warehouse space was. It stretched as far as the eye could see.
She would hoard as much as she could.
At this time, Tang Jingfeng had already started his own business, establishing his company, and had achieved some success.
And Tang Jingfeng's company was a live streaming sales platform, and recently it had quite a few good items. Thinking of this, Hader couldn't help but smile.
Since that was the case, she would use her advantageous position and start with Tang Jingfeng. Letting this scumbag die just like that would be too easy for him.
She wanted him to know what despair felt like, but for now, she had to go back and deal with this scum couple.
Hader put all her war pets into the space. The group of pets, after initial shock, quickly adapted to the pet slots inside the space.
And Hader also gave them a larger activity area to help them adapt to some of their newly activated abilities.
After arranging all this, Hader returned home.
At this moment, that scum couple had already arrived, pretending to be very affectionate while helping Shanzeh Hader with housework. Auntie, look at this dumpling I made. Isn't it good?
Big sister will definitely like it, right? Shanzeh Hader, her eyes full of smiles, dotingly responded to Alizer Hader's question. Yes, yes, she'll like it. As long as it's made by you, your sister will definitely like it.
Alizer Hader was acting coquettishly and playfully at this moment, looking very well behaved.
I wonder what kind of birthday present Big Sister has prepared for me.
Actually, there's a gift I really want. Will you be able to help me then and ask Big Sister to give it to me?
Hearing the green tea's voice coming from the kitchen, followed by Tang Jingfeng chiming in from the side.
Haha, Yao Yao, your sister usually dotes on you the most. She'll definitely give you what you want. Just pester her nicely.
Hearing these two working in tandem, already planning to scheme against her, Era Hader felt a wave of nausea in her heart.
But at this moment, she still had to suppress her disgust and deal with this scum couple. Mom, Yao Yao of Feng, I'm back.
Why did you arrive so early?
Didn't you play outside a bit longer? Hang Jingfeng, at this moment, put on a complaining look.
Isn't it because we saw that you, this busy person, finally had time to come home and rest? How would we dare to delay? At this point, Alizur Hader even hugged Era Hader's arm intimately, cooing, "Sister, my birthday is coming soon. I set my eyes on a birthday present, and you absolutely must give it to me."
Era Hader pretended not to know, suppressing her disgust as she asked, "What gift? And you insist that I give it to you?"
As long as I have it and can give it, I will.
Of course, what she couldn't give, she absolutely wouldn't. Era Hader couldn't help but add that in her heart. Alizur Hader giggled.
Hee, of course you have it. It's that red jade necklace. I know you treasure this necklace too, sister. But I really like it. Can you give it to me?
Hearing Alizur Hader say this, her mother, Shanze Hader, who was busy nearby, couldn't help but stop what she was doing.
She quickly gave Era Hader a meaningful look, signaling her not to agree easily.
After all, this was the family heirloom left to Era Hader by her grandmother, and it was quite valuable.
While it wasn't priceless, it was worth several hundreds of thousands. Although the family doted on Alizur Hader, there was still a distinction. After all, Era Hader was her biological daughter. Comparing the two, a mother naturally wouldn't want her own daughter to suffer a loss.
In her previous life, Era Hader had misunderstood, thinking her mother wanted her to give away the necklace.
Although displeased, she eventually agreed.
This time, she carefully reevaluated it and realized that her mother wasn't blindly believing Alizur Hader's words.
This made things much easier, Era Hader said with a troubled expression at this moment.
Yao Yao, if I still had this necklace, I really would have given it to you.
But now, because my shop needs upgrading and the pet store needs renovation, I'm so short on money that I sold the necklace.
You know, I also have a lot of pets to raise. I invested all my savings, but it still wasn't enough.
There was no other way, so I had to reluctantly sell the red jade necklace. Hearing Era Hader's words, Alizur Hader's face showed shock.
What? How could you sell that necklace? Who did you sell it to? Where is he? Can we still get the necklace back? Alizur Hader seemed particularly agitated, asking a string of questions, as if she had long set her sights on that necklace and absolutely had to have it.
Era Hader's heart tightened at this moment. This green tea bitch seemed to have already known that the red jade necklace held special significance.
Thinking of this, Era Hader had a bold guess. Could this green tea also be a reincarnator?
It seemed she would have to be even more careful in the future, although she now possessed some strength. If this green tea was also a reincarnator, there would be a lot of trouble later on. At this moment, Era Hader displayed a look of headache. The person who bought my red jade necklace was a foreigner who was very obsessed with Eastern culture.
She was originally a client of mine, having bought pets from me that day. She saw me wearing the red jade necklace and insisted on buying it at a high price. It just so happened that I was really short on money recently. I didn't want to sell it originally, but her offer was truly too high, giving over $1 million.
However, I recently heard that she seems to have returned to her home country, and I haven't contacted her since.
As she spoke, Era Hader's gaze directly met Alizur Hader's. The meaning was very clear. Who gave you the nerve to just reach out and ask for a treasure worth over $1 million?
An ungrateful wretch.
Faced with Era Hader's direct gaze, the expression on Alizur Hader's face clearly stiffened for a moment.
Finally, she said with a look of disappointment.
Ah, if that's the case, then forget it.
Sister, when did you become so short of money? How come I didn't know before?
Tang Jingfeng, who was beside her, still seemed to feel indignant over Era Hader selling the necklace directly.
Exactly, Yi. How could you sell the necklace?
Such a good treasure shouldn't be sold for any amount of money.
Era Hader sneered in her heart. Asterisk, don't sell it. And then wait to give it to you guys, right? Asterisk.
And she didn't spare the scum couple with her words either.
It seems you don't care about me at all. I've encountered difficulties here, and you didn't even know.
Also, if I don't sell this necklace, where would I get the money to keep operating?
There are so many pets in the pet shop, all of which I've carefully raised for many years. I have feelings for them. So naturally, I won't let the pet shop go bankrupt.
I've run into trouble, and you didn't come to help me.
Could it be that I'm in the wrong for selling my own necklace to save myself?
Are you going to give me this money?
Oh, right. It seems you only know how to ask me for money and have never helped me with a single cent.
At this point, Tang Jingfeng's face couldn't help but turn red. This truly poked right at a sore spot. After all, he claimed to be starting a business, but the initial capital was all provided by Hader.
At that time, he said that working for others would never lead to success in a lifetime, so it was better to do something on his own.
The result?
He had no capital himself, so he made his girlfriend pay for it.
Hader now truly hated her past blindness, and it further confirmed that her father's initial judgment of Tang Jingfeng was absolutely correct.
She should have listened to her parents back then and shouldn't have been so headstrong, insisting on staying by Tang Jingfeng's side no matter what. In the end, it resulted in her family's destruction and her own death.
Tang Jingfeng felt that today's Hader was a bit different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different for a moment.
However, he could clearly see that Hader was a bit unhappy.
He still had to rely on Hader now, especially since she had gained over $1 million from selling that necklace. Upgrading the pet shop wouldn't cost much money. He had to get more money out of Hader.
So he immediately changed his tune. Yes, isn't that because my Yi is capable?
But don't worry, my company will be profitable soon.
When the time comes, I'll definitely let you be your blissful boss's wife. If it were before, Hader would have been very happy to hear such a promise. She would have felt that Tang Jingfeng was very ambitious and also planned for the future.
She used to think her investment in Tang Jingfeng was absolutely correct.
But now, she would never have such thoughts again.
She now only wanted to slap the scum couple to death.
However, if one is going to act, one must go all the way. Since they wanted to act, then Hader would play along with them.
Furthermore, Hader wanted to use Tang Jingfeng's company to test her pet's superpowers.
She wanted to see if her concept could be realized first.
If it worked, then she would make a big move next.
Hader's series of maneuvers left the scum couple feeling uneasy, and they found this dinner to be tasteless, and none of the goals they wanted were achieved.
Especially Hader. When she learned that there was no more hope for that red jade necklace, she was incredibly disappointed, even unable to stop herself from wanting to have a good cry. Seeing her like this, Hader didn't bother with her and blissfully enjoyed her mum's cooking. Sure enough, a mother's cooking is the most delicious in the world.
10 years.
She hadn't tasted it for a full 10 years.
She had spent 10 years in the apocalypse, weathered by wind and rain. Now, having suddenly returned to an era of peace, this shift in time and space made her feel like crying.
But she held it back.
Crying would only make her look weak and would give the scum couple more reason to mock her. Let them be smug for a little while longer. Their time to cry will come.
After sending the two away, her mother Hader couldn't help but grab Hader's hand.
Yi, did you really sell Grandma's red jade necklace? Hader smiled.
Of course not, I was just lying to them.
Do you really think I'm stupid?
I just didn't want to give the necklace to them for nothing. Hearing her daughter say this, Hader breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but rub her daughter's head again. She also noticed that her daughter had changed.
Before, she was worried that her daughter seemed too easy to coax and was always being manipulated by that Tang Jingfeng. This was what she and her husband were most worried about.
Looking at it now, Hader's performance put her mind at ease.
Hader wasn't stupid. She had grown up and learned how to judge people.
Then you and Tang Jingfeng. Hader had also noticed that Hader's attitude toward Tang Jingfeng today had undergone some inexplicable changes.
Hader didn't hide it and said directly, "Mom, I'm planning to break up with him. Dad was right. This guy isn't a good person. I was blind before to actually like someone like him." Hearing Hader's words, Hader immediately became nervous.
Yi, did that Tang Jingfeng do something bad or wrong to you?
She knew her daughter's character very well.
Now that her daughter had made such a decision, the other party must have done something shameful.
Hader sneered and didn't hide it either. "Isn't it all thanks to my good sister? Hader and Tang Jingfeng have gotten together. Hader is truly an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. All our previous kindness to her was in vain." Upon hearing this, Hader was instantly furious. "HMPH, I noticed something was wrong a long time ago.
I mentioned it to your dad before, but he scolded me."
Your dad always felt that our family owed them, and he wouldn't let me say such things anymore.
Look at what she's done now.
We raised her for so many years for nothing.
That Tang Jingfeng too, I've long disliked him. But since you said you liked him, We all respected your choice. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful as well.
This really infuriates me. No, I have to go and argue with them.
To think I just cooked for them, I'll make them spit it back out. Seeing her gentle mom suddenly become so angry, Erahater knew that her words had a great effect. Mom, don't go. You'll just get angry again. And it's not worth it.
I have my own ways of dealing with them. If you go and make a scene, it'll just make things difficult for Dad.
Besides, I found out about this by chance and don't have evidence yet.
Once I gather the evidence and show it to Dad, he'll give up on them completely.
Then we won't be led by the nose by them anymore.
I see that both of them have bad intentions.
Just now they even wanted to trick me out of my red jade necklace.
What wishful thinking.
Hearing that her daughter already had a plan to deal with it, Shenzahater finally felt somewhat relieved, but she was still fuming in her heart. But Erahater repeatedly urged Shenzahater not to pay attention to those two, and not to cause any unnecessary complications for her.
She had already thought of a way to deal with this scum couple.
Hearing her daughter's plan, Shenzahater felt at ease and finally calmed her anger enough to go back and rest.
Erahater had already begun to take action.
Several pets in the pet slots that had already activated their superpowers now had new abilities and were all very excited.
Erahater also began to let her pets carry out their first mission. Target Tang Jingfeng's live stream e-commerce company. Empty the scumbag's company.
After finishing up here, it was already midnight, and Erahater and her mother returned to their respective rooms. After confirming that her mother was asleep, Erahater immediately summoned her pet, Chameleon Lightning.
Lightning. The next part is up to you.
In a moment, I will send you to that scumbag man's live streaming company.
Once you're there, follow the instructions your sister gave you and act quickly.
Don't leave even a single thread for that scumbag man.
Chameleon Lightning responded directly to Erahater through telepathy.
Don't worry, sister, I won't let that scumbag man off.
Sister treated him so well, yet he betrayed you. It's just too much.
Sister, how about you let me bite him to death?
Erahater immediately calmed Lightning down.
Of course not.
If he dies just like that, it would be letting him off too easily.
Rest assured, when the time comes, I will give you the chance to slaughter him, but not now.
We still have to wait 3 months. It will be soon. She had raised these pets herself, and they remained loyal to her until the very moment of their deaths. Never fickle like the scumbag man, Erahater had decided that, from now on, she would take this group of pets and live happily and freely in the apocalypse. In her previous life, her parents and younger brother had lost their lives because of her. In this life, she would not let such regrets happen again. At the same time, Erahater would also make them all into powerhouses capable of adapting to survival in the apocalypse.
However, thinking of the harm the scumbag man and scumbag sister had caused her family, Erahater could not help but burn with rage.
Right now, that scum couple was probably out at her hotel having a wild time, so she would absolutely not let them off so easily. 3 months, just 3 more months, and she would be able to kill her enemies with her own hands. But during these 3 months, she wouldn't let them have an easy time either. Receiving Erahater's telepathic message, Lightning reigned in its angry emotions, feeling even more convinced that what it had to do today must be done perfectly. Go, I will have our Faye assist you. Grey Parrot of Faye received the signal and quickly responded.
Don't worry, sister, leave the destruction of those electronic surveillance devices to me.
Today's events will absolutely not leave a single trace. Erahater revealed a faint, gratified smile. Good, then let's begin the operation.
Seeing that both pets were ready, Erahater moved her mind, utilizing the teleportation function of her space, and instantly sent them to the building housing Tang Jingfeng's live streaming company.
As soon as Grey Parrot of Faye appeared, it scrapped all the surveillance equipment.
Besides its spiritual power burst, our Faye also possessed a superpower that emitted electromagnetic particles, which could disable all electronic devices within a radius of 500 meters.
Of course, that was the maximum range.
Our Faye could also control it precisely. Within this building, our Faye was the bane of all electronic surveillance. Lightning, I've handled it. Hurry up and get to work.
Although Lightning was just a chameleon at that moment, it revealed a human-like wicked and charming smile. Good heavens, even the crooked-mouthed Dragon King wasn't as wicked as it.
But the next second, it flashed and appeared in front of a pile of shelves at Tang Jingfeng's live streaming company, and everywhere it passed, all the goods vanished in an instant.
Even the shelves were moved into Erahater's storage space.
With a few flashes back and forth, everything on the company floor was swept clean. Not even a single sheet of paper was left behind.
It was truly empty, bare as a bone. Erahater could see everything through the perspective of her pets.
Discovering that nothing had been missed, she gave a command and had them return. Tang Jingfeng called it live streaming, But in reality, he had hoarded quite a lot of stock himself, which he could ship directly to buyers, thereby earning a larger price difference.
Moreover, there were some cooperative merchants who had provided him with convenient sources of goods early on. Now, all of it had been taken away. During the live stream tomorrow, there would be a good show to watch. If they wanted to resume operations, it would take at least a month or so.
In her previous life, because his company had a large reserve and his employees happened to be on holiday, Tang Jingfeng had hoarded a lot of supplies, allowing him to live quite comfortably during the difficult early stages of the apocalypse.
In this life, Hater would not give him that chance.
Now, not only was Tang Jingfeng unable to continue live streaming, but he also had to face claims from a group of cooperative merchants. The breach of contract penalties were very high.
Let's see how he handles it then.
Thinking of this, Hater couldn't help but pout after emptying Tang Jingfeng's company. Not even an alarm sounded in the building, as Grey Parrotfay had already disabled all the electronic equipment.
Then, the two pets were quickly summoned back to her space by Hater. Everything was clean and decisive, leaving no traces behind. At this moment, in a 5-star hotel in the same city, Tang Jingfeng and Hater were entangled. Brother Feng, what's wrong?
Why did you stop suddenly?
Hater was just getting lost in the moment when the man above her suddenly stopped, which made her feel a surge of dissatisfaction. Tang Jingfeng gently comforted her.
Yao, don't make a fuss for a moment.
The company seems to have a problem. All the surveillance monitors are unresponsive, and I'm afraid something went wrong over there. You have always been more sensible than that'd be *TCH Hater.
If it weren't for her money, I would have kicked her to the curb long ago.
She hasn't even let me touch her for so long, saying she'd only give herself to me when we get married, that she wants to save some beautiful memories. Does she take me for a fool? Right now the company is our most important asset. There cannot be the slightest issue.
Once I kick her out, we can live a good life together.
Upon hearing that there was a problem with the company, Hater looked at the situation and couldn't help but complain. Oh, the company's security is so good, and public order is decent right now, so what kind of problem could there be? Could it have been robbed by someone?
Brother Feng, I'm having such a good time. Don't stop.
It's been so long since I've been with you. I miss you. I must be much better than that Hater, right?
Tiki, aren't you craving me?
Seeing the green tea in his arms, charming and moving, Tang Jingfeng's resistance vanished instantly.
Forget about the company or whatever, let's just get happy first. As a result, this scum couple missed the best opportunity to learn about the accident at the company. They didn't know that while they were committing their illicit acts, the capital they relied on for survival had already been emptied by Hater.
After completing this task, Hater did not stop her steps either. She immediately continued to hover over the city, collecting all kinds of information.
She had an intuition that the scum couple was doing something to betray her.
She wanted to find evidence so that later, when she kicked the scum couple to the curb, she would have the family and all their relatives and friends speechless. And while she was at it, she would use some small tricks to directly deal with the scum couple. She absolutely could not let them live happily and freely. 3 months, let's see if she doesn't fix that scum couple good. He's disfigured, and the photos have been leaked.
Tang Jingfeng and Hater were in the middle of an intimate moment when suddenly, with a loud bang, all the lights in the room exploded.
Even the phones they had with them blew up. It was fortunate that the phones were placed far away. Otherwise, the two of them would have lost their lives.
Hater let out a sharp scream, while Tang Jingfeng went completely limp from fright.
Both of them scrambled and fell off the bed. As it turned out, Tang Jingfeng was covered in blood, and Hater's face had been scratched by glass shards. The two of them were momentarily dazed with fear and couldn't help but scream in terror. The commotion on their end also alerted the other guests on the same floor, who began calling the front desk one after another to ask what was going on.
The troubleshooting team soon traced the issue to their room.
In reality, Tang Jingfeng was shocked, terrified, and disheveled. He desperately wanted to demand an explanation for what was wrong with this 5-star hotel.
However, the immediate priority was that they were both injured and completely naked.
The shattered glass shards had mostly embedded themselves into their bodies, and blood was now flowing profusely.
Brother Feng, my face is cut.
What should I do? Am I going to be disfigured?
Sub, I have so many glass shards stuck in me. It hurts so much.
Hater was crying so hard that tears covered her face. But when the tears touched the wounds on her face, it hurt even more.
Crucially, they couldn't even put on clothes now.
Those glass shards were embedded in their flesh, scattered all over their bodies. How were they supposed to clean them out, since Tang Jingfeng had been on top? His back had sustained more injuries, but his face hadn't suffered much damage.
Hater, on the other hand, had a face full of glass shards and was certain to be disfigured. What would she do in the future? Just then, the housekeeping manager knocked on the door, only to find that the electronic lock was broken. "Sir, madam, are you all right in there? What exactly happened? Could you open the door for us to check?" Hearing that the hotel staff had arrived, Tang Jingfeng's anger flared up.
He had brought a woman here to have a good time, only for such a thing to happen. He had been scared half to death.
The key issue was how to handle their injuries and all the various repercussions now. He struggled to wrap himself in a bathrobe, which was quickly stained red with blood. However, he had to open the door, otherwise there would be no way to resolve this. As soon as the door opened, he began berating the hotel manager.
"What is wrong with you people?
"We were sleeping soundly when your light bulbs and glass everywhere suddenly exploded.
We came here as paying guests, not to be attacked. Now my girlfriend and I have been injured by your glass and might be disfigured.
How are you going to compensate us?" The hotel staff were momentarily speechless.
What kind of situation was this?
Why were the other rooms fine while only theirs had an accident? Tang Jingfeng's voice echoed through the hallway, and guests from other rooms couldn't help but come over to watch the spectacle.
When they saw him covered in blood, both on his face and body, everyone was startled.
They couldn't help but want to come over and ask what had happened. "What are you looking at?
Is there something to see?"
"Get lost, all of you."
Tang Jingfeng was fuming.
They were originally in the heat of the moment when this suddenly occurred. He felt like his life was falling apart.
"Sir, please don't be angry.
We're calling 120 for an ambulance right now. We'll also call 110 to report this to the police so they can investigate what happened. It's also to determine the cause of the accident."
Our fire safety has always been excellent and has passed all inspections.
"If the public security and fire departments make a judgment and it's our responsibility, we'll need that as a basis for compensation." However, as soon as the hotel manager finished speaking, Tang Jingfeng frantically opposed the idea.
"No, you absolutely cannot report this to the police. That's a serious invasion of my privacy."
"Just get 120 here first. We can discuss the rest later." Hearing his attitude, the hotel manager and the two servers behind him couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain in their hearts.
They had seen plenty of people like this. It was nothing more than a clandestine tryst.
The woman inside was most likely a mistress who couldn't be seen in public.
Was he afraid of his original wife finding out? After all, once the police were involved, many things would be exposed.
"Sir, without an assessment from the public security, we won't be providing any compensation. Furthermore, we need to confirm whether your improper actions caused the losses to our hotel. Look, not a single adjacent room had such an accident. Our 5-star hotel has been operating for many years and nothing like this has ever happened. The fact that it happened specifically in your room makes us suspicious." When Tang Jingfeng heard this, he immediately blew his top.
"How can you be like this?
It's clearly your responsibility, and now you want to shift it onto us." The hotel manager responded very calmly.
"That's why, sir. We should just call 110 and handle this properly. Otherwise, it will be difficult for either side to clarify the situation."
"If it's our responsibility, we will certainly bear it. But if it's not, we won't take the fall. Moreover, if your actions cause the hotel's losses, we will hold you accountable."
Good heavens, Tang Jingfeng was suddenly left speechless.
How was he supposed to respond to that?
If the police actually came, things between him and Erahader would be completely over.
He still needed Erahader to play the victim and give him money for investments. At a time like this, there absolutely could not be any slip-ups.
Was he really going to have to suffer this bitter pill in silence? To his even greater frustration, he noticed that quite a few people were using their phones to film their pathetic state. One woman even remembered to provide a commentary on the side. "Everyone look, a man brought his mistress to a hotel, but an accident happened and they broke the hotel's things. He and the mistress are injured. Yet he still wants to dodge the bill. Ha! Who has the heavens ever spared? What goes around comes around, even God can't stand it." Hearing her commentary, Tang Jingfeng's face turned green with rage.
"What nonsense are you talking? Stop that right now. Who gave you permission to film?"
"I'll sue you for defamation and invasion of privacy, do you believe me?" Seeing him react like that, the woman became even more arrogant.
"Oh,
"I'm live streaming to the whole internet."
if you've got the guts to come over here and let me get a close-up of your face, I'm going to film you, you filthy scumbag man."
"Do you dare to say the one inside isn't your mistress?"
"If she isn't, why are you afraid of calling the police?"
"What are you trying to hide?"
"Come on, come at me."
This woman's string of actions sent Tang Jingfeng into a fit of rage. However, he soon began to feel a bit of fear.
She was live streaming to the whole internet, and he didn't know how many followers she had.
If by some stroke of bad luck Erahader saw this, what would he do? As it turned out, things were even more exaggerated than he imagined. It quickly hit the trending searches. An accident occurred during a scum couple's tryst. The mistress was disfigured and the scumbag man was injured. How satisfying. This scumbag man's attitude is arrogant and he refuses to change. Now, the whole internet, new Tang Jingfeng internet is abuzz with discussions about how scumbags and their girlfriends have ruined their reputations. Yet I'm still getting sympathy.
The bizarre explosion at the 5-star hotel in the series of events that triggered climbed the trending charts one after another.
Even Era Hater herself gained a little bit of fame.
Because she was the victim in the video who was cheated on and hurt, Tang Jingfeng's background was thoroughly dug up and exposed, leading to a full-scale internet manhunt. It was all because his arrogant attitude after doing something terrible in the video infuriated the vast number of netizens. Furthermore, it was such an immoral act, and he was covered in blood, making him look absolutely terrifying.
That video footage spread like wildfire, quickly going viral across the entire internet.
Those who knew Tang Jingfeng immediately exposed his background completely.
At the same time, it pushed the mistress, Alice Hater, and the victim, Era Hater, into the spotlight. That mistress deserves to die. What kind of trash is she? She looks like a green tea at first glance. My god, this is so dramatic.
The heroine of the story was actually cheated on by her own dear sister.
My god. The heroine is stunningly beautiful. I'm in love. Is that Tang Jingfeng blind? The heroine is clearly the prettier one. I heard the heroine has always kept herself pure and didn't let that scumbag man have his way. I guess that scumbag man was desperate for it, which is why he hooked up with the green tea beside him.
PFFT, really?
Are there still such pure girls these days? But judging by her features, she really is very pure. I love this type.
Miss, dump that scumbag man and let me protect you.
I promise to be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Miss, I have super high ability in identifying green teas. I definitely won't be fooled by a green tea. Please consider me. All sorts of comments were popping up all over the internet.
However, most of them were condemning the scumbag man and feeling sorry for Era Hater.
There were also many self-proclaimed nice guys who wanted to come over and comfort Era Hater. But in reality, they were all just attracted by her beauty. Era Hater actually became quite famous because of this incident. She loved pets, was beautiful and kind-hearted, and had posted many lovely photos of herself playing with pets on her social media. She looked pure, cute, sweet, and lovely. She was truly very likable. Consequently, her social media account became an overnight sensation because of this.
The followers on her original account were all pet enthusiasts who shared and exchanged experiences about raising pets. It only added up to a few hundred people, but they were basically all old friends.
Unexpectedly, after this incident, Era Hater's followers jumped from a few hundred to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. In 3 days, she actually gained 1 million followers. Era Hater even felt that if it weren't for the apocalypse, she could have become an internet celebrity.
In fact, quite a few entertainment companies that build internet celebrities contacted her immediately, all wanting to sign contracts with her and promising that they would definitely turn her into a star famous across the internet.
However, how could Era Hater have the heart for that now? She was even a bit dumbfounded. This matter had caused her quite a bit of trouble. Now that so many people were paying attention to her, she couldn't openly go and stockpile supplies. Furthermore, that scumbag man, Tang Jingfeng, even had the nerve to contact her, saying that he had only made a mistake because he was momentarily confused. He still loved Era Hater, with Alice Hater. It was just a moment of impulse for fun.
He had only committed a mistake that all men in the world would make. He begged Era Hater to forgive him just this once.
Seeing these messages, Era Hater felt like vomiting. If she had experienced this in her previous life, she would have been very sad, and she probably would have been reluctant to let go of so many years of relationship.
But the betrayal and harm she experienced at the end of the apocalypse were what truly broke her heart.
She had long since given up on that. When it comes to being a scumbag, there is only the difference between 0 times and countless times. Once it happens, there will be a second time and countless more times.
Era Hater had given up, and besides, she had a blood feud.
Forget about getting back together. She wished she could slice Tang Jingfeng and Alice Hater into 1,000 pieces.
It just wasn't the right time yet.
For now, let them first taste the bitterness of being disgraced and living in agony.
While Tang Jingfeng's reputation was ruined across the internet, he also discovered that his company had been emptied out.
This time, he really called the police. But the police had no clues. All the surveillance cameras had been destroyed. Even the surveillance cameras monitoring the surrounding area didn't leave any traces. This was a magical, mysterious thief. However, because of what had happened before, the way these police officers looked at Tang Jingfeng was quite different. Sir, From now on, you'd better focus on managing yourself. There's a saying that those who commit many injustices are doomed to destruction. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Just wait for our results. Hearing the words of that investigating officer, Tang Jingfeng almost exploded with anger. He was the victim, okay? How was he the one committing injustices? The police officer didn't even bother with him. He was just a scum-eyed man. However, as Tang Jingfeng's ex-girlfriend whom he had cheated on, the police still came over for routine questioning. They asked where Error Hater was on the day of the incident. This was easy to answer. Error Hater had been at home the whole time, and the residential complex's surveillance could prove it. After returning home that day, Error Hater didn't leave the complex to go shopping until the next day. At the time of the incident, she had a very clear alibi, which immediately cleared her of suspicion. Before leaving, the young police officer couldn't help but comfort Error Hater. Although it might be meddling, I still want to say this to you. Don't be sad. There are plenty of good men in the world. Don't be heartbroken over a scumbag man.
You should be grateful that netizens helped you identify the scumbag man. If you had only realized what he was after you were married and had children, that would have been the real trouble.
When the young police officer was leaving, he gave her a bright smile. Everything will get better.
Keep it up.
Seeing this, Error Hater couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. It seems that, no matter the era, there are more good people.
Thank you, I will.
Oh, comrades, please wait a moment. I have a friend who works at the Meteorological Bureau who said there will be extreme weather in the future. If possible, please store more supplies at home.
Since you often have to go out, remind your families as well.
Hearing Error Hater's reminder, both police officers couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. Then they smiled.
Thanks for the reminder. We will.
This was all Error Hater could do.
Having experienced the unpredictability of human nature and various problems in the apocalypse, she was no longer willing to trust others.
Moreover, even if she really told them all the information, it was impossible for anyone to believe her. They would just treat her like a lunatic. Or, when the apocalypse actually arrived, she would become a target, attracting everyone's attention.
She could not put herself and her family in danger, so being able to offer this reminder now was already doing her best.
This was only because the young officer had comforted her earlier. She hoped they would take her words to heart. This could be considered saving their families. As for whether they listen or not, that was their own business.
Now, Error Hater had a bit of a headache. Recently, the incident with the scumbag man, Tang Jingfeng, had become known to the entire internet, and she had become a minor internet celebrity.
Her father, who was away on business, was worried about her and had rushed back, pushing aside his work. However, because of this, Error Hater actually felt relieved. Her family was back, so she would make sure they didn't leave again. Otherwise, in the early days of the apocalypse, if the family wasn't together, she would have to spend effort to find them, and it would be very dangerous by then.
Through Tang Jingfeng's company, Error Hater had already confirmed that her plan was feasible. Next, she was going to do something big.
First time buying overseas for free.
What? You're going abroad?
For how long?
Shanzhe Hater was a little surprised to hear that her daughter wanted to go abroad to relax.
Error Hater had been talking about this for a long time, but it never materialized.
She had originally planned to go out for her honeymoon after marrying Tang Jingfeng. As a result, with this incident, marriage was naturally out of the question. The two of them had now completely and thoroughly broken up.
Even when they broke up, Error Hater explained the situation online. I hereby declare I have now drawn a clear line with a scumbag man and will never interact with him again. Thank you all for your concern. From now on, I will live well and be happy every day. The simple and direct statement brought a perfect end to the matter. Error Hater's straightforward style, daring to love and hate, also won her countless netizens' praise and favor. Little sister, you can pick it up and put it down, decisive and neat. Well done.
Exactly, don't get entangled with a scumbag man. Just crush him immediately.
Little sister, you're single now and hurt.
Let me heal you.
The toad upstairs is truly ugly and dreams big. All sorts of comments and wanton prying online made Error Hater very uncomfortable.
At this point, she felt that she should avoid the limelight and also complete the remaining important tasks.
She sold her pet shop and had some money, but not much. That little money was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for stocking up on supplies.
As a result, Error Hater had to do something else.
Only by going abroad could she act freely and make a big splash.
Facing her mother's concern, Error Hater smiled. Mom, don't worry.
I'm just going out to relax and will be back soon. After I return, I'll start anew. I will definitely not disappoint you.
However, these days,
You two must take good care of yourselves at home and wait for me to return.
I'll probably be gone for about 1 or 2 months. 1 or 2 months would be enough for Ara Hader to travel the world and stock up on all the necessary items.
Father Sarah Hader couldn't help but gently rub Ara Hader's little head at this moment.
Our Hader has always been strong and independent.
I believe you won't do anything foolish.
Remember that we are still at home, and no matter what, we are your strongest support.
If anything happens, be sure to tell us, and we'll face it together.
Ara Hader's eyes reddened as she heard her father's words and couldn't help but agree.
Dad, Mom, I promise you I will never do anything foolish.
I still want to filial to you in the future.
It's just that recently, I've suddenly become popular and am being watched by so many people.
I'm really not used to it, so I just want to go out and relax.
Nothing will happen. Hearing the daughter's heartfelt words, the parents finally felt at ease.
They were truly worried that their daughter might become distraught due to a deep emotional investment in the relationship. Seeing Ara Hader agree so solemnly, they knew that Ara Hader had passed this hurdle. They understood their daughter,
and her father was always like a mountain, protecting his child. Ara Hader couldn't help but recall that in the previous life, during the most difficult time in the apocalypse, her father, like a madman, single-handedly blocked the zombie siege. Father Hader bought time for his wife and daughter to retreat, but he was ultimately engulfed by the zombies.
Her father's towering figure was gone, just like that. The heart-wrenching pain at the time was something Ara Hader would never forget. Later, her mother sacrificed herself to protect her.
But now, upon closer reflection, their family's predicament back then was all Alistair Hader's doing. In her previous life, she had always believed that green tea bitch, and only realized she had been tricked after she died. Now it's fine. The green tea has been disfigured by her. Let her live on this earth, ugly and dirty, enduring the scorn of thousands. When the apocalypse arrives, that will be her moment of complete reckoning.
Now, Ara Hader bid farewell to her parents and embarked on her journey abroad. She didn't know if her rebirth would cause the apocalypse to arrive early, so she had to hurry.
Because she had read some rebirth apocalypse novels before, and things often developed this way.
She hoped that for her, everything could proceed step by step, and she prayed that the apocalypse wouldn't arrive early.
This way, she would have more ample time to prepare.
The sense of urgency compelled her not to waste any more time in the country. She had to act quickly.
Her destination this time was Secura, but her actual target was country across the ocean, the nation that always prided itself on being #1 in the world.
And in fact, from the perspective of comprehensive national strength, Country was indeed ranked first, but after the apocalypse arrived, its bandit nature was also fully unleashed.
Those guys, through special channels, came to the Eastern land to wreak havoc, causing a great deal of negative impact. Many Easterners had been plundered by them.
Thinking of this, Ara Hader couldn't help but feel ruthless.
She decided that to deal with the people of Country A, she had to be ruthless. She couldn't leave them any room, which would also be revenge for her compatriots who sacrificed themselves in her previous life.
And also to strengthen her own foundational power.
The plane landed safely on the land of Secura, where she was greeted by a local welcoming remark, Sini Marzayan.
Ara Hader almost slapped them, but in the end, she endured it with a cold face.
She had serious business to attend to now and couldn't create any new problems. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. Ara Hader secretly thought that besides Country A, she also had to thoroughly mess with Secura. After the apocalypse arrived, many bandits also came from Secura,
and they were the first to rampage across the Eastern land. And they were also the ones who guided Country to compete for survival supplies.
Since that was the case, she couldn't be blamed for being merciless.
After arriving at the hotel she booked, Ara Hader immediately activated the map in her space. With a shift in thought, the teleportation function activated, and she instantly arrived on the land of Country A. This time, she was targeting the warehouse of the world's largest chain supermarket. It was still daytime in Secura, but it was already late night in Country A. Everyone had already fallen asleep. After Ara Hader appeared near the warehouse, she confirmed there were no overlooked cameras. Before coming here, she had immediately asked Grape Hair to destroy all surveillance equipment nearby.
Then, Arfei flew swiftly and quickly found the location where the supplies were stored.
Using Arfei as an anchor, Ara Hader once again deployed her pets to the warehouse.
Here, all kinds of daily necessities and survival supplies were piled high. The place she just discovered was the grain and oil section, where various high-gluten and low-gluten flours, rice, wheat, cooking oil, and so on were neatly arranged.
Ara Hader had no time to be joyful. She didn't care about anything else. Operating like a tiger, she swept all the items away.
Immediately after, she moved to other warehouse areas, sweeping through one after another.
As different pets passed through, the warehouses were instantly emptied.
It didn't take long to complete the task. The entire warehouse district was completely cleared out.
At this point, Air Hater quickly summoned her pet army back, then instantly teleported back to her hotel suite insecure. Only then did she have time to count the massive amount of supplies stored in her space. His rampant hoarding earned him the title of God of Thieves. This was the first time Air Hater conducted a large-scale zero-yuan purchase. Seeing her space packed full of supplies, her heart instantly felt at ease.
This was the supply transfer warehouse in the western part of country for the largest supermarket chain in the country. The reserves inside could truly be described as massive. She could no longer calculate it in tons. At a glance, the supplies stretched beyond the horizon.
Looking at it made one feel reassured.
Era Hader felt that, let alone a single family, even if it were an entire city's population, it would be difficult to consume all these supplies in 8 or 10 years. There was so much that it was simply impossible to estimate the quantity and weight. Therefore, if it were just Era Hader's family consuming them, these supplies might last for several lifetimes.
Moreover, Air Hader's warehouse storage space could accommodate everything with room to spare.
In fact, it seemed to only take up a small portion with this. Era Hader's ambitions grew even wilder.
She had suffered so much in her previous life and was ultimately betrayed. Now, she wanted to hoard more supplies to make up for it and comfort her wounded little soul.
Without further ado, she would continue the zero-yuan purchase and keep hoarding supplies. However, the news of the transfer warehouse of Country A's largest supermarket chain being ransacked immediately became a global trending topic. It was simply unbelievable. Overnight, and without a sound, all the supplies had vanished. Even the shelves and various transport vehicles were gone, leaving only empty warehouse structures, a large-scale realization of 4 bare walls.
This scene shocked audiences worldwide.
Countless netizens were also lively in their analysis and discussion. My God, who did this? It's simply a miracle. This is all too eerie.
Even if the surveillance was broken, were there no clues left at the scene at all?
I have a relative in the State T Police Department, so I know the inside story. They have no clue right now.
That master thief comes and goes like a ghost. There were many footprints and fingerprints at the scene, but most belonged to the warehouse workers. They haven't found any useful leads yet.
This master thief is just too incredible. In an instant, the news of all the supplies in Country A's largest transfer warehouse being stolen and disappearing spread rapidly across the global internet. At the same time, people in the East on the other side of the ocean watched the spectacle. Ha ha! Country is bringing this upon itself. Even God won't forgive them and has started to punish them. I think a mysterious organization did it. Shouldn't someone have stepped forward by now to claim responsibility? Haha, someone actually did step forward to take the blame, saying it was their revenge against Country A. This is getting lively. There really are all kinds of people, but whoever or whatever organization pulled this off is truly amazing. I am going to make them my idols.
How could one person do it?
It must be organized, disciplined, and premeditated. It's just that this organization is so powerful they managed to evade everyone's sight.
Plus, they cleared everything out in just one night without leaving a trace.
I'm wondering now, where did they store all those goods? Anyway, it's none of our business. Let's just watch the show. Come on, let's enjoy the gossip together.
This is much more interesting than the gossip in the domestic entertainment industry.
In fact, the whole world was watching the spectacle.
Country even dispatched federal agents to handle the matter.
This was no longer a simple theft. It was a bizarre and mysterious event. They had always taken such mysterious events very seriously. Do you think some country used high-tech means to conduct a stealth raid? And this is just an exercise. Think about it. If they could steal supplies so quietly this time, doesn't that mean they could also take secret documents from the Bee Palace?
Or even our advanced equipment and technology. But even when those so-called agents went to investigate, there were still no useful clues. The culprit was so efficient that not a single trace was left behind.
This made the group of agents even more suspicious and cautious. However, only some supplies had vanished this time, and the loss was borne by the supermarket chain. For them, the loss wasn't particularly severe. It was just that once various public opinions emerged, they undoubtedly created many negative impacts, putting a lot of pressure on these guys. Error Hater had successfully completed her first large-scale zero-yuan purchase and immediately felt it was incredibly satisfying. This great cause had to be continued without delay. Besides, Country had so many fierce bandits and was always so arrogant. It was time they suffered a few losses
While netizens around the world were guessing who that supermaster thief was, Airhater launched her second large-scale zero-yuan purchase operation. Then, another large logistics warehouse in Country was quietly emptied.
The worst part was that this place was actually quite heavily guarded.
Because the supermarket warehouse had been emptied the previous night, patrols and security had been specially reinforced here, yet everything was still quietly cleared out.
Now the whole world was shocked. This was simply blatant and lawless. Having emptied 2 large warehouses in Country in a row, Airhater was dubbed the God of Thieves by netizens, because there had never been such a ruthless person who could snatch so many supplies in Country A. Moreover, Country A's authorities were completely powerless against this God of Thieves. Airhater had succeeded 2 days in a row. Country A had lost face and was greatly infuriated. We strongly condemn this banditry.
Furthermore, we sternly warn these bandits that justice will ultimately triumph over evil.
No matter where you are, we will bring you to justice. This warning from Country A's authorities immediately caused a sensation internationally. Country A's authorities were serious and truly enraged this time.
Next, there would likely be a large-scale corporate search for the God of Thieves.
In fact, because of Airhater's 2 successes, Country was already jumpy and paranoid.
They didn't know where this powerful God of Thieves' next target would be.
Moreover, the most important point was that the other party seemed to be snatching daily necessities and supplies, which was very down to earth. The question was, why was the other party snatching so many daily necessities, grains, and oils? If it were really for sale, such large-scale bulk transactions would be hard to hide. Besides, where could they hide those goods? Country boasted that its cutting-edge satellites could monitor the movements of all countries. Such a large-scale transport of supplies could never hide from satellite positioning. Thus, they quickly locked their targets on several hypothetical enemy nations, but found nothing. Those mountain-like piles of supplies seemed to have vanished into thin air.
It was simply too bizarre.
Who exactly was this powerful bandit? Everyone in Country was bewildered seeing the various comments on the internet. Airhater was laughing so hard she was rolling on her bed. There were all sorts of bizarre guesses, and the netizens' imaginations were truly wild. Someone even guessed the truth. Could it be that the God of Thieves has a space and can put all these supplies away? But someone quickly dismissed this whimsical conjecture.
People, you must believe in science.
But Airhater had been reborn, not only bringing a space but also being able to make her pets evolve superpowers. Who could explain that?
However, a message from one netizen immediately caught Airhater's attention. God of Thieves, here are the coordinates for Country A's super arsenal.
If you're so capable, go and rob their arsenal.
If you succeed, I'll truly be impressed. Target armory. Upon seeing this prompt, Airhater's pupils constricted rapidly. Good heavens, an armory. That was an armory.
She immediately rushed to search the internet and discovered that the coordinates provided might truly belong to an important armory in Country A.
In her previous life, she had heard many rumors.
The reason Country A was able to cross the ocean through special channels to wreak havoc in the East during the apocalypse was entirely because a group of lucky fellows had found that armory.
Furthermore, they had taken out all the weapons inside.
A combination of ability users and powerful weaponry was a crushing blow for the survivors in the East, akin to a dimensional strike.
After all, firearms were strictly regulated in the East. Such things could never appear in the hands of ordinary people. Faced with a gang of thugs wielding heavy weaponry, the people of the East were almost defenseless. They were bullied and had many supplies stolen, making their survival environment even more dire. It wasn't until later, when they found some weapons provided by the local military, that they managed to turn the tide and drive those chaotic thugs out. But by then, the East had already suffered massive losses.
This led to them missing the great opportunities for development in the early stages of the apocalypse.
Consequently, Country A's development became even more aggressive.
Now that Airhater suddenly knew the coordinates of the armory, combined with her experiences from her previous life, she realized these coordinates were likely real. She didn't know what the person providing the coordinates was thinking, or if it might even be a trap.
Perhaps the armory of these coordinates was just a massive piece of bait. Previously, 2 large warehouses in Country had been emptied, causing the authorities to lose face completely.
The first time was excusable, as it could be explained by a lack of preparation. But for it to happen a second time was somewhat unjustifiable, and Airhater was preparing for a third time, because many warehouses could be identified using high-definition maps on the internet. Airhater planned to loot all these obvious warehouses first.
Country was fertile ground for breeding thugs. By looting all these supplies, their early-stage advantage in the apocalypse would be completely wiped out. That would keep them trapped within the borders of Country A, preventing them from coming out to torment others. Of course, There was another important factor. Hater needed to come back and wipe them out when the apocalypse arrived.
Now is not the time.
If she acted now, she might leave behind significant flaws, which would do more harm than good. In any case, the apocalypse was coming soon. There was no need to rush this moment.
However, she definitely had to make a trip to this armory.
With her space allowing her to travel freely, no one in the world could dream of catching her. Hater was a woman of action. When she saw the coordinates, it happened to be late at night in Country a dark and windy night, the perfect time for work.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, the secret agents of Country had long been ready and waiting.
Sir, our information has been spread.
I believe this location will definitely lure the target here.
As long as they dare to come, they will never escape our grasp. We've laid an inescapable net this time, even if they had wings. They couldn't fly away. One of the agents patted his chest, guaranteeing this to his bald superior.
Davis, I hope your words come true, otherwise prepare for punishment. You know I'm under a lot of pressure right now. 2 mysterious incidents occurred, and we haven't found a single clue.
To us, this is a display of incompetence. Now the president has ordered me to solve the case within a week. I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Now that the coordinates are exposed, I refuse to believe that under such strict surveillance and with so many soldiers watching, the target can still vanish into thin air, burrow into the ground. Agent Davis, seeing his bald superior's confident expression, agreed wholeheartedly. Sir, rest assured, under your brilliant guidance, there will be no problems this time.
Currently, all the images on the surveillance monitors were very quiet. This time, they had also placed various anti-jamming devices.
That so-called God of Thieves destroyed all surrounding surveillance equipment before every operation. This meant that these cameras could capture the target's figure. Otherwise, why bother destroying them?
Wouldn't that be redundant?
Therefore, as long as these surveillance devices could maintain normal operation, they would be able to capture the target's figure. At the same time, they could learn exactly how this so-called God of Thieves operated, making so many supplies vanish from warehouses without a trace. Furthermore, they hadn't found any tracks to this day, which was quite bizarre. They even felt that the spatial skills mentioned by some netizens might actually exist. Otherwise, how could a crime be committed so perfectly? But on second thought, it seemed impossible and nonsensical. How could superpowers exist in this world? If such a Superman really existed, Country would have long worshipped them like a god.
In truth, they were also curious about what kind of capabilities the God of Thieves, who could achieve this, possessed.
If the person was truly formidable, they wouldn't mind recruiting this God of Thieves into Country A's embrace. Imagine having such an enemy who could steal so many things without a sound. If it were classified documents, wouldn't they be easily obtained? Tasks would surely be completed much more easily.
Thus, the head of the agents was now very interested in this God of Thieves, not hesitating to expose a massive piece of bait to lure the target in, all for the purpose of capturing them alive and uncovering their secret methods. At this moment, the bald superior looked closely at the images on the surveillance screens.
They were calm as usual, seemingly unchanged from before. The supplies were still there, and the people were still there. However, he soon noticed something was wrong.
Wait a minute, what's going on?
This image is static, it hasn't changed at all. Not a single thing has moved. Something's wrong with the surveillance. All the monitors are malfunctioning. Go over there and check. Patrol team. Call the patrol team. Damn it, why is there no response? Where the hell did those damn patrol teams go? The group of agents became completely tense and rushed like madmen toward the area where the weapons were stored in the armory. This was a military base, heavily guarded with very tight security.
These agents had only obtained an assignment order to get the military's cooperation to use this place as bait.
But if something major went wrong here, then this group of agents would be finished. Meanwhile, the group of agents rushed over from their station in a panic, leaving the military personnel looking bewildered. What's wrong with you patrol teams?
We contacted you, and there was no response. Something happened to the warehouse, didn't you see?
The bald agent superior immediately began questioning the patrol team.
However, he had no time to worry about that now. He rushed to the armory and shoved the doors open violently.
A glance. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Gone. Everything was gone.
A bumper harvest.
1,000,000 tons of weapons. Oh shit.
That damn thief, I curse you to be impotent for life. I hope you can never stand up again. What the hell?
What on earth are you?
Come out.
I know you can hear me, you coward. Hiding your head and showing your tail. What kind of hero hides like this? It must be said, this time the bald agent was truly furious. He had been in the business for many years and handled countless tricky cases. but he had never been as frustrated. The person was truly like a divine dragon, showing its head but not its tail, leaving them with no handle or clues to grasp. When the others arrived one after another and saw everything before them, everyone was stunned. Now the entire armory area was in complete chaos.
That was a huge batch of arms, including Apache helicopters, the most advanced F-35 Lightning Roman II fighters, and even some special combat equipment about to be tested on the front lines. Now it was all gone, without even a single screw left for them. How on earth did the opponent do it? Was this even human? They had reason to suspect that the enemy they were facing now might not be human at all. The chaos breaking out in this special military zone immediately attracted a lot of attention.
One hacker, who loved watching the world burn, was hacking into the armory's surveillance equipment, wanting to see how this grand drama would play out in the end. As a result, the camera feed flickered, and he discovered a problem. All the footage seemed to be on a loop, and some were even completely static images that hadn't moved at all.
With this, he immediately knew that an incident had occurred. The legendary god of thieves had made a move.
My God, he really did it. Is there really someone in this world who dares to set their sights on the strongest armory?
Did he really steal all the weapons?
He's truly my idol. He did something I wouldn't even dare to think of. However, while he was excited, the door to his room was suddenly slammed open with a bang.
Hands up.
Face down on the desk and don't move.
In an instant, countless muzzles were pointed at him.
A federal agent questioned him directly. Speak, what is your relationship with that god of thieves? The same scene occurred in different areas throughout country, eh? A group of people, unable to capture the real god of thieves, could only search through various network interfaces for any hackers who might have intruded, hoping to find some clues this way.
As a result, all the hackers who had intruded into the cameras were arrested, yet they still hadn't found a single piece of evidence against the target. Boss, what should we do? We can't just use these people as scapegoats, can we?
Agent Davis was also extremely frustrated at this moment, his head throbbing. The enemy was too mysterious and too powerful, leaving no clues behind. The trail had gone completely cold once it reached these hackers.
This also made the bald agent superior very annoyed, and at the same time, he felt a strong sense of unease.
He knew that the god of thieves would not stop here. If he were allowed to continue his heinous rampage, how many warehouses in country would suffer next? How much economic damage would it cause their country? The consequences would be unimaginable.
But while the federal agents were having a headache, Air Hader was in her hotel apartment, rolling round on her bed in joy. I'm rich, I'm rich.
This is an entire armory. Our Fave Lightning, you guys are really amazing. And Zyro King, it's really unexpected your hallucinogenic toxin is actually so powerful. Those soldiers were all knocked out by your toxin. At this moment, in Era Hader's hand, a bright green snake gently flicked its tongue. The pet's thought was then transmitted. Master, this is what I should do. Zyro King did well this time, right? Haha, more than just well. It was fantastic. Keep up the good work and contribute to our survival in the apocalypse.
This operation was so successful, and Zyro King truly deserved a lot of credit.
In that armory, Zyro King's hallucinogenic toxin turned a group of country's soldiers into blind men with their eyes wide open.
They turned a blind eye to the series of actions by Lightning and Arfei, and Arfei even used his increasingly mature electromagnetic particle skills to change the surveillance footage. Thus, he easily allowed his companions to complete a series of coordinations, directly emptying the armory. The whole process was seamless, without a single hitch. In just a few minutes, such a large armory was cleared out by them, with not even a single screw left.
Only the bare walls of the warehouse remained. Era Hader gently stroked Zyro King's small head.
This poison pet was actually a little star in Era Hader's pet shop. Era Hader's pet shop had several major areas, and among them, the poison pet area was very famous in the city's pet exchange groups. In addition to conventional pets, Era Hader also bred and sold poison pets, which was one of her previous pet shop's major sources of income.
Now many wealthy people and pet enthusiasts like to keep poison pets.
It seemed as if this behavior could particularly highlight one's taste. At first, Era Hader was also a bit uncomfortable. Later, after she gradually studied the living habits of these poison pets, she found that many poison pets were actually very gentle in temperament. They just happened to be born with toxicity.
As long as one got along well with them, the danger was very small.
Moreover, she had set up a special terrarium for each poison pet, allowing them to live alone, and they were all well cared for by her.
She had long since established deep feelings with these poison pets.
She just didn't know why. But at the moment the apocalypse arrived, these poison pets all died, with not a single one remaining.
Instead, it was the other conventional pets, several of which were purified because of Erahader's exotic beast resonance skill, becoming the first batch of war pets with superpowers in the early stages of the apocalypse. It was also because of this that Erahader made it through the difficult initial stage.
She even collected a lot of supplies at once and later met up with the scumbag man and scumbag sister. Thinking of all the things in the past, Erahader couldn't help but clench her fists.
In this life, the apocalypse would still come, but she already possessed peerless strength and would never give those scumbags another chance. At this moment, Erahader could finally take stock of the precious equipment obtained from the armory.
After all, time was pressing just now, and she had taken everything regardless of what it was. In any case, her warehouse space was seemingly endless, and she didn't know how much stuff it would take to fill it up. Then she would just keep collecting.
Snatch it first.
And now, Erahader had clearly seen the harvest this time, and it truly dazzled her eyes.
Various weapons, not to mention firearms and ammunition, boxes of shiny items were placed before her, with countless rounds of ammunition, so much that it felt like it would never be used up. Then, all kinds of helicopters, fighter jets, armored vehicles, and tanks were all there.
She even saw a submarine, yes, a submarine that hadn't even been launched yet, the kind with warheads.
There were even those destructive weapons, which really left Erahader dumbfounded. It wasn't that she was easily shocked, but that she had never even seen many of these weapons. Even after experiencing 10 years of the apocalypse, she had never seen such a terrifying stockpile of weapons.
This time, she had truly struck it rich. At the same time, she also knew that she had truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time.
Because among this equipment, there were some warheads that looked very powerful at first glance. All in all, there were at least 1 million tons of armaments. With these successive moves, the whole country is stunned.
That's right. The authorities of Countria were going crazy.
The weapons and equipment lost this time gave everyone a fright. They included weapons of mass destruction.
What on earth should be done? Now, even these secret agents couldn't keep a lid on things.
In an instant, an atmosphere of terror spread rapidly from the borders of Country A. This is no longer a simple act of robbery, but a dangerous attack we strongly condemn. Aside from condemnations and groundless pursuits, Country A seemed to be gripped by a sense of utter helplessness.
While countries around the world were watching the spectacle, a shadow of gloom also cast over their hearts.
Other things were fine. Watching the drama was quite entertaining for them, but the fact that Country A lost so many weapons this time, including special weapons of mass destruction, was truly shocking and worrying. If this continued, would that god of thieves go to other countries to carry out their looting plans? Meanwhile, the internet has completely exploded.
The previous 2 robberies of Country A's major warehouses had already made many people start to worship this mysterious saint of thieves.
But now this person was truly incredible, having actually robbed Country A's armory.
At this rate, who else in the world could stop this god of thieves?
My god, this god of thieves is so badass. Please, just empty out Country so they can't cause trouble anymore.
Exactly.
Just empty out all their weapons and effectively cripple them. That would be for the best. Great one, keep on robbing, don't stop.
I want to see Country A in a state of total panic.
The stronger the condemnations from Country A's authorities, the more excited netizens from other countries became.
This time, netizens across the globe were unprecedentedly united, gathering together to enjoy the drama right in front of their screens. Seeing this series of reactions, Erahader couldn't help but beam with joy. Moreover, there was a group of cuties who kept providing Erahader with coordinates.
That's right. They were spreading the coordinates of various important warehouses in Country all over the internet. There were even coordinates for museums, bank vaults, and so on. The vast number of netizens all hoped Erahader would pay them a visit.
Erahader was truly dazzled by the options, but she didn't stop, quickly noting down these coordinates one by one, because she had already noticed that information regarding the coordinates was quickly disappearing from Country A's internet.
There was even a certain level of censorship on a global scale. It seemed someone realized that at this juncture, providing very specific coordinates would lead to major trouble.
It was as if that person could snatch all the supplies within a location as long as they knew the coordinates.
No one knew what kind of divine methods could achieve such a level of perfection.
But Erahader didn't hold back at all, especially with those coordinates she had clearly seen before they were quickly deleted. It was a blatant indication that those coordinates were correct.
Even if they weren't correct, it didn't matter. She could come and go as she pleased at the mere cost of some precious metals. Speaking of precious metals, the lovely netizens provided her with the coordinates of Country A's largest bank vault.
What else was there to say? Rub it first and talk later.
Thus, the next day, news of the theft of Country A's largest vault spread like wildfire. It was still that god of thieves, and it was still just as clean and efficient. Not a single trace was left, nor was there any surveillance footage. The gold, silver, and various jewels simply vanished into thin air. Furthermore, the lock on that vault hadn't even been tampered with, and no fingerprints or footprints were left behind.
All of this was simply inconceivable. Country A's investigators and federal agents were going insane. This god of thieves' targets seemed to have no pattern, appearing more like they were chosen on a whim.
In the beginning, she stole supplies: rice, flour, oil, various foods, clothes, even generators, and so on. As long as it was in the warehouse, she looted it all.
Now she had even stolen weapons and ammunition, and even the bank vault had been robbed by her.
What would she steal next?
And why target only Country A? Other countries had plenty of supplies too. Why not go rob them?
They were so frustrated.
The president of Country was so angry he was about to spit blood. This was a mysterious incident that occurred during his term. If a real outcome wasn't investigated, he would soon be forced to step down, as he bore an inescapable responsibility. According to incomplete statistics, the culprit had struck 4 times, and the combined value of all the supplies, weapons, and gold lost had already exceeded $1 trillion.
If this continued, who could bear such losses? Therefore, everyone in Country A, from top to bottom, was stunned.
No one knew where the god of thieves' next target would be.
This was already the 4th consecutive day of their strikes. Where would they go on the 5th day?
As a result, many people in Country now found it impossible to sleep late at night, as they didn't know when unstable factors might arise. Because the 2 major warehouses were emptied, many jobs had come to a halt, causing quite a few people to lose their employment.
While some worshipped Hater, naturally others cursed her. Curses and praises rose and fell one after another on the internet. However, none of this would affect Hater's next move.
No matter who was in Country or what happened to them, what did it have to do with Hater?
Anyway, even if they didn't die now, in 3 months, most of the people they would turn into zombies. So it didn't matter. It was just a matter of sooner or later, and the outcome would not change.
At this moment, Hater was intensely planning her next route.
She had already seen many coordinates at the first opportunity. Among them were supply warehouses, machinery plants, gas stations, grain reserves, container ports, and even museums and galleries.
Seeing these, Hater couldn't help but chuckle.
There really are a lot of philanthropists on the internet. For the sake of these cuties, she couldn't stop. Keep attacking, and attacking again. Loot, and loot again. Thus, by the 5th day of Hater's operations, she was already able to skillfully use various abilities and coordinate perfectly with her pets, carrying out various actions smoothly. Next, a series of grain reserves were emptied by Hater. Country exploded in an uproar once again, and once again returned empty-handed. On the 6th day, Hater looted several major machinery plants in Country A's largest machinery manufacturing city. All kinds of heavy and light machinery were completely looted. It was still silent and still without a trace. The 7th day, the 8th day for 10 consecutive days, Hater struck frantically, and Country felt like it was about to be completely emptied out by her. By now, countless supplies and machinery had accumulated in Hater's space, enough to face all kinds of extreme weather like extreme heat, extreme cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, and so on. Of course, with a full range of weapons and equipment, she naturally had greater confidence to calmly face future zombies and various ferocious beasts. But these were just the difficulties to be faced in the early stages of the apocalypse. There would be many more incredible challenges later on. Having survived 10 years of the apocalypse, she naturally already knew how to navigate the road ahead. Supplies can never be too many. No matter how much she got, it was never enough. Therefore, she had already stored a large quantity of various reserve supplies, such as canned food and compressed biscuits. These things were nothing special in normal times, but in the apocalypse, they would be hard currency.
Having prepared these essential survival materials, it was time to move on to spiritual food. Hater had now set her sights on Country A's largest national museum.
Emptying the National Museum of Country A.
At this moment, not only Country A's internet, but the entire world's attention was focused on the soil of Country A. That god of thieves, who had never made a sound, was still striking frantically. Moreover, His strikes were no longer limited to just emptying a single warehouse.
Like the previous strike against the machinery factories, in one night, he emptied an entire city's worth of heavy machinery plants, light machinery plants, and more.
That was truly an exaggeration. On Country A's side, the president was truly crying. He even considered posting a video of himself kneeling and begging for mercy, pleading with this god of thieves to stop striking.
If he struck again, the president wouldn't even have his underwear left. The other parties seemed to harbor a particular hatred for Country A, fixating on this place and striking incessantly.
This also caused countless citizens of other nations who had once been oppressed by Country A to clap their hands in delight.
As much as the citizens of Country A hated Araheda, the citizens of other nations worshipped her. They directly hailed this god of thieves as a hero.
In their minds, this god of thieves was practically the incarnation of justice. In fact, by this point, Araheda felt she had done enough. She had looted all kinds of supplies, machinery, weapons, and everything needed for survival. The reserves of Country A's several most important fuel companies had also been pocketed by her. Natural gas,
Snatched.
various metal ores,
Snatched. Anyway, she snatched everything that could be taken into her space.
By now, after storing all these things in her space, Araheda felt that it was enough to sustain a city's life for decades.
Next, she turned her attention toward matters of spiritual and cultural civilization.
Someone had previously posted the coordinates of Country A's National Museum online, and in fact, even if no one had, she could have found them with a simple search.
A €0 purchase of this museum was a must. After all, Araheda remembered very clearly that there were statistics on how many cultural relics Eastern civilization possessed. As it turned out, the number of relics lost abroad was several times, even 10 times more than what the Eastern great nation itself possessed.
What did this indicate?
The facts spoke for themselves. These were all treasures plundered by foreign bandits from China.
Now, it was time to bring them all back.
Although these treasures seemed to have no use for survival in the apocalypse world, won lives for their pride. Since she was already here, it would be unacceptable not to take back what belonged to her own nation.
Since Araheda had decided to take them back, it wouldn't be as simple as taking a little, but rather everything.
Thus, several of Country A's important museums were all added to Araheda's must-loot list. While everyone was guessing where the god of thieves' next target would be, the answer was soon revealed.
Country A's National Museum had been emptied. This was a truly unparalleled and painful loss for Country A.
Countless unique and precious cultural relics, artistic treasures, gold and silver jewelry, and more were all looted clean. Not even a picture frame or a display stand was left for them.
It was truly clean, leaving only 4 bare walls.
A meme was now circulating on the internet where the god of thieves roams. Not a blade of grass remains, implementing a literal 3-of-all policy. Strip all, take all, loot all. All the exhibition halls were now shining empty. The person in charge was on the verge of tears, kneeling directly on the ground and calling out to God. This time, it truly shocked the entire globe.
The collection of Country A's National Museum, including its warehouses, was extremely wealthy.
The precious cultural relics, treasures, and collections plundered over so many years were countless.
Now they had all been emptied overnight.
The defenses here were actually very formidable. After all, having so many precious cultural relics inside was no joke. One should know that just walking through this museum would probably take a day and a night.
Yet she had stubbornly emptied the entire collection overnight, and still without leaving a single trace. Who could they even complain to?
Everything was ruined now. It was all over now. There was a wail throughout Country A, and they were jumping at shadows, suspecting every bush and tree. If this continued, Country A would be finished even without any attacks. However, just when everyone in Country A was in a state of panic, the god of thieves, who had been striking continuously for half a month, finally stopped and did not strike again. With this stop, the whole world exploded.
Why stop now? Keep going.
Empty Country A, I want to see where the great god's limit is.
Is there even a need to ask?
This is the limit.
He cleared out the National Museum directly.
Who else but the god of thieves could do this? I've always been curious. This great god snatched so many treasures and so many supplies, yet with so many satellite monitors worldwide, no one has found where these supplies went. This is truly bizarre. I think the god of thieves is truly a god. Only a god could accomplish such a thing. Thus, the deification theory of the god of thieves being an actual god began to slowly spread across the internet.
At the same time, some theologians actually came forward to voice their opinions, saying that Country A's previous militarism must have been too much even for God, who had sent down punishment upon them.
Fortunately, It was only various materials being plundered and disappearing. There had not been any loss of human life yet. This was a blessing in disguise.
But this also proved that God was merciful. He was using a special method to warn the world that it was time to stop many things.
No one would have guessed that the god of thieves, who was being deified by everyone, was at this moment looking forward with anticipation to the evolution of her space.
That's right. The space was evolving and leveling up.
Therefore, many functions were currently unusable.
At this moment, Hader was waiting for the result in the secure hotel apartment, feeling quite bored.
She never expected that after emptying an entire museum, the space seemed to have consumed some special energy and suddenly became saturated.
It couldn't take in anything else. Fortunately, other functions were still working, and a series of information was transmitted into Hader's mind through the space's special intent. It turned out that the cultural relics with historical value stored in these museums all possessed some special energy. Hader regarded it as the legendary spiritual energy.
The spiritual energy of these treasures could be absorbed by the space. Once it reached a certain level of absorption, the space would undergo an evolution. But now, Hader didn't know what the result of the space's evolution would be. However, presumably, there would definitely be more benefits. The original space was already very strong. What would it be like after another evolution? She was also very much looking forward to it. The space's purification time required a day and a night. Therefore, Hader did not strike again today.
This led many to believe that this was already the god of thieves' limit. Hader held her tablet and casually clicked to watch various pieces of information about the god of thieves. After reading them, she couldn't help but laugh. There were too many people in this world who wanted to find her, but it was absolutely impossible for them to find her. Even when recording those coordinates, she would hide in a quiet corner far away from the hotel. Moreover, she had already purchased many special electronic devices.
Every time she went online to check messages, she would switch to a new device and would not leave any information about herself. After being reborn, she was still very cautious. She would not do anything risky unless she could ensure her own safety. And after checking this information, she had already determined her next target to continue with.
Country had already been tormented quite badly by her.
Tormenting them a few more times would make them thoroughly feel the pain and ensure they wouldn't be able to recover within the next few months. By the time the apocalypse arrived, they wouldn't even have the basic supplies to cope, and their situation would become even more difficult then.
At that time, they would have no energy or mind to go and look for trouble with the East.
At this moment, Hader took a careful look, and she felt that the evolution of the space side should have already been completed.
As a result, she discovered that, while the evolution was complete, there were unexpectedly a few more very special pets. This pet is truly amazing at this moment. Hader saw a few pets jumping around in the animal pen and was a bit stunned.
These are dinosaurs, right?
What in the world?
Did my space actually hatch dinosaur egg fossils? How is this even possible? It was completely mind-boggling for Hader.
Having emptied out the major warehouses of Country A, she was actually quite well informed and experienced. Her biggest pleasure now was entering the space to take inventory of the warehouses filled with supplies. Thinking about how all these supplies, weapons, and resources were stored in her space, and that they wouldn't spoil no matter how long they were kept, she felt a profound sense of security.
She had stockpiled almost everything she would ever need in life, even things she didn't need now but might need in the future. She had stockpiled anyway. It was free, and if she really didn't need them, she could just take them out later. Currently, the space was so vast she couldn't see the end of it, and these supplies were piled like mountains, organized into categories and placed in various spots by her.
In fact, Hader only needed to search with her consciousness to know the location of any item and retrieve it immediately, but properly categorizing and organizing them was her hobby.
It also made it easier for her to use them later. So many things truly dazzled her eyes.
In her previous life, she was so lacking in supplies that she worried every day about how to survive the next.
But now, she was worried because there were simply too many supplies. She couldn't possibly spend or use them all.
Of course, strengthening herself and weakening her enemies had always been her motto.
Since the space wouldn't fill up anyway, she would just keep stuffing things inside. Even so, suddenly seeing living, jumping dinosaurs, not the toy kind, but actual living organisms, really surprised her. However, what surprised her even more was that these dinosaurs seemed very different from other living creatures. A familiar aura emanated from these dinosaurs. Something's wrong. These dinosaurs are zombie dinosaurs. Yes, what is going on?
Did this space trick its owner? How could it hatch baby zombie dinosaurs? However, to her surprise, These baby dinosaurs acted just like puppies, circling around her and looking ingratiating.
They didn't show any signs of attacking other pets, but it was clear they really loved meat, fresh flesh and blood. Air Hater was truly confused now.
However, the space seemed to have sensed her confusion, and a series of messages quickly flooded her mind.
Soon, Air Hater understood. These baby dinosaurs appeared because the space had upgraded, absorbing the special spiritual energy from many antiques, jade, and emeralds, which endowed the dinosaur egg fossils with new life.
The hatched baby dinosaur pets possessed zombie attributes because they had originally been dead but were resurrected by the powerful spiritual energy of the space, naturally carrying zombie-like nature.
However, the intelligence of the baby dinosaurs hadn't been erased. On the contrary, they were quite smart, able to grasp Air Hater's commands instantly and execute them very accurately. And through the effect of the exotic beast resonance skill, Air Hater herself could possess a special attribute from the baby dinosaurs, and that attribute was zombie assimilation. This so-called zombie assimilation didn't mean Air Hater would turn into a zombie, but rather that zombies would mistake Air Hater for one of their own. In this way, Air Hater would not be attacked by zombies. In the context of apocalypse survival, this was simply a god-tier attribute. You have to understand, after the apocalypse reached a certain stage, the zombie virus would trigger, turning 90% of the world's population into zombies, leaving only 10% as survivors, the last embers of human civilization. Even so, these 10% of survivors would still be attacked by countless zombies. Zombies had an extremely sensitive sense of smell for all human flesh. As soon as they saw a living person, they would attack crazily and devour human flesh. It was truly a hell where humans ate humans.
Thinking of the past, facing the various difficulties and terrifying scenes she had experienced, Air Hater couldn't help but clench her hands.
But now that she had this special attribute, zombies wouldn't attack her, so she would be like a fish in water in the apocalypse environment. With so many pets possessing superpowers, plus an infinitely vast space, this apocalypse might be the end of the world for others, but for Air Hater, it was simply heaven.
She could control many special abilities and also control the fates of many people. However, this ability could not be exposed easily.
In the apocalypse environment, zombies were not the most terrifying thing. The human heart was.
Think back to the 10 years of the apocalypse. In her previous life, she had become an elite among the strong. But in the end, she died due to the conspiracies of her own companions.
Betrayed by her sister, cheated on by a scumbag man, she eventually lost her family and died with deep regret.
These lessons were still fresh in her memory.
Although she had already taught the scumbag man and scumbag sister a lesson before, it wasn't enough. Compared to their scumbag beastly behavior, what was this little punishment? Air Hater would make them regret ever having lived in this world. However, now seeing the cute yet mighty baby dinosaurs, she imagined how much they would grow in the future. She discovered that these baby dinosaurs were of different types: Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Ankylosaurus triceratops, and even flying pterosaurs. Each type of baby dinosaur would grow into a different, massive dinosaur in the future. Thinking of these behemoths, even when facing the future zombie legions, Air Hater would have the power to fight. Flesh and blood, she needed countless amounts of flesh and blood so these zombie dinosaurs could rapidly evolve and grow. Then, the many massive ranches in Countria would be her next target.
Currently, raising her pets and improving her strength was the most critical and important thing.
As long as she armed herself to the teeth, she would have nothing to fear later on. Thinking of this, Air Hater directly threw some fresh meat collected in the space to the few baby dinosaurs.
Soon, the few baby dinosaurs ate the equivalent of a whole cow's worth of meat.
After eating, the size of these baby dinosaurs increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the beginning, they were only the size of a palm-sized puppy, but now they had grown to the height of Air Hater's knees.
While they were growing really fast, Air Hater couldn't help but be curious at just how much could these baby dinosaur war pets eat. Surely the vast amount of meat she had stockpiled wouldn't be insufficient to feed them, right?
Air Hater finally realized it now. Because of the activation of the space and the improvement of her own superpower, her original pets had also evolved into war pets.
However, because they could only evolve after killing zombies and absorbing their energy, their growth speed was far slower than the baby dinosaurs.
Unlike the current zombie dinosaurs, which could grow just by eating meat.
Now, Air Hater realized she had another important thing to do.
The flesh and blood that allow pets to evolve. What surprised Air Hater even more was that besides having a few more baby dinosaurs, the space upgrade offered many other special benefits. One of them was that her space villa could now take in a new living person, although only one more. Furthermore, That person could only move within one of the villa's rooms, which was sealed without any doors or windows. In this way, Hader had an even greater trump card. Whether it was saving people or killing them, she would be much more at ease in the future.
Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, she would never bring anyone into her space room.
After all, this was her greatest secret. Keeping it to herself was best, and the fewer people who knew, the better.
On another note, the space teleportation function also seemed to have become much more convenient. Previously, to control her pets, she had to be within 100 kilometers. That was why she had to personally go near the warehouses targeted for 0 yuan purchase before deploying her pet legion to complete the task. But now, she could directly deploy her pets to any location in the world, as long as she knew the coordinates.
This would undoubtedly reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble and danger. It was more discreet and more stable.
Since the chameleon lightning had stealth capabilities, if she wasn't sure about the coordinates, she could send lightning near the destination first. Once it gathered intel, she could send the pet legion over, ensuring everything went perfectly. Previously, Hader had been very cautious. Even if she knew the coordinates, she would first travel to a town within 100 kilometers, find a remote place to hide, and then release her pets to confirm the exact target location.
Only after completing all the preparations would she act, ensuring that nothing went wrong.
Now, it seemed she didn't even need to go there herself.
If the pets encountered danger, she could simply recall them directly into the space.
At the same time, the powerful deployment function allowed her to quickly place the pets at their destination, which was incredibly convenient. However, Hader was slightly disappointed that the space still only allowed 2 people to enter, and the other person was confined to a cramped room.
Staying there for long would surely cause mental issues. If not for this restriction, she wouldn't have to care about the situation outside at all.
She could just take her family and hide in the space until the end of time. But for now, she couldn't just hide. Her parents and younger brother were still there, and they were her closest family.
In her previous life, these relatives all lost their lives because of her. In this life, she had to make it up to them and wouldn't let such a tragedy happen again.
Her younger brother was also a very sensible youth, who never caused the family worry. Moreover, he had admired Hader since childhood, wanting to stand on his own and protect his sister at a young age. But the apocalypse was too cruel. It didn't give the boy a chance to grow up before cruelly taking his life.
Of course, Hader also knew that in her previous life, the deaths of her relatives, one after another, were all orchestrated by that malicious green tea, Hader. At this thought, Hader's heart burned with even more hatred. By now, Hader was already disfigured and facing condemnation from the entire Eastern Internet.
However, because Hader had been causing trouble in country across the ocean, recently successfully stealing so many important supplies and munitions in succession, the whole world was buzzing with the news.
Hader's scandal seemed insignificant in the face of such global news.
The attention was quickly overshadowed by Hader's exploits.
This, in turn, gave Hader a chance to breathe. Hader was currently racing against time to seize resources and didn't have time to deal with the green tea. Once these supplies were successfully collected and the space warehouses were filled to the brim, the apocalypse would be near. That would be the time to settle the score. Hader would not let that scum couple have an easy time.
With time being tight and tasks mounting, Hader felt a sudden surge of urgency. More than half a month had passed.
If the timeline hadn't changed, there were 6 to 5 days left until the apocalypse.
Although the supplies in the space were piled up like mountains, there was still plenty of room. She needed to continue hoarding supplies and continue her large-scale 0 yuan purchases.
Right now, the more country lost, the fewer hardships the East would face in the future.
Furthermore, after finishing her plunder of country A, she had to continue extending her demonic hands to other nations around the world. She couldn't favor one over the other in such matters.
Secura, which had once caused great harm to the East, the arrogant Stick, the troublemaking Arsan, the Southeast Asian islands that had persecuted Eastern expatriates, and that isolated island in the ocean that had slandered the East, all were targets for Hader's plunder. The weaker these nations were, the fewer troubles the East would have later. This could be considered leaving a better chance of survival for her fellow survivors. Why should the East be bullied? Why should they have to forgive after being bullied?
As a former powerhouse of the East, she was going to say no in advance.
She would seek justice for all the victims of her previous life. Of course, each of these nations had their own unique and scarce resources.
In the end, Hader would move them all into her space and preserve them well.
She would use them when needed, and even if she didn't need them, she absolutely wouldn't leave them anything. Besides, in this world, There was no such thing as a useless item. Thinking of this, Eraheda realized she truly had a long way to go. She hadn't even finished collecting everything in Country yet. Moreover, that president was now jumping with agitation, seeing that the legendary god of thieves had stopped. He thought the god of thieves must be scared and likely full. If they continued like this, storing so many supplies would become a massive liability and a huge burden wherever they were kept.
Unless the opponent was a true god, how could they swallow so many things out of thin air? The president of Country refused to believe any of it. Furthermore, this guy was a very enthusiastic hater of the East. Many of the negative reports about the East in Europe and America were fabricated by him.
Since that was the case, she definitely couldn't let him off. After all, this so-called Mr.
President also came from a world-renowned financial tycoon family.
Later, when so many bandits from Country rushed to the East, it was largely due to this guy's instigation.
With that in mind, Erahader's next major target was decided.
Didn't this guy's family conglomerate also operate quite a few ranches? Erahader revealed a satisfied smile. Coordinates confirmed. Start the operation. State X in Country was a world-famous livestock production area. The cattle and sheep raised here were renowned overseas for their plentiful and delicious meat.
Some premium beef was even a special supply for various countries and a very famous export commodity. The farmers and ranchers here had long since signed long-term supply contracts with major corporations.
Lately, they had been a bit depressed because much of the meat they had sent out was stored in warehouses awaiting transport, only to be hit by the legendary god of thieves, causing them heavy losses.
Fortunately, their own farms and ranches were large-scale, and there were many large livestock farms operated by financial tycoons nearby.
The losses of those tycoons were much worse than those of individual ranchers like them. At this moment, the rancher Dave was preparing to check on his beef cattle.
This batch of cattle was tied to his livelihood for the next few years and could not be neglected.
So, every now and then, he would come to check on the condition of these beef cattle. However, when he performed his routine inspection today, he suddenly discovered that the cows were gone.
Over 1,000 cows. Not even a single hair was left for him.
Dave instantly went mad. Damn god of thieves.
I will cut you into 1,000 pieces.
You, like those eastern yellow-skinned pigs, belong in hell.
Shifting the target. An unexpected move.
As for why she decided to take action against this rancher Dave, that is because Erahader remembered very clearly that among the ferocious bandits from Country who came to ravage the East, there was such a rancher. He called Easterners yellow-skinned pigs, and he himself was a butcher. At the time, after hearing those horrific rumors, Erahader was also filled with indignation.
However, because her superpower hadn't grown yet at that time, and after Dave had rampaged for a while, he had plundered many resources and incited the anger of many people.
Ultimately, he was attacked by the masses. Although he died, he still caused immense harm and losses to the East.
At that time, Erahader didn't make it in time, but now she could crush such a devil in the bud. The reason that Dave was able to ravage the East was that during the early stages of the apocalypse, he had this ranch.
And he happened to have an order, so all those beef cattle were slaughtered, but they hadn't been shipped out.
After the apocalypse arrived, he had countless frozen meat supplies as reserves, allowing him to survive the most difficult initial phase. At the same time, this guy also seemed to have awakened a special superpower. Erahader couldn't remember what it was called, but it should have been quite powerful. However, after this guy rampaged for a while, he was wiped out by a joint effort. This was the consequence of being too rampant.
At the same time, as Erahader had been reborn, she chose to target this Dave first among all the ranchers.
Without this batch of beef cattle, whether this guy could survive the early stages of the apocalypse was another matter entirely.
If he did survive, Erahader would come to reap his life, which would be perfect for feeding those formidable baby dinosaurs.
Meanwhile, Dave could only stare at the empty ranch fences, unable to cry despite his misery, cursing wildly. However, just as he was cursing, a burlap sack suddenly descended from the sky. His vision went black, and he was brutally beaten up.
He felt many people, many feet, and many fists landing on his body.
He begged for mercy desperately until he was beaten, until he was covered in blood, bruised and swollen, looking like a pig's head. Before the attacker finally stopped,
Erahader didn't take his life directly. She wanted to play with him slowly. For a person like this, one had to abuse him severely. Taking his life instantly would be letting him off too easily.
Didn't he hate and discriminate against Easters?
Let him feel the fists from the East.
And of course, the claws of a crowd of pets. However, this could be considered the first time Erahader left any trace of herself.
Dave was beaten unconscious, and the burlap sack was taken away, leaving behind only the scarred rancher.
Upon hearing that the cattle here had been emptied out, the federal agents quickly mobilized a group of elites to Dave's ranch. Upon seeing Dave beaten to such a state, the large group of federal agents couldn't help but look at each other. But their eyes revealed a glimmer of excitement,
because this was the first time the god of thieves had beaten someone.
Previously, no matter how large the warehouse the opponent had emptied, even when they moved an arsenal, they had never caused any personal attacks or harm to anyone.
This Dave was the first. All the federal agents felt this was a very important clue. There must be some trait about Dave that the god of thieves hated intensely. Upon careful investigation, they discovered that apart from the injuries on Dave, no other traces were left at the scene, not to mention fingerprints or footprints. There wasn't a single thing. Of course, Hader wouldn't leave such a big floor.
Dave had been directly taken into a closed room in her space, beaten severely, and then tossed back out. Therefore, naturally, no traces were left at this location.
Through the wounds on Dave's body, the agents discovered claw marks from various animals. Could it be that the god of thieves was not a human? Otherwise, what were these wounds about?
After investigating further, they discovered that this Dave was actually a racist who believed that white skin was the noblest, while other skin colors were garbage and lowly people.
Furthermore, this guy liked to abuse animals. In a sense, Dave was a complete pervert. It was just that he usually disguised himself well on the surface. He looked like a very amiable butcher, but in reality, he had done no shortage of perverted things in private.
This made things a bit difficult. It was evident that Dave had quite a few enemies in private. He was very amiable toward white people, but very irritable toward people of other skin colors. Therefore,
he had offended quite a few people. Now, the group of agents felt a bit stumped, and the hint of excitement that had just risen vanished instantly.
They clearly had a good lead, but it turned out that this Dave was just a piece of scum.
The lead suddenly became very broad, and the investigation instantly fell into a dead end again.
The most critical thing was that this time, the god of thieves hadn't just emptied out other supplies, but had also emptied out the livestock from many ranches.
This left everyone feeling stunned.
After all, the god of thieves had previously only moved inanimate objects, but now these were living livestock.
These animals could move. Under what circumstances could the opponent steal them directly in this way?
In fact, these animals were also judged by the space as a category of supplies. These animals, which lacked intelligence and had very low spirituality, could not become Hader's pets and were automatically classified as meat supplies.
They could even be placed in a livestock farm for breeding.
This was also a more convenient function provided after the space had upgraded previously.
Now, Hader couldn't be happier.
She had just tried it casually before, discovered this function, and then quickly began the operation of emptying out these animals. Now, the most depressed person was none other than the president, because he discovered that the god of thieves seemed to be specifically working against him. Many of the warehouses the opponent had previously emptied belonged to his financial clique. Now, a large portion of these big ranches were also owned by his financial clique.
Now the president's pressure increased immediately,
because the head of the financial clique had already reported the situation to Mr. President. It was all because he had angered the god of thieves that the opponent was actively targeting their financial clique. Now the entire financial clique had suffered heavy losses, and Mr. President had to be responsible for all of this.
Yet, Hader's actions continued. More and more warehouses, container ports, and even oil depots were emptied out. Now the entire country was in a state of panic, and all the lost supplies and weaponry were enough to set the national power back by 30 years. At this point, the president was being extremely criticized. In this matter, he bore undeniable responsibility.
For such a long time, the enemy had been acting, yet they were powerless, doing useless work, and hadn't even found a shadow of the opponent.
How could such a person have the nerve to be president? A total useless fool would be more like it. Consequently, in desperation, Mr. President could only unleash his ultimate move. He directly shouted across the internet,
"God of thieves, if you have the guts, come and take all the secret weapons of our National Aerospace Research Center. Do you dare to come, you coward who hides your head and tail? A challenge. You want me to go just because you tell me to. Wouldn't that make me lose face?"
It had to be said that the president's words immediately caught Hader's attention. Hader had seen that place before in a documentary.
Back then, that documentary was meant to showcase how powerful Kontria was and how impressive that Aerospace Research Center was.
Countless cutting-edge scientific experiments were conducted there. In fact, even after the apocalypse began, Country A with its advanced technological level, did indeed maintain its leading position.
They were even able to cross the vast oceans to cause trouble for the East in the end.
While many countries were struggling to take care of themselves, they were still able to stir up trouble worldwide and plunder survival resources.
All of this was inextricably linked to their advanced technology. Therefore, Era Hader felt that the president was right. If she was going to steal, she should steal the highest-end stuff.
With that thought, she instantly knew what she had to do.
Now that the target was clear, it was time to scout the location, gather intelligence, and act quickly.
The grey parrot Arfei had already flown several circles around the Aerospace Research Center. As expected, it was heavily guarded.
Moreover, the other side had deployed many advanced devices and defensive facilities this time. With Arfei's current abilities, it clearly wasn't enough to simply cause the surveillance and electronic systems to short-circuit like before.
It could only provide some simple interference at most, and only within a small area.
After all, this National Aerospace Research Center was truly massive, even much larger than the National Museum.
Walking through the whole place might take 2 days and 2 nights. In such a large place, there would definitely be plenty of good things.
There was also advanced research equipment.
Regardless of how much of it could be preserved during the apocalypse, some damage would eventually occur.
Even if it wasn't damaged, it would eventually be used by those lowlifes in country to lord it over others.
At that point, it would instead become a disaster for the people of the East.
If Era Hader could empty this place now, it would be a powerful blow to Country A's national strength.
At this moment, the eyes of the entire world were focused on Country A's National Aerospace Research Center.
Everyone felt that this was a blatant declaration of war.
Furthermore, the Aerospace Research Center had already set an inescapable trap. Whether this god of thieves was a real god or just a man, if he came, he would have to stay. This time, they all had the confidence.
Previously, the speed and decisiveness of the God of Thieves' actions had been beyond everyone's expectations. The key was that this bait shot was elusive, hitting one warehouse today, robbing an armory tomorrow, and finally even plundering livestock pens and farms. No one knew what the God of Thieves' next target would be. To be honest, Era Hader felt that those guys on the country of farms wasting food was practically inviting divine retribution.
After all, these people dumped milk every year because their production was so high they couldn't possibly use it all. In the apocalypse, let alone milk, even a cup of clean water would be a luxury, so they deserved whatever retribution came their way. Since returning from the apocalypse, she couldn't stand any form of waste. In that case, Era Hader would just help them take away all those wasted resources.
Of course, facing the provocation from Country A's upper echelons, Era Hader suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit.
She never expected that one day she would be taking on the entirety of Country by herself. It was truly exhilarating. They were always so militaristic, sticking their noses into everything just to show off their so-called great power, prestige, and acting recklessly for their own petty interests.
Moreover, these people often used public resources for private gain, using their official titles to secure benefits for themselves. These were the common tactics used by the greedy Zabatis of Country A. After the apocalypse arrived, although paper money would truly become waste paper, and former wealth would no longer count, the accumulation of those Zabatis over the years wasn't just the money on their balance sheets.
It was more about their supplies and their talent. When the apocalypse arrived and the chaotic times began, everything would be reshuffled. But with the foundations of Zabatis, it would be even easier for them to seize the advantage. Era Hader wanted to snatch away all these advantages of theirs before the apocalypse arrived. Otherwise, they would eventually become her enemies anyway. One cannot be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies.
At this time, Era Hader was already hidden in a town far from Country A's National Aerospace Research Center. However, to her surprise, she seemed to have been spotted the moment she arrived. A very dangerous intuition told her that she was likely being suspected. After all, a person of a different skin tone appearing here would naturally lead to certain associations. Fortunately, her pets had already been deployed nearby. With a flick of her mind, she instantly returned to her space. Sure enough, through the perspective of her pets, she soon saw several patrolling soldiers walking over. She hadn't expected the defenses to be so tight even at such a distance. All outsiders would be subjected to strict questioning and inspection. Luckily, Era Hader had vanished quickly just now.
Others thought their eyes were playing tricks on them and failed to capture her figure, but it still drew some special attention. Era Hader's heart couldn't help but thud wildly. It seemed she really couldn't underestimate these powerful nations. If they truly mobilized all their strength, Era Hader would easily be exposed once she showed herself.
At the same time, she also reflected deeply on herself.
Since her rebirth, She had indeed become a bit overconfident, especially after so many zero-yuan purchases where no one had caught even a hint of her trail or a glimpse of her shadow. When a person possesses absolute, formidable strength and no one can limit them, the demons in their heart will be infinitely amplified. It had to be said that Hader did have some arrogant thoughts now, after the experience of being immediately targeted upon arriving in that small town. The little bit of flightiness in her heart was quickly doused with cold water.
Yes, she looked powerful, but in reality she wasn't powerful enough yet.
Furthermore, the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. If her true identity were discovered, it would be a total disaster.
Although she could hide in her space, the space had time limits. She couldn't stay inside forever.
Most importantly, she still had her family, the family she cherished most in this life. If she were exposed, her family would be the first to be implicated.
That was a situation she would never allow to happen.
Moreover, in the apocalypse, a single mistake could cost one's life.
Even with her space, it was the same.
If she encountered danger or a fatal blow, she might not even have time to hide in the space before dying again.
So she was not invincible. It was better to stay low-key. After figuring this out, she felt she needed to be even more careful with this operation.
Perhaps she didn't need to face the immense pressure of hitting the National Aerospace Research Center right now.
It was clearly a trap set for her by the enemy. It was currently heavily guarded, with almost all their military forces concentrated there.
Wouldn't rushing in now be playing right into the enemy's hands? Why should she listen to them and follow their rhythm? Hader suddenly had an epiphany. Then, she left a giant banner in another location.
Mr. President, if I go just because you told me to, wouldn't I lose face?
Who do you think you are?
You're not a president. You're a glutton. We give up.
Please stop. When the God of Thieves responded for the first time, her tone was frivolous and full of contempt.
Furthermore, it fully displayed her utter disdain for Contria and their president. The Mr. President was about to explode with rage, but since the other party wouldn't show up, what could he possibly do? In the end, he could only resort to reverse psychology, cursing the God of Thieves harshly and righteously, claiming the other party was a criminal, a rat that couldn't face the light.
He declared Contria would fight such extremists to the end and never surrender, and so on. Hader simply smiled when she saw his words and continued her zero-yuan purchase.
She wanted to rob Contria until it was riddled with holes. She would steal everything that could be stolen. Weren't they rich and abundant in resources?
Then she would forcibly turn Contria into a resource-poor nation. She even emptied out all the production lines. Let's see how they restore production in the future.
Weapons were taken. Food was taken.
Museums were taken. She even emptied out the libraries, which served as storage sites for spiritual nourishment. After all, these books would be the records of human civilization in the future. In the apocalypse, because of one extreme weather disaster after another, this precious knowledge could not be preserved.
Even various electronic devices suffered unprecedented destruction.
Without electricity, without infrastructure, and without the inheritance of knowledge, human civilization seemed to regress 1,000 years in an instant. Hader had felt that kind of despair. Rather than letting these things disappear in the environment of the apocalypse later, it was better to keep them in her hands now. At least it could be considered saving a spark for humanity.
Of course, when she saw countless rare editions from the East in the libraries, she felt that retrieving these books now was simply returning them to their original owners.
As for those beasts, they didn't deserve to read books. However, because of this, Hader's movements became even more elusive.
By now, the only two clues Hader had left behind were the beaten Dave and the banner mocking the president.
These days, the internet was buzzing with rumors that the God of Thieves might not be human at all, but a true god. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? But after Hader left the banner, everyone's speculations began to change. It turned out the God of Thieves was really a person, not just a heartless harvester, but someone with human emotions and desires. The other party clearly felt full of disdain and hatred toward the Mr.
President of Country A. But some netizens also believed that someone was impersonating the God of Thieves to give the President of Country a warning and speed up his removal from office. Moreover, it was likely done by his political enemies.
Regardless, all sorts of guesses and mysteries continued to emerge.
But the real God of Thieves had never been caught.
As a result, the number of people who worshipped the God of Thieves undoubtedly grew. It had reached an extreme level. After all, Contria had always been arrogant and domineering, always considering itself the big brother and number one in the world, believing its word should be law.
But now, finally, there was someone who could challenge Country A, leaving them exhausted and unable to cope.
In the hearts of many foreign netizens who hated Country A, such a person became like a superhero.
Because if they weren't a god, The other party must be a superhero with superpowers, just like the characters depicted by Marvel, right?
In any case, all sorts of voices were complicated and chaotic, but none of this affected Era Hater S. Pace and her zero-yuan purchase hoarding.
From the East Coast to the West Coast, from the coast to the inland, all kinds of specialty products and materials had been swept clean by her.
Along the way, she also collected the vaults of countless banks, directly causing their financial system to collapse. The Dow Jones Index plummeted, and the world economy showed signs of falling along with it. After all, the heavy blow to Contria this time was far too great, and the other parties still showed no signs of stopping. The voices condemning the president throughout Contria grew louder and louder. Everyone said that because of the president's provocation, the god of thieves' actions had become unrestrained. Previously, the other party had shown some restraint.
Now, except for the National Aerospace Research Center, which hadn't been touched, all other warehouses, vaults, and logistics hubs had been looted.
Many places had actually begun to transfer some materials, but doing so instead caused many locations to actively expose themselves, facilitating even more of Era Hater-S operations.
Consequently, public anger boiled over throughout Country A, and complaints were heard everywhere.
Even because of Era Hater-S disruption, the order in many cities had fallen into chaos. The god of thieves' zero-yuan purchase had triggered countless small-scale zero-yuan purchases. Especially those hoodlums who already lived unsatisfying lives now became the main force of the looting.
Now, the whole of Contria felt like the apocalypse even before it had arrived. Various videos spread on the internet, making foreign netizens watching the drama feel terrified.
The god of thieves is amazing. They've single-handedly brought Contria to collapse. Haha, welcome to Country A, the land of the free. This is the land of the free in hell. It's crazy. Everyone in Contria has gone crazy. Because the supplies were stolen, prices for everything are skyrocketing. No one can survive, so they can only resort to zero-yuan purchases. Mom, I want to go back to the East. Please save me. I'll never go abroad again. I'll never change my nationality again. It's too scary here, but the planes and ships have all been taken by the god of thieves. How are we supposed to leave? In fact, Era Hater-S appearance had directly caused various collapse phenomena in Country A.
Interestingly, even as Country A's overt supplies were about to be emptied out, Era Hater-S space was still not full. While Era Hater was frantically plundering Country A's resources, some accidents suddenly occurred at the heavily guarded Country Aerospace Research Center.
In one of the laboratories, everything was emptied out. All secret data, instruments, and various experimental materials had vanished. The god of thieves had already been there, and she left no trace behind.
The other party used a most personal style to tell everyone no matter where it was, as long as she wanted to come and take it, there was nothing in this world she couldn't get.
In this experiment, the surrounding areas were all emptied out, but when all the soldiers arrived, they couldn't find a single clue.
The Mr.
President was going crazy because he found that this laboratory area had been emptied. At the same time, a warehouse thousands of miles away was supposed to be transferred, but before they could move, they found everything was already gone. Era Hater was like this, striking the East Coast and then the West Coast within Country A, occasionally dropping by the National Aerospace Research Center to collect good things from the laboratory.
She had mastered the essence of feinting to the east while attacking the west.
She truly traveled thousands of miles, coming and going as she pleased. Actually, this consumed quite a bit of gold and other precious metals, but who told Country A's vaults to be so well stocked? Whatever gold she needed, they could provide it freely. Thus, under this immense pressure, the president of Country resigned in disgrace. At the same time, the authorities of Country issued a worldwide announcement.
Mr.
God of Thieves, we admit defeat. Please stop. Let's talk. We can agree to any conditions. The guy who provoked you's been dismissed. He is no longer the president. Just as you said, he is a useless fool. Please stop. If this continues, Country will collapse and countless people will be destroyed by your willful actions. Would we soften our stance just because they apologized?
Absolutely not. At this moment, netizens all over the world couldn't help but explode when they saw the announcement issued by Country A's authorities. Good grief. This was the first time Country A had bowed its proud head in front of the people of the world.
This was simply an epoch-making moment, something unimaginable imaginable, but no one ever expected Country to be so miserable. Indeed, if the God of Thieves continued like this, Country would truly be finished. A lot of heavy weaponry had been taken away, and funds had been seized too.
They couldn't even pay the workers' wages, let alone the soldiers' pay.
It was estimated that before long, a mutiny would break out.
So they really couldn't hold on any longer.
And even if they tried to hold out, what could they do? Someone had a way to empty everything right under their noses.
The National Aerospace Research Center had long since been emptied.
Erahater's warehouse also welcomed a wave of bountiful replenishment. Moreover, Erahater really found many interesting things in the warehouse. They were all very advanced and indeed far ahead of world trends. However, after seeing some things, her eyelids twitched, and she destroyed them immediately upon discovery. Those kinds of experiments shouldn't have been conducted by humans. These guys from Countria were truly bastards. So, after robbing them, Erahater didn't feel a shred of guilt.
People from other countries were also watching the spectacle.
At the same time, many big shots were feeling terrified. They all prayed that the God of Thieves would never visit their territory. Otherwise, they would be the next country A. This was truly too terrifying and too brutal. This was literally driving the world's most powerful nation into chaos, pushing it to the brink of collapse. Nowadays, Countria has entered a state of apocalypse.
Many people near the border were driving across the border, unwilling to stay there because it was too dangerous.
It used to be a dream paradise for many, but now it has become hell.
Various riots emerged one after another, and social order completely collapsed.
However, there were still some soldiers that could be mobilized, which was one of their few remaining strengths.
Some people were just looking for trouble and wanted to see if the God of Thieves could even take the aircraft carriers. As a result, the next day, all commissioned combat vessels of Country A's largest fleet, including aircraft carriers, vanished completely.
Countless naval soldiers were left floating on the sea, weeping without tears, as if they had lost their souls. This once again caused a massive uproar in public opinion around the world. Some people admired the God of Thieves even more, while others strongly condemned such actions. They said that the God of Thieves possessed unimaginable power and was already lawless, with no one able to restrain him. The existence of such power in the world was a huge threat to humanity. Everyone should work together to find this danger and annihilate it. But who dared to respond to such a voice?
Because the one speaking out was a special financial group from Secure Country.
They had quite a few businesses in Country A, but their businesses were directly disrupted by this God of Thieves and had already suffered devastating blows. Now they naturally had to strongly condemn this God of Thieves.
In the eyes of the Secure Financial Group, the other party had been rampaging in Countria and had reached a lawless level. However, this God of Thieves had never appeared in other regions. This proved that the other party could only be in Countria and must have some limitations.
After all, with such heaven-defying abilities, if they could also fly all over the world, it would be too exaggerated.
In the view of the Secure Financial Group, this must be some super large power hidden in Countria carrying out round after round of subversion. As for what the other party's ultimate goal was, no one could figure it out. Perhaps they just wanted to plunge Countria into chaos.
If Countria became chaotic, the world's economy would follow suit, and even the East would be greatly affected.
Cross-border trade underwent huge changes in an instant.
Many people's investments in Countria suffered heavy losses. Therefore, there were quite a few people cursing this God of Thieves on the internet now.
However, those who cursed as blatantly as the Secure Financial Group were truly rare.
After all, no one wanted to be targeted by such a God of Thieves.
But since the Secure Financial Group dared to do this, they had obviously deduced something. Everyone also wanted to see what the consequences for the Secure Financial Group would be.
To their surprise, the consequences came quickly.
Within Secure Country, situations where supplies were rapidly emptied also appeared, and the ones suffering the most was the Secure Financial Group that had once cursed the God of Thieves.
Ports, warehouses, and transport lines everywhere suffered devastating removals. Truly, not even a pair of underpants was left for them.
What was worse was that even their warehouses were blown up. Clearly, the other party's resentment toward them was even greater than the resentment toward Country A. Now, the spokesperson for that Secure Financial Group was dumbfounded, and at the same time, massive panic spread across the entire Secure Island.
Because they had already seen the fate of their daddy, Country A. If daddy was being robbed into the ground, what good outcome could there be for the Secure son?
And all of this was brought upon them by that financial group's reckless remarks.
So this financial group was soon attacked by the people of the entire Secure Island. But once the disaster in Secure Country had begun, it wouldn't end easily. After the first batch of supplies was emptied, several large cities and major ports suffered one after another.
The Sakura side also encountered the same situation as Country A.
This person's methods are truly ruthless.
Thus, on the second day after such mysterious events occurred, the Sakura authorities brought the previously reckless financial group spokesperson and issued the most sincere apology. Lord God of Thieves, please accept our sincere apology. We were reckless with our words and angered you.
Please show mercy. We in Sakura country are willing to revere you as a true god and worship you for generations.
Whatever supplies you want, please just tell us, and we will offer them with both hands.
Please spare the people of Sakura country.
We are willing to provide appropriate compensation. Please appease your anger. After saying that, the Prime Minister of Sakura country knelt directly, prostrating himself.
Along with him, the reckless financial group spokesperson did the same. No longer having his previous arrogant attitude,
he was trembling all over now, not even daring to raise his head.
Crazy. Sakura side has gone crazy.
How could they just admit defeat without any resistance at all? Is it over before it even began?
The seizure of supplies continued. These Sakura dogs are truly dog-like. They look like servants now, but once the apocalypse arrives, they will turn into ferocious hounds and bite hard toward the east. Will Erahater's hearts soften because of their apology?
Absolutely not.
The operation to empty the storehouses continues. Don't get carried away. Be careful and cautious in everything you do. It's best to play it safe. Now, heavyweights from countries around the world didn't dare to speak, and Sakura was the best example.
Just because someone was blind enough to curse the god of thieves, the entire Sakura nation ended up following in the footsteps of Country A.
Moreover, Sakura's resilience was clearly not as strong as Country A's. Country A had vast wealth, a large territory, and deep foundations. It really took Erahater a long time to empty it out. It took a full month to deal Country an unprecedented blow. Now, emptying Sakura only took a few days, and Sakura was already trembling in fear, begging for mercy repeatedly. Every day, the authorities would send letters of supplication, promising the great god of thieves that they were willing to offer any terms to appease the great one's anger. As long as the god of thieves stated them, they were willing to give them.
But absolutely no one paid them any mind.
The neighboring Bangzi were watching the spectacle with great interest, and even clamored, "The god of thieves belongs to our great Bang Republic. The god of thieves is the strongest in the world, and the great Bangzi are the strongest in the universe."
As a result, just as they were high on their own supply, the largest 4-star company in the Bangzi nation, the great conglomerate where their national fortune resided, suffered a fatal blow. Their electronic product warehouses were looted clean.
Their product production lines all vanished into thin air. The entire Bangzi nation was in an uproar. Immediately after, their automotive industry also suffered a heavy blow.
The Bangzi never had much of anything worth showing off, and now their 2-pillar industries had been emptied out by Erahater in an instant.
Along with that, their so-called high-end network was also completely destroyed.
Erahater then hung a massive banner from their tallest floor. "Didn't you say I was one of yours?"
"Thank you for the offerings, I accept them. But to tell you the truth, I will never be a Bangzi. I don't have such spineless grandsons."
Then, everything inside that towering 4-star building was completely cleared out.
Good grief, this was the third country to suffer. By this time, other countries in the world had already issued strict gag orders. Everyone was strictly forbidden from discussing anything about the god of thieves online. Consequently, any messages containing the words god of thieves could not be sent.
However, the omnipotent netizens were still very clever. If they couldn't say it openly, they would just talk around it. "Have you heard? Another warehouse in Sakura has been emptied. The big boss is awesome."
Haha, and that Bangzi nation. It's easy to invite a god but hard to send them away. They worshipped them like a god, and now they're stunned, aren't they? I suddenly realize that the big boss is actually quite friendly to our east.
The countries around us that have bad relations with us have basically been robbed clean. But the east hasn't been robbed even once.
Oh, now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. It really does seem that way. Damn, could the big boss be one of our easterners? Erahater saw these comments online very quickly, but she always just looked and never spoke, because once she replied to others using the identity of the god of thieves, it would be very easy to be targeted.
Although many people now worship the god of thieves and use the name of the god of thieves online to confuse the public, there was no telling how many people in the world were pinning the name of the god of thieves on themselves. But it was still better to be careful and cautious when acting. Ever since she had been targeted at Country A's National Aerospace Research Center last time, her heart, which had previously been floating, had long since settled down. She had not forgotten what kind of qualities were needed to survive in the environment of the apocalypse, nor had she forgotten how her own carelessness had once not only caused her teammates to suffer, but also nearly cost her own life.
She had not forgotten that because of her carelessness and blindness, her closest loved ones had been killed by her green tea enemy. This was all because she had been too cocky, thinking she was very powerful and thinking she was invincible.
In this world, no matter how powerful she was not invincible.
Even a small person could have the chance to deal her a fatal blow. Therefore, she couldn't be cocky. Everything had to be done carefully and cautiously, and it was better to lay low.
Nowadays, Country was too busy taking care of itself and was in complete chaos. All other countries were also seemingly plunged into extreme panic.
Who knew if there were any very capable people who could deduce a lot of things in an instant?
Just like now. In fact, some netizens had already deduced some of the truth.
Of course, there were some whimsical, fantasy-prone netizens, so everyone didn't believe them, because the truth was sometimes truly ridiculous. But none of this mattered anymore. Anyway, Hater would always lay low in the safest place and would not expose herself. After having this thought, everything fell into place naturally.
At this moment, Hater felt that it was time to return to her country. At the very least, she had to put on a show. And since netizens back home had already reminded her, she had to make a gesture. She had enemies abroad, and naturally, she had enemies at home too. At this time in Secure, although Hater had indeed emptied many warehouses, the airplanes were still operating normally. Moreover, because of the previous lesson from Country A, many people had already fled by plane. It was just that flight tickets were now exorbitantly expensive. It was mainly because some of the aviation fuel had also been emptied by Hater, and combined with the situation on Secure Island, everyone was scrambling to book flights to leave, and those who couldn't book flights booked boat tickets to leave. This was especially true for some foreigners. But fortunately, Hater had already booked her return ticket, and the date had just arrived. Moreover, after such a trip, she had an alibi for domestic matters, so she could return to her motherland.
After all, that was her own turf, and having a familiar environment was very important for development in the early stages of the apocalypse.
Seeing that there were about 40 days left until the apocalypse, Hater naturally wouldn't continue to linger outside.
Thus, very quickly, she returned to the city she was familiar with. However, as soon as she returned, she saw a scene that disgusted her. The big green tea Hater was actually in her home at this moment, locking her parents. Uncle, if you hadn't swapped itineraries with my parents back then, my parents wouldn't have died. No matter what, it's your responsibility that I've become like this now, so what's wrong with me asking for some money?
As long as you pay my down payment, everything from the past will be wiped clean, and I won't bother you anymore.
From now on, I'll walk my own path, and you walk yours.
If you don't give it to me, I'll hang around here every day.
Anyway, I've already lost all my shame, so I'll just make everything public and make sure you guys don't have any peace either. Hearing this green tea's words, Hater didn't say much, and directly recorded her appearance with her mobile phone. Sure enough, when a person is shameless, they are invincible. Who gave her the nerve to come here and make such a racket? Hater walked right in and slapped her a few times. Smack, smack, smack. Hater's face, which had just healed a little, seemed to have its wounds torn open again from the beating. At this moment, her blood-covered face looked extremely hideous. This little green tea bitch dares to morally blackmail people.
Hater was suddenly slapped across the face. She was just about to lash out when she realized it was her dear cousin who had returned. The hatred in her heart surged instantly. She had originally planned to ruthlessly scam Hater later on, but an accident had unexpectedly exposed her. In a single night, she had lost everything. Still a student, she was despised by all her classmates because of this incident and had even received disciplinary action from the school. She was currently on academic probation. She didn't have the face to return to school.
The former school beauty Hater had become this pathetic mess. Seeing her face disfigured, who wouldn't mock her, especially those female classmates who already didn't get along with her? They used to be jealous of her beauty and had spread many rumors to attack her.
It was even worse now. Who knew how they were kicking her while she was down or gloating in secret? And now, she just wanted back what originally belonged to her. What was wrong with that?
To be honest, she had been recently dreaming of some very terrifying things. That dream appeared over and over again. Every night, she would have the same dream. In the dream, her situation was much more tragic than it was now. However, it wasn't that she didn't have a chance to change her fate.
The opportunity lay in Hater's red jade necklace.
In the dream, that necklace had special powers. It seemed to have a massive space inside where she could pile things up and access them freely.
In the dream, she had obtained that necklace and even borrowed all the money from Hader's family, using it to buy a lot of food and supplies.
Then, she put everything into the necklace's space. But when she woke up, she realized it was all a dream. Hader had already broken off relations with her, let alone anything about the necklace.
As for money, that was out of the question.
She had harmed Hader. Would Hader's parents still give her any kind of warm welcome?
So now, she was making a scene and taking advantage of Hader's absence to quickly come and morally kidnap Hader's parents.
In her mind, the reason she had reached this point today was all because of them. Otherwise, she would still be a pampered girl loved by her parents, with a beautiful face and a bright future. Countless simps would be falling at her feet. These were all things she loved. But now everything was out of her reach. That Tang Jingfeng said he loved her. But after his startup took a heavy hit, he immediately begged like a dog to get back together with Hader.
He really was a piece of work. Hader had once thought about making Tang Jingfeng take responsibility.
Now that her face was scarred and disfigured, how could she survive in the world? Moreover, she had no other relatives now. Her only relatives were Hader and Father Hader and Hader Mother. But because she had cheated with Hader's man, she had fallen out with them.
So she knew very well that Father Hader and Hader Mother, who valued their reputation, would definitely cave if they were morally kidnapped, but she had to settle it before Hader came back.
Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned she was, if a media outlet exposed her, she would have even less of a chance to survive.
Hader couldn't help but feel a bit grateful to the legendary god of thieves. If it weren't for this big shock causing one major incident after another, she estimated she would still be the focus of all the media right now.
It wasn't easy for the internet to have such a big story to report. It must have fed so many editors. She absolutely hated those people. However, she was helpless.
Currently, her voice carried no weight and she had no backing.
Who would care about her feelings? Everyone just watched the spectacle. The bigger the better. She had even thought about jumping off a building, thinking that dying would end it all.
But selfish people don't have the courage to die.
Especially a green tea like her. She cherished her life very much. The more she made things known to everyone, the more affected it was just a show for others to see. At this moment, suddenly seeing Hader return, Hader instantly began to tremble, her whole body going numb.
But seeing that the wounds on her face, which had finally scabbed over, were split open again by Hader's slap, she immediately lost it.
She used to cherish her face the most, but now her greatest asset was gone. She blamed all her mistakes on Hader alone.
Hader, I just want a little money. It's what I deserve. Before my parents died, they asked you to take good care of me. Did you do it? Look at what kind of mess you've turned me into.
Is it too much to ask for some money? As Hader spoke, she even lunged forward with claws bared, trying to scratch Hader's face. Hader was originally very beautiful. When they were in school, everyone voted her as the school beauty.
During Hader's years on campus, Hader had always been suppressed by her.
Many people liked Hader and called her the most beautiful school beauty.
Hader was also called the school beauty, but she only got that chance after Hader graduated. Since then, she had already been harboring secret resentment.
Now she was disfigured, but Hader was still youthful and bright, pretty and lovely. Seeing all this made Hader burn with jealousy.
She hated it.
Why did Hader have what she didn't?
Why could Hader keep what she had lost?
If she was disfigured, then Hader had to be disfigured too. Anyway, if she wasn't having a good time, Hader shouldn't even think about it.
But she didn't stop to think, and of course, she didn't know what kind of combat power Hader had now. After experiencing the exotic beast resonance, Hader's physical fitness had improved tremendously, and her mental strength was still just as powerful.
She could perceive anyone's hostility immediately, so how could she possibly give Hader a chance to hurt her?
Thus, Hader sent a kick out, and Hader slid several meters away while clutching her stomach.
A piece of trash like you actually has the face to come here and ask for money? Who gave you the nerve? Who do you think you are?
Do you think you can do whatever you want just by being shameless? We live in a society ruled by law now.
Someone like you should be condemned by everyone. I'll take a picture of your current ugly appearance and post it online. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant then. Hearing this, Hader's face turned pale with fear because she knew exactly what her reputation was like on the internet right now.
Hader's parents cared about old ties and wouldn't do anything to her, which was why she could manipulate the old couple.
But Hader wouldn't be like that. She had already shown all sorts of ruthless methods.
She spared no effort in striking back at her. If she were exposed online now, The fire previously drawn by the god of thieves would immediately shift back to her. She was already terrified of cyberbullying. In the previous days, her phone had been ringing off the hook, and as soon as she answered, it was a string of verbal abuse. Of course, some people even asked her how much she charged for sex, which scared her so much she didn't dare pick up the phone anymore.
Because of this, she missed some of the school's disciplinary proceedings.
The school thought she was refusing to cooperate, so the punishment they handed out was even more severe.
At this moment, how could Alice or Hader dare to be as arrogant as before? She crawled over like a dog, begging Ara Hader, "Sister, I was wrong. I won't do it again.
Don't post my picture online. I beg you, I beg you. How dare you think of your sister at a time like this?
If you knew it would come to this, why did you act that way in the first place?"
If it weren't for someone else drawing everyone's attention recently, you would have been roasted to death by the public long ago.
Now is the perfect time for everyone to recall your ugly face again, trying to use moral blackmail.
You don't have what it takes.
No matter how pathetic you pretend to be now, the harm you've caused me is irreversible.
You still dare to come here and cause trouble? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? What do you think you are? After Ara Hader finished speaking viciously, Alice Hader immediately scrambled over, trying to grab Ara Hader's legs, biting as she crawled. "Sister, please, don't post it. I'll be good. I won't come here to bother you all again."
Ara Hader wasn't about to indulge this little green tea.
If she hadn't returned, would her parents have been manipulated by this green tea? How did she even have the nerve to come and ask them for money? What right did she have? Seeing Alice Hader's current state, Ara Hader's parents felt a twinge of pity. But the moment they thought of the harm she had inflicted on Ara Hader, that pity vanished into thin air. Just look at how much their own daughter had been hurt by her. Besides,
Alice Hader's current state was entirely of her own doing. She met with misfortune outside and was abandoned by a scumbag man. Who could she blame for that? It was all because she was shameless and refused to better herself. Now she remembers her relatives and family.
Now she remembers her sister.
It's a disgrace that she even has the nerve to say it out loud. Pitiful people always have their hateful sides. And Ara Hader's parents were not naive fools.
When Alice Hader had brazenly and shamelessly asked them for money, they knew this child was beyond saving and harbored deep resentment. It was truly disappointing and infuriating. They had originally felt a sliver of sympathy for the young girl, but after her ridiculous antics today, even that last bit of sympathy for Alice Hader completely evaporated.
They also fully recognized her for the ingrate she was. That's right, some people are just ingrates.
No matter how well you treat them, they take it for granted.
Alice Hader, in particular, was the textbook definition of this mentality.
Seeing that Ara Hader had no intention of stopping, Alice Hader could no longer keep up the act.
She shrieked hysterically, "Your whole family deserves to die. Everyone come and look at this family of beasts. My parents were killed by you.
You only raised me to cover up the evidence of your murder.
I've hated you my whole life, which is why I wanted to destroy Ara Hader and ruin your happy family.
I'm envious. I'm jealous.
Why should you murderers be allowed to get away with it and live such a good life?
Why does she get to live like a princess while I'm just an ugly duckling you picked up? And now that I'm down on my luck, you all come to kick me while I'm down, right? Don't get cocky. If I'm not doing well, don't think you will either. I hate you all.
Even if I die, I won't let you off." Ara Hader was momentarily stunned by the green tea's hysterical display.
At this point, the little green tea finally couldn't hold back anymore and let out all her innermost thoughts. Hearing her say this, Ara Hader's parents couldn't help but feel completely disheartened.
All these years, they had treated Alice Hader as their own child. In truth, back then, they could have sent Alice Hader to an orphanage. Alice Hader's father had merely been a cousin of Father Hader. Back then, Sarah Hader had caught the wave of the era, heading south early on to engage in small business and trade trinkets.
He had indeed made his first pot of gold, and seeing how well Zara Hader was doing, his cousin's heart had started to stir with ambition. However, the South was actually quite chaotic at the time. After visiting twice, Zara Hader felt that the money wasn't being earned securely. Besides, he had just gotten married and couldn't bear to leave Zhang Gifeng behind. In the end, he stopped venturing south.
Alice Hader's father had married young, and the couple was quite ambitious.
Seeing that Zara Hader had made money but seemed unwilling to continue heading south, he asked him for the ropes. However, Zara Hader felt that public security in the South was still unstable at the time, and there were too many unpredictable factors, so he advised his cousin to play it safe and not rush south.
But his cousin was an impulsive man who did whatever came to mind and couldn't be stopped by anyone. In the end, no matter how much Zara Hader tried to persuade him, it was useless. The cousin took his wife and insisted on heading south.
They left Ali Zarhader in the care of Zarhader and his wife and went south to seek their fortune. Unexpectedly, the very thing Zarhader feared most came to pass.
People are like that sometimes. The more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. The cousin got into a conflict with someone in the south and was stabbed. His wife was also dragged into it. Both suffered fatal wounds and passed away shortly after.
Ali Zarhader already had some memories by then. She remembered her parents casually telling her they were going south to earn money to buy her a doll and asking her uncle to look after her, promising they would be back soon. In the end, they never returned later. Ali Zarhader learned indirectly that her parents had gone south because they were influenced by her uncle.
Thus, a seed of hatred was sown.
Later, when they were in school, Hader outshone her in everything, in beauty, in grades, and even the boy she had a crush on liked Hader. She felt that Hader had stolen everything that rightfully belonged to her. Father Hader and Hader mother weren't good people either. They were only treating her so well to hide the truth of the past. Elizur Hader was single-mindedly living in her own imagined hatred, ignoring all the kindness the Hader family had shown her, and at this very moment, she finally screamed out the resentments that had been buried in her heart for years. Zura Hader felt helpless and had no choice but to recount the situation from back then to Elizur Hader.
However, having spent so many years plotting her revenge against the Hader family, how could she possibly believe him? She was convinced that the Hader family were all murderers, the culprits who killed her parents. Zara Hader and Jang Gifeng were completely heartbroken.
Over the years, they had tightened their belts and doted on Elizur Hader, fulfilling almost every request within their means.
Whatever Era Hader had, Elizur Hader had. They had never shown favoritism.
In a sense, they had treated Elizur Hader even better than they had treated Era Hader. They had taken great care of her in every aspect and tried their best not to let Elizur Hader dwell on the sad events of the past. Out of sympathy for Elizur Hader losing her parents at a young age, they had made their own daughter accommodate and tolerate her, and the whole family had doted on her. But they never imagined that after more than a decade of effort, they had raised an enemy. Era Hader wanted her parents to see just how sinister human nature could be.
That way, in the upcoming apocalypse, her parents wouldn't have any naive, saintly thoughts. They'd only needed to look after their own affairs and ignore everyone else.
But this green tea, Elizur Hader, had been prancing around in front of her for long enough. It was time to teach her a harsh lesson.
At that moment, Era Hader sneered, walked straight over, and grabbed Elizur Hader by the collar. Even scumbags can be schemed against by scumbag women. Immediately after, a series of slaps rang out, crackling, and Elizur Hader's already bleeding face instantly became swollen from the beating. She cursed while tears streamed down her face. Since she was now in a life-and-death struggle with the Hader family, she had lost all sense of shame. Therefore, she completely let herself go. No longer caring about anything, since she couldn't win in a fight, she would curse Era Hader and the others fiercely. She, Elizur Hader, couldn't stand this grievance.
Although Elizur Hader was being slapped, seeing Father Hader and Hader mother's depressed and discouraged expressions caused a faint sense of vengeful pleasure to rise in her heart.
As long as the members of the Hader family were unhappy, she was happy.
Wasn't it just being cyberbullied?
After completely throwing away her dignity, what did cyberbullying matter? Plenty of people hated her. Who did those cyberbullies think they were? Indeed, when a person is shameless, they are invincible. Era Hader threw the mud like Elizur Hader directly onto the ground and coldly uttered a single word.
"Get out."
Elizur Hader, with her face swollen like a pig's head, didn't say much, but she stared at Era Hader and the others with venomous eyes.
"Just you wait. As long as you don't kill me one day, I will definitely kill you all."
Hearing her vicious words and seeing her resentful gaze, Era Hader's heart turned cold.
She had originally planned to settle the score with this green tea during the apocalypse, but now she had changed her mind.
There were only 20 days left until the apocalypse. There was no need to be so scrupulous anymore. Besides, her methods were sophisticated. Who could find any clues once the apocalypse arrived? Order wouldn't last long before collapsing completely, because the central authority was also powerless to cope. They had run into massive problems as well.
These were all scenes Era Hader reconstructed by tracing back from 10 years into the apocalypse and gathering information. So at this moment, She didn't need to say anything more.
She simply replied with a cold gaze. Fine, then I'll be waiting here anytime.
Get out.
This time, Alice, her hater, didn't make any more threats, because it was useless. Actions spoke louder than words. Right now, she wished she could take a knife and stab this entire family. Her life was already ruined. Why did they get to live so happily and comfortably?
Era Hater still had a pet shop in the company of so many cute pets, and her career was flourishing.
Sarah Hater and Shanze Hater hadn't retired either, and both had achieved great success in their respective fields of work.
Why did Ali's or Hater's enemies get to live so happily? Their family also had a bright and handsome young man. Thinking about how that popular boy at school was Era Hater's younger brother, Alice or Hater couldn't help but feel even more jealous and resentful.
All the benefits were monopolized by Era Hater, while she, Alice or Hater, now had nothing but a disfigured face. Why did God favor a woman like Era Hater so much?
She had already stolen Era Hater's man, but now that man had abandoned her and even turned around to beg Era Hater for reconciliation. This was something she absolutely could not accept.
Therefore, she hated Era Hater, but she hated Tang Jingfeng even more. It was this man who had given her hope and a vision of a beautiful future. But it was also this man who had personally destroyed it all.
So this scumbag man was even more loathsome. After her experience fighting Era Hater, Alizer Hater knew that if she wanted to take revenge on Tang Jingfeng, she could no longer be blindly impulsive as before.
She needed to be more strategic about her methods.
After leaving Era Hater's home, Alizer Hater staggered back to her dilapidated rental room, which she could only rent until the end of the month.
Once the landlady found out she was a vixen and a mistress, she immediately became displeased.
Letting her stay until the end of the month was already an act of extreme kindness.
Mainly, the vixen seemed hysterical, and the landlady was afraid that if she provoked her further, the woman might do something to harm her. Only then did she give her more than half a month as a buffer. All of this made Alice hate to resent everyone and everything around her.
She felt that everyone was targeting her and everyone was laughing at her.
But she didn't stop to think when everyone targets and mocks a person, is it possible that the person themselves has a major problem? She never had such a thought. She believed she was the most miserable one and that everyone had wronged her. Since that was the case, then they couldn't blame her for seeking revenge.
At this moment, she adjusted her emotions and dialed Tang Jingfeng's number. Alice or Hater, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me again?
Things are already like this between us, so stop contacting me.
I'm miserable enough as it is, so stop trying to harm me, okay?
I'm truly terrified of you.
Hearing Tang Jingfeng also shouting hysterically, Alice or Hater gave a bitter smile.
Her eyes were cold and her heart was full of mockery, but her tone was very weak.
Brother Fang, I know I dragged you down before, but I'm also in a very difficult position right now. You're my only hope. However, I also know it's impossible for us to go back to how we were.
I want to return the things you gave me, and from now on, we'll make a clean break. But I need money to survive right now, so I want to cash these things out. You know the things you gave me are very expensive, but I have no way to sell them.
Give me some money, and you can take all these things back.
It can also help with your urgent needs. You can still make a little profit at least. Hearing Alice or Hater's words, Tang Jingfeng indeed began to have some ulterior motives.
He was tempted.
After all, he was truly in a wretched state now.
He suddenly realized that after leaving Era Hater, he was nothing. He claimed to be starting a business, but in reality, a large portion of the initial funding had been provided by Era Hater. Without Era Hater, he instantly became penniless. Of course, the main reason was that the business partners were directly asking him for compensation, and combined with his company having been emptied out previously, he was suddenly finished. Now he had been placed on the list of dishonest persons subject to enforcement, and many things were strictly restricted.
Fortunately, he had a habit of saving cash.
Previously, he had withdrawn some cash and hidden it in a secret place that no one knew about.
This cash truly solved his urgent need and saved his life. He certainly wouldn't use this money to pay off his debts because he felt he shouldn't have to pay them back. He had lost his belongings and was originally the victim, but others wouldn't think that way, so he could only hide from debt collectors like a rat.
Hearing Alice or Hater say this suddenly, he was indeed a bit swayed. Now that he had no source of income, any bit of money coming in was extremely important to him. The limited edition bags and jewelry he had given Alice or Hater were all very valuable at this time. He only needed to give a little money to get them back. Then, he could find a way to sell these items and immediately earn quite a bit of profit from the price difference.
Alice or Hater only knew how to receive gifts in the past. How would she know where to sell these things?
Therefore, Tang Jingfeng believed her story. However, he never would have imagined that because of this one moment of trust, he would plunge himself into a situation from which there was no return. The most beautiful scenery at the school gate. When Alice or Hader went to call Tang Jingfeng, she didn't notice a gray parrot staring at them from a window not far away. The parrot's intelligent eyes immediately locked onto her, and it even heard the contents of her phone call just now. That's right. This gray parrot was none other than our Faye, the pet who had repeatedly performed great services for Era Hader.
Through our Faye's perspective, Era Hader already knew what Alice or Hader was planning to do next.
Era Hader had originally thought that she couldn't let Alice or Hader stay around anymore.
She harbored resentment and had a vicious look in her eyes. She was likely plotting something bad against her family.
Era Hader never left potential dangers by her side. Once discovered, she would nip them in the bud. But now she found that there seemed to be no rush to act, as it looked like Alice or Hader was going to make a move on that scumbag man.
This was fine to let them fight each other like dogs, and Era Hader wouldn't have to dirty her own hands. In this way, Era Hader felt like watching a good show. She wanted to see what Alice or Hader would do next.
Immediately after, she saw Alice or Hader holding a knife and a thick hemp rope, and then she put several tablets into the water.
Well now, was it that simple and crude? She hadn't expected Alice or Hader to be so direct and ruthless when she turned vicious.
However, thinking back on all the heartless things Alice or Hader had done to her in her previous life, Era Hader felt relieved.
This scumbag sister of hers was never anything good. She had revealed her wild ambitions long ago. It was just that in her previous life, Era Hader had been too gullible and fell for this green tea's tricks. However, none of those things could happen again now. Era Hader gave a cold smile, waiting to see what other tricks this scum couple could pull in the end.
For now, Era Hader ignored them and let her other pets keep an eye on Alice or Hader's every move from the trees nearby.
When the night grew dark and the wind blew high, and no one was around, that would be the time for her to act.
She had more important things to do now. She needed to ask for a leave of absence for her younger brother as soon as possible and pick him up. Seeing Alice or Hader's current madness, she worried that if she were careless for even a moment, Alice or Hader might strike at her family.
So, to be safe, it was better to act quickly.
She absolutely couldn't let her brother suffer any unnecessary harm.
Without delay, Era Hader quickly drove to her brother's school.
Era Hader's younger brother, Sayan Hader, was still a high school student and was very popular at school.
Before the apocalypse arrived in her previous life, she heard that an entertainment agency already wanted to sign Zayn Hader and train him as a trainee. However, before this could be put into action, the apocalypse arrived. But now, there was no need to consider such things at all. Celebrities were the least valuable profession in the apocalyptic world. In fact, their fates were the most tragic.
No matter how glamorous they were before, if they had no abilities or special combat power, they were just lambs to the slaughter.
Moreover, because some stars were very famous before the apocalypse, they could easily become trophies for various factions to fight over, or even gifts to be sent around. All things considered, it was better not to be a celebrity. In times of peace, celebrities are like works of art to be worshipped, possessing their own special value. In times of chaos, celebrities are as cheap as dust, less valuable than a pile of supplies that can fill one's stomach.
Of course, none of this mattered now, nor did it have anything to do with Era Hader and her family. At this moment, Era Hader stood at the entrance of the city's key middle school. Her pretty figure immediately attracted the attention of countless young boys and girls.
Wow, that older sister is so beautiful. I wonder who she's here for. Oh, I want to become such a beautiful older sister too. I just want to know if this older sister has a younger sister.
I can't reach the older sister, but I wonder if I have a chance with a younger sister. Why can't we reach the older sister?
If she has a younger brother, he'd definitely be my brother-in-law. One by one, the imaginative boys were lost in their daydreams, because Era Hader had already activated the superpowers of several pets. Exotic beast residents shared these powers with her, such that her physical fitness had reached a new level. All of this made Era Hader's 5 senses extremely sharp.
Many people thought they were whispering or muttering to themselves, but Era Hader heard them all clearly.
Ah, this restless youth. Era Hader couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these brats.
Who doesn't know how to talk big?
Besides, after the apocalypse arrives, 90% of these many young boys and girls will turn into zombies, thinking about how these youthful and lively figures would eventually turn into groups of terrifying creatures. Era Hader couldn't help but feel a strange sense of being in another world. Yet, in this entire world, she was the only one who knew what the future held. She was the only one awake.
That sense of loneliness, being the only sober person while everyone else was drunk, instantly gave her an even more ethereal and special temperament.
As a result, among the crowd of parents waiting for school to let out, Hader really stood out like a crane among chickens. It was only because she wore sunglasses that covered most of her pretty face that no one recognized her a while ago, because of her exquisite and pretty face and being the victim of the scumbag incident. Hader had become a bit of a minor hit online. Fortunately, in her identity as the god of thieves, she had drawn the world's attention to that illusory persona. Because of this, Hader's popularity on the internet had faded a bit, but many people still recognized her. A face can be hidden, but figure and temperament cannot be concealed. Such a pretty, hot-bodied, long-legged young woman standing in the crowd shone as brightly as a star in the night, becoming the most outstanding presence.
Therefore, it was inevitable that she would be the most eye-catching.
Hey beauty, how about adding me on WeChat?
How much pocket money do you get a month?
How about Big Brother gives you 30,000 a month? Just then, a greasy voice suddenly sounded in Hader's ear. The owner of that voice seemed to want to lean in close to Hader all at once.
But Hader's 5 senses were exceptionally sharp.
Sensing someone approaching, she dodged with a flash, instantly moving 5 meters away from the other person. Facing such a guy, Hader had only one word: scram.
She looked closely and found that the person opposite her was a middle-aged man dressed in the standard attire of a successful person. It must be said, this man looked quite presentable. He wore a prayer bead bracelet on his left hand, a Rolex on his right, and held the keys to a Mercedes-Benz in his hand.
Perhaps materialistic women liked this kind of man, but Hader felt particularly disgusted seeing someone like this. Hader's eyes turned cold at this moment, and she was ready to strike. She never intended to let herself be mistreated.
Just as Hader was about to lose her temper, a tall figure suddenly blocked her path, and a cold voice rang out, "You dare to harass my sister?"
"I think you're tired of living, reliable partner." Hader felt a warmth in her heart as she saw the figures blocking her path. It wasn't just one person, but two: her younger brother, Zayn Hader, and his childhood friend, Hader Yu. As soon as the man saw Hader Yu appear, his greasy expression immediately vanished, and he began bowing and scraping, saying, "Oh, so it's young Master Hader, and this lady is actually young Master Hader's sister. I was just wondering how someone could be so elegant and graceful. It was my mistake. I deserve to die. Young Master Hader, I am truly sorry. Truly sorry. Big sister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
"I'll get lost right now.
The greasy men scrambled away, disappearing faster than anyone else. Hader Yu snorted at the sight of him, then turned to Hader with a bright, warm smile.
"Sis, why did you come by yourself? You should have told us before you came. We couldn't let you wait outside for so long."
"If Zyro Faye hadn't been sharp-eyed, we would have missed you."
And as for that blind fool just now, don't pay him any mind.
"His family's business depends on my family's charity."
"I'll cut off their orders as soon as I get back." "What a dog! He looks decent enough on the outside, but he's full of nasty tricks."
Hader Yu was truly angry. He wouldn't even dream of being disrespectful to a sister as wonderful as Hader. Yet that greasy middle-aged man dared to speak so rudely. He would definitely make him pay. Hader Yu looked at Hader with stars in his eyes. He clearly admired this sister very much. Or perhaps there were some other feelings mixed in as well.
However, Hader had always been very devoted in the past and had a long-term boyfriend.
Those who were friends with Hader didn't dare to have any other ideas. However, the news of Hader being cheated on by that scumbag man had recently become known to everyone.
Hader Yu felt very sorry for her, but when he thought about how he was only a high school student, he realized thinking more was useless, which left him feeling quite frustrated.
He wished he could just pay his way into university so he would have many legitimate opportunities. He and Zayn Hader were best friends. The two had grown up together and were true childhood friends.
They had been classmates since kindergarten and had remained in the same class all the way through high school. It was some kind of mysterious fate.
And so, Hader's brother miraculously ended up with a rich young master as a childhood friend. Hader Yu's family business was very large, though they only started making their fortune when Hader Yu was a child. Step by step, the Hader family had reached where they were now, truly becoming big and powerful. Facing Hader Yu's questions, Hader just smiled and said,
"Don't worry, I'm fine.
I came here today to find Zyro Faye and discuss some family matters with him. Zyro Yu, remember to tell your dad when you get back that I have a friend at the Meteorological Bureau who says there will be extreme weather in the coming days."
Your family has a lot of money, so remember to stockpile some supplies at home in advance. Stockpile as much as you can.
Don't tell anyone else about this. Just have your family do it secretly. Whatever you do, don't spread the word, or it might cause a panic. Hearing Hader say this, Hater Yu was momentarily stunned, but he was a very smart person.
Hater rarely came to pick up Zayn Hater personally. Zayn Hater was already grown up. Why would he need her to pick him up? Her making a special trip today clearly meant there was something very important. Now that she had spoken to him so solemnly, Hater Yu immediately felt that things were likely not simple at all.
Furthermore, looking at Hater's posture, he immediately lowered his voice and asked her,
Sis, are you planning to take Zyro Fei home and not let him come to school anymore?
Hater couldn't help but feel a brief sense of daze again.
If one were to ask who understood her best in her previous life, it wasn't the scumbag man Tang Jingfeng, but her brother's childhood friend, Hater Yu. No matter what Hater was thinking, Hater Yu could always guess it quickly and accurately, and he would carry it out perfectly. Speaking of Hater Yu, Hater remembered that besides being Zayn Hater's steady childhood friend before the end of the world, he had also fought alongside them in the apocalypse. He was an excellent partner.
Later, when Zayn Hater was on a mission, Hater Yu had perished along with him.
At that time, the incident had been a massive blow to Hater.
Her two wonderful younger brothers were suddenly gone.
For a long time, she was despondent and couldn't pull herself together. Seeing the sunny Hater Yu standing before her again, safe and sound, Hater couldn't help but feel a sense of relief.
Fortunately, the tragedy of the previous life would not be repeated.
In this life, she would do her absolute best to protect the people she cared about. Besides, Hater Yu's family were all very good people with good family values and character.
Hater Yu was a rare kind of rich young master, upright, enthusiastic, kind, and with a strong moral compass.
But he was definitely not the type of saint mother who lacked boundaries.
Regardless, this younger brother Hater Yu was very intelligent and had inherited his family's business genes. Back in the bases during the apocalypse, many young girls and women wanted to throw themselves at him, but Hater Yu never gave them the time of day, and there were never any rumors of scandals about him.
He just focused steadily on strengthening his own power.
Hater had teased him before, saying he was already so powerful, so why didn't he find a woman?
At that time, Hater Yu had the same bright, sunny smile as he did now, as if he weren't affected by the gloom of the apocalypse at all. What's so good about women? They'll only slow down the speed at which I draw my blade. At the time, his words made Hater roll her eyes.
Now that she was seeing Hater Yu again, Hater would naturally give him a proper warning. After all, during the apocalypse, Hater Yu's family had always been their good partners.
But in the end, they were murdered by that green tea. In the end, it was Hater who had brought trouble upon them.
So this time, since Hater had been reborn, she absolutely could not watch them struggle so much in the early stages. The Hater family had money, but once the apocalypse arrived, money would become nothing more than a pile of waste paper and symbols, losing all meaning.
Now, seeing that Hater Yu had guessed her plan in an instant, Hater didn't hide it anymore.
That's right, Zyro Yu.
If you believe me, then don't come to school for the next while. Hurry up and stockpile supplies.
Even if the extreme weather I mentioned doesn't appear, that god of thieves is no simple matter. He has already visited all the major powers once.
I estimate that next, it'll be time for him to strike here in the east.
When that time comes, there might be a lot of chaos, and prices could skyrocket. Stockpiling supplies now is the wise move. Hater even used her other identity to scare Hater Yu a bit, making sure this younger brother took it seriously. In truth, Hater didn't plan to make too many moves here in the east. After all, when the natural disasters arrived, that would be the best opportunity for Zyro Yu to purchase.
Striking early now was just to transfer the best batch of goods into her own hands ahead of time.
It was better than letting them go to waste when the disasters hit, as many goods would easily be damaged in extreme weather. At this moment, hearing Hater's repeated instructions and warnings, Hater Yu immediately took it seriously.
He had always trusted Hater implicitly. He felt that what she said was absolutely correct. Moreover, the Hater family had actually already been secretly stockpiling supplies and hiding them in various remote locations. His old man had already started taking action. Hater hadn't expected that her rebirth would cause such global chaos.
The storm kicked up by these butterfly wings was a bit large. She wondered if, like in other novels, it would cause the apocalypse to arrive early even if the world ends. Our family must not be separated.
Sister, is what you just said true? I'm just going to stop going to school like this. At this moment, Zayn Hater had not yet fully grasped what his sister had just said.
At this time, he was a bit uncertain and asked Hater again. Hater reached out and gently rubbed her brother's head beside her.
That's right, sister isn't lying to you.
Something big is going to happen soon. The world is about to become chaotic. Otherwise, why would foreign countries turn into scenes like purgatory? It will be safer if our family is together.
Mom and Dad are worried about you, so they asked me to come and bring you back. For the next few days, our family must not separate. Stay put and don't run around outside.
Even if we have to take action, the whole family must be together. Hearing Hater say this, Hater immediately stopped talking.
Thinking back to how Hater had also carefully instructed Hater just now, Hater felt a little more at ease.
Hater's family is rich, so they should be making preparations early.
Coupled with Hater's warning, he believed their family would also have a way to cope. His family wasn't as rich as Hater's, so he should focus on taking care of himself first.
Sister, what are our plans for the future? Hearing her brother's question, Hater smiled. Don't worry. Sister has her own arrangements. You just need to stay by my side. You must listen to me and absolutely do not run around.
If you really need to go out, you must tell Sister in advance.
At this moment, Hater nodded heavily, then revealed a smile that put Hater at ease.
Sister, you don't need to worry about me. I've grown up now, and I can protect you.
That's right. Hater was just 18 years old now and was an adult. At 18, most people these days are still in a protected state. How many 18-year-olds can already live independently and survive? Most 18-year-olds are still in high school, feeling overwhelmed by their studies and confused about their future. However, Hater believed what Hater said,
because in the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life, Hater had stood up very bravely to protect family. He also became one of the first people to awaken his skills.
Thinking of this, Hater's hatred for Hater became even more intense. If it weren't for this green tea plotting an ambush, her relatives could have lived well even in the apocalypse. However, all of that was in the past, and Hater wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble.
She wanted to see what the final outcome would be for that scum couple who had already started tearing each other apart, like dogs.
Of course, Hater would not reveal any of this to Hater. This brother of hers was more mature, steady, and responsible than she had imagined. Back then, it was Hater who, holding a knife, fought alongside Hater to carve out a path of survival for their family.
Of course, there were also Hater as pets. Recently, the coordination between Hater and her group of pets had become increasingly seamless. With the experience from her previous life, she knew very well how to stimulate the potential of these pets, and her use of superpower was also more fluid and natural. However, now was not the time to show all of this.
Once the apocalypse arrived and everything collapsed, no one would be able to restrain her anymore. Hater brought Hater home, and her parents had already prepared the meal.
Hater had already said before that she was afraid that after being provoked, Hater would do something irrational, and if the other party targeted Hater, it would be very troublesome.
Father Hater and Hater mother had been worried the whole time, and only now, seeing their children return, could they breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the whole family was together, they naturally felt at ease.
At this moment, Hater felt more confident.
After all, her family members were not very strong right now, and they were all Hater's weaknesses. If they were held hostage, she would be very passive. Now that her family was gathered by Hater's side, these problems no longer existed. Moreover, she knew very well that her parents and brother were not the saintly type. On the contrary, the old couple had long been in the business world, had seen all kinds of storms, and knew exactly what the malice of the human heart meant. It was Hater who had never seen the dark side of society before. Back then, Hater hadn't expected Hater to grow up so quickly.
However, now that the family's strength was twisted into a single rope, they would definitely be able to exert great influence in the apocalypse later on. After all, Hater already had a pet army, and she also had the ability to make her parents and brother into strong individuals.
These were all things she had planned long ago. In the environment of the apocalypse, no one could hold them back.
Mom, Dad, Xyrophi, I need to talk to you about what's coming next.
Also, you must not tell anyone what I say today. Not even a single word. Hater's parents and Hater, hearing Hater speak so solemnly, couldn't help but be stunned.
The speed at which they were eating couldn't help but slow down.
Daughter, go ahead and speak. We are listening. Hater then told them all of her predictions for the future.
Of course, she made an excuse, saying that someone had warned her in a dream. Although this reason was ridiculous, she had evidence to prove it. Tonight, that God of Thieves will make his first move against the East, and the target of his attack is Alburage Syndicate Group.
You will know when you watch the news tomorrow. Hearing Hader's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Did Hader really have a dream of foresight? After Hader finished speaking, she very calmly began to eat.
She had already planned all of this, and now she just had to wait for the plan to be completed. As for why the target of the attack was Alburage Syndicate Group, it was naturally because she had a grudge against this Alburage Syndicate Group in her previous life, and it was a blood feud. After all, the deaths of her brother and Hader Yu in her previous life were inseparable from this Alburage Syndicate Group, because Alburage Syndicate Group had luckily hoarded a batch of supplies before the apocalypse. It rose strongly in the early stages of the apocalypse. The owner of Alburage Syndicate Group, Bai Yusheng, was also a very powerful figure
in the underworld. Only his name was known, but he was never seen. He was a person who knew how to lay low.
Even though Alburage Syndicate Group was already so powerful, he had never revealed his true face, and whenever he appeared, he always wore a white jade mask. Even now, everyone only knew that the boss of Alburage Syndicate Group was named Bai Yusheng, but there were no photos of him on the internet. This matter was inherently strange. Even when the apocalypse arrived, the other party maintained this sense of mystery, but it was generally acknowledged that Bai Yusheng was a very powerful ability user.
Later, because of the competition for resources, the Citadel of Zoyer base established by Hader had several conflicts with the base established by Alburage Syndicate Group.
In the end, during a mission to compete for resources, both Zayn Hader and Hader Yu sacrificed their lives.
That time, Hader went crazy and killed her way directly to the headquarters of Alburage Syndicate Group, almost tearing the place down to the ground.
Even so, she still couldn't find any trace of that Bai Yusheng.
For this, Hader had always held a grudge. In this life, Hader shouldn't have to worry about resources anymore, and she wouldn't go about establishing any base. She only wanted to use her ability to form an elite team, with her family as the backbone, to survive and thrive in the apocalypse. The debts of the previous life will be repaid in this life.
Didn't Alburage Syndicate Group hoard supplies?
Then Hader wouldn't be polite to them, the hoarding gene etched deep in the soul. Sure enough, early the next morning, major headlines across the East published the news that Alburage Syndicate Group supplies had been emptied out last night.
Although various parties had already stated that it was forbidden to discuss the name of the God of Thieves, let alone speak disrespectfully, news of a place being emptied out could not be stopped, nor was there any way to block it.
Consequently, the online world of the entire East instantly exploded. It's over, it's over.
The big boss has set his sights on the East.
Everyone hurry up and hoard supplies.
Buy. If the big boss empties out all the warehouses, we won't be able to buy anything even if we want to.
Look at what a mess country is in now, it's simply too terrifying. Then, they're secure and the sticks each has suffered a catastrophic disaster.
We mustn't repeat their mistakes.
Brothers and sisters, hurry up and buy. Right, let's disperse the supplies. Every household should hoard a portion. Then the big boss won't be able to take it all away. Experts analyzed this before. The big boss focuses on emptying out batches of warehouses.
If these supplies are stored in small batches separately, it won't be as convenient for him.
It's naturally better if everyone hoards these supplies in their own homes.
The only one who probably wants to cry is Alburage Syndicate Group. They finally managed to hoard a batch of supplies and were just about to disperse them when they were intercepted.
The big boss is truly amazing.
Though it's a bit immoral, I still hope the big boss only visits those large warehouses. For us ordinary civilians, please don't come and empty us out.
Is the person upstairs stupid? If the large warehouses are emptied, what else is there for you to buy?
Alburage Syndicate Group was also speechless with grief at this time. This batch of supplies had been hoarded earlier. They had a large order to complete, but it was directly emptied out by someone, not even leaving them a single screw.
Even their warehouse had been destroyed.
The people of Alburage Syndicate Group were angry but didn't dare to speak out at this time.
After all, if this continued, they would be truly finished. They could only pray that the God of Thieves boss wouldn't just target their company to empty out. Otherwise, even if they owned a mountain of gold and silver, they couldn't withstand such a method of removal. The ones most surprised today were none other than Hader, as parents and younger brother.
Because everything had become reality exactly as Hader had said, without the slightest error.
She said yesterday that one of Alburage Syndicate Group's warehouses would be emptied, and today it really was emptied. Moreover, that warehouse was practically 100,000 miles away from their city. It was impossible for Hader to have any connection with the legendary God of Thieves boss, right? So, All of this could only point to one conclusion: everything Era Hater said was true. Her dreams had the power of precognition, and in Era Hater's dream, there would be a natural disaster in the future, a natural disaster that would make it very difficult for everyone to survive. In the face of this natural disaster, human society would suffer a collapse of order and a regression of civilization.
The only thing they could do was to hoard more supplies as early as possible so they would have the capital to survive well when the time came.
However, Era Hater's parents were a bit dumbfounded at this moment. They weren't the only family wanting to hoard supplies. The entire East was stimulating internal demand, and all residents were hoarding supplies
because that legendary big boss had arrived, and they didn't know if he would empty out the supply warehouses. Not only that, the higher-ups immediately made an emergency plan.
Supplies stored in various places were dispatched one after another to be supplied for all residents to purchase at the fastest speed.
Everyone knew that the god of thieves liked to sleep during the day and come out at night, preferring to strike during the nighttime, because it was easier to deceive people at night. He naturally wouldn't complete the high-difficulty feat of emptying things out in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of the public.
So while it was still daytime, the higher-ups immediately began emergency actions. All the residents were also afraid, because wherever the god of thieves passed, it was like a plague of locusts. Not a single blade of grass remained. Look at country A, look at Sakura, look at the Styx, look at the islands of Southeast Asia, and then look at that island far across the ocean. Which one of them didn't suffer from withered livelihoods and chaotic order after being visited by the god of thieves?
So now that the East was also being targeted, they couldn't help but get nervous. The genes of the Eastern people already had the attribute of hoarding supplies. Starting from the agricultural society, every household had developed the habit of hoarding grain and goods.
As the proverb goes, with grain in hand, the heart does not panic. The facts were indeed so. So now everyone was taking action. And some supermarkets were even directly looted clean. Everyone's enthusiasm for shopping was stimulated to an unprecedented degree.
Era Hater's parents also took action immediately, even bringing Era Hater and Zayn Hater along to snatch up supplies.
Era Hater actually didn't want to go through the trouble, after all. She had far too many supplies in her hands right now, but if she remained indifferent, it would seem very out of place.
She thought about it. Anyway, she still had plenty of time, and in the future, if she saw anything she needed, she could just teleport over and empty it out. There was still plenty of empty space in the warehouse space, so she had to continue moving, snatching, and hoarding. Of course, for now, she still had to accompany her parents and put on a good show.
Their family arrived at the nearest supermarket, and one look showed it was truly intense. Everyone was buying things as if they were looting. And it really was looting. Aside from large household appliances, daily necessities like firewood, rice, oil, salt, and other consumables were being snatched up the fastest. Vegetables, fruits, and such had long been snatched clean, but transport trucks were still continuously delivering more. The cashiers were like heartless money-collecting machines, constantly beeping various goods, while the line of people waiting to pay was so long the end couldn't be seen. And behind them, there were still countless people sweeping through the goods in the supermarket. Oh my, old hater, are we too late?
We won't be unable to snatch anything at all, will we? Don't worry, didn't you see the transport trucks are still delivering goods one after another?
The higher-ups won't let us wait in vain. Hurrying into the supermarket to snatch up things is the right thing to do. Actually, Zara Hater was still running a fairly profitable company.
However, ever since he learned about these things outside, he had directly given his employees a holiday, even giving them 2 months' salary for paid leave. Then he told them to hurry home and snatch up supplies. The world was probably really about to change.
In her previous life, there wasn't such a tense atmosphere. The apocalypse arrived silently, catching everyone off guard.
Era Hater was now directly using her own methods to force everyone to hoard supplies together, which seemed to have indirectly saved many people.
In this way, when she killed people in the future, she would feel even more at ease. Their lives were saved by her. If she wanted to take them back, it would only be right and proper.
Hopefully, these people who were still snatching up supplies wouldn't get a fever in the head and accidentally provoke her later. Of course, those snatching up supplies now might also turn into zombies after a while.
Or they might lose their lives in the face of the suddenly arriving natural disaster. These supplies would then become blind boxes for other survivors, which in a roundabout way also brought a better survival environment to the East. Era Hater thought to herself that the butterfly effect stirred up by her. This butterfly was truly getting larger and larger. We still have to act. let's go stock up on supplies together.
Airhater curled her lips at the sight of the chaotic crowd and carefully protected her parents and younger brother. As it turned out, her father and brother instead shielded her in front of them.
In their hearts, Airhater was still that fragile girl. As men, they felt they should shoulder the responsibility of sheltering their family from the storm. Seeing them like this, Airhater couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. It was the same in her previous life. They had always wanted to protect her behind them.
Fortunately, Airhater also had a group of battle pets for protection.
If she hadn't been backstabbed by that green tea and scumbag man, she would have lived quite well even in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Airhater's hatred for that pair of scumbags deepened a bit more. Now that everyone was out grabbing supplies, she wondered what that scum couple would do.
The pets monitoring them soon transmitted information from that side into Airhater's mind. Only then did Airhater discover that Tang Jingfeng had been tied up like a festive rice dumpling by Airhater. The scumbag man's mouth was stuffed with something, and he could only make muffled woo-woo and R sounds, unable to say anything more.
On the other side, Airhater wore a cold, sinister smile. Brother Feng, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being a scumbag.
Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily.
After all, that would be too good for you.
Just stay here. It's perfect that you gave me a sum of money. I have a better use for it.
After speaking, Airhater took the money, put on a mask to hide her scratched face, and rushed toward the nearest supermarket like a madwoman. Everyone was snatching supplies. How could she not join the shopping spree?
She had no money before, but now that Tang Jingfeng had brought some, she naturally couldn't miss this opportunity.
Who knew what would happen in the future?
At this moment, even Airhater couldn't help but admire Airhater.
This scumbag woman was ruthless and her methods were vicious.
As expected, there wasn't much true love between those two.
When two selfish people are together, they only plot against each other. Where would deep affection come from?
When disaster truly strikes, there's no telling how they might screw each other over. Seeing Tang Jingfeng tied up like a rice dumpling, Airhater couldn't help but sneer. He'd let Airhater torment him for a while first. However, how could Airhater possibly let Airhater take that money to buy supplies?
In the early days of the apocalypse, having no supplies meant dying even faster. Of course, Airhater had 1,000 ways to make them die silently, but those would only be viable once the apocalypse arrived. Actually, she could act now, but the world was in chaos, and the authorities would carry out a forceful suppression later. She had witnessed it in her previous life, however. The suppression was only temporary and would soon pass, because by then, the central authority would likely be unable to look after itself. If it fell, it would basically be the end of everything.
Airhater had experienced all of this in her previous life.
The apocalypse came too suddenly. Even if everyone was given so much time to prepare supplies now, so what? Some things are simply force majeure.
Recalling the events of her previous life, a cold glint flashed in Airhater's eyes.
Looking at her family beside her, she felt truly fortunate that they hadn't turned into monsters in the end.
They wouldn't have to experience the pain of personally cutting down their own kin.
So now, she had to cherish every opportunity before her even more.
Hater, don't just stand there.
Hurry up and sweep the shelves.
If we don't grab it now, it'll be gone.
Her mother couldn't help but give Airhater a gentle shove.
Airhater didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she had no choice but to play along.
They quickly and decisively swept the items their family urgently needed from the shelves into their shopping cart, which was soon filled to the brim. Inside the supermarket now, there weren't even enough shopping carts to go around. Countless families were racing against time just to grab the items they wanted. At this time, Airhater couldn't tell her family that she had stockpiled enough supplies to last several lifetimes. Otherwise, it would likely cause chaos, and they probably couldn't handle that much psychological pressure.
Of course, she still had to keep up appearances.
Once the family had filled the cart, everyone also carried as much as they could in their arms, waiting in line to check out. Looking at the people in line, every face was filled with unease and panic.
They were terrified that they hadn't bought enough supplies.
What if there was a severe shortage and chaos broke out? Ugh, that god of thieves is something else. He could steal from anyone. So why did he have to take our stuff?
I thought before that this god of thieves must have a connection with our East, that he was a friend and wouldn't come for our things. But now he's moved against us too.
Do you think there's a possibility that the god of thieves is just putting on a show so the East situation isn't so awkward? After all, many people before thought the god of thieves was Easton and were demanding explanation from our authorities.
Haha, it would be best if that's the case.
But if so, the pressure on the authorities will be immense. Now it seems every major country in the world has been robbed by the god of thieves.
Even a powerhouse like country is powerless to resist. Well, we suffered the least.
This really does make it easy for others to get suspicious. Who says it isn't? But those guys don't stop to think they must have done too many shameful things normally, which is why the god of thieves struck out in anger, right?
HMPH, I think you're all just overwhelmed and bored. He's already moved things right from our doorstep. And you still think he's some kind of good person.
Where there were those who worshipped the god of thieves, there were naturally those who resented him. After all, because of the god of thieves, everyone was indeed in a state of panic, and life was not easy if it weren't for the authorities' formidable strength, strictly suppressing prices to prevent them from rising. Those unscrupulous merchants would have already been frantically amassing wealth.
However, it was precisely because of this that everyone felt that with such a powerful backer as the authorities, even if the god of thieves was fierce, they should be able to pull through. Everyone had their own thoughts, but mostly they were anxious and uneasy.
Because no one knew if they would still be able to buy supplies tomorrow. Some families were going back and forth like ants moving house, buying supplies at various supermarkets and quickly moving them back home.
There really were some disturbances during this period, but they were quickly suppressed. But it looked like the world was about to fall into chaos.
Many people felt these were signs of impending disorder. Zero-yuan purchases seemed to have appeared, and such signs were becoming more and more frequent. Seeing the scene, Hader couldn't help but frown.
She drove her parents and brother, hurrying to get home first. During this special period, staying in one's own home was the safest.
Their reserves were already sufficient.
In a bit, she could show her parents that she had actually made preparations long ago, so they didn't need to be so tense. Although she couldn't reveal everything in her space, showing just the tip of the iceberg would be enough to put her parents and brother at ease.
However, just as they were driving home, they found the road was blocked. Some people wanted to go home, while others wanted to head out. The road was simply jammed.
During this traffic jam, Hader happened to glance out and saw a familiar figure at the entrance of a nearby supermarket, screaming hysterically, "Where's my money?
How is my money gone? Oh God, how am I supposed to buy supplies without money? The green tea bitch brought this on herself." Hearing this voice, Hader's family all looked over in unison.
They saw Hader wearing a mask, looking around frantically in a panic, while casting suspicious glances at everyone around her. "Is it you? Is it one of you who stole my money?
Is there no law anymore?
I'm calling the police. I'm calling them right now. None of you can leave until you return my money."
In fact, thefts had been increasing lately, and there were quite a few people participating in zero-yuan purchases. However, most thieves would just swipe a bit of supplies from one person and a bit from another.
After all, few people carried cash these days. Everyone used mobile electronic payments. Only the elderly would go out with a small amount of cash. As it happened, due to the chain reaction of the previous Scumbag Man incident, all of Tang Jingfeng's accounts had been frozen.
Fortunately, he had a habit of saving cash, so his life wasn't completely paralyzed after the incident.
Today, he had taken the money to find Hader, intending to buy back those luxury goods at a low price. Unexpectedly, Hader really had a trick up her sleeve. She had somehow obtained some knockout drug, and as soon as Tang Jingfeng entered, she sprayed it in his face, knocking him out. By the time the Scumbag Man woke up, he had been tied up tightly by Hader, and she had even forced a few pills down his throat. Tang Jingfeng quickly became groggy, unable to even cry out. At this point, he felt that everything was over, but he didn't even have a chance to resist.
Truly, there is no heart more poisonous than a woman's.
He should never have trusted Hader. In his mind, Hader was just a pampered girl with no combat capability. He hadn't expected her to use such despicable tricks. In that instant, he realized that Hader had been faking it all along.
In reality, this woman's heart was more venomous than a snake or scorpion.
Meanwhile, after Hader knocked Tang Jingfeng out, everything began to proceed according to plan. First, she snatched all of Tang Jingfeng's money, but before she could move on to the next part of her plan, the news of Alburj Syndicate Group being emptied spread like wildfire.
The whole world was in a panic.
Hader, of course, panicked as well. Taking the money, she rushed to the supermarket to hoard supplies. She didn't even have time to deposit the money in the bank before rushing straight there.
Because, like everyone else, she was afraid that if she arrived too late, there would be no supplies left. If that god of thieves continued to empty all the major warehouses in the east one after another, and things fell into complete chaos, a weak woman like her would only be bullied.
Therefore, she had to race against time to buy up supplies as much as she could get and then hole up in her house and go nowhere else.
Her plan was beautiful, But reality was harsh. Who would have thought that before she even reached the supermarket, her things would be gone, along with her phone and all her money?
Now Alice, hater, was truly panicking.
She felt that the thief must still be nearby and hadn't gone far yet.
Perhaps they were even watching her reaction. Now that everyone was frantically hoarding supplies, who would care about anyone else?
Besides, who would carry a large amount of cash around these days? This girl probably had something wrong with her head. That was likely what the surrounding crowd was thinking.
Alice, hater, actually wanted to stop the people around her from leaving and call the police officer to handle it. But who would pay her any attention?
Moreover, just as many people thought, the police officers were currently extremely busy with all sorts of matters.
A theft like hers would likely just be recorded and left for a slow investigation later. But no one would have guessed that there would be no later. If a crime occurred and couldn't be solved in these few days, it would never be solved. Seeing Alice, hater's helpless, wandering, and desperate expression, a cold sneer couldn't help but appear at the corners of hater's mouth. This really was it her doing, and she didn't know which fellow had benefited from the money Alice, hater, lost.
Anyway, the cash had been snatched by Alice, hater, through illegal means. The scumbag sister deserved her bad luck. Hater's parents and her younger brother clearly saw Alice, hater's current miserable situation as well. They all felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts, without a shred of sympathy. If that incident hadn't been exposed, hater would have been victimized very, very badly.
Previously, this scumbag woman had actually wanted to borrow money from their family and even wanted the heirloom passed down by hater's grandmother as a birthday gift.
Given Alice, hater's hatred for their family, it was easy to imagine that once she got her hands on those things, they would certainly never be returned. Wouldn't their own daughter be the one suffering in the end?
Therefore, Father Hater and Hater Mother couldn't help but feel very fortunate now. Fortunately, their daughter had special abilities and was very smart, so she didn't fall for Alice, hater's tricks.
Otherwise, who knows how long she would have been heartbroken, especially the mother, Shanze hater. She had previously done everything she could for this so-called niece, but sometimes she always vaguely felt that something was a bit off about this young girl, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it at the time.
Her husband had always taken the responsibility upon his own shoulders, so she hadn't found it easy to say anything.
Meanwhile, hater's younger brother, Zane Hater, curled his lip. He had actually disliked this cousin for a long time. She always acted so pretentious, as if everything in the family had to revolve around her. In fact, most of the time, it was his own sister who suffered. HMPH, this ungrateful wolf. She deserves such an end. It would be best if she can't buy a single thing and starves for a few days. Zane Hater couldn't help but snort and say this. He had always been indignant that Alice Hater was living under someone else's roof. Yet she had so many demands and ideas, completely lacking any self-awareness. He had also seen the grievances his sister had suffered recently.
If he weren't busy with school and his studies, he really would have wanted to rush over immediately, give that Tang Jingfen a beating, and then slap this cousin a few times.
These two really were a pair of ungrateful wolves.
Their Hater family had helped them so much, yet in the end, they had done such a shameful thing.
How much pain they must have caused his sister.
Now Hater said that the world might soon fall into chaos.
He had always trusted his sister and had a sort of inexplicable admiration for her, because even now, legends about Hater still circulated on campus.
Whenever people mentioned he was Hater's brother, they would cast envious glances, which also made him feel very proud. Of course, Zane Hater himself was also very outstanding. He had excellent grades at school, was a star athlete, and was so sunny and handsome that many young girls had secret crushes on him. According to a normal life trajectory, he should have been able to get into a top-tier 985 or 211 university next year, and then have a sweet romance on campus.
Unfortunately, all of this had now become impossible.
Hearing her brother stand up for her, Hater smiled. Don't worry about her.
From now on, I have nothing to do with her. Indeed, they had nothing to do with each other anymore, because she would soon be harvesting this scumbag sister's life. As the time of the apocalypse drew closer, although no one knew the news of its impending arrival, for some reason, everyone seemed to feel a greater sense of urgency in their hearts, vaguely sensing that something big was about to happen. Fatal misleading. The family just ignored everything happening before them, unable to feel even a hint of sympathy, because they all knew that Alice Hater had brought this upon herself.
The fact that they didn't kick her while she was down was already the height of benevolence. Of course, This was only what the rest of Erahater's family thought.
Erahater would not let this green tea bitch off so easily.
How miserably she had been harmed by Alizar Hader in her previous life was still vivid in her mind.
How could she possibly forget this hatred?
Although the whole family was now safe and sound and none of those subsequent disasters had occurred yet, as long as Alizar Hader was around, she was a ticking time bomb. Moreover, Erahater had always found it strange why the other party was so fixated on her red jade necklace. Even up until the moment they broke off relations, Alizar Hader still wanted to snatch this necklace. However, seeing her current miserable and wretched state, she didn't seem like someone who knew in advance that the apocalypse was coming.
This was somewhat inconceivable. However, since Erahater couldn't figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the day the apocalypse arrived would be the day Alizar Hader disappeared.
As for that scumbag man, she'd let Alizar Hader take her revenge on him first, then watch them tear each other apart when the apocalypse came before getting rid of them for good. That would be a fine outcome too.
The traffic was so congested that Erahater really wanted to jump out of the car, store the vehicle and supplies into her space, and just take the subway home. But she knew very well that she couldn't do that, or she would expose all her secrets to everyone.
So she could only crawl along with the flow of traffic, waiting for the road to clear, looking at the crowded streets and the bustling crowds. Erahater felt deeply emotional.
Before long, most of the people here would turn into zombies. The thought of it made her scalp tingle instantly.
Perhaps she had luck on her side, as the people she cared about most didn't seem to have turned into zombies. They had all pulled through the early stages of the apocalypse.
Because of her rebirth in this life, many things had already undergone earth-shattering changes. She wondered if this massive butterfly effect would cause the apocalypse to arrive early. There were now about 20 days left until the apocalypse. She still had things to prepare, and to ensure nothing went wrong, she had to hurry and take action. With great effort, Erahater finally brought her family back home. She noticed that the residents in the residential area were like ants moving house, continuously transporting supplies to their homes. Seeing this scene made her feel both helpless and gratified. Because of her actions, everyone had hoarded a batch of supplies, which would likely help many people survive the difficult times at the beginning of the apocalypse.
At this moment, the homeowners group chat for the residential area was boiling over.
Dear neighbors, please do not panic. Please maintain order and do not act recklessly. Hoard supplies if you must, but be sure to prioritize safety. The higher-ups are already urgently dealing with various situations and will not let anyone come to harm. Therefore, hoarding enough supplies for a week or two is sufficient. There's no need to hoard too much. Leave some opportunities for others. If you hoard too many supplies and can't eat them all before they expire, it's just a waste.
Erahater looked and saw that the person sending these messages was Auntie Zhang, a homeowner from Building 18.
This Auntie Zhang was usually very active and seemed to have worked at the neighborhood committee before retiring. However, she was still helping the neighborhood committee handle some trivial matters.
The trouble was, this old woman had a group of old sisters in the neighborhood, relying on her connections with the neighborhood committee. She often acted bossy,
making young people do this and that for them. She even called it respecting the elderly and loving the young or neighborly harmony, saying everyone had a responsibility to contribute.
But Erahater remembered that in her previous life, this Auntie Zhang had done plenty of shady things during the apocalypse.
In extreme environments, the ugliness of human nature always manifests without warning. In their neighborhood, quite a few people lost their lives because of Auntie Zhang's wrong decisions.
Unexpectedly, as the apocalypse approached, Auntie Zhang was already increasing the likelihood of others losing their lives.
This person shouted slogans loudly on the surface but was actually incredibly selfish. She was best at shouting slogans and inciting others to provide labor and goods while never contributing anything herself, relying on her connections at the neighborhood committee. She thought she was a big deal.
However, these were other people's problems. Erahater wasn't kind enough to go out of her way to warn them.
After all, good advice cannot save a ghost determined to die. Looking further down, there was a group of people sucking up to Auntie Zhang, thinking she was right and calling her a wise leader or something. It truly made Erahater feel disgusted just watching it.
What time was it already? Yet they were still thinking about that nonsense. She was just a lousy old woman. Calling her auntie was giving her face without it. She was nothing. Was there any need to flatter her like that? She didn't know what those people were thinking.
At this time, Erahater's parents both saw Auntie Zhang's comments. Recalling Erahater's early warning, They both wanted to say something,
but in the end, they held back. Era Hater originally wanted to tell her parents that in such an extreme environment, they must never show soft-heartedness.
and even less should they have any holy mother thoughts. It was already hard enough to keep their own families safe. They couldn't interfere in others' business, nor did they have the capacity to.
As it turned out, without her needing to say anything, Era Hater's father, Sarah Hater, had already warned everyone. Let's not post in the group chat to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let them do whatever they want. We just need to protect ourselves.
Our family's ability is limited. It's already good enough if we can save ourselves.
Even if we spoke up, those people wouldn't believe us.
Before the disaster arrives, they won't believe it. Besides, these things were all foretold by Hater.
If they don't happen, we'll be targeted.
So it's better to play it safe.
Don't gossip, don't meddle. But we still need to hoard the supplies we should.
Next, while everyone hasn't fully realized the situation yet, let's make a few more trips to the supermarket. Hater, Sire of Fae, let's work a bit harder and make more preparations.
If anything happens, we won't be caught off guard.
Father Zara Hater said a great deal, and the family members nodded heavily in agreement upon hearing him. After all, this kind of thing simply couldn't be explained.
However, Era Hater felt that it was time to reveal a bit of her hand. Mom, Dad, I don't think we need to go hoard goods anymore.
Hearing Era Hater say this, her parents were very surprised.
Hater, didn't you tell us to hoard? Why are you telling us not to go now? Haven't you already foreseen the danger?
Era Hater smiled and said, Mom, Dad, don't worry.
Actually, I've already prepared a large amount of supplies, enough for our emergency use. In fact, for the next 2 or 3 years, we won't have to worry about food. As long as we plan it out reasonably, lasting 2 or 3 years won't be a problem at all.
The supplies are on the 19th floor.
If you don't believe me, why don't you go take a look?
Hearing Era Hater say this, the whole family was stunned. I want to build a safe house.
Upon hearing Era Hater say that she had already stockpiled a batch of supplies in advance, the whole family was a bit dumbfounded.
When they saw the apartment on the 19th floor piled full of supplies, their shocked expressions were beyond exaggerated. Everyone had their mouths wide open, truly dumbstruck. Hater, you, when did you stockpile so many things? Why didn't I know about this before? Era Hater smiled and said at this moment,
You saw that I closed the pet shop and sold the red jade necklace, all to stockpile more supplies for everyone.
Besides, I have some pets kept in my younger brother's apartment. These pets are my little partners. I couldn't just abandon them like that, or I'd be too heartless.
In reality, when people reach a certain point, especially in a desperate situation, they certainly wouldn't be able to take care of these pets.
But now that the family saw Era Hater had stockpiled so many supplies, they figured it would be enough.
However, this also indirectly showed that the danger Era Hater predicted this time must be significant.
Otherwise, Era Hater wouldn't have spent so much of her savings to stockpile such a massive amount of supplies, filling both apartments. The 19th floor apartment was bought by Era Hater as parents for the siblings. 1 unit each, conveniently 1 elevator with 2 households per floor. The siblings could live across from each other, close to their parents, looking out for one another.
Father Hater and Hater Mother had previously thought that whether it was Era Hater or Zane Hater, they should each have an apartment before getting married, so they would have more confidence in their future lives.
Zara Hater had started doing business early on, and over these many years, he could be considered to have some modest savings.
Oh, of course, compared to those who were extremely wealthy, it certainly didn't compare.
But it was a case of not the best, but better than many. Buying 2 apartments for their children wasn't a big deal.
It was precisely because of this that Era Hater had the opportunity to use these 2 apartments as an excuse for the supplies. However, seeing this room full of supplies, even if Era Hater still needed to raise some pets, the old couple had no objections.
If their family were to use these supplies, they really wouldn't finish eating them even in 2 or 3 years.
With a bit of careful budgeting, they could last even longer.
Furthermore, these supplies of Era Hater S all appeared to have relatively long shelf lives, so there was no need to worry about expiration dates. However, in the environment of the apocalypse, it would be good enough just to have something to eat.
In her previous life, Era Hater had even witnessed scenes where people fought until they were bruised and bloody over an expired sausage.
Therefore, in that kind of situation, things like expiration dates simply didn't matter. Of course, She couldn't explain these things to her family too clearly right now. She could only ensure the surface level work was done properly. Anyway, as long as the whole family was at ease, that was enough. When the apocalypse arrived, Hater would have ways to make the whole family strong. Hater, since you've already arranged everything, then we are relieved. However, you must keep those pets of yours under control. Don't let them make noise. In extreme environments, people's hearts change.
If it really reaches that point, having a bunch of pets hiding in the room might attract the covetousness of others. Hater couldn't help but carefully instruct her again at this moment.
In the parents' eyes, the children had little social experience, and they didn't think about many things comprehensively enough. Thinking one step ahead meant they could be prepared early if they really encountered any problems. Hater just smiled at this moment. Rest assured, Dad, it's no problem. My pets have long been well trained. They are very obedient and will cooperate with me. However, this batch of supplies must not be known to others. I will reinforce these apartments later. You don't need to worry about it. I have my own ways to cover our tracks.
Hearing that Hater had already made arrangements, the family's hearts felt even more at ease.
At the same time, Hater also secretly transferred a portion of the supplies to their home. This was to avoid having to put on an act of moving them later.
Of course, this process was completed in the middle of the night. Only after the family was fast asleep did Hater move the things over.
Anyway, she had her space. Wanting to shift these supplies around was just a matter of a single thought, wasn't it?
However, if you're going to act, you have to do it completely.
As long as the family was at ease and their risks were minimized, that was enough.
Previously, she was worried that her family wouldn't be able to change their mindset. After all, in her previous life, the family had experienced many hardships during the apocalypse before truly changing their mentality, and they had suffered quite a few losses along the way.
But in this life, for some reason, it seemed her parents and brother were very cooperative with her arrangements.
But come to think of it, in her previous life, the whole family had been deceived by the green tea bitch and had been swindled many times, eventually leading to the destruction of their family.
Now, the green tea bitch had been thoroughly dealt with by her, which eliminated all unnecessary mistakes, making it even less likely that there would be any regrets. After such successive preparations, the whole family felt that no matter how great the risk, they could handle it. But Hater knew this was far from enough. Although she now possessed super strong abilities, she still had family to protect. In the early stages of the apocalypse, she had to make them strong. No one could be left behind. Now that the supplies were ready, for better survival in the apocalypse, a safe house was indispensable.
At this moment, Hater directly contacted a security company she was very familiar with from her previous life, which had experience in building all-around safe houses. The reason she knew of this company was entirely because before she opened the pet shop, Hater had worked in other places,
and her boss at that company was an apocalypse enthusiast.
Later, after the apocalypse had developed for a few years, by a stroke of chance, Hater actually met her former boss again. At that time, this boss had already become a bait shot in his own right.
In the early stage, by hiding in his safe house, he had dodged many dangers and even inexplicably activated an ability through sheer dumb luck.
This former boss was actually quite a decent person. During the middle of the apocalypse, he had even helped Hater.
However, good people don't live long. In the end, he was annexed by another base, and he couldn't save his own life.
At that time, when Hater learned this news, it was already too late, and this became a great regret of hers.
After all, this former boss had helped her during the hardships of the apocalypse, and their acquaintance could be considered to have extended from the peaceful era into the apocalypse.
Therefore, that she knew of such a security company was thanks to her former boss. Originally, Hater had wanted to kindly remind this old friend. However, she thought about it, and given her former boss's personality, he probably had already stockpiled quite a few supplies by now.
He was a person with a particularly cautious personality. Even in the peaceful era, he spent his days thinking about the coming of the apocalypse, and unexpectedly, it had now truly come to pass as he wished.
Therefore, this fellow had his own destiny and likely didn't need Hater to remind him. For now, Hater had better prioritize getting her own affairs in order.
Based on her memories from before, Hater quickly found that security company.
Upon hearing that Hater wanted to build her own safe house now, and given the current situation, the person in charge at the security company said apologetically,
"I'm sorry. We have quite a lot of customer orders recently. Your order will probably have to be placed further back in the queue." Hearing this, Hater couldn't help but frown. The one thing we have no shortage of is supplies. I can pay more.
If that's not enough, I can trade with supplies of equal value. or precious metals like gold.
You can choose whatever method of transaction you prefer.
I have only one requirement. I want the safe house in the apartment complex finished within 7 days, and a safe house in the villa district finished within 2 weeks. As long as you can do it, you can ask for as much funding or supplies as you want.
Price is not an issue.
Error Hater wasn't joking.
After all, money would soon become nothing more than a pile of useless waste paper. The economic system of the past would collapse in an instant. It was better to truly exchange all that money for supplies. In the apocalypse, supplies were the most important thing. They were the capital for survival.
Right now, the one thing Error Hater had plenty of was supplies. After all, she had plundered so many major warehouses across the globe.
Country had already turned into a living purgatory because of her clearance plan, experiencing the feeling of the apocalypse ahead of schedule. After all, Error Hater had emptied their armories, oil depots, various equipment and machinery warehouses, and grain reserves. If it were just Error Hater's family, these supplies would truly last them several lifetimes.
If it weren't for the fact that others couldn't enter her space, and even if she could bring one more person in, they would be confined to a closed room. Error Hater would have been willing to just stay hidden in the space with her family forever. Of course, she knew she couldn't afford to have that mindset.
If they got too used to comfort and later lost the protection of the space, surviving the apocalypse would be far too difficult. Crucially, her family members had to survive the apocalypse as well.
Therefore, becoming stronger herself and making her family stronger was the most important thing. Thus, a safe house was essential. Error Hater's decisive and wealthy display made the manager of the security company raise an eyebrow.
At this moment, the manager thought for a moment and then said to Error Hater,
"Miss, given your sincerity, I will have a good talk with our boss.
I believe there won't be much of a problem. Prioritizing your safe house should be fine." Error Hater nodded, signaling him to go ahead and communicate. She was well aware of one thing: money isn't everything, but it can solve 99% of problems. The remaining 1% can be solved with even more money. If the other party didn't agree, it was simply because the money wasn't enough. Error Hater felt that with the wealth and resources she currently possessed, she could keep throwing money until the other party was willing. This was a matter of necessity. She had spent all her previous time hoarding supplies.
While a safe house was important, with Error Hater's abilities, she could make do without one if she had to.
If it really came down to it, she would use offense as defense. Whoever dared to provoke her, she would just wipe them out first.
Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary. She didn't want to be the one to stick her neck out.
After all, the apocalypse was a process. In the initial stages, the upper levels still handled things actively.
It was only after the central authority fell that all order naturally collapsed.
And in fact, the time the upper levels spent actively handling things didn't last long. They were soon unable to look after themselves. Therefore, while order still existed, she couldn't go too far.
Error Hater knew this better than anyone.
After all, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot.
For now, managing her own affairs was the most important thing.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before the manager of the security company came back and said, "Given your sincerity, our boss has agreed. However, the fee is very expensive, triple the normal price, half in cash and half in supplies." Error Hater had nothing to say about this. After all, she wanted it urgently and was cutting a line, so paying more was normal.
Moreover, the price they asked for was within a reasonable range.
Although the safe house was expensive, compared to the wealth Error Hater currently possessed, it was truly not worth mentioning. "Fine, no problem. How much deposit is needed?"
I'll give it to you now.
However, I'll provide the cash directly.
"For the supplies, give me a list of what you need."
Once you've finished the safe houses, I'll give you an address, and you can go to the designated warehouse to collect them.
Hearing Error Hater agree so quickly, the manager felt that this girl was straightforward and worth doing business with.
The key was that this young girl looked delicate and pretty, and wasn't very old. At first, he thought she was just playing a joke on them. As it turned out, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Her strength was so great that she had come directly with a pile of cash. This cash was naturally obtained by Error Hater during her 0 yuan purchases. After all, she had 0 yuan purchased quite a few banks in Country A, which also contained a lot of Eastern currency. No matter which country's currency it was, Error Hater collected it as soon as she saw it.
In any case, her space warehouse was huge and could never be filled. She took as much as there was. As for supplies, that was even simpler. The one thing Error Hater had plenty of now was supplies. Error Hater gave the money very readily. She was currently eager to spend all her cash.
As for the supplies, It would depend on whether the other party could finish everything before the apocalypse arrived.
Calculating the time, by the time these safe houses were built, it would only be a few days before the start of the apocalypse.
Having received the money, the security company naturally had to start working. However, seeing the address Hader provided for the Villa district, the security company manager couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Miss, this place is an unfinished building project. Are you sure work can be done here? Hader smiled and gave a firm answer. Don't worry, this development is already mine. I've taken over the place.
Next, you just need to build the safe house according to my plan.
Good grief.
After looking at Hader's design ideas, the other party couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder.
After all, according to Hader's layout, it would essentially become a private estate like a fortress. 2 weeks was a tight schedule, but Hader provided ample funds, under heavy rewards. There will be brave men. They could finish it if they worked hard. Right now, things were already getting a bit chaotic outside, but no one could imagine that in a few days, the real apocalypse would arrive. People like those in the security company were well aware of the upper level's strength. Those big shots wouldn't just watch the world descend into chaos. They had great confidence in the central authority. Many of the people in the security company were veterans who understood the military's strength even better.
Therefore, they weren't panicked at all. As for that so-called god of thieves, while they could run rampant abroad, it wouldn't work in the East. They had that much confidence, so this money had to be earned. In the eyes of the security company staff, the turmoil would pass in a few days, and now was the perfect time for them to make money. On Hader's side, she had quickly made new preparations. She had her parents and younger brother wait in their original home, but she turned the 19th floor into a safe house.
Their building had a total of 20 floors. The 19th and 20th floors were actually one-unit duplex penthouse.
There were only 2 units per floor with a private elevator.
Hader's parents had bought these 2 units and given them to their children, so these 2 floors now completely belonged to Hader's family.
The supplies stored there could also be exceptionally plentiful.
Hader reassured her family and soon began building their family's safe house on these 2 floors. In less than a week, the safe house for this entire floor was completed.
The safe house has finally been built. MS. Hader, according to your requirements, we have completed the construction of both the safe house in the residential area and the one in the Villa district.
Please settle the remaining balance, and our transaction will be concluded. This is the instruction manual for the safe house.
Everything has been built according to your specifications.
Please take a look and inspect it.
The head of the security company looked at Hader with a smile, waiting for her to inspect various aspects of the 2 safe houses. Hader looked them over carefully, especially the safe house in the residential area, which she studied thoroughly. After confirming everything was in order, she accompanied the security company's staff to the Villa district.
She even enjoyed a special VIP service, arriving by helicopter. The Villa district was indeed something Hader had secured long ago. Back during her 0 yuan purchase spree, she had used her spatial travel ability to return to the East and secretly hire a legal team.
With just a bit of money, she took over this abandoned real estate project. The original real estate development company had been quite ambitious, finding a prime location with excellent feng shui to build this Villa district.
The terrain here was high. It was originally intended to be the city's mid-mountain villa area. Now, the security company had finished its work here, turning the entire hilltop into an airtight fortress.
One villa after another had been specially modified, each possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities.
As long as they weren't opened from the inside by a person, there would basically be no problems.
As for Hader, it went without saying, she had built her own safe house within the super villa at the summit. This area was what she planned to use as her base of operations later on.
However, in the early stages of the apocalypse, extreme cold would strike first, and the snowfall would be massive.
The entire Villa district would be buried under ice and snow, making it impossible even to step outside.
Therefore, at this time, high-rise residential buildings were actually a better choice for Hader. After all, even if buried by snow, that would only affect the lower floors.
At this moment, Hader finished inspecting everything in the Villa district and expressed her great satisfaction.
This abandoned Villa district had no one else. It was like a ghost town.
But after Hader's safe house construction plan, it had become completely different. She had also established a very unique defense system for the entire Villor district. The high-voltage electric fence alone was enough to turn this place into a private domain. This was to prevent busybodies from accidentally stumbling into the Villor district to take advantage during the early days of the apocalypse.
Excellent. I am very satisfied.
I will give you the remaining balance now.
This is the warehouse where I store supplies. I have prepared the goods according to your requirements list. You can go directly there to collect them.
As for how you transport them, that's your business.
The person in charge immediately sent the address Hader provided to his subordinates. Hader had prepared this in advance with just a thought. She could place supplies into the warehouse. No one was needed to guard it. She just had to give them the key to the door. Soon, the security company's people went to collect the goods.
Upon inspection, everything was exactly as agreed. Manager Chen, the head of the security company, looked like a burly man, but he was very organized in his work. He had done an excellent job handling these tasks for Hader, and she appreciated his efficiency.
With the payments settled and goods received, both parties had completed a very satisfactory cooperation.
Thank you, MS. Hader, it has been a pleasure working with you. I hope we have the chance to cooperate again in the future.
If you need anything, please feel free to call us.
You are now a Crown VIP, the highest level among our clients. We will fulfill any request you have to the best of our ability.
Hader thought for a moment. It seemed she didn't need anything else. The things she wanted had already been fully prepared through a global COU purchase spree, so Hader just smiled and responded.
I don't have any special requests. You've built my safe houses very well. As a friendly tip, you might want to prepare some supplies for yourself as well.
Manager Chen had been diligent and responsible, making several safe houses perfect. The defenses at the villa had even been upgraded by several levels.
As for the high-rise in the residential complex, Hader wasn't worried. If anything bad really happened, the people in the complex were just a disorganized mob. They wouldn't amount to much. In her previous life, some bad things had indeed happened in this complex, and the root cause was that Auntie Zhang. However, back then, Hader had brought her parents along and skillfully avoided it all. They had left the complex early and became part of the first group of people to explore the outside world.
At the same time, they became the first group to awaken their superpowers. Once the extreme cold passed, new changes would come.
Those who were originally trapped in the complex and unwilling to leave would never be able to get out, of course. That's a story for another time.
Hader wouldn't be kind enough to warn them. Those people weren't worth the effort.
However, Manager Chen was a good person.
Although Hader had spent a lot, it was thanks to his high efficiency and reliability that she could build the perfect safe houses before the apocalypse. So, giving him a kind warning now could be considered sowing a seed of goodwill.
Hearing Hader's warning, Manager Chen just gave a friendly smile. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. As our Crown VIP, we have specially provided you with some riot gear, placed in the equipment rooms of your 2 safe houses.
Please make sure to check them. They can be used for emergencies if you encounter danger.
Since you've reminded me to stock up on supplies, I believe you are also prepared.
However, please have faith in the central authority and the higher-ups. They have the ability and the courage to solve all difficulties. Seeing his attitude, Hader also gave a firm nod.
I believe in them, but I believe in myself even more.
Only when one's own strength is great can there be true security.
I won't pin my hopes on anyone else.
Manager Chen was momentarily stunned. This girl was very special, and her way of thinking was unique. However, it was truly not easy for a young woman to have such an awareness. Manager Chen couldn't help but think even more highly of the young and beautiful female customer before him.
Still, everyone had their own ideas, and her perspective wasn't necessarily wrong. Being prepared for anything, he agreed with that. Therefore, he also felt that he should stock on more supplies just in case. Thank you for your reminder. I truly hope we have another chance to cooperate. Goodbye, MS.
Hader, I wish you a pleasant life. Hader reached out and shook his hand.
I wish you a pleasant life as well. Please send me back near my residential complex.
Manager Chen naturally agreed.
The helicopter soon dropped Hader off at the nearest helipad, and then a private car took her back to her residential complex. With this, Hader's transaction with them was officially completed, but just as she returned to the complex, she saw Auntie Zhang maintaining order nearby. She was holding a high-decibel megaphone and constantly cautioning the people around her.
Neighbors, please do not panic. The higher-ups have already taken various emergency measures. There won't be any major problems. Although that god of thieves has been acting frequently lately, our country has a solid foundation and vast resources.
We are not like those third-rate countries. Our supplies are still very abundant.
Everyone, don't hoard so many things. Leave some opportunities for those in need. Mind the order. Ensuring safety is the most important thing.
Hearing Auntie Shang's words, Hater couldn't help but curl her lip. However, she didn't feel like dealing with her and just walked past.
As a result, just as Hater was about to go home, she was stopped by Auntie Zhang.
Young lady, was your family the one doing the renovations earlier? I must say, you're making far too much of a fuss.
This is spreading an atmosphere of tension in the complex, and it shouldn't be allowed. How dare you try to morally blackmail me?
Hearing Auntie Shang's words, Hater couldn't help but sneer.
With people like this, the best approach is to stay as far away as possible.
However, if the other party wanted to interfere with her freedom, that was out of the question.
Listen, Auntie Shang, you might manage the sky, the earth, and the air, but you can't manage what our family does, right?
I'm renovating my own house. What business is it of anyone else?
Besides, we've instructed the construction crew to be mindful of the noise and have handled everything properly. We even reported it to the property management.
If they haven't complained, why are you?
Even the highest-ranking official couldn't stop me, let alone you.
Hearing this barrage of words from Hater, Auntie Shang was left gasping for air. Young girl, you look so gentle. How can your words be so harsh? Come, everyone, come judge this.
I was just offering a suggestion. And you think you're in the right? Don't you young people know how to respect the elderly? I'm older than your parents. Is this how your mom and dad raised you? Hater, hearing her start to use her age to bully others again, couldn't help but laugh. Respect the elderly.
That sounds nice. You often demand that young people respect the elderly, but I've never seen you care for the young. We're already exhausted from work during the week and just want to rest on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yet you specifically choose our days off to hold your square dances. When people try to talk to you about it, what do you say?
That public areas are for everyone, and why shouldn't you be allowed to dance? You can dance, sure, but why do you have to disturb others? When you disturb others, you always have a justification. I'm renovating my own house. Who is that bothering? No one else has said a word. Yet you're here nitpicking. Do you really think you're something special? How others stockpile supplies is their own business. Whoever has the money can buy what they want. Why are you interfering with them? What if one day supplies suddenly become scarce? You're stopping people from buying them now, so when they go hungry later, will you be responsible? Can you shoulder that responsibility? Hater's barrage of questions left Auntie Zhang speechless, even though she still wanted to say something.
Hater didn't give her the chance and retorted directly. Go stand on the side. I'm giving you face by calling you Auntie Zhang. If I didn't, you wouldn't be worth a damn. You just know how to throw your weight around.
Just because you worked at the neighborhood committee, you've forgotten who you are.
It's just a neighborhood committee.
Who doesn't have connections?
What's so great about that? After saying this, Hater ignored Auntie Zhang and walked away. In her previous life, this Auntie Zhang had caused misery for quite a few people.
Back then, not many people were stockpiling supplies. When the apocalypse arrived, Auntie Zhang organized a temporary committee. She called on everyone to pool their supplies together for collective distribution, claiming that this way everyone would have something to eat. Then, they would just wait for rescue from the authorities to come down and get through the crisis together. At the time, quite a few people believed Auntie Zhang's nonsense, and some were actually foolish enough to hand over their supplies. However, it was easy to give the supplies away, but getting them back was difficult. Sometimes, people are just like that. Because they lack clear understanding in the face of unknown adversity, they are easily misled by others. As long as someone takes the lead, they love to follow blindly. Because of this, some people really manage to take advantage of the situation.
However, back then, Hater's family didn't believe any of Auntie Zhang's nonsense.
They guarded their own supplies themselves. Why should they let someone else distribute them? That would be stupid, wouldn't it?
Half of the residential complex believed Auntie Zhang's nonsense, while the other half managed themselves independently. But precisely because Auntie Zhang organized this group into an alliance, the others who hadn't joined were instantly targeted by them.
In the end, they forcibly broke into many people's homes, not only stealing their supplies but also punishing some of them. This was actually banditry, but Auntie Zhang, relying on her past work at the neighborhood committee and a semi-official status, used that as a shield to pose as someone from the authorities and command everyone.
And indeed, more and more people believed her. In reality, after Auntie Zhang collected the supplies, she first ensured her own family's needs were met and then shared a portion with her close elderly friends.
As a result, the remaining supplies were scarce and nowhere near enough for the entire complex.
When she eventually saw that she couldn't cover up the situation, Auntie Zhang instead rallied her loyal followers to form a faction. attempting to suppress all the residents in the complex. But it wasn't just Auntie Shang who had the final say in the complex. Some ruthless people had emerged from other floors as well.
In the end, various conflicts began within the complex. To survive, people resorted to all sorts of extreme measures, and it quickly turned into living hell.
It was just before these conflicts reached their peak that Era Hader took her family, along with a group of pets, and left the complex to seek survival opportunities outside. At that time, by chance, Era Hader's pets had already mutated, which also led to her younger brother, Saiyan Hader, developing some new abilities. This was what allowed Era Hader and her family to survive the difficult early stages of the apocalypse. Recalling the events of the past, Era Hader had absolutely no fondness for this Auntie Shang. Now she still wanted to guilt trip her. By what right? Era Hader didn't care about all that. She would just shake off Auntie Shang first. But Auntie Shang was still managing the residential complex's owner's group chat at this time.
After being harshly retorted by Era Hader just now, she was seething with anger and nearly fainted.
After finally catching her breath, she immediately started cursing in the owner's group chat. Resident Era Hader from Building 12 is simply lawless and morally corrupt. A young girl who opens her mouth only to curse and has no respect for an old person like me. There's simply no justice. Seeing that Auntie Shang was furious, a group of her elderly friends all wanted to gang up and attack Era Hader. Era Hader didn't care who they were and retorted directly, "Have I given you too much face? Don't you know what you've done yourself? You stop others from stockpiling supplies, yet you stockpiled a huge amount yourself.
Don't think I didn't see a shopping list.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Don't you understand that principle? And you say I don't respect you. Have you ever respected anyone else?
You can't even manage your own grandson peeping at people showering, throwing firecrackers into the women's restroom, stealing people's takeout. I've seen every single one of these incidents clearly. Don't say I don't have evidence. I have surveillance cameras installed, and I have it all recorded. If I were to expose all these things, let's see if your precious grandson ends up in a juvenile detention center."
You old hag, I can see your family is bringing through your grandson. Your whole family is morally corrupt. You can't even raise a child well, and yet you have the nerve to come and accuse others. You dance in the square every day. Disturbing everyone's rest, isn't that morally corrupt?
You boss people around all day, always expecting young people to do the heavy lifting for you while you never lift a finger.
You make others do everything while you just talk. And when people don't agree, you curse at them. Isn't that morally corrupt?
Era Hader typed very quickly and occasionally used voice messages to battle Auntie Shang directly. At this moment, everyone realized that this seemingly gentle-looking young girl had such fierce firepower.
However, many people felt that Era Hader was right and felt very satisfied in their hearts.
They all cheered for her one after another. They had long been annoyed by Auntie Shang, who constantly used her minor authority to act like a big shot. Many people found her very irritating. However, this Auntie Shang was too good at being unreasonable and pestering others.
If one were careless, they would get entangled with her.
That outcome was something an average family couldn't handle.
Many families who had stood up to Auntie Shang in the past didn't end up well, because Auntie Shang had gathered a group of elderly friends in the complex who were of the same ilk as her. If they really started cursing, it would be as nasty as it could get.
Originally, this time, they wanted to use their old tricks to continue their tactics on Era Hader.
Just a young girl. Could she really turn the world upside down?
As it turned out, Era Hader exposed her old secrets, first revealing some of her grandson's dirty laundry to everyone, and then talking about the sordid things their family had done.
Auntie Jane usually put on a facade of righteousness, but she had done plenty of things to take advantage of others. Era Hader said she had evidence and actually posted some videos, which immediately left Auntie Zhang panicking. The words she originally intended to use to curse Era Hader were abruptly swallowed back because the owner's group chat had already started to fill with complaints.
The older generation is bad, and the children they raise will be even worse. It's a cycle that continues from generation to generation. My God, I was wondering why my delivery was stolen all the time. It turns out it was Auntie Shang's grandson.
You have to compensate me.
A child in his teens dared to peek at someone bathing. What will happen when he grows up?
I was wondering why I felt flustered while bathing before. It turns out your kid was peeking.
He even threw firecrackers into the women's restroom. I've finally found the culprit. This series of accusations and questions exploded in the homeowners group chat.
Someone had mentioned Auntie Shang's grandson before. It was a young man renting a place here.
He was quite handsome and kind, so he spoke up to everyone. At that time, he saw Auntie Shang's grandson stealing someone's delivery to eat.
He felt it was wrong. so he reminded Auntie Zhang that the child needed to be educated properly. As a result, Auntie Zhang wouldn't let it go, claiming he was slandering her grandson, and instead went to the young man's rented apartment to throw a tantrum.
That wasn't enough. She also gathered a group of old scumbag friends to curse at his doorstep every day. Auntie Zhang became famous from that battle. From then on, everyone knew that although this old woman was retired, she was even harder to mess with. However, how could such behavior reflect the quality expected of someone who formerly worked for the neighborhood committee?
Perhaps because she no longer had a job within the system and was free from previous constraints, Auntie Zhang, with her former status, could let herself go even more and act as if she were the only one who mattered. At that time, her actions also left Era Hater dumbfounded. Most importantly, Era Hater wasn't in the homeowners group chat then. Her parents told her about it.
She wanted to help, but had nowhere to speak. Later, Era Hater's parents added her to the homeowners group chat. Only then did she have the chance to choose this moment to speak out.
Auntie Zhang instantly became the target of public criticism.
In this homeowners group chat, not everyone followed blindly. In fact, there were many capable people in the neighborhood who had been unhappy with Auntie Zhang for a long time.
They couldn't be bored with her before, which gave Auntie Zhang the illusion that she could do as she pleased and play the other homeowners for fools. During this special period, she kept warning others not to hoard so many supplies, while she secretly hoarded more herself. Wasn't her double-dealing and inconsistent behavior specifically meant to screw people over?
It's simply too much. This behavior is too heinous. She must not be allowed to have a good time. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Auntie Zhang suddenly became angry.
You actually believe the nonsense of a young girl?
Why are you slandering my grandson?
Don't you have evidence?
Why didn't you bring it out before, and only now?
Era Hater sneered and sent some footage captured on her phone directly to the group chat.
Then, she told Auntie Zhang and everyone else.
I didn't bring it out before just to wait for today, to provide ironclad evidence against a scumbag like you.
Relying on your age to act entitled. I highly suspect you must have committed professional misconduct when you were working. I suggest the Commission for Discipline Inspection look back into it.
Just you wait. I'm going to report you and petition now.
Ordinary people couldn't raise such a trashy child. The elders are bad, and the children they raise are even worse. It's passed down from generation to generation. When everyone saw that Era Hater really sent evidence, they immediately opened it to look. Whoa boy, it really was the brat's messy business.
Moreover, the various bad deeds in these videos were more than just what Era Hater had mentioned.
Many things were very dangerous, even endangering everyone's public safety.
This really stirred up a hornet's nest.
This brat intentionally broke the neighborhood surveillance and then scratched someone's car. That's a Mercedes-Benz. Looking at the model, it's quite expensive. Repainting it must cost tens of thousands, right? Holy crap. This brat even wanted to mess with the natural gas pipes. It's a miracle he wasn't blown to death. This endangers the safety of all us homeowners.
Auntie Zhang, you must give us an explanation.
And this driving nails into car tires. Is this something a human does? Then, knowing the nail he drove was into a delivery truck that often goes on the highway, that's a matter of life and death.
Now Auntie Zhang was truly panicked. She didn't know her precious grandson had done so many things. However, she didn't think there was anything wrong at all.
Instead, she remained stubborn and said righteously, "Do you people still understand respecting the elderly and loving the young? Bullying an old person and a child. He's just a child. What does he know?
Isn't he just a bit playful?
Is that wrong?
You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Although my grandson did those things, he didn't let anyone get hurt.
What's wrong with my grandson being a bit naughty? The naughtier a child is, the more successful they'll be when they grow up."
This time, Auntie Zhang's lack of shame and instead taking pride in it immediately caused the whole group to explode. Auntie Zhang, right? Let me tell you, this isn't over.
My car was the one your grandson scratched.
Now there's video evidence. You'd better pay up quickly.
Otherwise, I'll call the police immediately and have your grandson taken away.
Don't think you don't have to take responsibility just because you're young. Also, this brat dared to mess with public facilities, which already involves endangering public safety.
Send him to a juvenile detention center and see if this old hag still dares to be stubborn.
This? Successful?
I think your Zhang family wants to raise a juvenile delinquent.
Seeing herself being attacked by the group, Auntie Zhang immediately sent messages to her old close female friends in private, asking them to help speak up.
Those old close female friends were also eloquent and immediately started arguing with the homeowners.
The scene was truly laughable yet also quite infuriating. However, as a result, Auntie Zhang's influence among the homeowners plummeted. Originally, many people felt that since Auntie Zhang had formerly worked at the sub-district office, She had some connections and influence.
But seeing her behavior now, naturally fewer people would believe her in the future.
Especially knowing that Auntie Zhang hoarded a lot of goods herself but told others not to. Wasn't this the magistrates are allowed to set fires while the commoners are forbidden to light lamps?
So, a group of people started moving again, rushing to the nearby supermarkets,
hoping to get more supplies now to prepare for future emergencies.
Anyway, many things don't expire quickly. Shelf life is long, so hoarding a bit more is fine. But when there's not enough, one would immediately be in a panic.
Thus, everyone knew what to do.
Hader sneered. The apocalypse was only a few days away. She couldn't be bothered with this old hag.
It was best if she didn't come to provoke her. Otherwise, she would let Auntie Zhang know what true misery felt like. However, while she couldn't do anything to Auntie Zhang on the surface for now, she could act in private.
Who told her she had a space and could travel freely? Hader's gaze turned cold.
She decided that when the apocalypse arrived, she would first eliminate Hader and the scumbag man Tang Jingfang, and then take Auntie Zhang to task. Who gave you the nerve to come here and cause trouble? Hader's younger brother and parents also spoke up for her in the group, severely condemning Auntie Zhang's behavior.
The whole family had to join the fray together, otherwise people might think they were easy to bully. In particular, Hader's father, Sir Hader, who was a well-known figure in the local business circles, directly called her out. Auntie Zhang is it. I am an important member of the local Chamber of Commerce. How dare you do so many messy things and even curse my daughter?
Very well.
I will certainly investigate your past misconduct during your tenure. People like you can't withstand scrutiny. Let's see whose hands are truly dirty.
I, Sir Hader, act upright and honorable, and the daughter I raised is also elegant and dignified.
She is absolutely not like you, who spoiled a grandson into a problem child.
When Hader's father stepped forward, Auntie Zhang suddenly remembered who he was. Previously, she had only seen Hader living in this neighborhood and hadn't figured out her parental background.
Hearing Sarah Hader's words now, she suddenly panicked. It had to be said that Sarah Hader indeed had a lot of influence in the city's business world. When someone like him said they would investigate and trace past faults, they would actually do it.
When Hader said she would report her earlier, Auntie Zhang wasn't worried at all.
People did that every year, but whoever succeeded. But with Sarah Hader personally entering the field, it was a different story.
He was a person of status with considerable influence in the city.
A single word from Sarah Hader carried more weight than countless people talking until their breath ran out.
Auntie Zhang's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly apologized to Hader.
Oh, I'm so sorry, young lady.
I really didn't know you were Mr. Hader's daughter. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare speak to you like that.
Please be the bigger person and forgive this old woman.
This public apology immediately drew a round of boos in the group chat. Hader responded with the coldest words possible. Get lost.
So you're only apologizing and realizing the consequences because I'm Sarah Hader's daughter. If it were anyone else, you'd continue being arrogant. Is that it? I don't accept this kind of apology.
Just wait for your punishment.
Weren't you just saying you weren't afraid of anyone investigating?
Why are you scared now? Could it be that your record is indeed dirty?
You know fear now, but what were you doing earlier?
After saying this, Hader ignored the commotion in the group, finding it annoying to look at.
There was no need to say much to many of these people. After all, they would all turn into zombies after a while. Even if they didn't turn into zombies, there weren't many good people among them. Sometimes, in extreme environments, human hearts are more dangerous than zombies. Once the apocalypse arrived and constraints vanished, this Auntie Zhang would become a devil-like existence.
However, she wouldn't be jumping around for much longer. Hader had her own plans for what came next. Subsequently, Hader asked her father to use his connections to thoroughly investigate the old woman, but with the chaos outside now, it was unlikely anyone would have the energy to deal with it.
Currently, the entire country was coordinating supplies, dispersing them so that everyone could buy what they needed with money.
Everyone was doing their best to accomplish this.
Hader's appearance across various countries in her identity as the god of thieves had, in a sense, caused great damage to enemy nations, but it produced a very positive effect for the East. At the very least, through this wave of stockpiling, many more people would definitely survive the early stages of the apocalypse. Of course, stockpiling was only part of it. The ability to resist extreme cold, extreme heat, and various other natural disasters was also important.
It was under the pressure of various natural disasters and the environment surrounded by zombies that humans gradually activated their superpowers.
The emergence of more ability users was what left a spark of hope for human civilization.
But that was all for later. What Hater was doing now was almost complete.
All kinds of supplies, equipment, weapons, and so on were piled high in her space.
Now the safe house was also finished.
Hater had already taken her parents inside to settle in early. The 19th and 20th floors instantly became their safest home for now.
Their original house had already been emptied.
The supplies had also been moved to the 19th and 20th floors.
They had prepared for all of this well in advance.
Now they just waited at home for the arrival of the apocalyptic disasters.
With 5 days left until the apocalypse, Hater recently told her parents and brother not to go out. Everything would be handled at home. Hater was well prepared, having long since used electronic devices to download all sorts of movies, novels, variety shows, and more. She had also equipped the place with a high-powered diesel generator, and the safe house was fitted with heaters and corresponding smokeless charcoal. No matter what the weather was like, she could handle it with ease. She had coated the entire building with anti-corrosion paint, as there might be acid rain or snow in extreme cold that possessed special corrosive properties. Other infrastructure had also been reinforced by her one by one.
Even if a tornado struck, it wouldn't affect their building.
However, just when Hater thought everything was ready, an unexpected phone call came through. "Sister, we've arrived in your city. We heard things were getting chaotic outside, and we couldn't stay in the village anymore.
We were afraid of even greater danger, so we came straight here."
"Don't you have extra rooms? Could you spare one for us to stay in for a while?"
"Everyone is panicking right now, and we're scared too."
The one calling was actually Hater's seventh maternal uncle.
Hater's mother's family had 7 siblings, 6 sisters, and 1 younger brother. It was a typical family of younger brother-obsessed sisters.
Back then, since this 7th maternal uncle was the only son in a large family, everyone doted on him excessively.
The grandmother and grandfather had long since spoiled the 7th maternal uncle beyond measure. The sisters were their blood bags.
The education Hater's mother received since childhood was that no matter how poor they were, the brother couldn't be poor. Every good thing had to be given to the 7th brother. It was only right and their duty for the sisters to support the brother.
Hater was the 4th among the 6 sisters. She was invisible at home and always the one who suffered the most losses. In the past, Hater had indeed helped her brother.
When this 7th maternal uncle was building a house in the village, he even asked their family for a loan. The house he built wasn't an ordinary building but a large villa, the most grand in the village.
After all, he had 6 sisters to support him. It was agreed the money was a loan.
At that time, Hater's business was at its most critical point and lacked capital for turnover, but they still forced themselves to lend it to him. Later, when Hater's business ran into a small problem and Hater's grandfather also had health issues requiring urgent hospitalization and surgery, their funds immediately became tight. They went to ask Hater's 7th maternal uncle for the money back, only to be directly cursed and driven away.
Even though Hater pleaded humbly, saying the money was for life-saving cores, the 7th maternal uncle ignored him. From then on, the 2 families became enemies.
Hater's heart grew cold, and she stopped contacting her family.
From then on, she focused on her own small family and no longer dealt with her playboy younger brother. Sure enough, after cutting ties with that parasitic family, their small household quickly began to prosper.
Hater's business also saw great turnaround, but unfortunately, by the time they managed to get enough money, they had already missed the best window for the grandfather's treatment, and the old man eventually passed away with regrets.
As a result, the resentment between the 2 families deepened, and they cut off all contact.
She didn't know who gave the 7th maternal uncle the nerve to show his face now. He actually had the audacity to come and ask for a room to stay in. He really was like a toad looking at a swan, ugly and full of wishful thinking. "Who gave you the nerve to come looking for me?
How dare people like you show your faces here?"
"Who gave you the nerve?" Back then, when my father-in-law was seriously ill and our family was short on money, we only asked you to return the money you owed us. What did you do? Not only did you refuse to pay us back, but you also berated my husband and our entire family.
I have never seen such an ungrateful wolf as you. From childhood until now, I, as your sister, never shortchanged you a single cent.
Yet for that little bit of money, you didn't even care about a human life.
From that moment on, I no longer had a brother.
So, don't call me sister. I don't have a beast for a brother like you.
Even after many years, Shanse Hader still became very agitated when she recalled the events of the year.
She could not forget how her brother had insulted their family. You wanted money, I was giving back.
You're dreaming, aren't you, whether your father-in-law dies or not? What does that have to do with me?
Get lost. If you don't have money, don't come here pretending to be a big shot.
Everything in this house is mine. Don't even think about taking a single cent. Shanse Hader, you traitorous thing. Get as far away from me as possible.
And you, Hader Kyuhyur, you have no ability, yet you dared to marry a daughter of our Zhang family. Didn't you ask around about what our family does?
Who do you think you are?
Asking you for money was giving you face. And you actually dared to come and ask me to pay it back. Watch out, or I'll have my other brothers-in-law beat you up.
In the end, the money was naturally not returned, but the Hader couple saw the true faces of these so-called relatives.
What was even more interesting was those sisters.
Seeing their brother so cold and heartless, shouldn't they have felt disillusioned under normal circumstances? After all, Shanse Hader was a daughter, and they were daughters too. The situation Shanse Hader faced then was something they might encounter in the future. However, those sisters not only failed to say a single word for Shanse Hader, but they also said she didn't know how to pick a man, and that letting him come home to beg for money was not something a man should do. Hearing her former family members use such excuses to shirk responsibility, Shanse Hader's heart turned completely cold.
When they had borrowed the money, they didn't have faces like this. They were as humble as could be.
At that time, their family was wealthy and their business was doing well. But a few years later, due to some shifts in the market, the business took a sharp turn for the worse. The Hader family was no longer as prosperous as before, and the faces of these former relatives all changed, to the point that when old Master Hader fell ill and the Hader family needed money for emergency treatment, these people all turned their backs and refused to recognize them. In their view, old Master Hader wasn't going to get better. So instead of letting the money go down the drain, it was better to keep it in their own hands. They believed that once someone in a family fell seriously ill, they would basically never be able to recover for the rest of their lives. The Hader family was finished, and returning the money to them would be a waste.
But they didn't stop to think that the family hadn't said they were giving them the money back then. It was only a loan. What is borrowed should be returned, but they thought, why should they return money they had borrowed through their own ability? Isn't it only natural for a sister to help her brother? As for whether the sister had difficulties or if her own family was affected after helping her brother, what did that have to do with the brother?
What a fine, only natural, what a fine minding one's own business. Having gone through this, Shanse Hader finally woke up completely, while also being filled with guilt toward her own small family,
especially when she saw her father-in-law lying on the sick, and they were crying out for help but receiving none, nearly running out of money for treatment and about to be kicked out by the hospital.
Shanse Hader was so guilty she almost knelt down, but she was stopped by her husband.
Isn't it just money?
There's always a way.
It's not like we can't bounce back.
Believe me, wife, in the future, I will never put you in such a difficult position again, and I certainly won't let those people look down on us. Leave everything to me.
In the end, Shanse Hader didn't know how her husband had survived that crisis. Regardless, he really did manage to get the money. It wasn't until much later that Shanse Hader learned her husband had given up everything, handing over the business he had built for years to others, just to exchange it for a sum of money.
All just to keep the family together. At that time, the Hader family had reached a state of having almost nothing. They almost sold their house to pay for old Master Hader's medical bills.
As it turned out, in a twist of fate, it was later discovered that the old man had been misdiagnosed. It could have been rectified, but the optimal window for treatment had already been missed. To make up for their mistake, the hospital paid a large sum of compensation. At the time, the Hader family was furious, but they couldn't withstand the hospital's immense power and influence.
If they didn't accept the compensation and kept fighting the hospital, their family would have had to sleep on the streets. Father Hader had no choice in the end. For the sake of the family, he could only swallow his pride, but their grudge against Zhang Jianking's family was completely sealed.
If the other party had returned the money, old Master Hader definitely could have entered a better hospital for treatment, and such a major medical accident and regret would not have occurred.
Fortunately, Sarah Hader was indeed capable enough. Soon, he used that compensation money to make a comeback, and his business flourished. By the time Sarah Hader went to college, Sarah Hader had already become a well-known entrepreneur in the city and even the country.
Therefore, during this recent period, Sarah Hader had followed Sarah Hader's arrangements and purchased a large amount of supplies, storing them in several small warehouses for future needs.
However, Sarah Hader had not expected that these supplies would eventually become a dangerous fuse, and the source of this danger lay with Shanse Hader's brother. When Zhang Jiankang heard Shanse Hader's insults, he immediately felt a sense of shame turning into anger.
Although he knew that what he had done in the past wasn't human, a beast could never admit it wasn't human. He immediately started cursing directly over the phone. Shenzi hater, you really don't know what's good for you.
Who do you think you are? Do you still have this family in your heart?
I'm telling you, if you don't let me move into the house today, don't expect mom and dad to recognize you as their daughter ever again. Hearing this, Shenzi hater couldn't help but laugh out of anger.
Era hater couldn't help but frown at this moment. In her previous life, these top-tier relatives hadn't even had time to head this way before the apocalypse arrived. Of course, after the apocalypse arrived, these top-tier relatives probably didn't survive the early stages and died off. In any case, from the start of the apocalypse, she had never heard any news of these relatives or seen them again. But now, because of her identity as the god of thieves running rampant across the world, she had triggered a series of changes. The butterfly effect was so large it was beyond her own imagination. So, she wasn't too surprised by the appearance of these top-tier relatives.
However, her seventh maternal uncle, that troublemaker, was still very disgusting. She knew the seventh maternal uncle very well. What he was best at was throwing tantrums.
A grown man could truly be shameless enough to lie down at your doorstep and refuse to leave, crying and cursing all day long. He was incredibly pathetic, but also made people feel very helpless.
However, this trick worked on ordinary people.
With her here now, how could she let someone like him succeed? Era hater smiled at this moment and said directly to her mother, Shenzi hater,
Mom, don't worry. This guy, I'll handle him. Do I really need to personally deal with beasts?
Hearing Era hater's words,
Shenzi hater was stunned. Hater, don't act recklessly. This is an old generation's grievance. If you go now, wouldn't that just give him an opportunity to cause trouble?
Your seventh maternal uncle has always been like this since he was little, completely shameless.
He'll use any dirty trick to get what he wants.
You're a young girl, getting involved with a scoundrel like him. No matter what, you'll be at a disadvantage. Era hater smiled again upon hearing this.
Mom, dealing with beasts, do I still need to do it myself? You underestimate your daughter too much. Don't worry, I'll make them scram.
Later, you can just block his number.
Shenzi hater originally wanted to say more, but thinking of Era hater as recent changes and her miraculous foresight, she stopped speaking.
Perhaps Era hater had already foreseen these things and even thought of a solution long ago.
However, Shenzi hater had no idea that Era hater hadn't foreseen these things before. But she really did have a solution. In the past 2 days, Era hater had already moved into the safe house on the 19th and 20th floors. And by the way, she gave some more money and supplies, asking the security company to reinforce the old couple's house as well.
It just wasn't like their 19th and 20th floors, which had full-scale metal defenses. Now, the 19th and 20th floors are like a giant metal cage, with the entire house wrapped in metal from top to bottom. From left to right, all windows are bulletproof glass, and it's fully equipped with various living facilities, even capable of withstanding the invasion of extreme cold and extreme heat weather.
The entire house's walls were also painted with anti-corrosion paint, able to maintain the integrity of the walls even when facing acid rain.
Era hater had prepared all these things in advance, and the old couple's house was on the 8th floor, a middle-level floor. However, in the future extreme cold weather, with snow sealing the sky, the thick snow accumulation could reach up to the 4th floor. Living on the 8th floor would then become a low floor, and there might be some disputes at that time.
Era hater had also thought of these things in advance, so even if that house was no longer inhabited, it had to be reinforced
to prevent people from easily breaking in then, which would also be a disgusting situation.
Previously, it was because of the renovation of the 8th floor house that Auntie Zhang gave a lecture.
After all, the 19th and 20th floors, the entire floor belonged to Era hater's family, and being on a high floor with a duplex layout, there were fewer residents. Many buildings had their 19th and 20th floors bought, but no one lived there. Therefore, the renovation of these top 2 floors at that time did not affect anyone,
especially the staff of the security company. They were indeed very professional,
and this time, to speed things up, more manpower was added, and the entire project progressed very quickly.
In just a few days, the top 2 floors were completed. As for the house on the 8th floor, it was just casually decorated. Only the doors and windows were reinforced, not like the 19th and 20th floors where the entire structure was reinforced, but it was already very strong. At the very least, Ordinary people couldn't break it open. Era Hader had originally thought of defending against petty people like Shang Jian-kang. Unexpectedly, as soon as the house was renovated, 7th maternal uncle Shang Jian-kang came with a whole nest of people. Even at this point, these ungrateful people were still fantasizing that a single word from them could make Era Hader's family comply.
Who knows where they got their confidence? How could they be so brazen?
When they discovered that Shanzeh Hader had blocked their numbers and they couldn't get through anymore, they started cursing and stomping their feet even more.
You Shanzeh Hader, how could you be so heartless?
Since you're being unkind first, don't blame us for being unjust. Let's go to their house.
I know where their house is.
This community was an old one.
Although there were security guards and property management, the overall management was relatively lax. Otherwise, these few people wouldn't have been able to walk in so easily and act so bossy, because the personnel here were complex, with both owners and tenants. Sometimes the security guards couldn't stop everyone.
Zhang Jian-kang finally found the 8th floor, where Era Hader and her family used to live, but they had no idea that the 8th floor was already empty at this time. Seeing the thick iron door,
Zhang Jian-kang couldn't help but kick it directly. As a result, he cried out in pain. Ouch, why is this door so solid? Shanzeh Hader, don't think everything's fine just because you're hiding inside and not coming out.
I'm telling you, we'll block your doorway. If you dare to keep this up, we'll keep waiting. Let's see how long you can last.
Everyone come and see. This family disregards kinship.
Just because we didn't give them money before, they cut off contact with us.
How heartless and ungrateful. Such ungrateful, disloyal, and unfilial people will definitely not have a good end. Now our family is out of resources.
We finally brought our old father and mother to seek refuge with them, and they won't even open the door for us.
It's too much. At this moment, Zhang Jian-kang's shouting was heard throughout the entire building. Everyone actually knew that the old Hader family lived here, but no one knew that the 19th and 20th floors were all bought by the old Hader family. Even less did they know that they had such a bunch of terrible relatives. Now seeing them like this, a group of people couldn't help but shake their heads. What kind of people are these? The old Hader family is quite capable. I don't think they would be like this.
THMPH, what do you know?
Their daughter was deceived by a scumbag man. I think there's a problem there too. A fly won't sting a seamless egg. Maybe there's a problem with their character. You all should be careful and not be fooled by their kind appearance.
The neighbors were not particularly good people to begin with. They usually just met and greeted each other and hadn't really interacted much.
Who knew what kind of people this family was? So, when they heard Zhang Jian-kang say this, some of them actually believed it. Era Hader couldn't help but sneer when she saw this scene. These guys, one by one, would all turn into beasts in the apocalypse. Sure enough, some signs could already be seen now.
Era Hader paid no attention to these irrelevant people, and by then, she had already prepared how to deal with Shang Jian-kang's family.
Logically speaking, he was her uncle, and she should respect him.
But if her uncle didn't act like a human, then she wouldn't be blamed for treating him like an animal. At this moment, a huge dark shadow suddenly appeared in the hallway.
When everyone saw this shadow, they were all startled and immediately closed their doors. The commotion drew the attention of Zhang Jian-kang's family, and upon seeing it, they were all scared out of their wits. My face was swollen from being slapped by the dog. At this moment, Zhang Jian-kang was still violently kicking the door of Era's home on the 8th floor.
However, while they were making a scene, a sturdy German shepherd suddenly appeared beside them.
With its bared teeth and low growls, it looked ready to leap forward and bite them to death at any moment. Crucially, this German shepherd was massive, built like a small calf, with its head nearly reaching Zhang Jian-kang's shoulder. Zhang Jian-kang was so terrified that he shrunk back, hiding behind his mother.
Good grief! Wasn't this Era Hader's eccentric grandmother?
A woman who spoiled her son beyond reason, turning him into a mama's boy. She even found various ways to brainwash her daughters, making them support their brother like parasites. Moreover, she believed this was only natural. Her preference for males over females was biased to the extreme. The key was that this old lady would go on to do many more bizarre things later.
It was fortunate that Shanzeh Hader had seen through this family's true colors early on and detached herself from her family of origin. In fact, after our Hader's parents made their comeback, Zhang Jian-kang had brought people over more than once to demand benefits, but each time he was rebuffed and went back dejectedly. Now, seeing the world descending into chaos, they had cast aside all shame, bringing the whole family to demand that Era Hader and her parents open the door and let them move in.
The eccentric maternal grandparents had also come along. In their view, As long as they threw away their old dignity, Shanzeh Hader would have to give them face.
Otherwise, they would scold Shanzeh Hader mercilessly.
At the same time, they would make a scene in the community to let the whole world know that Shanzeh Hader was an unfilial daughter. How would she be able to live in this community after that?
If that didn't work, they would contact the media to expose Zara Hader.
In any case, they intended to ruin their reputation so they wouldn't even be able to do business in the future. If they couldn't have it, then no one else should. They would insist that the couple was unfilial. Those gossip-hungry bystanders wouldn't care about the truth. They didn't believe the wealthy Hader couple wouldn't be wary of such things.
However, they never expected that as soon as they arrived, Ara Hader would set a dog on them. Indeed, the one who lunged in front of the Zhang family was Ara Hader's David the German Shepherd.
While German Shepherds usually look handsome, they can also show a fierce side.
Crucially, German Shepherds are very intelligent, even before evolving. David the German Shepherd could already understand all of Ara Hader's commands and shared a strong rapport with her. Now that he had evolved, David possessed intelligence close to that of an adult human and a very powerful physique.
Moreover, David was not currently in his combat state. If his combat power were truly activated, his size would increase further, his strength would grow, and his defense would be even higher.
It was equivalent to a berserker's attributes. At this moment, David the German Shepherd looked majestic and incomparably fierce. His intimidating expression and build scared the Zhang family into backing away repeatedly. Fine, Shanzeh Hader. It's one thing not to open the door for us, but you actually set a dog on us.
How heartless.
You unfilial beast.
Watching your own family suffer without a care and even letting an animal harm us, where is the justice in this? Oh heavens, why don't you strike this unfilial daughter of mine dead with a bolt of lightning?
However, as soon as the old woman finished her sentence, David the German Shepherd swung a paw and gave her a resounding slap with a smack. You animal! Smack. You damn dog, you dare hit my mother! Smack. You dog, I'll fight you! Smack. The sounds of successive slaps echoed one after another in the hallway.
The scene before them was quite peculiar. The sturdy German Shepherd stood on its hind legs, its two front paws swinging like windmills, slapping every one of those eccentric relatives blocking Ara Hader's door. Now, every one of them had several dog paw prints on their faces, looking quite comical.
Their faces were so swollen from the beating that they couldn't even speak clearly in the end. They were terrified.
Right now, they were only being slapped. But who knew if the dog would suddenly turn violent and maul them?
You just wait.
We'll definitely be back. Finally, the group scrambled and fled the scene. They truly had no face left to show. A dog had literally slapped the dignity right off them.
Ara Hader had installed surveillance in several safe houses, so she could naturally see the situation on the 8th floor through the monitor.
Seeing the group flee in panic, the family couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, daughter, the dog you raised is simply too amazing. He can even slap people.
This has truly made that bunch lose all face.
Let's see if they ever dare to come whining at our door again.
Sis, that's David, right? How did you feed him to be so big? He's almost as large as a small calf.
So majestic.
Daughter, we've driven them away this time, but that bunch won't let it go. What should we do next? Shanzeh Hader finally asked the question she was most worried about.
She knew her eccentric parents and brother too well. How could they possibly let it go just like that? Ara Hader let out a cold laugh at this moment.
HMPH, Mom, you don't need to worry about what comes next. I'll handle it.
I won't let them have an easy time of it. Anyway, in fact, as soon as Zhang Giant King's family left that dangerous place, they began cursing and swearing. They were all filled with indignation. It was bad enough that Shanzeh Hader wouldn't see them, but she actually sent a dog to slap their faces swollen. What kind of nonsense was this? How could they face anyone in the future, even if they could live in that community? If others saw them, they would be laughed to death. Shanzeh Hader, you bitch. You actually dared to slap my face and you sent a dog to do it. I'll definitely make sure you suffer a miserable death once I trick my way inside. See if I don't kill your whole family.
Yang Jiankang's previous helpless rage turned into bluster once he was out. He only dared to brag in front of his own family. If he were actually in front of a ruthless person, he wouldn't even dare to fart.
Precisely because of this, he would become even more furious next. In the past at home, everyone yielded to him. Whatever he said went.
Anything good or expensive in the house was always given to him first.
When had his words ever carried so little weight in this family?
Shanzeh Hader had made him lose all face this time. He would definitely retaliate. Son, don't worry about that for now. Let's go get our injuries examined. Once we get a report for minor injuries, we'll sue their family.
If they won't give us the house and property, we absolutely cannot let them off. Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Jianking's spirits immediately lifted. Right, let's sue them.
We're going to the police station and the hospital right now. However, they were dumbfounded when I arrived at the police station.
There was no one there. Everyone had gone out to maintain order, leaving only one police officer on duty. After hearing their story, the officer replied irritably,
You were beaten by dogs, so why are you coming to us? You should find the dog's owner. Go negotiate among yourselves first. There's too much going on right now. Don't occupy public resources with such trivial matters. We're already short-handed maintaining order, so don't come here to cause trouble. Disturbing the peace can get you thrown into a detention center. The Zhang family members were only brave enough to shout nonsense outside. Once they were actually in the police station, how could they dare to make a move? They wanted to say a few more words, but were directly kicked out by the police officer.
This was indeed the reality now. The whole world was on the verge of chaos. Forget regular police officers, even auxiliary police had been deployed to help maintain order, for fear of trouble breaking out somewhere.
Who had time to deal with them when they brought such trivial matters? Zhang Jiankang wanted to curse, but his mother stopped him.
Son, let's not be hasty.
Let's go to the hospital and get a minor injury report first. With that report, even if the police won't help us, we can find a lawyer to sue them.
Zhang Jiankang strongly agreed with his mother. Right.
We'll go to the hospital now. As it turned out, the traffic was so congested that they couldn't move by taxi, and it cost them a lot of money.
Out of necessity, they got out and walked. When they finally reached the hospital, they found it packed to capacity. All sorts of injured people were already filling the hospital corridors.
It turned out many people had come to blows while fighting for supplies, and some had taken advantage of the chaos to commit crimes, so the number of injured people had suddenly spiked. Aren't you just here to cause trouble, coming to the hospital for such a minor injury? It's just a swollen face, isn't it?
Go back and apply some ice, and that'll be that.
Hurry up, don't delay the patients behind you.
Find a way to kill them.
The Zhang family emerged from the hospital looking utterly dejected. Their injuries weren't treated, and they failed to get a medical certificate.
In other words, they had taken a beating today for absolutely nothing.
Mom, I'm going back right now. I'm going to kill them.
I absolutely cannot swallow this insult. However, Zhang Jiankang's father, Zhang Guodong, immediately stopped his son.
Are you going back just to be beaten by that dog again? She just wants to make us lose face.
You know how fierce that dog is.
As long as she lets it out, none of us can beat it. We might even get bitten. The world is already getting a bit chaotic.
Look at these police officers in hospitals. They don't have time to deal with us at all.
Didn't you always say you had a group of very powerful friends? I remember they're in this city.
Go find them.
We're just 2 men. We aren't strong enough to handle that big wolf dog.
But if you bring more people and more weapons, we can beat that dog to death and stew it for dinner. Let's see what capital that family of unfilial descendants has left to fight us then. Zhang Jianking's eyes lit up upon hearing his father's words. Dad, you're still the best. I'll go find brother's son right now.
We don't have much money left.
If we don't take down Shanzhe Hader's family, our lives will be miserable from now on. Should we also call over the other sisters and brothers-in-law? It seems Shanzhe Hader's family is the wealthiest right now. Once we've taken their family down, is there anything we won't be able to do? Zhang Guodong's eyes were also burning with greed. Although the world had begun to descend into chaos, basic order still existed. After all, the military had already moved into every city to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Looking at the atmosphere of the entire city now, even the local police stations couldn't spare many people. Things were on the verge of total collapse. Although Zhang Guodong wasn't a good person, he was sometimes quite sharp at reading situations.
He had already predicted that all kinds of supplies would soon be in short supply. By a stroke of luck, he had heard that Sarah Hader's family had stockpiled a large amount of supplies early on.
Sarah Hader, in particular, was truly ruthless. In the past 10 days or so, he had filled several small warehouses to the brim.
Now, every household was hoarding the supplies. The Zhang family, accustomed to spending lavishly, usually sucked the blood of their several daughters.
Their sons-in-law were somewhat capable, but recently, due to the shortage of various supplies and everyone panic buying, money was being spent at an alarming rate.
They had already taken turns scoured each daughter and son-in-law for money, but the cash was quickly spent, and many supplies had been used up.
For people used to spending freely, how could they possibly tolerate living with tightened belts? When they asked the daughters and sons-in-law for more money, They couldn't give any more. Although the sons-in-law were somewhat capable, they were only slightly better off than ordinary people and far from being truly wealthy.
It was already quite good that they could provide a wave of money and supplies. These sons-in-law had their own careers and were currently busy making arrangements to see how they could secure more supplies for themselves, who had time to worry about the survival of their in-laws.
In normal times, it was fine to give them some money to brush them off and keep them happy, but in such an emergency, they shouldn't even dream of getting more money or supplies. The daughters, in particular, despite appearing to be well regarded, were quickly becoming resented because they kept sucking their husband's blood to help their parents home. None of them were living very well.
Seeing that their daughters were struggling to take care of themselves, the Zhang family finally remembered Shanzhe Hader, whom they had long ago kicked to the side. Over the years, Shanzhe Hader hadn't returned to her parents' home even once, let alone given them money.
Both sides had long since severed ties.
Later, they heard that Shanzhe Hader's family had made a comeback and that their business had grown exceptionally large. It wasn't that this family hadn't tried to cause a scene, but they had been driven back by Zara Hader using various methods. This had made the Zhang family incredibly angry.
They were just trying to think of a way to ruin their reputation to threaten Zara Hader into being more cooperative. They thought that when the time came, he shouldn't blame them for teaming up with the other sons-in-law to mess with him. However, the other sons-in-law couldn't wait to suck up to Zara Hader now.
After all, Zara Hader's enterprise was indeed doing very well, and his net worth was skyrocketing.
Compared to their small-scale operations and modest wealth, Zara Hader was infinitely more powerful. If they could establish a connection with Zara Hader, their own businesses would improve significantly.
But the Zhang family also knew what they had done in the past. They had offended Zara Hader's family to the point of no return. Therefore, it was impossible to reconcile through conventional means.
They could only resort to being rascals and thinking of some underhanded schemes.
But before they could even formulate a good plan, the outside world fell into chaos.
It was all the fault of that messy god of thieves, who had made the whole world tense because of him. However, saying all this was useless now. The Zhang family didn't have many connections in this city. Their only connection was Zhang Jiankang's group of fair-weather friends.
At this moment, Zhang Jiankang felt that he was the most reliable one after all.
So, he took his family to a nearby underground casino.
Unexpectedly, even in these tense times, the underground casino was still bustling with people.
It seemed that the more tense the situation became, the more crowded the casino grew. When the Zhang family had arrived, they immediately caught the attention of a group of people in the underground casino.
The people who had just arrived looked like a flock of fat sheep no matter how you looked at them.
Brother Daisy, I'm here to see Brother's son.
I have a big deal for him. The burly man called Brother Daisy curled his lip, the scar on his face looking even more hideous.
Yo, isn't this young Master Zhang?
You just got your sister to pay off your gambling debts, and now you're back to make a fortune.
Come, maybe your luck is good today and you can sweep the board.
Brother Daisy beamed as soon as he saw Zhang Jiankang.
This was their wealth-delivering boy. How could he not be happy? Zhang Jiankang had already lost hundreds of thousands in their casino over time.
That was equivalent to losing a house in a county town. Who wouldn't want this fat sheep to come and deliver more money?
Zhang Jiankang's expression turned awkward.
Brother Daisy, stop joking. Where would I get the money to play now? But I really do have a big deal to discuss with Brother's son. I definitely won't let you down.
I know where there's a large cache of supplies and even beauties for you to enjoy as you please.
He had owed hundreds of thousands here a while ago and had only managed to pay it back with the help of his sisters and brothers-in-law. He had no money, but this time he was here to find help and, incidentally, to tip off these local thugs about where a large amount of supplies was located.
As long as they controlled Zara Hader's family, wouldn't the supplies be theirs for the taking?
Most importantly, even Shang Gyudong could see that the world was about to fall into chaos. If they took down Zara Hader's family in secret now, who would know what they had done?
Moreover, as long as they handled Zara Hader and the others properly, others would just think it was a family squabble. Zhang Jiankang was their relative, after all.
Right now, the police didn't have time to worry about anyone else, so they could do whatever they wanted.
Upon hearing Zhang Jiankang's words, Brother Daisy's interest was piqued.
Beauties?
What kind of beauties?
Brother Daisy was clearly a lecherous fiend. His eyes lit up as soon as he heard the word beauties.
Zhang Jiankang knew how to manipulate people.
He immediately said with a chuckle, a little internet celebrity who was very popular online recently. Let me show you a photo.
Zhang Jiankang took out his phone,
and the photo on it showed Zara Hader's charming and lovely appearance.
Brother Daisy swallowed hard. In the past, he could only look at such a beauty from afar. She wouldn't have given him the time of day. Now, hearing Zhang Jiankang say that he could enjoy her as he pleased, he became very interested.
Tell me, what do you mean by as I please?
set up a poisonous scheme.
I can't tell you this right now.
I need to meet Brother Sun to discuss a big deal. This news is just a bonus. Yang Jai and Kang immediately seized Brother Daisy's weakness. They were both scumbags. They knew exactly how the other worked. Sure enough, Brother Daisy burst into laughter. Fine, then go ahead and meet our boss.
But remember what you said, I get to play with her however I want when the time comes.
If this doesn't work out, don't blame me, Daisy, for being ruthless. Yang Jai and Kang smiled at the words.
Don't worry, Brother Daisy.
I guarantee you'll be satisfied when the time comes.
Seeing a person nearby leave, Shanzai Hater's mother couldn't help but pull Zhang Jai and Kang aside and ask,
Kangzi, Era Hater's your niece.
Isn't what you're doing a bit too much?
However, Zheng Gyudong, who was standing nearby, had a look of approval on his face.
What's so too much about it?
Isn't this all because of the trouble caused by that unfilial daughter of yours? When the time comes, blame Shanzai Hater. If that unfilial woman had let us in sooner, none of this would be happening. They deserve everything they get, and that Air Hater is a heartless creature too.
It's one thing not to show us respect, but she even incited the family to stand against us. If we don't teach her a proper lesson, she won't know how many eyes Lord Mar has.
Hearing the father and son speak this way, Shanzai Hater's mother didn't say anything more. After all, she was also filled with resentment and anger toward Era Hater's family. The more destitute that family became, the happier they would be.
Conversely, the more comfortable and affluent Era Hater's family lived, the more they felt envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Having reached this realization, Shanzai Hater's mother stopped speaking.
She also wanted to see Era Hater's family suffer.
Soon, Brother Daisy returned and led the family to the boss, Brother Sun. At this moment, the Zhang family saw a burly man with a round face and a full beard sitting boldly on a leather sofa. Seeing Zhang Jai and Kang enter, he casually lit a cigar and waved his hand.
Yo, isn't this little Shang? What's this big deal you want to talk to me about?
Let me tell you, my time is very precious. If you don't give me a good reason and delay me from seeing my young women, I'll cut you.
I'll cut your whole family too. The rest of the Zhang family was shocked and couldn't help but tremble.
Zhang Jai and Kang immediately bowed and scraped before Brother Sun.
Brother Sun, I'm here to bring you money.
This really is a big deal. I know someone who has hoarded a massive amount of supplies, just waiting for the right price to sell.
If we get our hands on these supplies, won't we be the ones getting rich?
The world is already in chaos.
We just went to the police station. There was only one guy on duty. Everyone else has been sent out to maintain order.
Everyone is snatching supplies, and trouble is everywhere.
I feel like they're about to snap. We have a perfect opportunity to get these supplies legally and legitimately.
Hearing Zhang Jai and Kang say this, Brother Sun suddenly became interested.
Tell me, how much are we talking about?
You're calling it a big deal. Don't tell me it's just 100,000 or so in supplies. That's really not worth my time. Yang Jai and Kang immediately said,
Over 10 million in supplies. Would you call that a big deal?
Upon hearing this, Brother Sun's eyebrows shot up.
How much? Don't you dare lie to me.
You know the consequences are very serious.
Yang Jai and Kang immediately followed up.
I'm not lying to you, it's definitely that much.
You know Zara Hater, right? The famous entrepreneur in this city.
He's my brother-in-law, but he doesn't care about helping me.
Last time I asked him for money, he didn't lend me a single cent.
That's why I want revenge. Brother Sun frowned at this point.
You've got some guts, kid. But why should I believe you? Why would Zara Hater listen to you and give us the supplies? And legally? Are you kidding me? Yang Jai and Kang couldn't help but chuckle slyly.
Hee, Brother Sun. We can do it like this. Hearing Zhang Jai and Kang's plan, Brother Sun's eyes lit up, and he burst into loud laughter.
You're not bad, kid. You know how things work.
I'll take this deal.
But things must go exactly as you said.
Otherwise, don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. Yang Jai and Kang immediately bowed and scraped.
Of course.
I wouldn't dream of fooling you, Brother Sun. Don't worry, this will definitely work. Zhang Jai and Kang was filled with burning rage, but also a sense of pleasure that his revenge was about to be realized. Era Hater's family looked down on him and pushed him away. Now he was going to plunge them into an abyss from which they would never recover.
And these people had no idea that, while they were plotting, a grey parrot was outside the window, watching their every move and hearing every word they said clearly.
Soon, Era Hater learned of their plans through the news from Grey Parrot Arfei.
She couldn't help but sneer.
These people were still trying to do evil things even with death knocking at their door.
She'd let them jump around for a bit.
When the apocalypse arrived, she would give them a brutal blow.
At this moment, Era Hader was comforting her mother. Mom, don't worry. Leave everything that follows to me. I won't let these people hurt us again. Shanze Hader wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gently took Era Hader's hand. Hader, I know you've always been independent and sensible, but this time I'm really worried about you facing them alone.
These people have no bottom line. They'll do anything, especially that Jang Giant King is involved with all sorts of shady characters.
I'm afraid they'll harm you.
From now on, we'll stay huddled at home and minimize going out.
You two listen to me. Starting today, let's isolate ourselves. We won't get involved in anything outside. We'll stay right here at home.
The two men in the house naturally nodded heavily. One was her son and the other was her husband. Shanze Hader still held a lot of sway in the family. As for Era Hader, she practically raised both hands and feet in agreement with her mother's decision.
She had been worrying about how to explain to her family that they shouldn't want her outside for the next few days and should just stay safely at home.
As it turned out, it was like being handed a pillow just as she was getting sleepy. Jang Jian King had solved this problem for her directly. It had to be said that Jang Jian King had inadvertently done something good, according to the timeline. The extreme cold of the apocalypse would arrive in just a few days. At that time, overnight, the temperature would drop from 20 degrees above zero to 70 degrees below zero. Many people would be frozen to death in their sleep before they could even react on that night of extreme cold. Following that, heavy snow would fall continuously for a month, covering the ground and piling up to the height of 4 or 5 stories. Once the extreme cold passed and the ice and snow melted, the countless corpses that had been frozen and sealed under the snow would turn into ferocious, bloodthirsty zombies.
This was also why Era Hader had returned to live here even after building the villa.
The villa area would be cut off by heavy snow, making it impossible to even leave the house.
Most importantly, this period of extreme cold and snow was the turning point for all survivors to evolve.
Lucky individuals would gain powerful superpowers through the snow, allowing them to rise strongly and survive in the subsequent apocalypse environment surrounded by various natural disasters, zombies, and mutated beasts.
And since she couldn't reveal the secret of her space yet, the best choice to ensure her family became strong was to stay in the safe house on the 19th and 20th floors of this residential community. Now, with only a few days left until the apocalypse, the countdown had begun.
All those who were still causing trouble now would likely freeze to death in the icy world in a few days. The Zhang family didn't even have a place to stay in this city now. They would likely be among the first batch of people to freeze to death. Era Hader wouldn't mind giving them a finishing blow after they froze. Ensuring they didn't even have a chance to turn into zombies could be considered helping them find peace. Thinking of this, Era Hader sneered. The apocalypse hadn't arrived early as she had imagined. It seemed to be very punctual.
This also gave her another opportunity to hoard a different kind of special supply.
Begin collecting powerful life forms.
Era Hader had her flying war pets keep a close eye on the movements of the Zhang family.
In truth, she already knew exactly what they were planning. When the time came, she would naturally strike first. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to do anything. Once the extreme cold arrived, they might all freeze to death. Even if they didn't, Era Hader would deliver the finishing blow. Seeing that there was nothing else to do for now, Era Hader began to take action. She had already scavenged all the supplies that needed to be stockpiled, including all sorts of rare items.
She had even hoarded a large number of terrifying weapons. Thus, Era Hader's heart was now at peace.
However, she felt that all of this was still not enough. In her previous life, what she truly relied on was her superpower, along with a group of war pets who had always been loyally by her side.
Thinking back to the war pets she had collected in her previous life, although the pets currently with her had already evolved, the most powerful of her little partners were all ones she had taken in during the course of the apocalypse. Now it was time to gather them to her side ahead of schedule.
Moreover, after the apocalypse arrived later on, all kinds of powerful creatures seemed to be able to become her pets.
In her previous life, after these powerful creatures rose up, it was extremely difficult to bring them into her pet ranks. But now that the apocalypse had not yet officially arrived and there were still a few days left, she could completely use her own methods to bring them under her command in advance. So, Era Hader told her family directly that she was going to hide in her room and dream for the next few days.
This way, she could foresee more dangers, and they could prepare in advance.
She instructed her family not to disturb her unless it was important. The whole family already knew that Era Hader's special ability was real.
Therefore, they were all very cooperative. Her mother, Shanzi Hader, even gave her a few specific instructions. Hader, if this precognition ability overtaxes your body, You must take it easy. We still have plenty of time, and the supplies are enough. Our family needs to stay whole and healthy. Don't break yourself trying too hard." Hearing her mother's concern, Hader felt a warmth in her heart and comforted the old woman.
"Don't worry, Mom.
Although this ability has some limitations, it doesn't have much of an impact on my physical load. I've already foreseen that the danger is growing. I need to dream more to predict more of the future so we can avoid some new dangers.
All of you stay inside the house."
I've already had a security company refit this house. Every part has been reinforced with metal. Even if someone tries to blow up the walls, they won't get in. So, as long as we hold our rooms, no one can do anything to us.
"You must remember, no matter who comes knocking or what they say, absolutely do not open the door."
If you really encounter something you can't solve, come to my room and call me.
By now, Hader had replaced her father as the backbone of the family. However, Hader was no pushover either. Being able to make a name for himself in the ever-changing world of business warfare was not something an ordinary person could achieve.
Hader also gave Hader some instructions, telling her to go ahead and do her thing with peace of mind. He would be watching the house, and nothing would go wrong. Her father still made Hader feel very reassured.
After arranging the remaining matters, she went directly into her room and locked the door. Next, she was going to head north to Russia to take a look.
After the apocalypse arrived in her previous life, a very special giant war beast appeared in Russia.
It was a pure white polar bear. After the extreme cold arrived, that polar bear fought its way from north to south, seemingly ruling over all of Siberia.
Eventually, it seemed to slowly move south, reaching the border with the eastern great nation and even rampaging through the northeast for a while. After becoming a local hegemon for some unknown reason, it eventually retreated.
However, those few bases in the northeast were wiped clean by the polar bear. Many refugees who fled to the south would tremble when they spoke of it.
At that time, some people came to Hader's base and mentioned this matter. She had just listened to it as a strange tale.
But if she could bring this polar bear under her command, it would be an absolutely invincible existence in the frozen world of the extreme cold. Thinking of this, Hader couldn't help but feel excited.
Imagine if she were riding a polar bear and dominating an area. It would be quite majestic. However, she thought about it. She already had a zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex in her space, along with other zombie dinosaurs. These treasures hadn't appeared in her previous life. Now that she had these miraculous existences, Hader felt that her war pet army was already starting to take shape.
But right now, they were only undergoing preliminary evolution.
The real wave of evolution wouldn't begin until the extreme cold arrived. When that time came, she would make her war pet army the most powerful existence in the world. People's hearts change. In the end, humans are never as loyal as these beasts except for one's own flesh and blood. Of course, in her previous life, all her relatives died because of her. In this life, she wanted to give her family a home that was as warm as spring even in the apocalypse. Of course, all of this required strength to maintain. So, she couldn't afford to be careless now. If she could increase her strength, she had to become the strongest. Right now, her war pet army wasn't fierce enough. If she could take all those miraculous creatures she knew about into her possession, she would truly be fearless.
With a shift of her thoughts, Hader had already arrived in Russia, in Siberia today. The temperature was not yet very cold.
There were certainly no polar bears in this area, so she continued heading directly toward the North Pole.
Hader had our face so rapidly through the sky to search for the figure of a polar bear.
Hader's superpower, exotic beast resonance, allowed her to sense the life potential of certain creatures. The higher the potential, the greater the possibility of evolution in the future.
Thus, finding the polar bear with the highest life potential was basically a sure thing.
Sure enough, heaven rewards the diligent. Hader soon found the target she wanted. A snow-white polar bear was currently stockpiling its fat. Polar bears have their own ecological territories.
The target Hader was currently locked onto was attacking nearby seals to stockpile food for itself.
So, when it suddenly saw the human in front of it, it couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Humans, to a polar bear, were extremely dangerous things. This polar bear seemed to have been attacked by humans before, so it instantly went into a defensive stance. It bared its fierce fangs and let out a terrifying roar. Hader didn't need to say much at this point. She directly released her pet legion, with the baby Tyrannosaurus Rex now as tall as a building leading the charge. When the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a superior roar and the intense pressure forced the polar bear to the ground, the bear was completely shocked.
What the heck?
This human isn't playing fair. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped on the polar bear, making it unable to move. its sharp fangs looking as if they could kill the little white bear at any moment. Hater smiled and walked up to the polar bear.
Look at you, all bear-like and quite cute.
How about becoming my little partner? 9 forbidden zones for life.
The polar bear clumsily shrunk its neck. What else could it say? It could only obediently accept its fate. In the end, this snow-white polar bear was named Darby by Hater and put into her pet space. Next, the next target.
In her previous life, there were many special and powerful creatures that were world-renowned and notorious.
The places suppressed by these powerful creatures were also known as forbidden life zones.
If humans set foot in them, they would basically never return. In her previous life, there were 9 great forbidden zones of life. Among them, the polar bear ran rampant in Russia for a time, even spreading to the northeast region of the Eastern Great Nation. The other 8 forbidden life zones included Skull Island in Country A, the Amazon Golden Python River in South America, the Loch Ness Monster, the Demon King Vine of the Southeast Asian Islands, the Giant Elephant King of India, the Lion King of the African continent, as well as the Sichuan iron-eating beast Gungan and the Tibetan Snow Leopard King belonging to the Eastern Great Nation. Of course, these were all wild forbidden life zones. In fact, among Hater's war pets, many could eventually rival these powerful existences after being trained to the end. Otherwise, the Citadel of Sawyer Base wouldn't have been called the #1 base in the East back then, with the Ability Queen and the Exotic Beast War Group presiding over it. Citadel of Sawyer Base's strength far exceeded that of other bases.
But so what? The Ability Queen died from a comrade's backstab. It was quite ironic to think about.
Therefore, Hater felt it was time to replenish her Exotic Beast Legion. This was the foundation of her strength. These exotic beast war pets would never betray her.
Just like the current polar bear Darby. As soon as Hater took it into her pet space, the entire bear became well-behaved.
Moreover, it soon discovered that it didn't have to do anything to have plenty of delicious food. The only thing it needed to do was have its strength enhanced.
Hater indeed hadn't chosen wrongly. Darby's life potential was very high.
After entering the space, the polar bear's evolution chain was activated. It suddenly gained 2 more skills: Ice Seal and Ice Armor Technique. The Ice Seal technique, as the name suggests, allowed Darby to perform a powerful freezing within a 100-meter radius. If opponents couldn't dodge in time, they would be frozen directly, left at his mercy.
Don't look down on it just because it's only 100 meters. It's actually quite exaggerated. Everything within 100 meters being frozen means that unless the opponent can predict it in advance, it's basically a guaranteed hit that's impossible to avoid.
The other skill, Ice Armor Technique, was even more miraculous. It added a layer of soft ice armor to the little partners around it.
While it wouldn't melt, it could also provide very formidable defensive power.
When encountering an external strike, a large area of ice crystals would condense at the point of attack to block it. The defensive power of the ice armor couldn't even be broken by sniper rounds. It was already extremely powerful. Indeed, as one of the strongest life forms from her previous life, Darby's attributes were somewhat terrifying. Combined with its thick health pool and those large claws, it was truly a formidable existence with high attack, high defense, and auxiliary capabilities.
No wonder in her previous life, Darby could run rampant everywhere, and no one could stop him.
With just these 2 superpowers plus the powerful attributes after evolution, a single Darby could rival a regular army of over 1,000 people and perhaps be even more terrifying. After all, Darby also had very strong mobility.
He wouldn't just stand there and let people hit him.
Hater directly used her small hand to stroke Darby's fluffy, large head. At this moment, he looked silly and cute, not at all like the fierce and powerful creature of the later generations. Darby, with a little partner like you, I won't have to worry in the future. One Darby is already this powerful. If I collect all the powerful life forms from the 9 great forbidden zones of life, how formidable will that power be?
At this moment, Hater's eyes couldn't help but burn with excitement. After all, this idea was too tempting. Once it cropped up, it was hard to suppress.
Now, Hater believed in nothing but the strength held in her own hands.
After performing exotic beast resonance with Darby, his formidable defensive and offensive power was also shared with Hater.
At this moment, Hater's physical strength alone far exceeded that of ordinary people. Thinking about how exaggerated a polar bear's strength was, one slap would probably kill a person, so never let Era Hater take action. Once she did, it would surely be a lethal palm strike to the throat.
And now, Era Hater had followed her target to Skull Island in Country A.
One must know that finding these powerful life forms actually involved a certain element of luck.
Finding polar bear Darby so quickly, Era Hater felt that such a good result only happened because she had used up all her luck.
After all, Siberia was so large. Even in the peripheral areas near the North Pole, searching would take time. Therefore, the first thing before was to resolve her survival supplies. Having hoarded enough supplies, she didn't feel anxious.
Moreover, she had her own powerful war pet legion, so finding those powerful creatures was really a matter of fate. If she truly focused all her attention on finding powerful creatures, it wouldn't be as good as hoarding supplies first, as supplies were tangible.
Furthermore, once the apocalypse hit, many of these supplies would be destroyed. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. But these powerful creatures would still exist even in the apocalypse. If all else failed, it would still be feasible to search more places during the early stages of the apocalypse.
And now, before the apocalypse had even arrived, Era Hater had already exceeded her task of hoarding supplies and had even turned the entire world's order into chaos. Getting people into a state of preparation for the apocalypse in advance could be considered indirectly saving many lives, which counts as accumulating merit for herself.
Era Hater even wondered if it was because she had indirectly saved so many people, sowing seeds of kindness, that her luck was now through the roof.
Because, on Skull Island in Country A, she had found her target without much effort.
The gorilla, King Kong.
That special gorilla that had been adapted for the big screen countless times by Country for character development.
Of course, this gorilla wasn't yet as large as a giant mountain like the King Kong in the movies.
The current King Kong was at most 3 meters tall. He was actually a subject used by Country to research biological weapons. The gorilla King Kong had undergone certain special mutations in his physique, hence his giant size. When Era Hater found this gorilla with very strong life potential, she already had a plan in mind. Darby, I've kept you in space with good food and drink for a while now, haven't I? Now it's time for you to play your part.
After staying happily for a day, Darby was kicked out to work, and he couldn't help but complain about his beautiful master in his heart.
Sister, I've only enjoyed myself for a day, okay? Can't you let me enjoy it for a bit longer? Era Hater directly rubbed his big bare head, using both threats and inducements. Darby, hurry it up and help me complete the task. If you don't, there's no food.
If you do, I'll find you a beautiful big female bear to be your wife. How about that? Darby was instantly moved.
Despite looking very powerful, he was actually still single. He needed a big female bear.
Come on, sister.
I'm ready to give the big black brother on this island a good beating.
I'm a collector, and I want to collect all the kings of the forbidden zones of life.
Well, previously, polar bear Darby was the weakest among all of Era Hater's pets.
After all, it had just arrived, had just started its evolution chain, and hadn't adapted yet. But after a day, polar bear Darby, having received its evolution, had been completely transformed. Even though the gorilla Kong on Skull Island possessed great strength, there was a world of difference in strength between creatures that had activated their evolution chain and those that had not. Didn't you see how the baby Tyrannosaurus Rex, clearly not yet fully grown, was able to stomp polar bear Darby to the ground with one foot, without even using any superpower, simply through a physical attack? Just think about what a terrifying combat force this zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex will be once it truly grows up. Era Hater could already envision the scene of her pet legions sweeping across the apocalypse. However, who would complain about their strength being too great? There is only stronger, never the strongest. Era Hater could still seek out various combat pets and slowly expand her legion.
Now, she had already obtained 2 of the 9 great forbidden zones of life.
She had left the snow leopard and panda gun of the eastern great nation for last, because the snow leopard was on the snowy mountains of the Tibetan region and could likely be found, while panda gun was in a zoo.
Back then, this iron-eating beast, Gun had protected humans throughout the early stages of the apocalypse. With it as the core force, the second largest survivors base in the east was established in the Sichuan Chongqing region. Thinking about it now after she died in her previous life, it brought a devastating blow to Citadel of Zoyer base.
It was estimated that the place where Panda Gun was located would have directly become the largest base, right?
But those were things of the previous life. Now Error Hater was going to collect all the combat pets she wanted. The gorilla Kong on Skull Island had been slapped into submission by Polar Bear Darby and had very obediently become Error Hater's combat pet. Next, the target was the Loch Ness Monster.
Error Hater's two reptilian cute pets, Chameleon Lightning and King, dealt with it, and it was taken down in less than 1 round. Then, the next one, the Amazon Golden Python.
With the addition of the Loch Ness Monster, plus Chameleon Lightning and King, it was also taken down in less than 1 round. The remaining Demon King Vine in Southeast Asia was actually just a very thick creeping plant. This didn't take much effort, and Error Hater directly brought it under her banner. The Great Elephant King of India was also quickly found.
With the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex and Polar Bear Darby, even if the Great Elephant King was a bit wild, it was no match for these two behemoths and was instantly subdued and captured.
Thus, of the several 4 and 9 great forbidden zones of life, only the Lion King in Africa remained. This Lion King was a bit hard to find, and Error Hater spent a great deal of effort.
After all, Africa is vast, and the geographical area is quite large.
Error Hater searched several African savanna regions in succession, but didn't find a single lion that met the standard of strong life potential.
This made Error Hater feel a bit depressed. She had already found 6 of the 9 great forbidden zones of life.
With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, she still wanted to go to the snowy mountains of the Tibetan region to see if she could find the Snow Leopard King.
But she really coveted the appearance of the Lion King.
Many women are visual creatures, and the large combat pets around her right now, apart from the Tyrannosaurus Rex being majestic and David the German Shepherd being handsome, the others were either big dummies or simpletons after entering the pet space and awakening their intelligence. Each pet had developed its own personality.
It was hard to imagine the Polar Bear liked jazz, the Great Elephant King liked Eastern calligraphy, the Loch Ness Monster liked painting, and the Gorilla Kong, as always, liked looking at beautiful women. The Demon King Vine was magically fond of photography, and even fiddled with all sorts of high-tech toys. As for the Amazon Golden Python, it was the quietest pet baby. It liked meditation. The most domineering baby zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, however, was like a dog actually liking to play with a frisbee. Error Hater was speechless. These pets all seemed a bit off the wall, but precisely because of this, Error Hater felt that the apocalypse wouldn't be so boring.
However, this bunch of simpleton pets still left her a little bit dissatisfied. Their combat power was quite strong, but they were just a bit too hilarious. She needed a pet full of dignity to hold down the fort, and the Lion King was an object she very much favored. Or rather, she had a strong collecting obsession. If there was no chance in her previous life, so be it. But in this life, since she clearly had the possibility of collecting all the kings of the 9 great life restricted zones, she had to give it a try. As a result, no matter how she looked, she couldn't find the Lion King.
After searching for half a day, even with the incredibly fast flight speed of Arfei, she couldn't find the target Error Hater wanted.
In the end, Error Hater gritted her teeth and had to give up, deciding to come back to the African continent to take a look after the apocalypse arrived.
By then, she would see to what extent the Lion King had evolved.
Although she hadn't captured the Lion King before the apocalypse arrived, she already possessed most of the kings of life restricted zones. Subduing this Lion King later wouldn't be a piece of cake. Error Hater gritted her teeth and, with a little bit of regret, left the African continent. However, in a corner of the African savanna that she didn't see, an injured male lion was licking its wounds. Appearing a bit weak, the scars on its body represented its battle-hardened experience.
It had once been strong, and it had once been the king of a stretch of savanna, but it was now old in the end. It was driven out by a young male lion, watching its former harem and territory become the possessions of another male lion. It felt so powerless, how it wished it could regain its former glory and stomp all those upstart cubs into the ground.
However, at this moment it could only lie weakly in the grass, and even it had to avoid the covetous eyes of those hyenas. It had once been a king, which meant it had made countless enemies. Now countless foes were watching it, waiting for the right moment to finish it off, and it didn't know that a powerful opportunity had just brushed past it.
However, a true king does not care about temporary gains or losses. Opportunities will always be reserved for it. Error Hater was feeling depressed because she hadn't found the Lion King. She knew the location of Pandagon very well, so there was no need to search for it specifically. She just needed to go there before the apocalypse arrived.
Next, she was going to the Tibetan region to find the Snow Leopard King. There were still 2 days left, and the Snow Leopard King was much easier to find than the Lion King.
After all, these were inherently rare creatures, with extremely small populations. There were only a few of them in total, As long as she found one and confirmed it properly, there would basically be no problem.
Upon arriving in the Tibetan region, Arahater quickly felt a biting chill, but she already possessed superpower, so this bit of cold naturally couldn't affect her. Arahater once again dispatched the grey parrot Afei, who flew rapidly towards the peak of the snowy mountain, searching for her target at the fastest speed.
Sure enough, before long, she discovered an agile figure scaling the cliffs on the snowy mountain, tame the snow leopard king. And there's only one day left until the end of the world.
Seeing this figure leaping through the mountains, Arahater's eyes couldn't help but light up,
confirming with a glance this was the pet she was looking for. However, this environment was truly difficult for ordinary people to handle. With biting cold winds and steep cliffs, there was simply no place to stand, and one wrong move could result in being smashed to pieces.
Thus, wanting to see a snow leopard was no easy task. In fact, Arahater had already caught sight of several snow leopards just now, but none of them met the criteria for strong life potential. Arahater had originally thought that this time might be another small regret, just like with the Lion King in Africa, and she would have to wait until the apocalypse arrived and these powerful lives naturally evolved before she could find them again. However, just as she was about to give up and go find Pander Gungun to collect the last powerful life form, an elegantly built snow leopard appeared. This snow leopard was clearly different from the others. Its silver-white fur was particularly striking, and its spots were exceptionally bright.
Most importantly, it had a perfectly captured aura.
Even on such a precipice, its gentle leaps possessed a princess-like elegance and grace.
Even while hunting, it didn't forget its poise. While remaining incredibly swift and efficient, it truly gave off a sense of violent beauty. Arahater was stunned by the sight.
Oh, I was just saying none of them were presentable, and now look, I finally have a noble grand princess.
Snow leopard princess, here I come.
This time, Arahater didn't let her other pets do the work, she took action herself.
Having shared the attributes of so many war pets, she had become in existence with extremely strong defensive power.
Coupled with the polar bear's ice armor technique, it was impossible for this unevolved snow leopard to cause her even a shred of harm.
Thus, Arahater stood abruptly on the cliffside, which looked like something out of an icy fairy tale. With a beaming smile, Arahater acted very friendly, but the snow leopard couldn't help but feel that the human before it looked ill-intentioned. Surely nothing good would come of this. Truth be told, a beast's intuition is sometimes truly accurate. Most importantly, the snow leopard instantly sensed that Arahater was not to be trifled with. She was no prey,
although it rarely saw humans. And even when it did, they were very friendly and never harmed it. But the human before it felt far too dangerous. Having just caught a small prey, the snow leopard decided to quit while it was ahead and leave this godforsaken place as quickly as possible. However, just as it was about to retreat, it found that a human figure was already blocking its path.
The snow leopard was clearly stunned. How did this human appear so quickly?
It already had a distinct feeling that it couldn't win. But if it couldn't fight, couldn't it hide? It had to leave quickly.
In these towering mountains, it was the king. It would be extremely difficult for anyone else to catch it.
After all, it knew this place inside out, and others simply had no chance of coming up here.
Yet, when it moved again, it suddenly found that the human was blocking its path once more. This made the snow leopard somewhat fly into a rage. Even the most patient could not endure this. Consequently, the snow leopard wanted to make a feint and then retreat. If it could scare this human into fleeing in panic, that would be for the best.
But just as the snow leopard was about to leap up, it suddenly realized it couldn't move. A layer of frost had appeared around its pores, firmly trapping them in place.
This discovery filled it with terror.
Without its claws and teeth, no matter how elegant or powerful a snow leopard was, it was just a big cat. What shocked it even more was that just as it was about to roar, it found its mouth was also frozen shut, leaving it only able to breathe out weakly.
The human before it was too terrifying and indeed incredibly dangerous.
It now regretted its earlier anger, without the strength to back it up. Coming here was just like delivering itself on a silver platter.
Come here, little princess. Do you think you can escape my palm? Now you have only two choices. First, obey me and become my little partner. Second, be thrown down from here and smashed to pieces.
I know you can understand me. If you submit, then lower your proud head.
At this moment, Arahater was like a giant mountain, exerting unparalleled pressure on the snow leopard. The snow leopard wanted to shake its head and move away, but its entire body was immobilized. What could it do before such unknown and powerful strength? Even a beast knew to seek advantages and avoid harm.
Watching Erahater's slender hand gently rest on its head, the snow leopard struggled a few times only to find it futile, and finally, it lowered its proud head in dejection.
The moment it lowered its head, the scene before it shifted, and it appeared inside Erahater's space. This space was very comfortable. The temperature was the icy cold it loved, yet it looked pleasant. There was sweet spiritual spring water here, and after taking a small sip, it instantly fell in love with it. Then, Erahater's figure quietly appeared beside it, placing down its favorite food with a tempting expression.
Little princess, welcome to our big family. Next, you will undergo a small change, but you will become stronger, more confident, and more powerful. Come on, join us. You definitely won't lose out.
Although Erahater spoke in human language, the snow leopard miraculously understood.
It saw the food before it was very enticing, but it was given by the human who had suppressed it.
The snow leopard was very proud. It was an ice princess, a spirit of the snowy mountains. How could it eat food given by a human? The snow leopard gently turned its head away in protest. It felt that this human wanted to imprison it. Perhaps if it ate this food, it would lose its freedom. These humans were truly wicked. Even though it was already very hungry, it was an ice princess with backbone.
However, as Erahater brought out more and more food, all of which it liked, and everything became increasingly tempting, its head, though still turned away, couldn't help but steal a few glances at the delicacies in Erahater's hand.
But after each glance, it would hurriedly close its eyes again, indicating it wouldn't eat and was just looking.
Seeing this behavior, Erahater couldn't help but smile. In that moment just now, although the snow leopard had helplessly submitted, it didn't mean it would necessarily be obedient.
It had only yielded because it was forced by Erahater's powerful pressure. Given the chance, it would still run away.
However, mere submission was enough for Erahater to bring into the space and train it slowly.
At this time, seeing the snow leopard still acting all proud and aloof, Erahater didn't continue staying in the space. As long as she brought this snow leopard into the space, there would be opportunities to get close to it and upgrade it later. For now, she would leave it alone. Erahater had a more important goal to complete. At this moment, only one day remained until the arrival of the apocalypse.
Hand a gun, she's coming.
The more arrogant they were back then, the more cowardly they are now.
Currently, in her family's eyes, Erahater was in a state of secluded cultivation. After all, the whole family was already very clear that Erahater had the ability to predict danger, to keep her family from getting bored. Erahater had brought over various electronic products and pets, with plenty of good food, entertainment, and shows, plus a group of cute pets for company. It provided some psychological comfort to her anxious family members. Of course, there was also a gym upstairs. Hater and their father followed Erahater's advice and began working out very hard.
Erahater set up a scientific physical improvement plan for them every day. Anyway, with ample supplies and water, they could do whatever they wanted. When she went to several unfriendly countries, Erahater had conveniently collected the freshwater lakes in those places, along with the fish, shrimp, and aquatic products in them, into her space. The space was big enough that the end couldn't be seen at a glance. So what was wrong with taking a few freshwater lakes? Therefore, Erahater didn't worry about water resources at all. She had as much as she wanted. Moreover, after the apocalypse arrived, there would be a long period of extreme cold. At that time, the world would be covered in ice and snow, and there would be as much ice as needed. At that time, she planned to take all the ice and snow for herself. It would have great use later on.
Meanwhile, Erahater had already arrived in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. There was a large warehouse belonging to the Alburj Syndicate group here. However, other warehouses had already been plundered by Erahater, and the Alburj Syndicate group's stock price was now plummeting. Now, they had already operated this large warehouse, transporting all the supplies to other small warehouses in batches so that it wouldn't be so easy for the god of thieves to take them all away. Erahater remembered her previous life, where she had been severely schemed against by the Alburj Syndicate group.
This time, Erahater wanted to suppress them heavily at the beginning of the apocalypse, giving them absolutely no chance to rise. Therefore, the large warehouse here naturally couldn't be let off.
Of course, coming to the Sichuan-Chongqing region, her most important goal was still Panda Gun. That cute iron-eating beast was an important core force of the future Sichuan-Chongqing base.
However, it eventually became a tool for certain people to seek profit. In the apocalypse, if a person doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them.
Panda Gun only needed bamboo to eat. The fat otaku zookeeper who looked after him didn't actually have much ability. but he had awakened a superpower similar to Error Hater's exotic beast resonance. However, his resonance could only resonate with one panda gun. He had no way with other exotic beasts. His superpower intensity was far less powerful than Error Hater's. Yet, this guy had just a good luck. He bound Panda Gun as his pet immediately and then became a powerful figure in the region.
This was mainly because Panda Gun's attributes and abilities were incredibly strong.
It instantly helped him open up the situation in the early stages of the apocalypse and even became an extremely powerful existence in the apocalypse.
However, this guy later became blinded by greed.
After establishing the Sichuan Chongqing base, it also became his personal private territory, although he gave the survivors a chance to survive and breathe. His exploitation of those survivors was also very extreme. Of course, that was all in the previous life's apocalypse.
Since this Panda Gun was someone else's profit-making tool, Error Hater didn't feel any guilt about taking it. Moreover, because of Error Hater's actions this time, countless people had started hoarding supplies, indirectly saving so many people.
She had already done everything she could. This Panda Gun must be brought under her own banner. When Error Hater arrived directly at the Sichuan Chongqing Zoo, she saw Panda Gun sitting in the corner of the panda enclosure from afar, eating bamboo.
Seeing Panda Gun's charmingly naive appearance, Error Hater couldn't help but smile.
Her smile caught the attention of a nearby zookeeper. He was a fat Tarku zookeeper.
Besides feeding pandas at the zoo, he stayed at home watching movies and playing games. Where had he ever seen such a beautiful girl?
At first glance, he couldn't help but be a bit dazed.
He even forgot to feed Panda Gun.
Panda Gun couldn't help but let out a dissatisfied howl, and only then did the fat Tarku zookeeper react.
So he very skillfully, and with a bit of showing off, displayed himself, seemingly wanting to attract Error Hater's attention this way. Error Hater was indeed attracted, but what caught her eye was Panda Gun. At this time, Error Hater used her special ability to speak directly to Panda Gun.
Gun, come here, there's high-quality bamboo here. The zookeeper's instinctive reaction was that visitors shouldn't be allowed to feed the animals casually.
This was clearly stipulated. However, seeing Error Hater looking at him with such pitiful, pleading eyes, and then looking at the bamboo in her hand, he judged that it was indeed panda food, and his heart softened. Anyway, there was no one around now. Everyone was busy snatching supplies outside. He was here because he had no money and had to take care of the pandas in the zoo. The food supply here couldn't be cut off, otherwise something big would happen. Moreover, the zoo had also offered better rewards. Their wages would be much higher later, and some supply compensation would be given. After all, they didn't have time to snatch supplies, so their workplace would do it on their behalf.
It must be said that this zoo was quite humane.
That's why this fat otaku zookeeper was still sticking to his post. Otherwise, he probably would have run away long ago. But because of this, there were very few visitors in the zoo. Everyone was a bit nervous now, and few people would come to the zoo to see animals. Therefore, someone like Error Hater appeared particularly special. She was also so beautiful that she instantly attracted the fat otaku zookeeper. Zookeeper brother, just let me feed him once.
I really like Gun. It's my first time here. I don't know when the next time will be.
Hearing Error Hater's sweet-sounding plea, the fat otaku zookeeper felt half his body go numb. Well, all right then. But just this little bit. No more. And you can't tell anyone else.
This is our secret.
Error Hater couldn't help but feel a chill of disgust. But for Panda Gun's sake, she could only endure it for now. If she wasn't mistaken, this fat otaku zookeeper was the one who rose to power through Panda Gun in the later apocalypse. She heard that he especially liked keeping a harem, and he liked having the girls in his harem dress up in various cosplays, along with various special fetishes. When Error Hater had heard about this before, she was also speechless. Sure enough, in the world of the apocalypse, having ability meant one could do whatever they wanted. But at this moment, Error Hater gave a sweet smile and immediately agreed.
She needed to have further communication with Panda Gun so that when she appeared again, Panda Gun would come to her bowl. It was just acting, just being a green tea. Who wouldn't know how?
Before, Error Hater just disdained to do it.
As soon as Panda Gun saw the bamboo Error Hater took out, its chubby body couldn't help but approach quickly, its eyes shining. The fat otaku zookeeper had never seen Panda Gun like a visitor so much.
After all, too many people gave Gun too much love. Everyone liked it, so much so that Gun was sometimes really aloof.
But at this moment, Panda Gun no longer had any aloofness, instead approaching Error Hater like a husky.
Seeing Panda Gun like this, The fat otaku zookeeper next to him was stunned.
You rascal Gun, usually you look so upright. I didn't expect you to be a lustful panda too. However, the fat otaku zookeeper now felt that maybe Panda Gun felt he had been single for too long, so it was specifically going over to give him an assist.
Thinking of this, he also approached like a husky.
Anyway, he had to watch Gun and make sure the panda didn't act out.
Beautiful lady, can we get to know each other? Seriously. A kind and cute girl like you is really rare nowadays.
Why didn't you go hoard supplies like everyone else, but instead came here to see pandas?
Once the conversation started, this fat otaku zookeeper began to chatter on.
Hater was actually a bit annoyed, but to communicate with Gun for a bit longer, she casually replied,
I'm just a tourist and will be leaving soon. My family has already helped hoard supplies, so I don't need to do those things.
Gun is the bamboo sister gave you delicious.
If you want more, sister will come back tomorrow.
You must remember sister's face. We will meet again.
Hearing Hater say this, the fat otaku zookeeper next to her suddenly became very interested. After all, that meant Hater would come again tomorrow, and he could see this beautiful young lady again. This was definitely the most wonderful day of his career as a zookeeper. Goodbye, beautiful lady. Come back tomorrow. Gun and I will both be waiting for you. Hater waved her hand casually, leaving only a graceful figure that soon disappeared. Only the fat otaku zookeeper was left watching eagerly, muttering to himself, if this young lady changed into white silk stockings and a Lolita outfit, it would be so cool. Of course, Hater wouldn't give him the chance for this fantasy. Even saying they would meet tomorrow was just an excuse.
She had just established a special connection with Panda Gun. After Gun ate the bamboo she had cultivated with spiritual spring water, it would never forget it.
Hater had already planted a seed in Gun's heart. Any pooper-scooper zookeeper would have to step aside when the time came. For the sake of the bamboo, Gun would only listen to Hater.
Glancing at Gun from a distance, Hater now showed a confident smile.
I will definitely be back at this time. Hater still had to put some effort into cultivating that arrogant snow leopard.
When she returned to the space, more than half of the food in front of the snow leopard queen had been cleared.
Seeing Hater suddenly appear, it was clearly stunned, not understanding how this human could suddenly disappear and then suddenly appear. It pushed the remaining small portion of food to the side, looking like it wasn't very satisfied, turning its arrogant head away again, not forgetting to steal a glance at Hater.
Obviously, Hater's previous use of force to suppress it made the snow leopard queen a bit dissatisfied, but just then, Hater directly let all the nearby battle pets come out. The ones who had just been with her parents at home were naturally David the German Shepherd, as well as Grey Parrot, a Fae, and Man Turtle by Ban. Those were all Hater's old pets.
Her parents knew them all, so having them around naturally provided a sense of familiarity and made them feel more at ease.
Especially David. His intelligence was already high and he was very human-like. Now that his superpower was activated, his size had increased quite a bit, and at the same time, he had wisdom comparable to an 18-year-old human.
So her parents felt quite comfortable being with David. At the same time, David's cleverness made both parents feel that playing with this dog was more fun. Instead, the two of them became like children, and sometimes even David was a bit disdainful,
and his disdainful little look made the old couple even happier.
People are like that sometimes. Raising pets is like raising children, a process of mutual companionship.
Of course, besides the war pets outside, the ones staying in the space were the real tough characters.
Each one possessed surging life energy, and that evolved or immediately brought immense pressure to the snow leopard queen. It was the pressure of a higher being. Like a dragon seeing an ordinary animal cub, those cubs could only tremble before the dragon. And here, there was the massive zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex baby and other zombie dinosaurs, all of which made the snow leopard queen feel incomparable fear, because it knew they could really swallow it in one bite.
If it weren't for Hater protecting it, it would probably just be a snack for them.
So at this time, it appeared very obediently by Hater's side. It directly rubbed against Hater's trouser leg to show affection. Good heavens, Hater couldn't help but laugh.
How arrogant the snow leopard was before was how cowardly it was now. However, she could understand.
After all, these wild beasts were the best at seeking advantages and avoiding harm. When they felt extreme fear, they would naturally shrink back. Hee. So you know how to be afraid now. Don't worry. These are all your little partners from now on.
I know you have an aloof personality, but it's okay. We can slowly cultivate our relationship. You must have been very malnourished before.
Eat all this good food first, and then you can also start your evolution chain.
Although she hadn't gained complete recognition, as long as the snow leopard could accept her contract, it could officially become her pet. and they could slowly cultivate their relationship later.
But the evolution chain had to be started early. The earlier the evolution chain started, the earlier the superpower would be obtained, and the more powerful the talent development would be.
She also didn't know where that Lion King in Africa was. Now, of the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones, she had already found 8 and contracted 7.
After dark tonight, Panda Gun Gun would also be brought under her command.
The kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones from her previous life were almost all collected.
Only one Lion King was left. When the apocalypse came, she would definitely make another trip. She would also take the opportunity to see what the African continent looked like under the conditions of the apocalypse. Maybe there would be other fortuitous encounters. She wondered if there would also be an extreme cold environment over there. It was now only half a day away from the apocalypse.
After nightfall tonight, the extreme cold was about to arrive.
Countless people would lose their lives tonight, freezing to death directly. The apocalypse wouldn't give people a single moment to react. Fortunately, some people had already snatched a batch of supplies, so more survivors should remain.
But just food and drink were not enough to resist the severe cold. The most important thing was cold weather clothing.
Especially in the south, many people simply didn't have decent winter clothes. Because of the climate, it had always been as warm as spring, and winter clothes were simply not needed. This led to an extremely high mortality rate in the south in the early stages of the apocalypse, and Error Hater didn't even think about reminding those people. She had no way to say it, and there was no need to say it. If she said these things, she would only be considered a lunatic, and no one would believe her anyway. It would only bring her great trouble. Under the apocalypse, everyone is in danger. There aren't that many saints. Being able to take care of oneself and one's family is already the limit, and now she was just waiting for nightfall. Once the zoo closed, she would go to Panda Gun Gun's side and take it away. The end of the world has arrived as predicted. The fat otaku zookeeper was happily thinking at this moment that he would be able to see that pretty girl who looked like a fairy again tomorrow.
His mood instantly became incomparably pleasant.
After all, even as a zookeeper, he didn't have many opportunities to strike up conversations with beautiful tourists, and even if he wanted to, they wouldn't necessarily pay attention to him. There were always companions, tour guides, or other people around to cause trouble. It was nothing like today, where he could chat with a pretty girl for a long time. At this moment, the fat otaku zookeeper couldn't help but feel very grateful to Panda Gun Gun.
As expected of a national treasure, it really had the special attribute of attracting beauties.
Finally, there was a beauty willing to say a few words to him. If only this pretty girl could become his girlfriend, how good that would be. The fat otaku zookeeper was lying in his lounge at this time, bored, waiting for tomorrow to come.
However, he had no idea that tomorrow might never come again. At this moment, in the zoo's panda enclosure, a pretty figure suddenly appeared.
Panda Gun Gun was sitting alone in a corner, happily reminiscing about the unique bamboo it had eaten today. That bamboo was truly delicious.
It was the most unforgettable bamboo it had ever eaten in its life. It was crisp, tender, green, and juicy. When bitten into, it was crunchy, and at the same time, it contained sweet juice that felt refreshing to the bear's heart, not scratching the throat at all. After Panda Gun Gun ate that bamboo, eating other bamboo felt like chewing wax. It felt like it could never leave that delicious taste again. That pretty girl said she would come tomorrow, and it wanted tomorrow to come quickly. However, just as it was missing a delicious bamboo and that pretty girl, an accident happened.
Suddenly, with a few thuds, pieces of bamboo appeared in front of it. Panda Gun Gun immediately picked up a piece of bamboo and began to gnaw on it fiercely. In the afternoon, the poop scuba had brought it food, but it had only taken a few bites before losing its appetite. There really is no harm without comparison. With better bamboo, it didn't want to eat that trash anymore.
However, without the girl, it had nothing good to eat.
At this moment, suddenly seeing bamboo falling from the sky, with Panda Gun Gun's current intelligence, it couldn't care about anything else and just grabbed the bamboo and started gnawing.
Then, gnawing one after another, it walked while gnawing.
Soon, all the bamboo was finished, and it realized there was a pretty figure standing in front of it.
Wasn't this the fairy sister who provided it with bamboo? Gun Gun, are you willing to go with me?
If you go with me, you'll have all the delicious bamboo you can eat in the future, all your favorite kinds.
Panda Gun Gun communicated with Air Hater through a special form of telepathy.
I'm so willing. To hell with that poop scooper. Sister, you are my Gun Gun's fairy. Air Hater smiled.
I'm glad you're willing.
The next second, she stroked Panda Gun Gun's black and white head, and then she and Gun Gun disappeared from the panda enclosure.
It was as if she had never been there, leaving only the footprints Gun Gun had stepped on, and that delusional fat otaku zookeeper was still dreaming his pipe dream.
However, suddenly, A strong sense of loss spread in his heart, as if something important had suddenly been lost.
The fatted Haku zookeeper sat up immediately. Usually, he just wanted to lie on the bed, look at his phone, and play games.
But today, for some reason, he felt uneasy and wanted to go to the enclosure to check on the pandas. After a round of patrolling, he found that all the pandas were still there, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to relax, he found that he couldn't find Gun Gun, the one he was most familiar with.
Now the fatted Haku zookeeper couldn't help rubbing his eyes.
I'm not seeing things, am I?
Gun Gun is so big, how could it just disappear? No, I have to count again. As a result, he counted no less than 10 times. And the fat Haku zookeeper found that he really couldn't find Panda Gun Gun. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and finally exclaimed in disbelief,
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gun Gun has always been in the panda enclosure. How could it suddenly be gone?
He stumbled to the zoo's monitoring room to see if his colleague on duty had noticed any abnormalities.
As a result, the colleague on duty was snoring loudly and hadn't been watching the surveillance video at all.
And even if he had watched, he would have found that those monitors had long since stopped working. Zoo immediately implemented an emergency plan and soon confirmed that Panda Gun Gun was missing.
This was simply outrageous. Such a big panda, with no signs of broken locks, no sound being moved, everything was silent, and it just vanished into thin air. What kind of mess is this? However, someone soon recalled something. It seemed there was only one person capable of doing such a thing.
The god of thieves.
It must be the god of thieves. He stole Panda Gun Gun, but he only snatched supplies before, inanimate objects. I've never heard of him snatching living things.
Haven't you been watching the news?
He has snatched quite a few Western ranches before, and recently he even emptied several Western and European freshwater lakes. The entire lake water and aquatic resources, not a drop left. Just a patch of sand remained. Wow, is he that brutal? So is the god of thieves looking for a pet this time?
That's why he snatched Gun Gun. What should we do now?
What can we do? Even the A country, with its entire national strength, is helpless against him. What can a small zoo like us do?
Then we just have to let it go. What else?
Let's report this up quickly and see how the higher-ups handle it.
This can't be blamed on us. Yes, the god of thieves was so skillful and elusive that even the great A country couldn't do anything to him, let alone a zoo. Thus, the zoo could only respond in this way.
Some busybodies even uploaded the news of the zoo losing a panda to the internet overnight, instantly sparking heated discussion among countless people.
Everyone, keep an eye on your pets.
The god of thieves has started to take an interest in cute things. Who knows when your precious little cutie might disappear?
This immediately made countless people nervous, causing another round of chaos. However, at this moment, Error Hater, the culprit, had already returned home leisurely. Panda Gun Gun was attained, and it had very happily accepted its new identity, Error Hater-S battle pet.
At the same time, its evolution chain was activated.
Seeing the superpower that Panda Gun Gun possessed, Error Hater immediately beamed with joy.
Among her many battle pets, she finally had a wood element one, and it even possessed healing powers.
Wood element superpowers could make plants grow rapidly, which was simply heaven to find in the face of natural disasters.
By then, she would have a source to explain the crops produced by her space. Ability users with the wood element were also extremely rare in her previous life.
Most importantly, this type of superpower also had very strong self-healing capabilities and could also heal others. It was simply a great healer for the team.
It could also plant various crops, which Base wouldn't like such an ability user. And now, Error Hater also possessed a wood element pet like Panda Gun Gun. This immediately made up for her shortcomings. How could she not be happy?
At this moment, Error Hater didn't think too much about anything else. Seeing that the time was almost up, she just needed to wait quietly for the apocalypse to arrive.
This year's 7th day of the 7th lunar month should have been a beautiful Kixie festival for couples to celebrate. Even with everyone scrambling to buy supplies, many couples were still exchanging beautiful blessings with each other.
Sending a bag of supplies to each other at this time was a way of expressing their feelings.
Sure enough, specific situations call for specific etiquette. However, no one could have imagined that on this night of Kixie, the extreme cold was quietly arriving. First, countless hailstones fell from the sky, smashing to death countless couples who were still walking on the streets. At the same time, it also smashed the windows of many homes.
Hearing the pitter-patter sound coming from outside the window, as they were on the top floor, the safe house where Error Hater and her family were located bore the brunt. The family looked outside with fear, and at this moment, the outside had already become a purgatory-like scene. The windows of countless high-rise buildings were broken. People below were fleeing in embarrassment, and some were directly smashed into meat paste by countless hailstones.
The crazy hailstones, accompanied by howling winds, seemed to sweep across the whole world in an instant. The apocalypse arrived on schedule, and Era Hader felt relieved instead. The apocalypse she was worried about coming early did not happen.
Everything had been prepared for the best.
Even if there were regrets, she was already millions of times ahead of countless people. Seeing the frightened eyes of her family, Era Hader went over and patted them on the shoulders. "Mom, Dad, Syrofy, the danger I mentioned has arrived. You must stay away from the windows."
Although our windows are bulletproof glass, we must take precautions just in case.
Chaos reigns, a glimpse into the lives of people in the apocalypse. No one expected that a natural disaster would arrive so suddenly and sweep across the world so rapidly.
The dense hail was enough to blind countless people, and many were bludgeoned to death on the spot, turning into unrecognizable corpses. Some couples were in the middle of a sweet shopping date when the boyfriend stepped into a milk tea shop to buy a drink for his girlfriend. In that short time, he turned back to see her face smashed beyond recognition by the hail.
The milk tea fell and shattered on the ground, splashing all over him. Yet he remained dazed and senseless. Some families had just told their loved ones to stay safe while going out for a walk, only to find that those loved ones would never return. Someone had just finished a night shift and was riding an electric bike, preparing to go home for a hot meal, only to be knocked into a ditch by the hail, separated from their family forever by the line between life and death. Meanwhile, all emergency hotlines were currently busy or occupied. Roads were paralyzed and traffic was congested. Countless vehicles in motion had their glass windows shattered, and their drivers were left unrecognizable.
As for residents living on high floors, once the glass in their homes was not strong enough and was smashed through, they had to face the invasion of hail and gale force winds.
Simply hiding at home did not mean one was safe. Inside large shopping malls, various Kixie festival events were being held. Suddenly, the power systems were destroyed, and the once brightly lit malls instantly fell into darkness, causing countless screams. The entire world fell into an atmosphere of screaming, weeping, cursing, and fear. Nature used its most wanton, wild laughter to tell humanity just how insignificant they truly were. Era Hader's family, currently on the top floor, could hardly believe their eyes as they faced the storm. The only relatively calm one was Era Hader. The rest of her family were already dumbfounded and terrified. At this moment, Era Hader quickly pressed a startup button for the safe house. Following that was a series of mechanical gear sounds, and then a thick layer of metal plates covered all the glass doors and windows. With the defense of these metal plates, no matter how powerful the hail was, it was impossible to break through.
However, the violent clack-clack-clack sounds from outside told the family that the hail had not stopped.
The natural disaster was still raging, and countless people were still facing the threat of death.
One could only imagine what a miserable scene it must be outside.
My God, this is too terrifying. How much sin has humanity committed for the heavens to be this ruthless? Hader mother Shanze Hader didn't know what to say at this point. She suddenly thought of her so-called family members and wondered if they were also frantically fleeing for their lives outside right now. Her parents would probably have to face this disaster head-on as well. Would they lose their lives directly in the midst of this natural disaster? Thinking of this, her emotions were very complicated. Although they had many faults, they were still the parents who gave birth to and raised her, even though she had long ago paid back the debt of being raised, giving what she should and even what she shouldn't have. She couldn't possibly continue staying in that vampire-like family, nor would she have any contact with those extreme siblings. Now that this natural disaster had arrived, she feared they would never be able to contact each other again. She couldn't help but feel sad. Yet she was helpless. She only hoped that under this wave of disaster, they could die quickly and suffer less pain. At this moment, Sarah Hader's heart couldn't help but throb wildly. Hader, are we sure the supplies at home are enough?
How long will this ghostly weather last? Did you foresee it in your dream?
Era Hader smiled at this point.
Don't worry, Dad.
This storm and hail weather will last for 3 days at most. It will stop after 3 days, and then it will snow heavily. However, during these 3 days, the temperature will drop rapidly. Without preparation, few people will be able to endure it. Who knows how many people will die by then? Hearing his sister say this, Sayin Hader immediately became a bit worried about his good friend Hader Yu.
Sis, do you think Syra Yu and the others will be okay? I've clearly warned him these past few days to stay at home and not wander around.
I even talked to him on the phone before. I hope he listens to me. Era Hader smiled and comforted him, saying, Don't worry, Syra Yu has always been a very sensible kid. He'll be fine. and his whole family will be okay along with him.
After all, in her previous life, even without any warnings, Hader Yu's family managed to survive the initial period.
Not to mention now, with his clear warnings, they should be even more secure. Hearing Era Hader say this, Saiyan Hader finally breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, he followed Era Hader's advice to try calling again after a while.
After all, during this period, the hail was so dense that it was impossible to know how many public facilities had been destroyed outside. Network lines were likely to be heavily affected as well.
The internet was already in an uproar. My God, I watched a girl get bludgeoned to death by hail with my own eyes.
She was unrecognizable, a miserable death. It feels like life and death happen in an instant. Forget about girls. Even metal cars are covered in dents. The windshields are all shattered. Anyone driving outside right now is probably in danger. Heavens, is this the end of the world?
How many people are going to die?
Typing these words right now feels surreal.
Tell me about it.
Luckily, I'm in a mal. Although the power is out, it's still relatively safe. Woo woo woo, someone please save me.
I'm home alone and all the windows were smashed by hail.
I'm covered in blood, and no one is answering the emergency calls. The lines are all busy. Please, help me send out a distress signal. My home is in Fayan Community, Building 12, 12th floor, B01. Ha, let it all be destroyed. Let's be destroyed together. Everyone facing the end of the world together, dying together is more spectacular. The internet was in chaos, with all sorts of messy messages flooding in.
Pessimistic ones, calls for help, crazed ones, every kind of message exploded forth.
A single emotion was spreading through everyone: fear. Everyone felt deeply how insignificant individual strength was in the face of such a natural disaster. Era Hader watched all of this, only able to look on with cold detachment. She had no way to save everyone. She could only warn and arrange things for those she was closest to and cared about. After all, this was the general trend.
Because of her rebirth, she had glimpsed the secrets of heaven in advance, but she could not act against heaven's will.
Even if she had spoken out earlier, no one would have believed her. Furthermore, in extreme environments, human nature is incredibly selfish.
In her previous life, as one of the strongest ability users, how many lives had she saved? How many people relied on her for food? In the end, when she was in trouble, not a single person came to save her.
Not a single one.
The people who truly cared about her had died long ago. Even her loyal pets had to sacrifice themselves for her, only to have their blood sucked dry by that green tea and scumbag man.
So why should she save these people?
Save them and wait for them to backstab her.
Therefore, in this life, she didn't plan to be a base leader anymore.
She would just take her family to form an elite squad, along with a group of powerful battle pets, and run rampant through the apocalypse.
At this moment, Era Hader stood before the window, suppressing the emotions in her heart. She watched the gale force winds swirling with hail as they ravaged the earth. The natural disaster had finally arrived as scheduled. The apocalypse was truly here. Who do you think you are? Slowly, even inside the safe house built by Era Hader, the family began to feel the chill creeping in.
Era Hader had lit the fireplace inside the safe house early on, adding smokeless coal, and the entire room warmed up instantly.
Because they were in the south and it was a safe house, there was no way to install underfloor heating. Even if they had, once the apocalypse arrived, all systems would face collapse, everyone would be in danger, and wails of grief would fill the land. It was unlikely the heating would function normally anyway.
Era Hader had naturally anticipated this, so she had made plans early on. Once the fireplace was lit, the whole house, along with the other rooms, gradually warmed up. During such a special time, to be able to enjoy this kind of treatment, the whole family was already very content. The metal protective layer on the windows was still crackling and banging, meaning the hail outside was continuing. Thanks to the excellent sound insulation, the ghostly wails and wolf-like howls outside a scene straight out of hell seemed to be blocked out by that metal protective layer.
At this moment, Shanzeh Hader felt her heart thumping wildly. Hader, is the world going into chaos? Did you see the scene in your dream before? Will there be other dangers in the future? Era Hader smiled and said,
Mom, don't worry.
With me, Dad, and Zyro Faye here, our family won't have any problems. There will definitely be dangers, but as long as our family stays together whole and healthy, we can handle any difficulty.
Hearing her daughter's comfort, the mother, Shanzeh Hader, finally felt a bit more at ease.
Meanwhile, the father, Sarah Hader, was already closely following the news from outside.
The internet was already in a state of chaos.
This wave of hail had killed an unknown number of people and shattered countless families.
Most importantly, It was a very severe test for the current infrastructure.
Fortunately, the Eastern Great Nation had a reputation for being an infrastructure maniac. Every project had very solid quality requirements, so it didn't collapse immediately.
Regarding communication equipment, a large portion of people could still maintain smooth communication.
Abroad, many places had already become like network dead zones. People who weren't sitting face to face seemed to have become isolated islands.
At this time, the neighborhood's homeowners group chat had already exploded. Sarah Hader and Era Hader were also paying attention to the activity in the group.
At a glance, the chat history was 99+. After clicking it, there were over 1,000 messages. Era Hader scrolled through randomly and could already see how panicked these people were.
Neighbors, does anyone have success and when? My dad was just sitting in a room when the hail smashed our window. He was terrified and can't recover.
Please help save my dad.
Neighbors, this is an emergency. Does anyone have a first aid kit? My child was injured by glass, and there's a huge gash that won't stop bleeding. It's hailing outside, and we can't get to the hospital. Help, help.
All the glass in my house is smashed. Now we're being attacked by gale force winds and hail from all sides.
Is there any solution?
Where are my supplies? Everything on the balcony was smashed and ruined by the hail. Does anyone have anything to eat? Various messages for help and all kinds of despair and fear quickly spread through the group. Auntie Zhang from the neighborhood committee immediately stepped forward to take charge of the situation.
Everyone calm down.
The organization will definitely send people to rescue us. Everyone stay indoors, stay calm, and wait for the next step of the rescue. No one must go out. It's too dangerous outside. If possible, protect your doors and windows.
Those in the group who have extra supplies, first aid kits, and medicine, please take some out to help each other.
In the face of great disaster, we must walk together.
At a time like this, we must not be selfish.
Huddling together for warmth is the right choice. As soon as Auntie Zheng spoke up, some naturally agreed. But there was even more cursing.
You old hag, you're speaking up now. Why did you stop us when we were preparing supplies before? Now look at this.
My family didn't prepare any supplies just because we listened to your nonsense.
What should my family do now? Are you going to take responsibility? Exactly. I originally wanted to stock up a whole room of supplies, but you wouldn't let us go out. Now you come out with this nonsense about helping each other. Why don't you take out your share first before mobilizing others? We heard before that you didn't let us stock up, but you stocked up plenty for yourself. Right.
Aren't you part of the community's staff?
Now is the time for the community to show some warmth.
My family is lacking emergency medicine. Hurry up and deliver it to me, or I'll report you.
I'll say you're negligent and failing in your duties. Auntie Shang was also flying into a rage from the embarrassment, shouting directly in the homeowners group. What are you people talking about? Back then, we were just following instructions from above and asking everyone to cooperate. If you didn't listen, you could have totally gone and bought supplies yourselves.
How can you push all the responsibility onto me? Besides, in the face of disaster, everyone has a responsibility. If you dare to continue disturbing public order here, be careful or I'll report you directly to the authorities. Once the size disaster is over, you can expect to rot in jail. Now, all families with extra supplies, please be conscious and contribute more to help others.
Also, if you have intact rooms in your home, let other affected neighbors come over to stay.
We will keep records, and when the organization comes to rescue us, we will credit you with the merit. Then Auntie Shang did, and it also everyone would see the message.
However, after saying all that, she also separately attacked Era Hader's family. I heard your house underwent special renovations. Did you know long ago that danger was coming? Why didn't you notify everyone in advance? Your house should be intact right now, right? Let other affected families go over to stay.
Please cooperate with the organization's work. Seeing Auntie Shang say this, Era Hader's entire family was extremely indignant.
Even Zayn Hader, who usually had a very good temper, almost started cursing.
At this moment, Era Hader signaled her family, telling them to stay calm. Then, she directly sent a voice message to snap back.
Get lost.
You old hag. What right do you have to represent the organization?
You're just a retired old woman.
What right do you have to order everyone to do this? Does the organization have explicit regulations for this?
Our house is our own private property and is protected by law.
Anyone who dares to mess around is committing home invasion. And it won't matter if I take you out. You old hag, are you more authoritative than the law?
Represent the organization?
Who do you think you are? Is there a formal document?
Is there an official seal?
Can you bring out your document and state the instructions you received?
Do you have them?
If not, then get as far away as possible. You yourself caused so many people in the neighborhood not to buy supplies. That is a serious fault in itself.
It seriously impacted public safety.
After the ice disaster is over, You still want to credit people with merit.
If you don't rot in jail by then, I'll change my last name. Don't worry, if others forget, I will personally send you to jail.
I have plenty of money to hire the best lawyers.
Auntie Shang was left completely dazed by Erahater's rapid-fire verbal assault. Moreover, the public indignation that had just been suppressed seemed to be stirred up again by Erahater.
That's right. This Auntie Shang was problematic to begin with.
She had caused everyone so much misery, and now she wanted to use her age as leverage. She wanted to represent the organization.
On what grounds? I have no morals. Don't try to hold me hostage.
Auntie Shang was clearly dazed by Erahater's scolding. It took a good while before she finally reacted. You little girl, how can you be so disrespectful to your elders?
Don't you know anything about unity and mutual aid?
I'm trying to help everyone get through this crisis. What's wrong with that?
Erahater directly retorted. Unity and mutual aid?
Why don't you step up first? Why should others have to give money, supplies, and even their houses just because you're flapping your gums?
Who do you think you are?
The King of Heaven or the Jade Emperor? Why should we all listen to you?
A retired old woman who can't just enjoy her golden years in peace and has to spend all day bossing people around. Is it fun?
Respecting elders. Do you even act like an elder? You're the first to rush forward when there's an advantage to be gained, but you hide as far away as possible when it's time to work or contribute. I respect my elders, and I respect those who are highly esteemed and of excellent character. For those who don't act their age, don't even mention respecting elders in front of me, because you're not worthy.
Erahater's words drove Auntie Shang into a frenzy of rage.
At that moment, she really wanted to grab a knife, rush over to Erahater's house, and skin her alive.
In truth, why wouldn't Erahater feel the same way? It was only because the apocalypse had just begun and order hadn't completely collapsed yet. Otherwise, if anyone dared to chatter nonsense in front of her, she would have long since pulverized them with a single punch. Hit by Erahater's 2 consecutive bursts of intense verbal output, Auntie Shang was rendered speechless. Naturally, the group chat erupted in indignation, especially those who hadn't stockpiled supplies. They were clamoring the loudest.
Of course, there were also some who needed help because they were injured or lacked supplies.
When Erahater stepped out to ruthlessly dampen everyone's enthusiasm, they were naturally displeased. You little girl, how can you be so selfish?
We need help right now. We're all from the same neighborhood. Can't you just help us out?
It's one thing if you won't help yourself, but to lead others to stand by and watch your intentions are truly malicious.
Exactly.
In the past, people like this would have been shot. Truly a loss of morality. What has the world come to?
Erahater couldn't help but laugh at this point and said directly in the group, "You're absolutely right.
I have no morals.
So, don't even think about trying to kidnap me with your morality.
You can go wherever you like.
I don't care what others do, but don't expect me to lift a finger to help you. And don't say things like no one will help you when you need it. We don't need it.
Everyone should mind their own business.
Don't bother our family again." Erahater's words undoubtedly caused an explosion in the owner's group.
People are like that. They always think about problems from their own perspective. A group of people waiting to be rescued, seeing Erahater so cold and heartless, immediately began to curse her.
However, most people felt that Erahater had a point. After all, who knew how long this hellish weather would last?
Their families might look like they had reserves and supplies now, but what about as time went on? What if their own families ran out of food later?
What would they do then? Then there was medicine. If they helped others now, who knew if their own family members would get injured in this ice disaster later?
If they gave them medicine to others now, who could guarantee a kind-hearted person would give some to them when the time came? In extreme environments, the selfishness of human nature is revealed in its entirety. At this moment, someone immediately spoke up for Erahater.
"Why should we give anything to you? We don't even have enough for our own families. You expect us to hand over our supplies with just one sentence from you?
On what grounds? If you want them, fine, pay a high price. Exactly, asking for help for no reason at all.
Did you think we were saints?"
In times like these, people definitely wanted to look out for themselves more. They weren't even willing to give out a little bit of supplies, let alone lend their houses to others.
Auntie Shang was so angry her head was spinning.
She began to curse Erahater directly. Everyone, look at how selfish this person is.
We're all in the same neighborhood, and she wants money just to help a little.
What kind of world is this?
I'll remember you when the organization comes down to provide relief. Don't expect me to provide any help to you.
Erahater laughed and retorted directly. Hey, yeah, it's true we're in the same neighborhood. But I didn't see anyone helping when we were in trouble.
We've never even interacted before, and yet you open your mouth and want our life-saving supplies.
What are you thinking?
You've got quite the nerve. Can having a thick face be eaten like a pancake?
What would I gain from being so enthusiastic?
Gain from your old age.
Gain from you acting entitled. Gain from your lack of gratitude. Or gain from your bossiness. Making us young people do all the work while you just talk.
Once again, Auntie Zhang was rendered speechless by Era Hader's retort, feeling emo for quite a long time. A large number of people in the owners' group actually felt that Era Hader had spoken their minds.
They had long been sick to death of this Auntie Zhang, especially those owners who hadn't joined the group buy for supplies because of Auntie Zhang's interference. They hated the old woman to death now.
So, following Era Hader's words, Auntie Zhang once again fell into a storm of public condemnation. As for those who had tried to morally kidnap others for help, they naturally began to argue with those who were unwilling to help.
For a while, the entire owners' group was arguing heatedly, creating quite a stir.
And as the target of the previous attacks, after Era Hader finished speaking, it seemed no one dared to say anything more to her, and no one attacked her again.
Everyone now knew this girl was not to be trifled with. Besides, who knew what the situation would be later? They would just remember all of this for now. Nibai, Father Hader, Hader Mother, and her younger brother Zain Hader were all looking on in a daze.
After all, in their eyes, Era Hader had always been a good girl who liked to spend time quietly with her pets, always gentle and elegant.
They hadn't expected Era Hader to have such a fierce side. Zain Hader even gave Era Hader a direct thumbs up. Sis, you're so cool. That was so satisfying.
I've been annoyed with that Auntie Zhang for a long time too.
She used to always boss me around whenever she saw me, saying young people should be diligent and help out their elders. I only just realized why should everyone follow her lead just because she says so. You're amazing. Sis, seeing right through that person's bad intentions at a glance.
As a mother, Shanzei Hader was a little worried. Hader, if we encounter any danger later, we'll be at odds with the other residents in the neighborhood.
Isn't that bad? Beside her, Hader Gyuhyur immediately waved his hand and said,
You're so old, yet your understanding isn't as clear as our daughter's.
Look at the people in this neighborhood. Do they look like they would help? When the time comes, won't everyone just be looking out for themselves? The more critical the moment, the more the dark side of human nature is revealed.
We just need to take care of ourselves and stay out of other people's business.
Now under this natural disaster, most of the outside communications are cut off. I can't reach many of my friends, and I don't know how they're doing, whether they're alive or dead.
The most important thing for us now is to preserve ourselves.
Hader has already foreseen some dangers, so she must have also foreseen whether there will be chaos in this neighborhood, right? Hader's unwillingness to help them must be because she saw their ugly side in her dream's premonition, right?
Era Hader couldn't help but smile as she took her father's arm. Dad knows me best.
You're right, Dad. In the dream, these people were all villains. Not a single good one among them.
You must remember, never open the door to the apartment, otherwise it will be the beginning of our disaster.
Hearing Era Hader say this, Mother Shanzei Hader's face turned a bit pale, and she immediately agreed.
All right. We'll listen to everything Hader says.
Hader is right. However, just then, Hader Gyuhyur's phone rang.
When he answered it, Alice Hader's crying voice came through. Uncle, Auntie, Sister Hader, I was wrong.
I beg you, please come and save me.
I swear I will never complain about you again.
I am your relative after all. The blood of the Hader family. I beg you, please save me.
I'm begging you.
It's time to settle scores with those scumbags. Apocalypse Cute Pet 053. After hearing this phone call, let alone everyone else, even the sophist-hearted Shanzei Hader felt like cursing. This little green tea. What face did she have to claim they were her family? First betrayal, then wanting to do all sorts of messy things to hurt them. These things couldn't be brushed aside with just a word or two. Moreover, Era Hader knew better than anyone how miserably she had been harmed by this green tea in her previous life. How could she possibly let her off, without even waiting for Zara Hader to react? Era Hader snatched the phone away.
You green tea bitch, you have the nerve to call. Who's your family?
You'd actually have the face to say that.
Whether you live or die, what does it have to do with our family?
From now on, go stay wherever it's cool and stop bothering us.
Aren't you with that scumbag man?
Let him warm your heart. Scumbag men are the best at showing concern. After saying that, Era Hader hung up immediately and blocked Alice Hader's number on her father's phone.
You guys too, why didn't you block this green tea's number? Don't let her call again, it's disgusting. Everyone knew what kind of hurt Era Hader had suffered, so her behavior towards Alizar Hader was naturally understandable.
Shenzi Hader agreed with Era Hader even more. She had already blocked that green tea bitch long ago. Zara Hader still felt some of his past brotherly affection, so he hadn't blocked this green tea adopted daughter, but today, he had also completely severed ties with this green tea.
As for her brother Zayn Hader, it went without saying. He listened to his sister in everything. Knowing that Alizar Hader had actually done such things, he had long been fuming with rage.
It was a good thing Alizar Hader wasn't there, or he would have slapped that green tea in the face himself.
He wouldn't let anyone bully his sister.
Of course, if Alizar Hader hadn't called, she might have lived a few days longer. But since she did, it wouldn't be Era Hader if she didn't teach her a harsh lesson. At this moment, the Hader family stayed safely in their safe house. The howling wind, hail, and scenes of widespread wailing outside seemed to have nothing to do with them.
They lit the fireplace and prepared delicious food, as warm and cozy as usual. Shamsi Hader was also using the preparation of a good meal to soothe her own unease. After all, many of the neighbors they used to see every day in the residential area were now gone.
The natural disaster struck so suddenly that many people were separated from their loved ones by death before they could even react. It was no wonder Shanzi Hader felt a great sense of unease and lamentation.
Sarah Hader was still closely monitoring the homeowners group. Just now, Era Hader had unleashed a barrage of messages, and after igniting a conflict in the group, she had gone invisible.
Others didn't dare to cause trouble for Era Hader, knowing she wasn't someone to be trifled with.
But now two groups were arguing. Those lacking supplies and needing help were howling for others to step in and assist.
Homeowners who had stockpiled supplies, needing to face this unknown disaster, were naturally unwilling to selflessly share their life-saving resources. People are selfish, and in the face of such an unknown disaster, the selfishness of human nature was displayed more vividly than ever.
No matter how much the two groups shouted, there was no resolution.
In the end, some were willing to buy supplies and medicine at high prices just to prolong their gasping existence.
There were actually quite a few wealthy people in the residential area. Although it was a bit old, the residents were all people with decent financial strength. Most were better off than some, but not as well as others. And there were even a few successful businessmen like Sarah Hader. These people each had their own agendas and couldn't reach a consensus at all. In any case, those with money bought high-priced supplies and medicine, while those without could only wait for death. This was only to blame on those people for believing Anti-Shang too much, following the crowd without their own judgment, which led them into this passive situation.
Era Hader had only been active for a few days, and although many had already gone out to grab supplies, everyone still believed in the authorities' ability, thinking it impossible for the God of Thieves to keep getting away with it.
But the sudden natural disaster had completely shattered many people's illusions.
Countless people across the Eastern Land were silently thanking the God of Thieves in their hearts. If it hadn't been for the God of Thieves' actions, they wouldn't have fought to rush for supplies. Facing such a disaster then, their situation would have been many times more difficult than it was now. Meanwhile, Era Hader said she was in a bad mood and went straight back to her room.
After all, everyone felt very upset after suddenly receiving that green tea's phone call. Father Hader and Hader mother understood their daughter. Knowing her thoughts and temperament, she would recover on her own in a while.
On the surface, Era Hader was a good girl, but she was actually very strong-willed.
However, her parents and brother Zayn Hader never imagined that Era Hader, upon returning to her room, was actually preparing for bloody revenge.
With a mere thought, Era Hader appeared in Alizar Hader's room.
However, when she arrived, she discovered something very interesting.
At this moment, all of Tang Jingfeng's clothes had been stripped off, leaving not even his underwear.
All of his clothes were piled on Alizar Hader, and at the same time, she had covered herself with all the sheets and quilts in the room before she felt a bit that Alizar Hader was renting a studio apartment, and according to the original plan, the landlord was going to take the apartment back in a few days.
Now all the windows of the apartment were smashed, and being in a high-rise, the howling wind swept in with hail, destroying the entire room beyond recognition.
The room where Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng were was a windowless single room.
It was originally a storage room, filled with all sorts of messy things. Now it had become a good place for shelter.
Tang Jingfeng was curled up on the floor like a shrimp, covered only by a few simple pieces of cardboard.
He looked shivering and pitiful.
Seeing Tang Jingfeng's current pathetic state, Era Hader couldn't help but laugh.
Look, this is the treatment you get from the woman you chose. The scumbag man really deserves it.
Hearing the laughter, both Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng were startled.
When they saw it was Era Hader, A look of hope appeared in both of their eyes simultaneously. Sister, are you here to save me?
I was wrong. I'll never go against you again.
Please, save me and take me back first. I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. Alizar Hader scrambled towards Era Hader on all fours. Era Hader was dressed so warmly. In that thick down jacket, it felt like she could even go to the South Pole without any problem.
No matter what, she would snatch the clothes off Era Hader's back first. That was exactly what Alizar Hader was thinking at that moment.
However, at that moment she found she couldn't move, and the ground beneath her feet was very hard. She looked down and saw that her feet had turned into blocks of ice. She couldn't sit or lie down.
Era Hader had used Polar Bear Darbai's superpower Ice Seal, and only froze part of her.
If she died all at once, how could Alizar Hader feel terror at this moment? Era Hader flashed a sweet smile. However, in the eyes of Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng, the smile was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. In the next second, the clothes on Alizar Hader's body disappeared, and the cardboard boxes on Tang Jingfeng also vanished. Then, with a gentle wave of Era Hader's hand, the wooden door of the entire room shattered, and instantly, the howling wind mixed with hail swept in.
What followed were only the miserable wails of Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng.
She's up to something with this high-tech thermostatic suit. At this moment, even though Era Hader was wearing a thick down jacket, she still appeared graceful and charming.
In fact, the thick down jacket she wore on the outside was just a disguise. What Era Hader was actually wearing underneath was a set of constant temperature clothing from Country A's Aerospace Research Center.
Once this high-tech product is put on, it maintains the wearer's perceived body surface temperature at around 25 degrees Celsius. Unafraid of heat or cold, it can handle all kinds of extreme heat and extreme cold weather. It was originally intended for astronauts, but now it was being worn by Era Hader.
Era Hader had several more sets of such constant temperature clothing, which she planned to give to her family later.
Therefore, even with just a down jacket, Era Hader could walk freely in the ice and snow. Moreover, because of the protection of her superpower, the cold wind and hail caused her no harm at all. But for Tang Jingfeng and Alizar Hader, it was a fatal blow. Era Hader didn't say a word, remaining unmoved as the scum couple begged and screamed. She wanted to watch with her own eyes as this scum couple froze to death, then became covered by snow, their traces completely vanishing from this world. Only then could she leave in peace. The reason she didn't take their lives instantly was that the authorities would actually return later to maintain order. However, that would only be a brief operation. Soon enough, the organization would be too busy looking after itself. So, before the first rescue arrived, Era Hader couldn't openly kill anyone.
This was to avoid leaving herself any unnecessary trouble.
Of course, escaping alone would be easy for her. No one could catch her, but she still had several relatives to take care of. In this life, her parents and brothers were the people she had to protect even in the apocalypse. She wanted them to live stable lives.
She believed that after witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, her relatives could become strong under her leadership and form an elite squad.
That way, she wouldn't be so lonely in the environment of the apocalypse.
By now, the scum couple, Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng, had slowly transitioned from their initial terror to begging, and finally to cursing. Era Hader let them be hysterical, just quietly watching them as they slowly lost their vitality amidst terror, despair, and anger.
Her cold gaze held no emotion, as if she were watching a trivial, everyday occurrence. The cold wind was like a knife, carrying fine hail and various ice shards that sliced through their skin, causing blood to slowly seep from their wounds, and the seeping blood quickly froze in the extreme cold weather. Soon, a layer of red blood ice formed over them, and before long, the two of them fell silent. The grudges of 2 lifetimes were finally settled. Era Hader didn't feel any sense of emptiness in her heart as described in some novels. She had only felt a burst of satisfaction.
Furthermore, the deaths of Alizar Hader and Tang Jingfeng didn't mean everything was over. There was a reason Era Hader deliberately didn't kill them with her own hands.
In her previous life, scientists had studied the onset of this apocalypse, attributing it to a sudden eruption of psionic energy, a special kind of natural energy. This energy could cause drastic changes in the weather. Countless people couldn't endure these sudden changes and became souls lost under the world of ice and snow overnight.
However, when the snow melted, the corpses that had been covered by ice and baptized by psionic energy would resurrect, becoming mindless but bloodthirsty zombies with a fanatical obsession for human flesh.
Besides, the mutations in the corpses buried under the frozen world The survivors also underwent intense mutations. Some became ability users, accepting the psionic energy to activate their evolution chains, continuously increasing their strength to become overlords of a region.
Some, though they withstood the impact of the psionic energy, had mediocre talent and ended up as ordinary people struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, living lives far more bitter than in the era of peace.
Of course, there were also those who couldn't withstand the impact and, like the corpses, turned into zombies with no self-awareness that only crazily attacked humans.
But regardless, the source of everything was the psionic energy. Some unique powerhouses had already begun activating their skills under this extreme cold snow disaster, and Erahater's family were among them. This was extremely rare in the environment of the apocalypse.
It could only be said that her family had powerful genes. Even so, because they lacked experience in her previous life, Erahater's family still took many deeders and suffered many losses. They were repeatedly schemed against by that little green tea, eventually leading to the destruction of her family.
Of course, Erahater also knew she could only blame herself. However, after learning those lessons, she had finally woken up in this life. In her previous life, it was as if her intelligence had been lowered. She was easily deceived by anything.
Now she was clear-headed and self-aware, only wishing to lead her family to run rampant in this apocalypse. After this scum couple was settled, although they were covered by snow and formed two red ice corpses.
This was only the beginning.
Once the snow melted, both of them would become powerful zombies with superpowers. That would be the moment for Erahater to harvest them. The evolution of war pets also required absorbing the special energy possessed by zombies. Killing these zombies would be of great benefit to the war pets, so this could be considered leaving behind two leaks and very large ones at that.
After dealing with the scum couple, Erahater had a thought and returned to her safe house.
Just then, Hater mother came over and knocked on her bedroom door. Hater, come out and eat something.
It's already chaotic outside, but our home can't be in chaos. Life must go on as usual.
Anyway, we have plenty of supplies and everything is abundant.
It would be a waste not to eat it.
Don't wait for it to expire.
Hearing her mother's words, Erahater couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Just how wealthy was this family? And what status did they have to be able to say such arrogant words during the apocalypse? If these words were spoken a few months later, she would probably be flamed to death by countless survivors. Right now, everyone hadn't felt the true cruelty of the apocalypse. They just felt that a natural disaster had come. A massive one. In the past, the South had also experienced snow and cold disasters, and support came from all directions. However, they didn't know that this disaster was global. There would be no support, and everything would depend on oneself. Waiting for rescue is no different from suicide. Of course, Erahater didn't need to care about these things, nor could she. She only needed to live her own little life well.
At present, she had almost finished collecting her war pets. With only one African lion king left,
Erahater now had two things to do.
One was to wait for the hail to stop and then go to Africa to see if the lion king had started evolving. As long as there was evolution, she could find it immediately. The other was to collect a good treasure that would only appear in the early stages of the apocalypse. It was also the key to stimulating superpower talents and opening the evolution chain.
No one recognized this thing in the early stages of the apocalypse. After some people got it by chance, they embarked on a path that defied the heavens. Others treated it as trash, missing their opportunity by throwing it away. These were all treasures she had to find. After all, by the late stages of the apocalypse, these treasures couldn't be bought even for an astronomical price. However, there were still 3 days until the hail ended. During these 3 days, she had to look at other places around the globe to see where else she could conduct a miraculous Siriuan purchase. By then, there would be no need to worry about surveillance, and no one would stop her.
She could collect everything she wanted even more unscrupulously. Of course, creating even more trouble for other hostile nations was something Erahater had always been happy to do. She was about to stir up trouble again, and big trouble at that.
Visit the British Museum and bring your treasure home.
Having finally dealt with the scumbag man and scumbag sister, Erahater felt a sense of clarity and satisfaction.
When the apocalypse's extreme cold passed and they turned into zombies, it would be time for her war pets to go and harvest them.
Meanwhile, Erahater returned to her room and took out a world map, looking at the coordinates left for her by netizens earlier.
Previously, survival supplies were the most urgent. The first priority was to get her hands on daily necessities and consumables.
Now, she had stockpiled more than enough of basically everything needed for daily life. She had even scoured the world for many special delicacies and stored them in her space.
She also stored plenty of things like kendaji and mcdandan, which seemed like junk food before the apocalypse, because in the days to come, they would never exist again. People would fight until they were bloody just to snatch a piece of moldy fried chicken wing.
Of course, she also had many other delicacies prepared and stored in the space.
After all, she could travel freely and appear anywhere with ease. Whenever she was hungry, she would order a batch from a restaurant.
Moreover, she had found several famous small restaurants and had them cook intensely for over a month, essentially booking out the entire establishment. Once the food was ready, it was delivered to a fixed location, and she just had to hire a courier to help collect it.
With money, everything was truly easy to solve. Other things could be acquired through 0 yuan purchase, but cooked food and delicacies had to be made fresh. There was no way around it. She had to spend money, of course. After visiting so many banks and even making a 0 yuan purchase of their vaults, obtaining more Eastern currency wasn't difficult.
She didn't just stockpile Eastern delicacies, but also a large amount of Western food from country A, sushi from secure country, and so on.
In short, before going to a place for a 0 yuan purchase, she would purchase the local delicacies along the way. In this way, she had truly done a group buy of representative foods from all over the world.
At this moment, Era Hader opened the world map again and looked at the locations of major museums that many netizens had mentioned before.
If not now, then when?
She had to go to the British Museum, the Louvre, the Art Museum, and she couldn't miss the ones in Old Mousie's territory. Moreover, Era Hader discovered that when the space collected cultural relics that originally belonged to the East, the space's special energy would become even more abundant and overflowing.
After the space finished absorbing from them, these relics only lost a tiny bit of spiritual aura, but their appearance didn't change at all. They remained perfectly intact. This made someone like Era Hader, who had a collection obsession, feel instantly delighted. Once, those treasures could only be gazed at through display cases, truly within sight but out of reach. Now she could play with them at will and even learn how to identify antique treasures along the way, although this skill seemed to have no meaning anymore. After the apocalypse descended, who would take these so-called treasures seriously, especially in the later stages? Humans were constantly migrating in search of a suitable living environment. So-called bases were simply places where people gathered.
Once a place was no longer suitable to stay, they had to keep moving and keep searching.
Only where there were people could there be a base. Buildings could be rebuilt if destroyed. But if the people were gone, everything was truly gone. People were the most important core. However, the more people there were, the more disputes and trouble there would be. Era Hader had already decided that in the future, she would only form a small team with her own relatives. Why should she care about anyone else?
By now, Era Hader had already appeared at the location of the British Museum. During the previous period, she had traveled the world performing 0 yuan purchases, and she had already finished visiting the National Museum of Country A.
The British Museum would naturally be no exception. Back then, she had more pressing things to do, which was why she hadn't finished visiting all the museums. At that time, the focus was on collecting consumables, such as gasoline, natural gas, various heavy metals, and various special production lines. These were the continuations of civilization. Under natural disasters, these things would quickly vanish. Rather than watching them be destroyed, it was better to take them for herself. Furthermore, at that time, all sorts of urgently needed items had to be snatched up against the clock. Places like museums didn't need to be visited immediately. When the natural disaster came and everyone was in a panic, who would care about what happened to a museum?
The British Museum at this time was already empty, except for a few remaining staff members. Without a word, Era Hader walked directly toward the Eastern exhibition area.
The entire British Museum housed 23,000 lost cultural relics from the East. In fact, according to incomplete statistics, tens of millions of Eastern cultural relics had been lost abroad since the beginning of the modern era. The 23,000 items in the British Museum were just the tip of the iceberg.
But when Era Hader arrived at the collection site and found the place where they stored the Eastern relics, seeing the countless artifacts arranged by category, she instantly felt a surge of anger in her heart.
These bandits had once stolen them so brazenly.
Now the world had changed, giving her an opportunity to bring these treasures home.
With a command from Era Hader, her army of war pets surged out. Wherever they passed, the relics instantly vanished. They pushed forward, collecting everything they saw. This was perhaps only a part of the British Museum's collection. Era Hader sensed that there should be over 10,000 relics here.
As soon as these Eastern relics entered the space, Era Hader felt a surging, miraculous power constantly filling the space.
The already massive space seemed to be undergoing some kind of special mutation at this moment.
Hater's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly.
Was the space about to evolve again?
This was truly good news.
The stronger the space became, the greater her capital in the apocalypse would be.
She had also discovered that the more special energy there was in the space, the faster her war pets evolved.
Moreover, the war pets had only just begun their evolution chain. There was still a very important step to follow.
The key lay within this current hailstone rain outside the museum. The hail was still raging, and even many of the museum's glass windows had been smashed to pieces by countless hailstones.
Even tempered glass couldn't withstand the dense attack of so many hailstones. Many relics were on the verge of destruction in the face of this special disaster. Hater saw that the treasure exhibition halls in many places were about to give way. The dense hail was like tiny missiles, hitting with powerful impact.
No matter how impressive the museum was, it wouldn't hold out for long. She would collect as much as she could. Hater sighed softly. She knew the power of the hailstone rain, but in her previous life, because she was hidden in a sealed room, she hadn't seen the outside situation clearly at all.
Now, facing the exaggerated attack of the hailstone rain directly, she realized how terrifying it was. If a person were outside, they would be turned into pulp in just a few seconds.
In this current situation, there was basically no possibility of survival for humans outdoors.
Even those staying behind in the museum were not safe. They had to constantly face suddenly shattering windows, followed by a series of hailstone shockwaves.
What the apocalypse destroyed was not just civilization, but also the hearts of people Hater couldn't care about that much now. She could only do her best to collect as much as possible. Protecting civilization was everyone's responsibility.
It was a stroke of luck that these cultural treasures of all mankind could be saved by her. The exhibition halls were actually only a small part of the museum. More treasures were stored in the warehouses and collections.
Since that was the case, she would harvest ruthlessly.
There were several other major museums in the world she had to visit.
Every museum with historical depth could bring a huge boost to her space. In less than half an hour, the vast collection of the British Museum's relics had been completely emptied by her,
and it was done without anyone noticing. Hater knew that her space was about to reach the limit of its evolution this time. A full meal, a new evolution.
At this moment, Hater felt like a fat person who had eaten too much. Her space felt like it was about to belch from being stuffed with a terrifying amount of energy. Fortunately, it was still within a bearable range, just a bit uncomfortable. This was the first time Hater had encountered such a situation.
She could only sigh. The collection in the British Museum was far, far greater than that of Country A's National Museum.
It was easy to see just how much treasure this rogue nation had plundered in the past.
However, all of this was now Hater's.
She had just eaten a little too much at once. Hater had a distinct feeling that once her space finished digesting, it would definitely give her a big surprise this time.
Although she felt a bit tired, she was still feeling quite pleased deep down. The British Museum was already like this. It seemed that next time she went to other museums, she would have to wait until the special energy inside the space was fully digested before doing anything else.
Otherwise, she reckoned it might burst from being too full.
Fortunately, the space's storage and retrieval functions could still be performed easily. The rest of the matter was much easier to handle. She just needed to wait slowly for the space to finish digesting. At this time, Hater finally saw the various chaotic scenes in the residents' group chat.
After she had stirred things up, the residents' group was now split into two factions. One side consisted of residents who needed help and were begging everyone to lend a hand, while the other side consisted of people who were conservatively protecting their own interests and were unwilling to get involved in other matters.
Of course, transactions in the group had already begun. Some families felt they had stockpiled plenty of supplies and thought it was quite good to sell some at a high price. As a result, the anti-Shang claimed that they were engaging in high-priced profiteering and that this was a mistake. When the natural disaster passed, they would definitely be held accountable. A group of people almost hated anti-Shang to death. She wouldn't speak up when she should, but would spout nonsense and boss people around when she shouldn't. It was because a group of people in the chat had believed her nonsense that they were now facing such a passive situation.
Consequently, whether they wanted to sell goods at a high price or urgently needed to buy supplies, everyone began to focus their fire on anti-Shang.
You old hag, shut your mouth. My family has no food left, and it's all because of you.
If you're so noble, why don't you donate your family's food and share it with everyone? Then I'd have nothing to say. Can you do that? If you can't, then shut up.
Who's to say otherwise?
You don't care about anyone else's life or death. You secretly stockpiled supplies, and now you're coming out here making snide remarks, talking about this rule and that rule.
Who do you think you are? That's right, rules are dead, but people are alive.
I'm almost starving to death now, so who cares about rules?
As long as I have something to eat. That's all that matters.
Brother upstairs, let's continue the trade from just now.
I'm willing to pay a high price, and nobody can stop me. This is my own choice. Auntie Zhang was so angry she almost died.
Ever since she had been retorted by Hater, she felt she had lost all face and no longer had any say in this residential complex.
Now it was great. It seemed like whatever she said was wrong.
No one was willing to believe her anymore.
Auntie Zhang was truly grinding her teeth in anger and immediately smashed her favorite mug. Her husband said unhappily, "You really are something. If you're angry, be angry. Why break a mug? Supplies are scarce right now, and this mug is also a resource."
What if we can't recover for a long time in the future?
Upon hearing this, Auntie Zhang instantly flew into a rage. "Look at you, you old geezer.
You never know how to help me say a few words outside. You only know how to lecture me at home. You're just a coward who only acts tough at home, you useless thing."
The old man didn't say anything else at this point.
They had been together for decades, and Auntie Zhang had always been the dominant one.
If he said too much, he would just be blamed. Forget it. His wife was in a fit of rage, so he wouldn't argue with her.
After all, his legs and feet were not good, and he usually needed his wife to help take care of him.
Now with the natural disaster upon them, who knew when it would pass? What if his wife abandoned him? Auntie Zhang was completely depressed now. She felt she had been seriously insulted.
She started contacting various old friends privately, thinking that next time they encountered this situation, they must attack as a group. Her individual voice was no longer useful. At the same time, she hated that young girl who had been targeting her even more.
Originally, these young people were the easiest to fool. With just a word or two from them, countless people would be willing to help out. But now, who is still willing to listen to her? Meanwhile, the hail outside was falling faster and faster. In the face of the hail, these high-rise buildings seemed as fragile as paper. Countless hailstones shattered against the concrete walls with a pattering sound, and the broken glass shards raged through the rooms along with the gale. From time to time, one could hear a crisp cracking sound. She didn't know which room's glass couldn't withstand the test and shattered instantly.
It was fortunate that the quality of this residential complex was good and all the windows were made of tempered glass, which was why some rooms had been able to hold out for so long. Now, the only one that was not much affected was Hader's safe house. Currently, the network in the group was still relatively smooth, and everyone was suffering from the disaster. One after another recounting their own situations. It's over.
Apart from the utility room, my house has no sealed rooms left. All the other rooms have been smashed open.
I'm doing okay.
My study is airtight and has no windows. I used to complain that the layout of this room was bad, but I didn't expect it to become a life-saving advantage in the end. Who can understand my awkwardness? Right now, my wife, sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and I are all squeezed into a tiny bathroom. To the person above, why am I a little envious?
Woo woo woo, don't talk about it anymore.
I'm already envious of the big shot on the 19th and 20th floors of Building 16. I saw that their windows seemed to have retractable steel plates added. Now the windows are all covered by the steel plates, and there's absolutely no problem at all.
Holy crap, whose place is so awesome to have this kind of protective measure? I happened to see it too.
At first, I thought they were doing something unnecessary, but now I know they are truly amazing.
Big shot, please accept my kowtow.
Who is this big shot?
I want to go over to your place and stay for a bit.
I saw it. They bought the entire duplex floor. The whole 19th and 20th floors belong to them, and it's uniformly renovated. I'm willing to pay a high rent. 10,000 yuan a day, I can afford it.
It's like you're saying that if you're willing to rent, they'd be willing to clear out a room for you.
Didn't you see that no one is even saying a word? They're simply ignoring you. To the person above, what business is it of yours?
Will you die if you don't speak?
A group of people actually started arguing again because of this matter. Under the natural disaster, everyone's emotions had become exceptionally irritable. Anyway, nobody knew anyone, even if they were neighbors before. Now that they were affecting each other, they could still get into an argument. And just at this moment, Auntie Zhang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "I know who the owner of the 19th and 20th floors of Building 16 is. Human nature is selfish." When Hader saw the old hag's words, she knew she was starting trouble again. Sure enough, Auntie Zhang, who had been ignored for a long time, suddenly attracted everyone's attention again.
Oh, Auntie Shang, you finally said something useful. Why don't you tell us who this big shot is? Auntie Shang couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Isn't it just that little brat who led everyone into a fuss and said she had no morals? Don't count on her. Once she said that, the entire homeowner group chat knew who she was talking about. It was that young girl who had argued with Auntie Shang until the latter was speechless.
Her voice sounded quite pleasant. She seemed to be some kind of minor influencer. No one expected her to be so capable, having taken precautions in advance to turn her house into a fortress. In the beginning, a lot of people thought this family had issues.
Why would they turn their house into something like that in broad daylight?
Did they think the apocalypse was coming?
But it was her house, and she could do whatever she wanted with it as long as it didn't affect others. The renovation team had been very professional, using low-decibel silent tools and working with great efficiency.
Since they completed everything on weekdays, everyone naturally had nothing to complain about.
Previously, Auntie Shang had tried to meddle out of boredom, but they ignored her completely, making her feel slighted. Consequently, she held a grudge against the young girl.
Of course, even if they wanted to meddle, they couldn't. The 19th and 20th floors were large duplex flats with their own independent elevator.
Without the owner's ID card, one couldn't even go up the building. Even the emergency escape routes were equipped with special access controls. This was a plan previously set by the developer to protect the privacy of top-tier VIP owners. Therefore, unless you lived directly across from them, there was almost no chance to interact with those owners. As it turned out, Hader's family had bought all the top-floor flats in this building.
This further eliminated any possibility of disputes with neighbors. However, when they were building the safe house, many owners had watched the spectacle.
They all thought it was some rich kid with too much time and money on their hands.
Why build such a massive iron box for no reason?
It didn't look aesthetic at all. It was quite ugly. But now they finally understood. This metal safe house had become the safest place in the entire residential community.
Many wealthy people now wanted to take refuge there. So, someone soon found Hader and betrayed her directly. Miss, you live in such a large house alone. There must be many spare rooms.
Could you spare a place for us? Just name your price for rent. I can afford it.
To the person above, seeing your fat head, big ears, and lecherous look, I can hear your schemes from 10 buildings away. Miss, don't believe his lies. He's just lusting after your beauty. I'm a fitness coach with a healthy and disciplined lifestyle. I can even teach you fitness for free.
Second floor, are you out of your mind?
Who dares to exercise now? Everyone is rationing food and worrying it won't last.
Are you trying to die faster?
Miss, I am fragile and easily pushed over.
I'm a very cute young woman and definitely won't cause you any trouble. I can serve you like a maid, as long as you give me a place to stay. Please, I beg you, is that okay? For a moment, all sorts of chaotic messages appeared in the homeowner group chat, with everyone begging Hader to open her doors and let them in for refuge. Hader suddenly felt her phone vibrating constantly as countless notification sounds rang out one after another. She opened it and took a quick look, raising an eyebrow.
That old woman really knew how to cause trouble for her. She replied directly, I live in this house with my family.
I refuse all visitors.
Thank you for your cooperation. Anyone who dares to harass me will be treated as a trespasser.
At this moment, Auntie Shang jumped out quite opportunely.
Everyone look, this is the selfishness of human nature, the darkness of human nature.
She clearly knew that extreme weather was coming, yet she didn't tell everyone in advance so we could prepare.
She only cared about her own family's defenses. By doing this, she has caused so many people to suffer through no fault of their own. Such a selfish person should be made to pay the price.
Don't you all agree? Incited by Auntie Shang, the crowd instantly reacted and shifted their focus onto Hader.
Human nature is inherently selfish. This is a fundamental flaw of mankind. It's just that under different circumstances, some people can restrain their selfishness to help others, while others take it to the extreme. But in an apocalypse environment, who could manage not to be selfish? Who doesn't want to survive? Although the most extreme moment hadn't arrived yet, many people had already been harmed by the natural disaster,
especially those who had no way to seek help and could only watch helplessly as their windows were smashed, welcoming the arrival of the cold wave. At this moment, it was as if they had found a life-saving straw, and they all began sending pleas for help to Hader.
Miss, no matter what, we are all owners in the same community.
Are you really going to just watch us die? I beg you, my elderly father is almost at his limit.
Just open the door and let us in to recover for a bit.
Once this hailstorm passes, we'll leave. We definitely won't trouble you any further.
Exactly. I have a 3-year-old child and a 70-year-old mother. My whole family is shivering. and my child is almost at his breaking point.
I beg you, I'm on my knees. Just let us in to hide from the cold. Little girl, let me tell you, be smart and cooperate with us. Let us in to hide.
This hail will pass eventually, and your family's supplies will run out one day.
I don't believe you'll stay inside forever. If you don't cooperate now, don't blame us for being unfriendly when we meet later.
Miss, don't be afraid.
I'm willing to cooperate.
I'll pay a high price. 10,000 a day, no, 30,000 a day.
How about 30,000? As long as you let me in. You could make over $1 million in a month.
What a profitable deal.
All sorts of characters were showing off their tactics now. Their only goal was to reach the safest place in the entire community.
Of course, many others also accused Erahater, asking why she hadn't told everyone about this extreme weather before, causing so many to suffer. They claimed she was far too selfish. Seeing his comments, Erahater shot back directly. First, I didn't know this extreme weather would occur. I'm just an apocalypse enthusiast who feels that the end of the world could come at any time. That's why I built this safe house for my family to live in together.
Second, I reminded you back then to stock up on supplies and not to believe that old lady Shang. How many of you actually listened?
Those who believed me have plenty of supplies now.
You should be asking that old woman when she's going to take responsibility. Third, even if I did know and had told you, how many of you would have believed me then?
You would have just treated me like a lunatic and a joke.
You know your own hearts, so don't try to take the moral high ground now.
Furthermore, so what if I'm selfish? So what if I have no morals? What can you do to me?
And to that person who just threatened me, who do you think you are?
You'd better see if you can survive until tomorrow without freezing to death before you talk like that.
As a result, that hot-tempered brother was instantly stunned with rage upon seeing Erahater's words.
Oh ho, you pretty arrogant little girl. It just so happens that I'm in building 16. I'm coming over right now to show you some love.
You think you can do it?
Come on over here. Hearing this grumpy guy's words, many people present began to support him. Oh brother, you're amazing.
Then hurry up and go. We all want to see how you show off your power.
Exactly. Let that little chick see how tough a man of the world can be.
Miss, look at this mess. If you're willing to let us in, I can even help you stand up to this guy. I'm a boxing coach, no problem at all. At old Nine Chang, if you get the door open, remember to leave it ajar for your brothers.
I want to pay a visit too. This grumpy guy was named Old Nine Chang. He was a small local real estate developer with some underworld connections. And usually, no one dared to provoke him.
This man had started his business by skirting the law, later moving into real estate and actually making a bit of a name for himself.
However, those who knew him knew that he was a reckless brute and not someone to be trifled with. If you truly enraged him, it was entirely possible he'd pull a knife and stab someone. At this moment, Erahater smiled and simply replied to him,
If you've got the guts, then come. I just hope you can make it back to your own room alive.
Erahater sent this as a voice message, and even at old Nine Chang, that charming voice carried 3 parts indifference and 7 parts contempt, clearly looking down on someone like him.
This immediately made old Nine Chang's head smoke with rage, his temper flaring up instantly. He also directly at Erahater in the group. Little chick, you wait.
Your grandpa is coming over to love you right now.
I'll make sure you can't even get out of bed later. In this neighborhood, many people curried favor with old Nine Chang. At this time, they were all acting like spectators who didn't mind a bigger mess, joining in the heckling. Brother Nine, it's all up to you.
If you're a man, you can't back down. Hurry up and deal with this woman. Right. This little woman sounds like a real slut. Open the door and teach her a good lesson.
You definitely can't let her look down on you.
Brother Nine is so powerful. How does a little brat dare to talk back like that? Crush her.
Old Nine Chang didn't care about anything else now and rushed out the door.
As a result, the moment he opened the door, countless hailstones and ice shards were swept in by the howling wind in the hallway. Hitting him in the face, a hailstone as large as a fist flew right past old Nine Chang's nose, drawing a streak of blood.
Hiss.
Old Nine Chang instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Consequently, his whole body felt chilled to the bone, and even the air he sucked into his mouth was filled with ice shards.
He instantly lost his nerve and quickly slammed the door shut. His room was actually okay. Perhaps the wind wasn't blowing directly toward his window, so the disaster there wasn't as severe. Although it was already very cold, it was still within an acceptable range.
But the moment the door opened, the wind blowing in from the broken hallway windows was enough to blow a person away.
As angry as old Nine Chang had been just now, he was just as cowardly now.
That rising flame of rage was instantly extinguished by the freezing wind.
Hater didn't forget to hit him again in the group at this time. What's wrong, old Nine Chang, you little punk?
You're all talk.
Why don't you dare to come up? If you've got the guts, then come over here.
Turns out you're just a barking dog.
Hater-ass words provoked old Nine Chang again, making his eyelids twitch and the veins on his forehead bulge. He had a violent temper, and was used to having the final say in his company, who usually dared to speak to him like this.
Now, he was actually being rebuked by a young girl until he couldn't hold his head up, but he was powerless to refute her.
He could only viciously snap back with a voice message in the group. Little brat, you just wait.
Once this hail is over, see how I deal with you. Hater didn't need to say anything more at this point. With a cold gaze, she directly sent her chameleon lightning to strike. Lightning, without a word, used teleportation to observe the entire floor.
His stealth ability was very strong and didn't attract anyone's attention at all. He quickly found old Nine Zhang's location. After confirming old Nine Zhang's position, Hater teleported directly into his home. Old Nine Zhang had just closed the door and was huddling in his sealed room, shivering for a while. Just opening the door for a short moment had already frozen him to the core.
Despite being a rough man, as someone who had always lived in the south, when had he ever seen such severe cold?
Moreover, what he feared most were heat and cold, even though he had seen plenty of bloodshed during his days of fighting and killing. He had retired years ago.
He spent most of his time living in comfort and enjoying life, combined with his obsession with wine and women. His body was no longer as sturdy as before. He was quite frail. This man only looked large and fat, with a face full of flesh that was quite intimidating. Besides, he had a group of underlings, so he didn't need to do most things personally. Because of this, his body had naturally become much softer. So, having been frozen like that just now, it took him quite a while to recover. While old Nine Zhang was hiding under the covers, slowly warming his body, Hater suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing a beautiful woman appear out of thin air, old Nine Zhang was stunned.
What was going on?
Why did a goddess suddenly arrive? Could he be hallucinating because the cold had messed with his head?
He was indeed quite lecherous. When he threatened Hater before, he also had the intention of going up to take advantage of her. He had also seen the video of Hater being cheated on by that scumbag man.
Seeing her with red eyes and looking so pitiful made his heart itch.
Hater, at that time, Hater was no longer living in the neighborhood. Old Nine Zhang's desire to see if he could meet that little internet celebrity had never been realized.
After Hater returned home, she started building the safe house and stayed inside all day without going out. Then there were the temporary tasks of collecting supplies. So old Nine Zhang never had the chance to see this little beauty. As a result, seeing her today, he found that Hater was much more beautiful than in the videos. He immediately rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dazed from the cold.
But how did this little fairy get into his room?
However, before he could react, Hater suddenly raised her hand.
Without any extra movement, old Nine Zhang found that his entire body had suddenly turned into a block of ice. That's right. A huge chunk of ice had frozen his entire body. Old Nine Zhang wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he found it was stuffed tight by a large block of ice, making it difficult even to breathe.
At this moment, a cold sneer appeared on Hater's lips. Without saying a single word of nonsense to him, she gently opened the bedroom door and then the front door.
The moment she opened the front door, she teleported and disappeared again.
The howling wind, carrying hailstones, instantly surged into old Nine Zhang's home. If anyone had seen it, they would have been amazed to find that the cold wind this time was even more violent. The TV, glassware, and plastic bottles in his house all exploded rapidly. Then, old Nine Zhang directly turned into a stiff ice sculpture.
Before he died, he didn't even understand how he had died.
His only thought was that the little internet celebrity was truly beautiful, and she even had superpowers.
Meanwhile, in the owner's group, a bunch of guys were still encouraging old Nine Zhang not to back down and to hurry up and open the door to find that young lady.
Among those paying the most attention was naturally Auntie Zhang.
At this moment, she was very eager for old Nine Zhang to teach that arrogant brat a lesson to help her vent her anger. However, as she stared intently at the chat logs in the owner's group, she found that old Nine Zhang hadn't spoken again.
In a tone of disappointment, she grumbled, "This old Nine Zhang, he usually looks so imposing, but at the critical moment, he's like a weakling, completely useless. What a waste." Just then, behind Auntie Zhang, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. "I think you're the one who's useless. Stop wasting food here." The old woman died. However, an internet outages caused panic among the crowd.
Suddenly, hearing a voice from behind, Auntie Zhang subconsciously turned around immediately. only to see Hader standing there with a cold smile, having appeared in their home at some unknown moment.
Before she could even cry out in terror, Hader directly turned her into an ice sculpture.
Hader couldn't be bothered to waste words with this kind of person who loved to use their age as leverage and had a malicious heart.
She dealt with her directly to end it once and for all. Polar Bear Darbai's skills were truly useful in this snowy and icy weather. Ability users hadn't appeared yet. In fact, for a long time to come, ability users wouldn't appear. Who could have imagined that someone could already use his superpower to freeze people? Even if someone knew, what could they do about it? In the apocalypse, the strong are respected.
Auntie Shang, now an ice sculpture, could no longer harm others.
Meanwhile, Auntie Shang's husband witnessed everything before him in shock.
He even forgot to cry out.
By the time he reacted, it was all over, and he too had been turned into an ice sculpture. Both of them deserved their deaths. In her previous life, they were the source of the chaos that engulfed the entire residential area. By killing them, Hader was actually allowing more people to survive.
At the very least, without her stirring up trouble in the group chat, more chaos could be avoided. Mainly, Hader didn't want them to keep fixating on her home, constantly trying to cook up schemes to disgust her.
It was endless and utterly annoying.
After resolving the matter, Hader quickly returned to her room as if nothing had happened. However, in the group chat, people kept adding Old Nine Jang, but Old Nine Jang never responded again.
This naturally led people to associate it with some bad occurrences. Because more and more profile pictures in the group were turning grey, it had been lively just now with many people calling for help. But now it seemed fewer and fewer people were stepping up to speak.
What's going on?
The group is getting quieter and quieter. That Old Nine Jang Brother Nine say something.
How are you doing?
And Auntie Jang, don't you claim to be one of the authorities? Say something too. Can you help solve the problem?
Is there a concrete plan?
Damn, these people are all plain dead.
What's the deal?
Everyone, stop asking for a moment. I'm a close friend of Auntie Jang. I sent her many private messages and even made video calls. But there's no response at all.
Maybe something happened to Auntie Shang. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to go check?
It's just the old couple living together. It's easy for problems to arise with two elderly people.
I'm Old Nine Shang's brother.
I sent him many private messages and made video calls. But no one is answering.
This isn't like him. Are there any brothers in Building 16 who can help check if Old Nine Jang on the 12th floor has had an accident?
An ominous atmosphere began to spread through the group. Just then, a shrill voice suddenly appeared in the group.
You animals. You watched and did nothing while my father died. I don't have a father anymore.
And that Auntie Shang, she just had to stop us from hoarding supplies.
Now I don't even have a single bite to eat.
My only relative is gone, and the house is out of food and water. What's the point of me living in this world?
If I can't live well, don't think you're going to have it easy either. Let's all die together.
Ha ha ha.
Next, there was only a loud boom, and the entire residential area seemed to shake.
A massive blaze erupted from the middle of one of the high-rises. Amidst this cold hailstone rain, the fire in the darkness was a shocking sight to behold.
And right at that moment, the power was cut to the entire residential area, and everyone's vision instantly plunged into pitch blackness. Immediately after, the sound of explosions rang out again. One explosion after another echoed through the sky, piercing through the howling of the cold wind and hail, deafening the ears.
Damn it. Which lunatic did this?
That's Building 7, right?
She's really suicidal. She actually ignited the natural gas pipeline. This is going to blow up the whole building. Ha ha, serve you right for doing nothing.
Now you're screwed. I'm telling you, if we can't live, you won't live either. We might as well all die together so we can have company on the road to the Yellow Springs.
Hader's family couldn't help but feel a sense of trembling fear as they watched the sudden turn of events. Hader also couldn't help but frown,
perhaps because her arrival had caused a drastic change in the butterfly effect. Such a tragic scene hadn't occurred in the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life.
In a desperate environment, people are indeed prone to doing extreme things. However, most people still wanted to survive.
In this extreme weather, many people didn't even have time to react before they were frozen to death.
The survivors could instead strip survival supplies from the dead to live better. The hailstone rain would last 3 days at most. Once these 3 days passed, even if there was extreme cold, there would eventually be defensive measures. Humanity would also get a chance to catch its breath. But in this life, Hader discovered that under her influence, many things had changed. Originally, more people should have survived, but some might have long since been immersed in a special atmosphere of despair. She had read the messages in the group about the person who blew up the gas pipeline. She heard it was a person with depression. Then,
having witnessed her only relative freeze to death while she was powerless to help. She suffered a severe mental breakdown, which led to this consequence.
Era Hater thought about it. Perhaps in her previous life, most of them hadn't made any preparations and just froze to death directly.
But now, seeing so many people who had prepared supplies but refused to help, their sense of balance was lost.
After receiving a greater shock, they did such extreme things. Era Hater sighed and couldn't help but remark, "This damn apocalypse. It's finally starting to devour people. That's right. The apocalypse is a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong can survive." Some people still hadn't figured out the situation. Some terrified families actually stood up foolishly and said, "Our family still has some supplies.
If any neighbors in Building 11 need some, we can lend some out. Please don't do anything rash.
However, we have to charge for it."
Just follow the current market price. I'll buy it. I'm willing to buy as much as you're willing to sell. I'm in Building 11, and I have money.
Transactions like this suddenly increased.
There were even stupider people who were actually willing to let those who paid high prices move into their houses that hadn't been destroyed yet.
Now, too many people's houses had been completely destroyed due to wind direction and various other reasons. Some houses had good lighting and many windows. What used to be advantages had now become fatal weaknesses. The more and larger the windows, the faster one died. The good houses that usually sold for the highest prices had now become people's death warrants.
Of course, no one's home was as practical as Era Hater, a safe house. Even though the power was out now and everyone's home was pitch black, Era Hater's home was still brightly lit and as warm as spring.
However, everyone soon discovered one thing: the internet was cut, and messages in the owner's group could no longer be sent now. Every dark house had become a true isolated island. Are there really people that stupid?
Then let's send them on their way.
After the network communication was cut off, all the floors went silent for a while, but soon the clamor of the crowd could be heard again.
Previously, everyone communicated through online channels, but now that the network was down, people naturally realized what had caused it. With such a massive hailstorm outside, there was no telling how much public and basic infrastructure had been smashed. It was already a miracle that the network in their residential area had lasted this long.
But now that no one could communicate via the internet, they instantly felt as if they had become deaf and mute. Crucially, the sudden lack of news from the outside world while being locked in their own homes caused a sense of fear to well up within them. Intense anxiety and fear gave countless owners a strong urge to open their doors and head out. But as soon as they cracked their doors open, a freezing wind blew in, mixed with ice shards and the loud banging of hailstones hitting the doors. Such a dangerous situation naturally frightened off those survivors who were itching to leave. Only then did they realize how lucky they were to be alive. They were survivors in the truest sense. Families with many windows and good lighting were likely already dead as doornails, where they had fled to the fire escapes in advance. And even then, they had to bring their own supplies to have a slim chance of survival. Some floors were smashed beyond recognition due to the wind direction, but others were relatively much safer.
These safe floors were the ones that used to sell for less because they had fewer storage rooms.
Some didn't even have windows in the hallways. Now, they had become the safest shelters.
One owner on such a floor gently opened his door and found that the wind outside wasn't as piercingly cold as people said. Although it was already freezing, he could still manage after putting on all his clothes. He gauged the temperature in the hallway to be around minus 30 degrees Celsius.
Perhaps because there were no windows, it actually felt slightly warmer than the rooms with windows. It was easy to imagine that the outdoor temperature must be at least minus 30 or 40 degrees.
Combined with the hailstorm, it was no wonder so many people had died or been injured. The temperature dropping so much in such a short time had indeed left many people unable to react. However, everyone was a bit nervous now and wanted to come out to see what was happening. As a result, when the owner of this floor opened his door, he found other owners coming out to scout for information, each lighting their way with phone lights or flashlights.
"Oh, brothers, you're all out. What's the situation outside? Is your home still safe? My place is okay. Luckily, there are few windows, but the living room and master bedroom are uninhabitable now. My whole family is squeezed into the study."
"You're doing well then."
"My whole family is hiding in the kitchen now."
Just to get across that short distance earlier, I had to wrap myself in a thick quilt to avoid being injured by the hail. What should we do now?
"The power is out. The net is down. If this continues, something really bad is going to happen.
What do you mean going to happen? It already has.
We're lucky because our floor has few windows and none in the hallway. I heard many people have already died on other floors.
Didn't you notice fewer and fewer people speaking in the group chat earlier?
Sigh, what kind of hellish weather is this? How did it come so suddenly? But it's also thanks to that god of thieves who snatched those supplies and caused everyone to panic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many supplies at home right now.
Did you all stock up? We did. Luckily, I didn't listen to that old hag Zhang, otherwise it would have been game over long ago. What's next? Wait for rescue from the authorities?
Look at Building 11 over there.
It was blown up directly.
I don't know how many people could survive that. Don't even mention it. Building 11 seems to have collapsed.
You heard that loud bang just now. Right. What happened? How did the building collapse in such a short time?
The gas pipe exploded, and then it was under constant attack from the hail. The quality of that building must have been subpar. It collapsed before long. My windows face Building 11, and I happened to see it when I risked to look earlier. My God, will we also?
Hush.
Bite your tongue. Can't you say something positive? We can all live on.
We must survive.
Right, as long as we're alive, there's hope.
Brothers, how about we go down to the underground parking lot to check it out?
Probably only those of us on undamaged floors can go down now. Many floors with good ventilation were hit the hardest. Those people are likely in big trouble. Forget it. Save your strength and don't run around. I think it's better to huddle at home and wait for rescue.
It's too dangerous to go out now.
If something happens, no one can save you. A few survivors met and communicated what they had seen and heard. Their gloom, panic, and conflict mixed with a hint of relief.
Hader was observing the situation of the entire residential area using her ability.
Building 11 had fallen, and it fell spectacularly. Just now, someone had threatened those who were unwilling to help, saying that if they couldn't live, no one else should expect to either.
But right after saying that, the network was cut.
Who could say what happened to the rest?
At this moment, Hader suddenly heard a loud banging from outside.
Distinguishing it from the sound of hail hitting the door, she listened carefully and identified it as the sound of a steel door panel being violently struck by a sharp tool.
Other people's homes had lost power, but that didn't mean Hader's home would. Her previous zero-yuan shopping for so many supplies was no joke. As soon as the power went out at Hader's place, her own power supply system kicked in, and the high-power diesel generator started instantly.
At the same time, the surveillance for the entire house continued to run. Soon, Hader knew where the sound was coming from.
On the surveillance screen, a burly man appeared.
He had walked to the fire escape of this floor and was violently smashing the door with a fire axe.
But to the burly man's great frustration, no matter how he smashed it, he couldn't open the large iron door in front of him. Damn it, what's going on?
Even the fire escape door is this tough? How rich is this family to have specially installed such a large iron door? They prepared for this in advance, and they said they had nothing to hide. If you have nothing to hide, why the defense?
Let me open this door, then open your front door, and see if I don't kill you all.
My brother Nine suffered because of you. I must avenge him. Seeing this, Hader couldn't help but sneer. Is there really someone this stupid? In that case, she would grant his wish and send him to see his brother Nine.
Old Nine Zhang had already been killed by her, yet someone actually dared to come up for revenge.
Interesting.
It seemed this old Nine Zhang usually had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that things had reached this point, Hader had no more qualms. She tested the defense system of her floor, which she had specifically mentioned to the security company when building the safe house.
Meanwhile, the guy still hacking at the door with his axe didn't notice a dark nozzle suddenly extending from above his head. Immediately afterward, ice-cold water was blasted directly onto him through a high-pressure water gun, and his axe was instantly knocked away. The high-pressure water gun chased him, and he was soon soaked to the bone, in temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. A person accustomed to the year-round spring-like warmth of the south quickly froze into a block of ice. He tried to run, but found himself rapidly losing body heat. Truly, the more clothes one wore, the faster one died. Every 2 steps he moved, he was knocked down by the high-pressure water gun. The freezing water soon drenched his entire body and quickly condensed into an ice corpse, the opportunity that opened their evolutionary chain.
At this moment, Hader could be said to have a panoramic view of the entire residential complex. Their own floor had close monitoring, so there was simply no chance for anyone to come up. Their large flat had independent access, whether it was the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
This provided them with immense privacy.
Naturally, it also made it convenient for Hader to set up security for her house. The safe house was very comfortable, and no one could breach their defenses as long as the building didn't collapse. She had seen clearly the consequences of Building 11, where someone had ignited the gas pipelines, causing the entire building to collapse. This kind of thing hadn't happened in her previous life, clearly, because of her series of wild maneuvers. The butterfly effect had already arrived. In the future, these butterfly effects would only become more frequent. So, would the people in her own building also do something so crazy? If a lunatic like that came along, their whole building would suffer the consequences. However, the people in Building 16 were Arahater's closest neighbors, and because Arahater had reminded them time and again, most of them had listened. So this group's supplies were still decent. They were all very grateful to Arahater, so no one had even thought about doing such a thing. After all, it is better to live miserably than to die. Who would want to die if they could live? In a sense, Arahater still had many emergency measures, and if it really came down to it, she would take action. However, that guy from just now, who came directly through the emergency stairwell to the underground garage, and then through the garage to Building 16 to cause trouble, was truly the first, but he was definitely not the last. As the days ahead became increasingly difficult, more and more people would think about coming over to seize survival resources, because they had seen Arahater's safe house, which was like a fortress, and everyone would be green with envy. Standing out from the crowd inevitably attracts attention. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. This is a very normal thing. People are always more concerned about unfair distribution than about scarcity. In her previous life, Arahater had seen such conflicts many times. People are just like that. Seeing others living better than themselves is more painful than being killed. So, now that she had encountered the situation, Arahater had already prepared defenses, even the fire escape. Arahater had reinforced it because this emergency fire escape was reserved exclusively for their home. Naturally, they had the final say on how to reinforce it. Aside from the safety valve at the very bottom, she added an extra door every few floors, just in case. In this way, the defense was already strong enough. Moreover, if someone really managed to break through the first few large iron doors, Arahater still had a bunch of war pets guarding there. She had set up war pets for defense behind every large iron door. Therefore, no matter how many people came, it would be in vain. In the first month after the apocalypse arrived, not many people were able to activate their superpower. The strong ones who could truly activate their superpower during this period were definitely super lucky. After all, many people were like the residents on other floors, wanting to hole up in their own homes and wait for rescue. But once they had this idea, it basically meant they were fated to miss out on having a superpower, because the upcoming activation of superpowers was entirely dependent on the hailstorm that had just fallen. No one knew where this hailstorm came from, but after 3 days of the hailstorm, it would be followed immediately by extreme weather where heavy snow would seal off the mountains. After the hailstorm ended, although this high-damage weather would be gone, the subsequent extreme cold and blizzards would cause snow to accumulate rapidly. At its peak, the snow accumulation could reach the height of 5 or 6 stories, and among those hailstones that had fallen, a very small number contained a special kind of crystal. Once those crystals came into contact with a human body, they would merge into it. Those who could withstand the energy shock of the crystal could become extraordinary ability users, but those who couldn't withstand it would die immediately. In fact, the mortality rate for this crystal was still quite high, but at the very beginning, everyone avoided these hailstones containing crystals, thinking they were too dangerous, because people who touched the hailstones were basically doomed to die. Only a very small number could withstand that impact and eventually become an ability user. Moreover, many people who possessed a superpower kept quiet about it. This secret only spread among the survivors after a kind-hearted fellow exposed it later on. However, even if they knew, not everyone dared to accept the baptism of this crystal, because out of 10 people who came into contact with the crystal, probably only 1 would survive. Furthermore, for those who survived, the superpowers varied in strength. Some activated very powerful light and tight superpowers, becoming formidable figures who could dominate the scene. But others activated trash superpowers, such as bread creation, a superpower that could turn soil into bread, and it could only be used once a day, creating a 500-gram piece each time. This was truly a human bread machine, but at the very least, their survival was guaranteed. However, it had absolutely no attack power, and in the future, they would only be reduced to being food producers for certain bases. The various activated superpowers were also bizarre, depending purely on luck and destiny. However, none of this was anything Arahater needed to worry about.
She just needed to find these ability crystal hailstones, because at the beginning, everyone didn't know that these hailstones containing crystals had other uses. As the apocalypse progressed to the later stages, people slowly researched many methods, but by then, the remaining hailstones containing crystals were already very scarce. Therefore, later on, even the trashiest ability crystal hailstones were sold for astronomical prices, and Era Hater knew that in the early stages of the apocalypse, these ability crystal hailstones were everywhere, and were the things people feared the most.
That was the time for her to frantically collect these crystals, not only in the Eastern Land, but she also had to revisit all the hostile countries where she had previously conducted a 0 yuan purchase for supplies, and scrape away all the ability crystals from their side.
Only in this way could she fiercely suppress the rise of the ability users in enemy countries. This was the big thing Era Hater was preparing to do next.
The 0 yuan purchase had already broken their foundation for early development, and by stifling their future hope in the cradle, there wouldn't be so many chaotic people daring to come over to the Eastern Land to wreak havoc, and the paths they wanted to use to run over would also be cut off by Era Hater. The hailstorm had only been falling for 1 day now. It wasn't the time yet, as the 3rd day late at night would be Era Hater's hunting time.
Meanwhile, Era Hater was slowly waiting for the new wave of evolution in her space. After all, she was very clear about one thing: that the stronger the space, the stronger she herself would become. This was the root of all her strength.
And just at this moment, Era Hater clearly felt that her space seemed to have completed a new round of evolution and had stabilized. She immediately entered the space to check.
Upon entering, she clearly felt that something was different.
Not to mention the pets staying inside the space. Even David and Schrödinger, the 2 war pets accompanying her parents outside, had suddenly undergone a new evolution.
And the changes inside the space were what delighted Era Hater the most. Good heavens! Now I finally don't have to worry about the safety of my family. New functions after spatial evolution.
The new function of Era Hater's space is the ability to create space accessories.
It can cut out a small piece of space and attach it to an item. The storage capacity of the item's space is 300 cubic meters. For ordinary people, this space is not small and can store a lot of supplies.
How big is 300 cubic meters?
It is roughly equal to a house with an area of 100 square meters and a height of 3 meters.
So, it is essentially like carrying a house with you.
The most crucial part is that after wearing this space accessory, besides being able to activate this storage space, there are 2 other special functions. One is localized teleportation.
Through Era Hater's will, the target wearing the space accessory can be teleported to a location within 100 kilometers and can also be teleported back immediately.
The other is a special protective function, the space shield. When the wearer of the space accessory is attacked, a space shield will be generated to automatically block these attacks.
The amount of attack it can withstand is roughly the explosive force of a grenade or a howitzer shell.
Therefore, even attacks from sniper rifles or other firearms can be easily fended off by the space shield. For Era Hater's family, this is simply a life-saving divine tool, as long as they wear the space accessories she makes. Although they cannot enter her space, the other functions are still very powerful. Teleportation combined with the space shield basically ensures the absolute safety of the user. This space upgrade indeed gave her a huge surprise. Besides making these special space accessories, the entire space seems to have gained other functions. One of them is superpower fusion. The special superpowers possessed by her war pets can be shared with her, and at the same time, they can be fused into new skills. This function made Era Hater feel incredibly exhilarated. However, superpower fusion requires the use of those special ability hail crystals. The specific consumption depends on the strength of the superpower. At this moment, Era Hater felt impatient.
She was just waiting for the hail to stop in 2 days. That would be the time for her to act.
By then, the entire world would be covered in ice and snow.
Only she, with Polar Bear Darby's cold resistance and her ability to teleport through space at will, could collect these ability hail crystals with half the effort and twice the result.
But for now, she could only wait slowly. This space evolution had significant results, besides her own strength improving. The war pets had all slowly begun to unlock their evolution chains.
Previously, because the apocalypse had not yet arrived, although the evolution chains were open, progress was slow, but it was different now.
After the apocalypse arrived, the pets seemed to sense the special change, and all the war pets showed a clear improvement. While their bodies grew larger, their aura also surged abruptly, and then they could quickly shrink back to a miniature size. This is the manifestation of an E-rank war pet. Once they become a war pet and reach E-rank, They can switch between combat mode and cute pet mode. In combat mode, they can unleash powerful combat abilities, maximizing all superpowers, but they cannot sustain it for too long. Otherwise, the energy consumed cannot be maintained for that long.
In cute pet mode, the war pets turn into adorable little cuties, shrinking in size to accumulate superpower energy.
This better conserves their stamina and combat power, so under these circumstances, the cute pets are actually more interesting.
The judgment of superpower levels was still quite vague, as these levels were classified by many bait shots in the previous life after becoming ability users, based on the strength of various superpowers. But now, Hater could still clearly know exactly what level of strength her war pets were at.
The most important thing was potential. Every one of them had the potential to become an S rank or higher super life form. In her previous life, the several super life forms she had held in her hands had all become kings of forbidden life zones. In this life, with her help, these war pets would only be stronger.
Of course, Hater still had one small regret, which was that Lion King from the African savannah whom she had never found.
After the hail rain passed, she would go look for him again. Anyway, there was no pressure now, and many people didn't even know the significance of these ability hail crystals. So at this stage, no one was competing for them at all.
When the time came, she would just collect as many as there were.
At this moment, David and Schrödinger, who were just playing with Sarah Hader and Shanzi Hader, suddenly became very small.
David turned into a fluffy little German shepherd, and Schrödinger turned into a cute Egyptian mouse, both about the size of a palm.
They looked miniature and adorable, so cute. However, this sudden change gave Hader's family a fright. Hader knew then that it was time for her to come clean with her family about some things. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain everything she possessed. Thus, after the apocalypse arrived, the Hader family's first family meeting began. Mom, Dad, Zyrofe, there's something I need to be honest with everyone about right now. I am now an ability user, and I can foresee some things about the apocalypse.
You didn't hear wrong, it's the apocalypse.
The natural disasters won't stop, they will only keep happening. This hail rain will stop in 3 days, but it will be immediately followed by extreme cold and blizzards. By then, the entire world will be covered in ice and snow. This period will last for a very, very long time.
As for what happens next, I'll tell you later. Now I'm going to show you the superpowers I possess. After Hader finished speaking, a steaming hot KFC fast food meal appeared in her hand, along with a Pizza Hut order. However, the Pizza Hut packaging was entirely in English, clearly a product from abroad.
However, just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the 2 fast food meals disappeared again. Hader smiled and said, "This is one of my superpowers, space superpower. I can store a portion of supplies in my conscious space."
Of course, this is just the simplest part, and now I can share the superpower with you in a special way. Hader then carefully explained her space accessories.
She planned to make several space necklaces and space rings for everyone to wear. This way, they would have several more layers of protection. Moreover, one wasn't limited to wearing just one space accessory. Wearing more would provide more storage capacity and defensive capabilities.
As for the maximum number one could wear, Hader didn't know yet and would have to experiment later. However, after Hader's series of demonstrations and her explanation of why David and Schrödinger had shrunk, her family had accepted the matter despite their shock and confusion.
It was just that they still needed some time to react and process it. My goodness. Hader, so you're saying you're a superwoman now. You have other superpowers, and if you can share some with us, can we become super people too?
As the father, Sarah Hader had long since lost his parental composure and was full of excitement. But just as the whole family was very excited, the monitoring alarm Hader had set suddenly went off again.
When they looked, they saw a group of people they least wanted to see. Wasn't this that group of eccentric relatives of her mother, Shanzi Hader?
Hader's 7th maternal uncle was leading a group of guys, shivering as they stood downstairs smashing the front door they intended to stay at their doorstep. But a natural disaster struck on the way.
Seeing this group of eccentric relatives still hacking away blindly at the door, Hader couldn't help but laugh.
She saw her 7th maternal uncle, Dang Jian Kiang, leading a group of unfamiliar, thuggish characters, all scrambling to force open the exclusive access door belonging to Hader's family on the first basement level. This group was exactly that brother's son and his men whom Zhang Jianqiang had contacted before. Believing Zhang Jianqiang's words, they had brought a group of people to this residential area even before the apocalypse arrived. Zhang Jianqiang and his family were quite determined in order to extort Hader's family. They had actually rented a house here, prepared for a long-term battle of attrition.
They intended to wear down Hater's family until they died. If Hater's family ignored them, they would make it so they couldn't even live their lives. Furthermore, in this city, they also knew Brother Sun and his gang of thugs.
With them helping out, he didn't believe they couldn't take down Hater's family.
Even though Hater's family could be considered somewhat successful now, there were many rich people nowadays, and many were used to it. Those rich people rarely looked for bodyguards or the like. After all, they hadn't reached that level yet. They had Brother Sun come over. In fact, because they wanted to blackmail Hater's family. With these few people, all of whom were like malicious ghosts, they would give Hater, that ignorant little brat who didn't know the heights of the heavens, a good lesson.
As a result, after the group agreed on a time and arrived at the Jinxihuhuayuan residential area where Hater lived, they encountered the arrival of the natural disaster. The house they rented had good lighting and quite a few windows. This group didn't have much ability to make money, but they were very particular, very willing to enjoy themselves, and never wronged themselves, especially Zhang Jai and Kang, with several older sisters acting as brother-supporting demons to back him up. He had never suffered any hardships.
Encountering this kind of thing this time was entirely because those sisters also needed to hoard supplies, and those brothers-in-law were also extremely annoyed by their family, to the point that they were becoming a bit difficult to order around.
Only then did he remember that he still had Shanzei Hater as a sister whom they hadn't taken advantage of yet.
The whole family then rushed over.
Last time they came, they saw Zara Hater doing very well but didn't get any benefits, so they had been resentful for a long time.
Especially Shanzei Hater's parents. They felt that this daughter used to be very easy to manipulate, and she herself had always valued her side of the family very much. They didn't know why, but later Shanzei Hater actually became disobedient. It must be Zara Hater causing trouble, not letting their daughter come back. For things to be like this, they didn't know where their confidence came from, and they completely forgot their own past mistakes, believing that all the fault lay with others. They all took it for granted that as long as they came here and saw Shanzei Hater, all problems would be easily solved, but they selectively forgot how they had once broken Shanzei Hater's heart. So, after being scolded by Shanzei Hater a while ago and slapped by Hater's dog, they immediately harbored a grudge, especially Hater, as their junior. To be so disrespectful to them was simply outrageous.
When the time came, being insulted would be her own fault.
But they never expected that there would be such a thing as a natural disaster. They thought that by coming today and bringing Brother Sun and his gang of thugs, the Hater family would surely be scared to death and have to kneel and beg for mercy, right? As for that dog that hit them last time, they were going to slaughter it to eat its meat, and then have them compensate them several million, along with countless supplies. Only then could they vent the hatred in their hearts. Otherwise, this matter could absolutely not be settled. As it turned out, the natural disaster directly smashed all the glass in the house they rented, and the large group huddled in the room shivering.
Later, when they really couldn't hold out any longer, they were relatively lucky, taking advantage of the moment when the hail hadn't yet taken over the outside corridors. They escaped into the safety passage. The safety passage of this building had no windows and was a sealed staircase, which allowed them to narrowly escape disaster.
Shang Chai and Kiang, what kind of crappy building is this?
The windows are useless, and this ghostly weather just now. A bunch of my brothers were hit by hail. We only came because of your business. After we get out, you have to pay us for medical expenses. Brother Sun got angry just thinking about it. Several of them had already been hit by hail until their heads were covered in bumps. It was truly an ill-fated start. Just thinking about it was unlucky.
Shang Jai and King could only bow and scrape as he agreed. The plan they wanted to implement still relied on Brother Sun and his gang of thugs.
Don't worry, Brother Sun.
Once the money is in hand, I guarantee the medical expenses will satisfy you. The Hater family is rich. Not only will we extort a sum, but you can also fleece them and slaughter the fat sheep. In this regard, you have more experience than I do. Hearing this, Brother Sun suddenly raised an eyebrow, brandished the steel pipe in his hand, pointed at Zhang Jai and Kiang, and said,
"What do you mean fleece them? We never do legal things. We are only requesting reasonable compensation, legal and compliant.
This is a society ruled by law now. You can't just act recklessly. Understand?"
Hearing this, Zhang Jai and Kiang couldn't help but feel his mouth twitch.
This bunch of thugs actually had the nerve to talk about a society ruled by law. They really wanted to be hypocrites, however. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. Whatever Brother Sun said was what it was.
Zhang Jai and King could only agree wholeheartedly. Their family had also been hit by the hail just now until they were bleeding. including Jang Jian-kyang's wife, who was directly reduced to tears. "Old son, hurry up and get things done. I want to move into their safe house. It's too dangerous outside now. I saw in the group chat that many owners have had people killed by hail in their homes. We have to go quickly.
I came here to enjoy life with you, not to suffer. The one Jang Jian-kyang treasured most was this wife of his,"
he immediately said with a smile.
All right, wifey. In a bit, we can enter and take over their house. My sister's is mine. It's always been that way."
"They dare not give it. Then we'll show them."
Then he turned his face and bowed and scraped to Brother Sun, saying,
"Brother Sun, I'll leave everything to you.
"Once it's done, there will definitely be no shortage of benefits." Brother Sun slapped Jang Jian-kyang heavily on the shoulder and agreed wholeheartedly. "As long as we can pry open their door, anything is fine."
However, while Brother Sun was smiling on the outside, he was cursing on the inside.
This Jang Jian-kyang still had a proud look on his face, completely unaware of the ruthlessness that flashed through Brother Sun's eyes. Brother Sun's intuition was very keen. With this natural disaster, the outside communications seemed to have been cut off, which meant that many things simply could not be monitored anymore. Once monitoring was lost, this society would fall into chaos. For others, this was full of unknowns and danger, but for someone like Brother Sun, it was instead an opportunity. When chaotic times come, the first to possibly rise are marginal figures like them.
So, he picked up a fire axe and walked toward the floor Jang Jian-kyang indicated. However, as they walked, the lights in the corridor went out.
Then they knew that the power and internet were out.
The group finally managed to grope their way to the first basement level in the pitch black.
Now that the internet and power were out, unless absolutely necessary, they must not turn on their phones. The little remaining battery had to be saved for critical moments.
Only then were they willing to turn on their phone flashlights to find the exclusive staircase to the top floor of Building 16.
They found that the corridor door here was completely different from other corridors. It was a very thick metal door, the kind that felt like even bullets couldn't penetrate. Brother Sun led his group of subordinates, braving the severe cold, and smashed it hard several times.
Sparks were even flying out, but as a result, they only left a few shallow scratches on this metal door.
Seeing this situation, Brother Sun's face turned dark, and he turned to berate Jang Jian-kyang. "This is what you said was a door that could be opened at will. You open it for me and see, you lowlife."
Jang Jian-kyang was also dumbfounded now.
He had been full of ambition, feeling he could easily manipulate Erahader's family. But as a result, after all this trouble, he hadn't even entered the door.
Moreover, the network communication was also cut off even if he wanted to make a call to contact them. He couldn't connect. At this moment, Jang Jian-kyang truly wanted to cry but had no tears.
As it turned out, just then, a series of high-pressure water jets suddenly sprayed onto them, directly making the group of eccentrics howl and scream. Jang Jian-kyang was the first to react. It must be Erahader and the others. These sons of bitches actually dare to hit us with water cannons. Jang Jian-kyang's mother immediately slapped her son on the forehead. "You brat, who are you calling names?"
"Your sister was also raised by me. How could Jang Jian-kyang care about this now?" he quickly said to his mother.
"Mom, you're still hitting me. Hurry and get Shan's-a-hater to open the door. She must know it's us. This is too wicked. How can they use high-pressure water cannons to hit us? I'm almost being sprayed to death."
Mother Shang also reacted at this time. She was scrambling to block the spraying water, preparing to open her big mouth to curse and shout the door open. But as a result, this high-pressure water jet seemed to have eyes, hitting her right in the throat with a fierce blast, instantly turning her into a mute in the apocalypse. Whoever breaks the rules first will become the strongest. The power of high-pressure water guns is quite formidable, especially in such an extremely cold environment.
Not long after being hit, everyone felt a layer of ice forming on their bodies, and their movements became stiff.
"Hubby, I'm soaked through.
I'm going to freeze to death. Save me." Jang Jian-kyang's wife was usually lazy and gluttonous.
She was used to bossing everyone around in the household. Jang Jian-kyang's sisters had to walk on eggshells around her, and even her mother-in-law had to listen to her.
When had she ever suffered such a hardship? At this moment, suddenly being soaked by the high-pressure water gun, she instantly felt lightheaded. It was as if her body temperature was being rapidly stripped away. Her whole body felt weak, and she looked like she was about to collapse. This woman was accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort. How could she withstand the stimulus of such extreme cold? She was already dazed from being hit by the hail earlier, and now, being sprayed by the high-pressure water gun, she instantly lost the ability to resist. She fell directly to the ground, shivering and twitching seeing this. Shang Chai King's eyes turned red with rage. Wife, hang in there.
I'm coming to save you.
Zara Hader, Shanze Hader. How can your family be so heartless? How can you just stand by and watch your own relatives die without lifting a finger?
You're worse than beasts. Our mother raised you with such hardship, and even if you won't repay her, you're actually trying to kill us.
What kind of deep-seated grudge is this? Open the door for me right now, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, once I break this door down, I'll make your whole family wish they were dead.
Zhang Jianqian was truly terrified, seeing that his wife looked like she was about to die. He deeply regretted that he shouldn't have come to this place. If they were in the countryside, he could have at least survived for a bit longer.
It was all his fault for being too greedy, always wanting to extort money from the Hader family. But then he thought, this wasn't his fault at all. It was the fault of his brother-in-law, Sarah Hader, and his sister, Shanze Hader.
Why didn't they help him, their own brother? They even treated him with cold indifference.
He was the only male descendant of the Shang family. Everything in the Shang family belonged to him, and everything his sister had was his too.
In his eyes, all of this was only natural.
However, the only response to his impotent wrath was the coldness of the high-pressure water gun. The rushing water never stopped. The water splashed onto the ground and quickly froze into ice, and those who were sprayed were soon covered in frost.
Under the extreme cold, the water overflowing from the nozzle turned to frost the moment it touched a human body.
Soon Chang Chai King realized his wife was completely gone.
He also felt his own body temperature dropping rapidly, overwhelmed by shock and fear. He wanted to vent his anger on his parents for not getting the door open. However, he found that the old couple had already collapsed at some point, turning into two ice sculptures so fast.
Chang Chai King's eyes nearly split with rage. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. But what was even more unexpected was that his parents, now ice sculptures, were being used as shields by Brother Sun and his gang to block the high-pressure water gun attacks.
Not only that, the group was also preparing to use Shang Jian King and his wife as shields.
Brother Sun, you guys.
Brother Sun had no time to deal with him. He knocked Shang Jian King unconscious with a chop to the neck and simultaneously ordered one of his subordinates to pick up the corpse of Zhang Jian King's wife to use as a shield while they moved quickly.
It had to be said that Brother Sun's group seemed very experienced in brawling, and their minds worked exceptionally fast.
No wonder they could thrive in the shady underworld. Zhang Jian King didn't realize until the end that on one side were the wealthy relatives he wanted to extort, and on the other were the helpers he had invited. In the end, these two sides seemed to have joined forces to wipe out his family, instantly annihilating the Zhangs. Meanwhile, Era Hader saw everything Brother Sun and his gang of thugs were doing through the surveillance.
From the moment they started smashing the door to when they used the Shang family as human shields, their reaction speed was fast, and their professional skills were quite high.
Era Hader couldn't help but recall the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life. Indeed, on the other side of this city, a gang had risen, the Black Snake Gang.
The leader of that gang was Surnamed Sun.
The Black Snake Gang was a group of ruthless people who adapted to the apocalypse the fastest.
From the beginning, they committed all sorts of crimes, robbing houses, seizing supplies, and kidnapping women. The apocalypse had actually become their paradise. This group could be said to have demonstrated the evil of human nature to the fullest.
If Era Hader wasn't mistaken, these people were the original core of the Black Snake Gang.
No wonder the Black Snake Gang was able to rise so quickly.
However, having such a group active below her own floor felt like a hidden danger to Era Hader.
At this, Era Hader gave a cold smile and muttered to herself,
"Since you're here, don't think about leaving.
You bastards can be buried along with my scumbag 7, maternal uncle's family." Meanwhile, Brother Sun was also trembling with fear.
They had finally managed to escape from the extreme environment and reach the safety passage on the other side.
It was truly a narrow escape.
"Boss, what do we do now?"
A few brothers' clothes are soaked.
"They can't take them off. But if they keep them on, they'll turn to ice in a moment. Are we just going to wait to die?"
Seeing the two brothers shivering behind him, Brother Sun gritted his teeth and said,
"We can't worry about that much now.
Follow me into the fire escape.
We'll rob a few households on this floor and take their supplies and clothes."
Hearing Brother Sun say this, the others were startled.
"Brother Sun, if we do this, it'll cause big trouble later."
Brother Sun snarled through gritted teeth. "If we don't, these two brothers will freeze to death immediately."
"Do you expect the residents on this floor to give us charity? Or are you going to watch your two brothers die?"
"We have fire axes and tools. Breaking in will be easy."
"We'll find a place that suits us."
"Even if we leave these two brothers behind, how long can we survive? We didn't bring any supplies. We're empty-handed, and we're dressed so thinly."
"If we don't find supplies soon, We won't last much longer ourselves.
Hearing brother son's words, the others knew their boss was right. Finally, the brothers gritted their teeth and made up their minds.
Fine, we can't worry about that anymore. Boss will listen to you.
We're with you. Brother Sun gave a cold smile and said,
That's the spirit.
We'll rob this entire building first, and then find a way to climb to the 19th and 20th floors. I heard they've hoarded countless supplies, and there's a huge beauty there, very famous influencer.
Don't you want to get a taste of her?
Watching coldly, the building turned into a living hell.
Brother Sun's words made his group of lackeys' eyes light up.
In the past, they wouldn't have even had the chance to look at someone like a little internet celebrity. Now that they could play with her directly, how could they not be tempted? Moreover, because of the recent series of events, the group already knew that they could only survive by looting and seizing other people's good places. Otherwise, they would just be waiting for death. Once the evil thoughts of human nature are unleashed, they are like a torrential flood or a fierce beast impossible to stop. By now, Hater could already see what they intended to do. This was because her pets were unafraid of the extreme cold environment and could move freely throughout the floors. As a chameleon with high stealth abilities that had already started its evolution chain, Lightning's strength was quite impressive.
Even alone, it could easily take down this gang of outlaws. However, it received an order from its mistress to follow these guys closely and observe the actions of Sun Sheng and his gang. Sun Sheng was now leading his lackeys directly toward the safer households in the corridor. There was a strategy to picking targets.
Those houses where the cold wind whistled through were clearly problematic. They couldn't be opened first, or they would be pelted by hail.
They would have lost half the battle before it even began.
Two of their brothers were clearly on their last legs. If they didn't find a place to shelter from the cold soon, those two wouldn't make it. Fortunately, the first floor was actually the safest, relatively speaking. They went straight there and quickly used forced entry tools to pry open a family's door. Back when they were debt collectors, they did this sort of thing often. Later, when the authorities tightened control, they did it less frequently, but their once skilled techniques were still very handy now. They picked the lock and burst inside in an instant. They saw a single man inside. The apartment was somewhat sealed, with only a small window in the bedroom. As a result, the damage from the disaster was minimal, as long as one stayed out of the bedroom.
The single man had already brought all his winter clothes and supplies into the living room, piling them up high.
Sun Sheng just gave his men a look, and several lackeys immediately swarmed the man, pinning him down and stripping the clothes off his body. The young man was dazed. Suddenly, a group of burly men had broken in and started stripping him.
He thought he had encountered some specific kind of perverts and immediately began to howl. Ouch, brothers, what's going on? Let's talk this out. Don't just start undressing me.
Can't you be a bit gentler? If not, I can cooperate. I know a lot of positions. For a moment, Sun Sheng and his lackeys were stunned.
They felt like they had heard something unbelievable. Damn, you get lost. You're disgusting me. I like women.
Get away from me, you sissy. However, one of the lackeys raised his hand while trembling. Boss, can I have him?
I'll be done in a bit.
The scene immediately fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone had been scrambling to strip the clothes just to keep themselves warm. Well then, there was actually a guy with a special fetish here. Sun Sheng felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly and waved his hand impatiently. Get out, get out. If you like him, take him.
Go wherever you want. Just stay out of my sight.
Damn it, you followed me for so long and I never knew you were into this. Don't you ever show up behind me again, or I'll kick you to death.
If it weren't for the fact that this henchman had always been loyal to him, he would have loved to kick him out. Hearing Sun Sheng's words, the henchman beamed.
He knew his boss wasn't truly angry, just unable to accept the fact for the moment.
Looking at the single young man with his fair and tender skin, he was exactly the type he liked. He dragged the man into another sealed room, and soon, unbearable sounds drifted out. The group of grown men looked at each other in bewilderment. My God, I had no idea Old Seven was into this. I'll have to stay far away from him from now on. Damn it, blame it on this godforsaken natural disaster.
Maybe Old Seven thinks that after this he doesn't know if he'll survive, so he's going crazy. Boss, I don't want supplies later.
I just asked that you let me play with that pretty little internet celebrity a few more times. Haha, Old 3. That's all the ambition you have. You last 5 minutes at most. Letting you play a few more times is only about 10 minutes total. It doesn't matter. The gang of bandit-like outlaws were full of dirty jokes.
They even began to fantasize about the scene of having fun after storming Arahader's home. Old Seven messed around for half an hour before coming out of the sealed room.
The single young man inside made no more sound. Sun Sheng couldn't help but frown.
I say, Old Seven, did you kill him?
Old Seven scratched his head innocently. He seems to have frozen to death. I'm wearing thick clothes, plus I was exercising, so I'm actually feeling quite warm now, hearing him say this. Sun Sheng immediately said to everyone,
You all heard that?
That sissy froze to death. It has nothing to do with us. If someone investigates later, we'll stick to the same story. We broke in because we couldn't survive anymore. And when we got in, that sissy was already frozen to death.
His supplies just fell into our laps.
The lackeys immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Right, the boss is right.
That's exactly how it was.
And after doing it once, things had a smooth start. And they became more and more proficient afterward.
They ate and drank their fill in this sealed small room, and even turned it into their base in this residential area. Next was the process of slowly fighting their way up.
Thus, the entire building began to fall into chaos. Every now and then, tragic screams would drift out from different rooms. However, eerily, because the hail and gale outside were so fierce, they masked these tragic screams.
Some people even thought another home had been breached by the hail.
Little did they know this wasn't the work of a natural disaster, but a man-made one.
Arahader had not made a move, merely watching coldly.
Because she remembered clearly that in the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, these neighbors of Building 16 were truly good neighbors.
They helped Auntie Shang's group break down their front door. It was fortunate that in the emergency, Sayan Hader awakened a superpower and took down the group of ordinary people. Then he led his family and rushed out, starting another journey through the apocalypse.
Arahader had never forgotten the ugly faces of these Building 16 neighbors.
Even among these neighbors, there were actually people echoing Auntie Shang's suggestion to incite others to take advantage of them.
It turned out that from so early on, these people already harbored ill intentions. So, now that Sun Sheng was starting his rampage throughout Building 16, she stood by and watched.
Once Sun Sheng finished tormenting these neighbors of Building 16, she would go out to deliver justice in heaven's name, which could be considered earning some merit.
At this time, in the entire Building 16, except for Arahader's family on the 19th and 20th floors, everyone else was trembling.
They had heard countless screams and wails, but no one came out to help.
They were all like ostriches, burying their heads deep in the ground, deceiving themselves into thinking that as long as they didn't see or hear it, trouble wouldn't find them. Using the enemy as a scavenger, they traversed the African savannah in search of the Lion King.
Of course, Sun Sheng's speed in clearing the floors wasn't very fast,
because every time they broke into a house, they could harvest some supplies, and often even some unexpected good things.
It was just like opening blind boxes, and they frequently encountered pleasant surprises. Sun Sheng and his group of subordinates had completely let loose and were enjoying themselves.
This feeling of having no legal constraints and no scruples was truly wonderful during this time. Some of the subordinates were still a bit worried. What would happen if the higher-ups decided to settle accounts with them after the hail stopped?
The things they had done were probably enough to get them shot.
But Sun Sheng simply said one thing.
If you don't do it, you'll die right now. If you do it, you might still live.
Don't you see what kind of world it is now? The power is out, and the internet is down. Do you think anyone can send out a distress signal?
Do you think there's any surveillance recording what we're doing?
This neighborhood is already such a mess. It's bound to be even messier and more tragic outside. We've suffered so much staying inside houses. Do you think those outside have any hope of survival? Just dealing with these problems will be enough of a headache for the higher-ups.
Where would they find the time to bother with us? So get to work, brothers. You won't get many chances like this in your life.
Even if someone looks for trouble in the end, we'll just go out to lie low and stay far away. Judging by the current situation, it's impossible for us to have any trouble for several years. Besides, since we've already done it, there's no difference between doing it once or 100 times. Sun Sheng's words immediately caused all the lackeys to discard any thoughts of backing out. They knew very well that if they were truly held accountable for that wave of actions just now, every single one of them would die. But after hearing Sun Sheng's words, they understood that the opportunity was in their own hands. They just wanted to survive, so others shouldn't blame them. Their haters saw all of this clearly. Once they cleared the entire building, the matter would basically be resolved. She would just treat them as scavengers.
Hader's safe house had excellent soundproofing, even if the world outside was in chaos. Inside it was peaceful and warm as spring. The family was still shocked by the ability Hader had shown just now, and soon Hader made a set of space ornaments for them. Hader had discovered by now that they could only carry 3 space ornaments on their person, but that was enough for them. After Hader explained how to use the space ornaments, her parents and younger brother immediately started trying them out, having a great time.
When Hader was dealing with 7 maternal uncle's family earlier, Hader only watched for a moment before leaving. She knew very well what kind of people her maternal family were, and her heart had turned completely cold.
They actually wanted to bring a bunch of thugs to break in.
If they had succeeded, her family would have truly fallen into a bottomless abyss. In that moment, Hader instantly understood what Hader meant when she said that in an apocalypse environment, human hearts are the most sinister. She would never mention helping others again. Even her own family could treat her like this, let alone others.
No, she no longer had a maternal family.
After those people broke her heart, they were already dead in Hader's mind.
Hader did not let her mother see the final outcome of the matter, to avoid adding to her worries.
As for whether those people lived or died in the end, Hader didn't care anymore. She just considered them dead.
In fact, Hader's 7th maternal uncle and his family were indeed thoroughly dead.
Sun Sheng was still rampaging downstairs, but after a period of noise, things seemed to quiet down.
Hader could see that Sun Sheng and his men were digesting the supplies they had looted.
Besides eating, the group was discussing how they had bullied the women from some families.
The women who could live in this kind of high-end neighborhood were indeed delicate and fair-skinned, and all of them were respectable women, much more interesting than those girls at the clubs who had been played with countless times.
The conversation of these people made Hader feel disgusted.
After glancing at their activities, she stopped paying attention to them. Now she was focused on another important target.
She wondered how the Lion King on the savannah was doing under the hail.
However, thinking about it, since this Lion King was able to rise strongly in her previous life, it should have similar opportunities in this life, right? She just didn't know if the butterfly effect caused by her intervention would affect the African savannah. Hader told her family then that she felt a bit tired from making the space ornaments and wanted to go back to her room to rest.
The family felt that things were truly not easy for Hader, so naturally, they had no objections. Hader even asked his sister what he needed to do to make things easier for her. Hader smiled and patted his head.
You don't think about anything.
Just stay by my side and learn to use your superpower well. I will make you stronger and stronger.
The world is in chaos now.
Only being strong yourself is the ultimate truth. Hader nodded solemnly and gave a bright, sunny smile. Sis, I've always believed in you.
But you have to believe in me too.
I will protect you in our home in the future. Hader smiled with relief upon hearing this.
Of course she believed him, because that was exactly what Hader had done in her previous life.
But in this life, she would not let her brother die young again.
She would make him a truly peerless powerhouse. At this time, Hader told her family to practice using the space ornaments well, as these could save their lives at critical moments.
After locking her bedroom door, she activated her space shield, and with a single thought, she arrived on the African savannah.
The African savannah was currently experiencing the hail attack as well.
It had already become a living hell. Countless animals were crushed into meat paste, and the ground was soon covered in hail stained with blood, a shocking sight from a distance.
When Hader arrived, a thick layer of this blood-colored hail had already accumulated. Besides looking for the Lion King, the purpose of Hader's trip was to investigate whether those special ability crystals had already begun to appear on the first day of the apocalypse.
However, as she traveled, she found that there were none.
Not even one.
In her previous life, someone remembered that ability crystals only began to appear on the 3rd day of the hail. Looking at the timing, it wasn't time yet. The current hail was just pure physical attacks. Hader smiled and shook her head, not minding it. This space upgrade had brought her many new surprises, and making space ornaments was only one of them. Even more important was the increase in the combat power of her war pets. And Hader's range for sensing powerful life forms had not only become wider, but also more precise. So, while everyone else had yet to react, she once again searched the African continent for her desired target. The grey parrot Arfe had now grown to a massive size, as huge as a cinerous vulture, and his eyes were full of spiritual intelligence. At this time, a special ornament ring was placed on Arfe's ankle,
which could not only deploy a space shield but also serve as a coordinate for our hater.
It was our Faye's first time flying in the midst of a raging hailstorm, but with the protection of the space shield. Our Faye immediately became smug. Sister, I'm so happy.
Don't worry, I'll find that big fluffy cat you like as soon as possible.
I will definitely come back.
At this moment, Error Hater had already quickly searched the entire African savannah using her special abilities. What she didn't expect was that after searching every corner, she still hadn't found any traces of the Lion King. Could it be because that Lion King hadn't awakened its evolution chain yet? There was only one possibility: the superpower hail crystals hadn't truly appeared yet because the time hadn't come. She had to wait until the last day of the hailstorm for those crystals to activate. At the same time, the Lion King would just happen to obtain a special superpower hail crystal.
Only when all the conditions were met could it undergo a new evolution, and thus become a king of the 9 great life-restricted zones. Thinking of this, Error Hater sighed softly. It seemed like today was another wasted trip.
By now, she had even run to the South African savannah to conduct her final sweep.
Of course, she wouldn't come for nothing. Heading to some special mineral and natural resource locations, the zero yuan purchase began again. To be honest, Error Hater wasn't being discriminatory, but she hated those black men from the depths of her soul. Perhaps it was just a barrier in her aesthetic taste that she couldn't overcome. Furthermore, during times of peace, quite a few scandals involving black men had broken out, making everyone feel that these guys had laziness and unreliability engraved deep in their genes. The key was that their corrupting influence was extremely strong. Hadn't everyone seen what that former artistic nation, France, had been corrupted into?
She also couldn't understand why some women from the Eastern land liked this species.
Sure enough, human aesthetics were truly strange and varied. In any case, she couldn't accept it. Moreover, in the environment of the apocalypse, if she encountered some disgusting guys, she would kill one for every one she saw, of course, no matter what kind of people they were. There would always be good ones and bad ones. However, Error Hater didn't have time to distinguish them now. If they dared to threaten her, she would just take them out. It was that simple.
Meanwhile, Error Hater, who was rampaging across the land of Africa, simply plundered countless minerals and supplies. During her previous zero yuan purchase, she hadn't come here simply because this place was just too poor.
There wasn't anything worth robbing. Of course, there were some things that were truly abundant, like shiny diamonds. When she saw an entire diamond mine piled up sparklingly across a whole mountain, she felt like she had been deceived.
Those diamonds that were casually hyped up to astronomical prices were actually everywhere on this land, countless in number.
As for why they were so expensive, one could only say that some merchants really understood women's psychology too well.
Moreover, it could make people willing to pay money.
Just by being a symbol of love. The slogan, "A diamond is forever," and an advertisement about not caring about eternity, only caring about once having it. After a few rounds of marketing, diamonds were hiked up to astronomical prices, but in reality, the annual production of diamonds was very high. It was just artificially controlled to make them look like they were worth that astronomical price.
However, what was magical was that Error Hater discovered these diamonds could also be used for the consumption of her long-distance teleportation.
Needless to say, she just took them all away. Error Hater still remembered the bewildered looks on the faces of the mine owners when she swiped those diamond mines. She didn't know what they were jabbering about, but for no reason, Error Hater felt very happy, seeing them flying into a rage. She felt very satisfied in her heart. After all, in the apocalypse of her previous life, these black men had also rampaged across the eastern land for a long time. The more extreme the environment, the more these black men would do inhumane things. Therefore, that was why Error Hater began to be ruthless at this time, killing one for everyone she saw. Whoever cursed would die even faster. Besides diamond mines, other various metal minerals, as long as she saw them or knew of them, were all taken away. Of course, there were also some tropical plants, fruits, and so on. Some might go extinct after being battered by the hail.
And what Error Hater took were some rare varieties preserved in African botanical gardens. After this wave of collections, Error Hater could be considered to have gained quite a lot. Therefore, even though she hadn't found the Lion King, she hadn't come away empty-handed, and Error Hater's mood was somewhat smoothed out.
Of course, Africa also had ancient civilizations. There were quite a few treasures left behind by the former Pharaoh nation, so she also took a side trip to the Pyramid Museum. Since they were going to be destroyed anyway, it was better to let her have them.
Without a word, she took them. However, what surprised Error Hater was that although she collected many special treasures this time, she didn't get fully satisfied like she did last time at the British Museum. which took a long time to digest. The treasures Hader swept away this time were actually not few, but the space's appetite seemed to have grown, and it was still a long way from the next upgrade.
Hader felt that sweeping up all the treasures of the Fair Nation only increased the space's upgrade progress by 1/5. Good grief, then when would the next upgrade be? Hader couldn't help but feel a bit numb, feeling that it would probably be very difficult to upgrade the space in the future. However, there were still so many museums around the world. Under the frozen world, weren't they all hers to harvest? Moreover, in the environment of the apocalypse, no one cared about these so-called antique treasures. Although antiques were for prosperous times and gold for chaotic times, by the apocalypse, both had become useless. People in the environment of the apocalypse had to constantly migrate to find suitable places to survive carrying these so-called antique treasures, which couldn't be eaten, drunk, or worn, was just a burden. No one was willing to carry them at all. Taking even one more item was considered a waste of their own physical strength. Treasures once regarded as symbols of civilization instantly became dispensable things when civilization collapsed. Therefore, Hader wasn't nervous at all. It wouldn't be too late for her to slowly take action when everyone was worrying about food and basic needs. By this time, Hader, having searched with all her might, had reached the last area of the savannah. After sweeping this area, today's journey to find the Lion King could be declared over. She decided to wait until 2 days later, after the hailstorm ended, to come back again. She didn't believe it. She had already found 8 of the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones from her previous life, and she couldn't collect the last one. That was absolutely not allowed. Hader was a collector. Once she started collecting something, she would get obsessive-compulsive and had to collect them all. In fact, before the apocalypse, besides running a pet shop, she had other side jobs, including collecting various figures and statues. Back then, she had also put a lot of effort into collecting some series of treasures. However, at this moment, the things she was collecting were obviously much more high-end. Therefore, she just shouted silently in her heart at this moment, "Lion King, you just wait for me. I will definitely come back." She had originally intended to leave after shouting this. As a result, her grey parrot of Faye transmitted a message at this moment that surprised and delighted her. "Big sister, I found it. I found that big cat companion you've been longing for." Lion King returns meow. Upon receiving this message, Hader's eyes instantly lit up, and she teleported to our Faye's location in a flash. However, upon taking a look, even Hader couldn't help but be startled. Good heavens, what's going on here? This sickly, wound-covered lion is the Lion King I've been so eager to find. It had to be said that this male lion was indeed quite large, but at a glance, it was clearly an old lion, and it was gasping for its last breath, looking as if it didn't have much longer to live. It was evident that this old male lion had previously undergone a series of tragic battles. All sorts of wounds were everywhere, and there was a pile of fly corpses next to it. Clearly, this lion was already on the brink of death. Those flies that love carrion had already covered its body. If nothing unexpected happened, this lion would soon die from its various injuries, illnesses, and attacks from other enemies. However, this lion hiding in the tree hollow encountered the apocalypse. The flies surrounding it were all frozen to death, and a layer of blood-colored hail blocks had formed outside the tree hollow. From the shapes, one could tell that it was a pack of hyenas, known as the rogues of the savannah, except they had all been smashed to death by the hail, turning into a pool of blood-colored mush, which was then sealed by a subsequent hail. The tree hollow where this lion was located was on relatively high ground. The hollow hadn't been completely covered by hail yet, but it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the tree hollow was sealed off. At this moment, Hader clearly saw a piece of hail flickering with a strange light near the Lion King's mouth. Hader's gaze narrowed, and she whispered in shock to herself, "A red ability hail crystal." According to research in her previous life, ability hail crystals were divided into 7 colors of gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Gray ability crystals were the most common, found everywhere. Even if they could activate a superpower, it would be the most rubbish kind. As the colors became more vivid, the power of the ability crystal increased. Red was the top-tier ability hail crystal, representing the most powerful potential for superpower development. In fact, for an ability user, 2 indicators determined their upper limit. The first was the initial ability hail crystal they came into contact with, and the second was the ability user's own life potential. The ability hail crystal represented the rarity of the skill attributes that could be developed, while the ability user's own life potential determined the heights they could reach in the future. Only when both were extremely formidable could one become the best among the strong. In her previous life,
Air Hater had obtained a red ability Hail Crystal and activated the exotic Beast Resonance superpower. Her own life potential was also excellent, which was why she became the legendary ability queen. And now, a red ability Hail Crystal appeared before her eyes, but she didn't snatch it immediately.
Instead, she floated down to the male lion's side. The lion was currently gasping for breath, looking at the red ability Hail Crystal in front of it. It vaguely felt that its life or death might hinge on this crystal.
But now, it didn't even have the strength to move.
It had gone through a series of battles that had exhausted its life and stamina.
Combined with old age and physical decline, it was now at the end of its rope. At this moment, seeing the last bit of hope right in front of it, but being powerless, heaven had given it a glimmer of hope, only to let it step into endless despair.
But since it was young, it had grown up in battle, so what if it was despair?
It was determined to give its all to fight for that slim chance of survival.
No one could replace it. In this cruel environment, only its own strength was what put it most at ease. But it was truly so hard. It moved like a turtle, struggling immensely just to move a tiny bit. It seemed to be a bit closer, but the strength in its body was completely exhausted by that one movement. The red crystal was just inches away, but its paw just couldn't reach it. It was unwilling. Its animal instincts told it that it was just that close to being reborn from the ashes. However, blood blurred its eyes, and its furry paw, covered in wounds, could no longer reach out. Just as this lion was about to resign itself to fate, a pleasant voice suddenly appeared in its mind.
Why so miserable?
My Lion King, you must want to live. Become my little partner, and I'll give you a chance at rebirth.
Are you willing? It was a language it had never heard before, but it understood. It hurriedly replied,
Willing.
I'm willing. As long as you let me live, I'll do whatever you want.
Before the Lion King's eyes closed, it saw a very beautiful smile. Could this be the angel from human legends?
The Lion King had once heard some humans who wanted to hunt it speak of stories about angels.
That was a very beautiful deity who saved all living beings and could help people and animals suffering from disasters overcome their difficulties. This must be an angel, such a beautiful angel sister. The Lion King suddenly felt a cool sensation enter its mouth. Next, its entire body was filled with power, and surging vitality flooded every patch of its skin and every strand of its fur.
The wounds on the Lion King's body were rapidly healing at this moment, and its original appearance of old age and decline also underwent a rapid qualitative change.
As if experiencing human rejuvenation, it turned back into the majestic and powerful form of its youth. After an unknown amount of time, the Lion King opened its eyes and suddenly stood up. It then discovered that the place it was in was no longer a terrifying world of ice and snow, nor was there hail everywhere. Instead, there were green mountains, clear waters, and a lingering celestial mist. However, around the Lion King, several cute little animals had suddenly appeared, all of them looking at it expectantly at this moment. Yet, for some reason, it instinctively felt that although these animals all looked small, each one of them was extremely dangerous. It seemed as if any one of them had strength equal to its own. The beast's intuition is most keen. Its fur immediately stood on end. It bared its fierce fangs, and it assumed a defensive posture ready to strike at any moment. As a result, just as it was anxious and tense, ready to fight at any time, that pleasant angel sister's voice from before it fainted appeared again.
Lion King, don't be nervous.
These are all your little partners. Your friends now. Come to sister and give sister a meow tee. This voice was truly pleasant, but the Lion King felt as if it was being teased.
However, when it saw the owner of that voice, all its previous defiance and wariness were set aside.
A strong consciousness formed in its mind. This was its master and also its most important partner. The master's command was everything and must be obeyed.
Although this went against its dignity as the Lion King, and it was very reluctant, when our hater took out its favorite roasted lamb chops, the originally majestic Lion King immediately turned into a fluffy-headed kitten. Meow.
Seized the superpower crystal. Important information brought by the Lion King.
With the Lion King finally under her command, Era Hater felt that her collection obsession had finally been satisfied.
For a moment, she was in high spirits, her sense of accomplishment overflowing. Looking at the Lion King, who resembled a kitten with a fluffy mane, she smiled and rubbed its fuzzy little head. The Lion King loved meat, especially roasted lamb chops and steaks.
The reason was that it had once tasted beef and mutton cooked by a lightning strike, and it had been in love with that flavor ever since.
Coupled with Era Hater's culinary skills, the lamb chops and steaks were roasted to a glistening, delicious perfection. With cumin and various seasonings added, the deliciousness was doubled.
Erahater had also learned about the Lion King's preferences from information in her previous life. Back then, a human had accidentally stepped into the Lion King's 9 great forbidden zones of life, but because he was carrying a small piece of roasted lamb chop, he survived.
That guy became the only human who ever walked into the Lion King's zone and lived to tell the tale.
Of course, other humans later thought they could use this method to try and get close to the Lion King.
As a result, as soon as they walked in, the food was gone. And so with the people, the Lion King's majesty was not to be trifled with. The first time it let someone go was because it had eaten something it liked and was in a great mood.
Furthermore, it could tell that the human had passed by unintentionally,
since he offered a tribute and knelt in worship. The Lion King, in its good mood, let him go.
But those who came later all had ulterior motives.
After evolving, the Lion King could see through them at a single glance.
Therefore, no matter how many came, they all died. Of course, that was all in the previous life. The current Lion King felt that it had been saved by the angel's sister in front of it.
Moreover, the sister had given it so much delicious food. If she wasn't an angel, what was she?
So, in front of Erahater, the Lion King was always that obedient kitten with a fluffy mane, and because it had been stimulated by the red ability Hail Crystal, the Lion King's superpower intensity and life potential had received an unprecedented boost.
Erahater tracked carefully and, sure enough, the Lion King's superpower was of the lightning attribute. It possessed extremely powerful destructive force. The specific ways to use it would still need to be studied slowly.
However, in her previous life, the Lion King had awakened an incomparably powerful lightning superpower, and the entire Lion King Forbidden Zone was known as the Thunder Prison. That guy who offered the lamb chop to the Lion King could only be said to have had heavenly luck. After all, many people were electrocuted to death by the Lion King's lightning superpower as soon as they got close. Even though the current Lion King was still in its initial stage, it already displayed the air of a king. Erahater could feel that the Lion King's superpower was definitely above S rank, and its life potential was the same. Her other war pets didn't have as high a combat strength as the Lion King yet.
It was all because they hadn't undergone the baptism of the red ability Hail Crystal with the thought. Erahater realized the key to the problem. It turned out these ability Hail Crystals shouldn't have appeared only on the last day. They were already starting to appear now. Moreover, the ability Hail Crystals that appeared first were highly likely to be the red super crystals.
The reason the kings of these forbidden zones in her previous life could all become local overlords was likely because their powerful evolution chains had been activated on the very first day, coupled with their own incredibly strong life potential. These factors complemented each other to turn them into the transcendent life forms they became later.
Since that was the case, Erahater wouldn't wait any longer.
So, she directly teleported to the former nests of several war pets, and sure enough, she found that the red ability Hail Crystals had already appeared. Erahater couldn't help but laugh. It truly was a case of finding things without any effort. Baby Lion King was truly her lucky star. He was the last to join the team, yet he brought her the most important piece of information.
With this, Erahater became even more full of confidence. Next, she visited every single place where the 9 great forbidden zones of life used to be located. Amidst the high mountains and lofty ranges of the Snow Leopard Queen, she even discovered 2 red super crystals. This truly shocked Erahater. Could it be that the Snow Leopard Queen was able to become so strong because she had absorbed 2 red super crystals back then?
Was it a case of the more, the better for these things?
At this moment, Erahater was a bit uncertain. Regardless, she would collect these crystals first.
After a period of busy work, Erahater had finally finished purifying all the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life. At this time, although they were all in the initial stage of opening their evolution chains, they had all activated S-rank superpowers. Their life potential was even more incredibly vast.
The exotic beast resonance on Erahater's body also produced a very powerful effect along with it.
The superpowers of the 9 kings of the Forbidden Zones resonated within Erahater, creating a terrifying effect where 1 + 1 was far greater than 3. Under the chain reaction, Erahater felt an unprecedented surge in her strength.
It was as if every cell was filled with life energy, enough to make a person burst.
In fact, Erahater did realize that she had been a bit too hasty this time. Evolving 9 kings of the Forbidden Zones simultaneously created a special energy feedback that almost caused her body to explode and die. Fortunately, she had a space, and this energy was funneled directly back into the space.
The space absorbed it rapidly, and the original evolution process jumped from 1/5 directly to 1/2. One could see how terrifying this massive surge of life energy was. Yet the energy required by the space was even more frightening. Era Hater didn't even know what to say at this point.
She clenched her left hand, which now controlled lightning, while her right hand controlled the power of wind.
Moreover, the powers she controlled could be switched freely and even fused to create different superpower skills.
Recalling an anime she had seen in her previous life, Era Hater used the whirlwind in her right hand to form a small vortex erase again.
She held it in the palm of her hand.
Then, she struck down fiercely with her palm, and a huge vortex-shaped hole immediately appeared in the ground.
Good heavens, it actually worked.
Could the lightning also be turned into Chidori? The key was that she didn't need so-called checker. Her vast life energy allowed her to release these superpower skills at will.
Suddenly, Era Hater felt as if the whole world was in her hands. The moves and skills she had imagined from anime novels, as well as the scenes from games, seemed like they could all be manifested by her hands. She had become a superwoman. Oh, she was much stronger than a superwoman, whether it was strength, agility, mental power, or physical toughness. None of it could be compared to the legendary superwoman.
She was now completely overjoyed. What she didn't expect was that in a corner of the space, 9 very similar super crystals were condensing once again, though Era Hater hadn't noticed them yet.
At this time, Era Hater crossed the ocean once again and arrived in the long-lost Country A.
She was going to stir up trouble again, plunder.
Suppress the rise of superhumans in Country A.
At this time, the situation in Country A was truly more difficult than in any other nation in the world.
Before the apocalypse arrived, the god of thieves had plundered their major cities several times, causing a massive impact on the entire national economy. Prices skyrocketed, and people became restless. Eventually, zero-yuan purchase became the norm. Some even treated breaking and entering as a common occurrence. Today they might rob someone else, and tomorrow their own home would be robbed by someone else. Various malicious incidents emerged one after another. To survive, people fought and killed each other, and chaos broke out everywhere.
Many citizens of Country A felt utterly hopeless and directly left this nation that was once regarded as paradise. Even going to the neighboring Black Earth country felt safer than staying in Country A. Of course, some also headed north, traveling toward Canada, only to find that place had also become a location Era Hater frequently visited.
Era Hater didn't spare a single one of those wealthy countries. After all, these guys had once brought great harm to the East.
Later on, Era Hater truly achieved global plundering. Moreover, she always acted under the cover of night, and somewhere in the world it was always dark during a 24-hour cycle. After finishing plundering one side, she would go to the other. As long as she had enough energy, there was an endless supply of resources to plunder. Of course, the most miserable was still Country A.
Who told them to constantly show off their power just because they had a bit of national strength? They forgot who they were. Then she would destroy them from the roots.
Naturally, to destroy Country A's subsequent development, the most important thing was to directly suppress the momentum of their ability users' development. It was unknown what kind of luck Country A had obtained.
Even in the environment of the apocalypse, many powerful experts had risen among them.
Later, someone was even lucky enough to awaken a space-time superpower, opening a transit channel and subsequently sending a group of people to the distant east to plunder resources. Thinking of this, Era Hater couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That expert with a spatial channel who could open mass teleports was definitely an extraordinary figure. Perhaps he had also obtained a red super crystal on the very first day.
Otherwise, it would be difficult to awaken such a powerful skill, especially one of the spatial system. Every spatial system ability user was extremely rare and precious. Therefore, based on some memories from her previous life, Era Hater went directly to the place where that ability user might exist. The city had also been plundered by her once and was now full of devastation.
Era Hater didn't know if her butterfly effect would influence the subsequent appearance of some super crystals.
Regardless, the fates of some people had already completely changed.
She thought that the red super crystals would definitely still come, but who would ultimately obtain them might not be the same as in her previous life, because Country A had already been in turmoil for a long time before the apocalypse, and because Era Hater had emptied countless armories. They now had no way to directly suppress those riots.
The military was also in chaos, and because of this, those former experts might have been killed during the unrest. However, even if one batch of former experts was gone, a new batch would still grow. As long as enough red super crystals appeared here, someone would always succeed in activating them.
So, taking advantage of the arrival of the first batch of super crystals, Era Hater wanted to get ahead of everyone and plunder as many as she could. At this moment, Hader was busily moving about.
A group of war pets that had already started their evolution chains appeared by Hader's side. Most amazingly, Hader's two powerful aerial war pets, Grey Parrot Faye and that baby Quetzalcoatlus, were both deployed one after another.
Under the protection of Hader's space shield, they were fearless even when facing the violent hailstorm. They just quickly and focusedly searched for the targets within the city. What surprised Hader greatly was that among her kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life, there was also a reconnaissance expert.
That was the Demon King Vine, a mutated Boston Ivy from Southeast Asia. In her previous life, the entire Southeast Asian islands were covered within the range of its massive plant body, becoming a literal forbidden zone of life at this moment. The Demon King Vine directly transmitted a message to Hader. Big sister, I have the ability to control all the plants in the city. Through the surviving urban plants, I have spotted the locations of 3 red supercrystals. Hearing this, Hader was startled. Good heavens, there were actually that many? Just one city had 3 red supercrystals. What kind of luck did Countria have?
Could it be that after she turned it into a purgatory, the luck had rebounded?
But whatever, it all benefited Hader anyway.
Judging by the positions provided by the Demon King Vine, Hader directly found the locations of the 3 red supercrystals and quickly pocketed them. At this time, within the range of the city and country A, a large bald man had a heart-pounding sensation, as if he were being watched by some wild beast, and then it felt as if something important had left him. However, in the next second, a vine suddenly lunged in front of him and directly pierced his heart.
He widened his eyes in horror, wanting to scream, but could not make a single sound as he fell to the ground. Hader's figure appeared.
King of Space, Chris. In the previous life, it was you who transported a group of demons to the east. Now that the red supercrystal has been taken by me and you have been killed by me, be a good person in your next life.
Hader directly used ice magic to turn Chris's corpse into an ice sculpture, and then a spiral wind blade shattered the ice sculpture into pieces.
With this superpower thrown out, the King of Space of Countria from the previous life was dead. Such operations gradually appeared in different cities and regions of Countria one after another.
Whether in the cities or in various suburban environments, the figures of Hader and her group of war pets flashed by in succession. Wherever there was a red supercrystal, Hader would surely appear. After a series of operations across the entire country A, Hader found that she already possessed nearly 30 supercrystals. There were actually so many.
Even Hader herself found it hard to imagine.
However, she also knew that the power of these supercrystals was not something many people could withstand.
If 30 or so supercrystals were absorbed by 30 or so people, it was estimated that only one would survive.
Because in her previous life, someone had made incomplete statistics showing that the power of these supercrystals was simply too great. If actually absorbed, the survival rate was estimated to be less than 1 in 100, or perhaps even lower. Ability users were already few, and supercrystals were also rare. When the two merged, the number of people who could survive was naturally even smaller.
So now, Hader basically knew the reason why she was able to get so many red supercrystals. However, just because others couldn't use them didn't mean she couldn't.
Moreover, although she had already gathered the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life, it didn't mean her war pet legion would stop there.
And just now, in the process of searching for these red supercrystals, she had conveniently taken in a few more war pet subordinates,
expanding the pet army and improving its own evolution chain. Plundering along the way, she actually gained a few more special war pet little partners. Among them was a prairie wolf, and it was pure white.
That white wolf had 3 claw mark scars on its left eye, and the entire eyeball seemed to have been blinded, but its life potential was powerful. Despite such a severe fatal injury, it was still fine.
When experiencing the hailstorm this time, this white wolf happened to be hiding in a cave, which could be considered a narrow escape.
Hader and her various war pets had strong perception. They could immediately sense existences with strong life potential. So, as soon as the white wolf appeared, a group of war pet little partners had already given Hader a tip. Hader didn't say a word and took this injured white wolf under her command.
The white wolf that entered Hader's space instantly healed its injuries.
But seeing so many war pet big shots in front of it, its white fur immediately stood on end, yet it didn't instantly turn cowardly.
This is a tough nut to crack.
That proud look was comparable to the snow leopard queen.
However, Hader always had a way to make these war pets lower their proud heads.
Let David go. At this time, David seemed to already have the demeanor of a captain, with solid muscles all over his body like reinforced steel bars, and his size was a whole head taller than that White Wolf King. When Era Hader collected various war pets before, she had already gained experience. The powerful ones aren't necessarily large, but the large ones are definitely powerful. With that kind of tonnage, it could give people a strong sense of oppression.
At this time, David stepped out from the crowd. He was the one who had been with Era Hader the longest among all the war pets and was also her most loyal subordinate.
Now receiving Era Hader's instructions, he immediately began to execute the mission. With just one paw, he directly made the White Wolf lie down.
The White Wolf was a tough character even while being pinned down like this. It still wanted to straighten its back and refused to yield no matter what.
However, a war pet that had activated its evolution chain compared to an ordinary beast was simply a dimensional strike.
In the end, the White Wolf had to submit because if it didn't, it would die. And the White Wolf already understood clearly that these war pet big shots in front of it were all listening to that fairy sister. So he had to be obedient too. Obedience brings meat to eat, and his injuries could also be healed sure enough. The carrot and the stick approach worked best. The White Wolf quickly accepted the reality. In the face of absolute strength, it still knew what submission meant. As long as it could live, it was fine. And with a powerful fairy sister as its backer, wouldn't it be able to walk sideways on the prairie in the future?
However, the White Wolf was still immersed in its past beastly mindset, thinking it would only gallop across the prairie when in fact, Era Hader was going to take it across the whole world.
After being tamed, the White Wolf was as obedient as a dog.
Ordinary wolves don't wag their tails, but the White Wolf could, and at this time, David, like a victorious general, had already come before Era Hader to claim credit.
At this time, David had also changed back to his cute pet state. In this state, David looked a bit like Chase from PAW Patrol, loyal, smart, and cute. Era Hader rubbed David's fluffy head, feeling satisfied. This White Wolf was indeed a pleasant surprise for Era Hader.
Unexpectedly, more little partners joined her war pet legion one after another.
Among them was a fierce bald eagle and a big red horse hiding from the hail in a rock forest.
Era Hader still valued looks when collecting war pets. It had to be said that the war pets she collected were all very good looking after turning into their cute pet states. It went without saying they could make people swoon with cuteness. Undoubtedly, the larger the war pet legion, the stronger Era Hader would be.
Moreover, Era Hader discovered that as more superpowers were activated, her evolution chain was also undergoing interesting changes.
It seemed a bit different from her previous life. The most obvious change was that her evolution chain potential was more powerful than before.
The evolution chain is like a life channel, and the wider and thicker the channel, the greater the potential for future development. And after this series of sharing, Era Hader found that her evolution chain channel was becoming wider and thicker. She had a strong premonition that besides the exotic beast resonance superpower, she now also had a space ability.
And the space ability could still be further developed. At this time, she hadn't yet fused the red ability crystal. Once she completed the fusion of this super crystal, who knew what kind of superpower she could activate? However, the top priority now was to finish collecting the first batch of red hail ability crystals and disrupt the rise of all hostile countries. That was the most important thing, especially those guys with advanced space ability potential. They were experts at opening space channels and had to be nipped in the bud. With these guys, it's actually equivalent to having an additional mass teleportation function, which is truly unstoppable, sending a group of powerful ability users to other countries to plunder, and then teleporting them back. Any injuries could be quickly compensated for. How could others compete? It's simply a rogue tactic. The Eastern Land didn't suffer little from this in her previous life, and Era Hader had a fresh memory of several space ability experts.
Because she had fought them many times before, she knew their backgrounds more or less. Unfortunately, the East at that time had no such powerful space ability users. Forget teleportation. They couldn't even defend against it. But it's different now. Era Hader has this ability to shuttle across the globe, along with a group of war pets as her legion. Where in the world can she not go? The apocalypse is survival for others, but for her, it's like heaven. Now her game difficulty has been reduced to the minimum. It just depends on how she torments those who used to be scumbags. After carefully scouring country once more, Era Hader quickly shuttled toward other nations.
Moreover, she didn't just perform this shuttle once. Over the past few days, Hader revisited the country she had previously plundered for supplies.
This time, she wasn't just snatching supplies. The most important goal, naturally, was those red ability hail crystals. Of course, if she found any overlooked supplies, she would naturally take them all.
The red crystals appearing on the first day have the highest purity and are most likely to produce super strong individuals.
If found, they must be taken away.
As for how things would develop later, she didn't care.
She only knew that if others got these crystals, they would turn into terrifying demons and would surely harm the East in the future.
Interestingly, after these few rounds, besides the crystals, Hader also conveniently collected many special little partners.
For example, kangaroos, koalas, and sloths from Australia, leopards from the oil country, emperor penguins from Antarctica, even killer whales and giant octopuses from the ocean. Hader collected them all when she saw them. Currently, her war pet legion covers sea, land, and air, and with the zombie dinosaur babies she hatched earlier, her legion is getting stronger and stronger. I wonder what the various countries' ability users will feel when they face her war pet legion after they emerge in the future. However, during this process of repeated harvesting, the hailstorm finally stopped. Survivors across the globe seemed to welcome a hope for survival, seeing the long-lost sunlight. They felt as if the whole world had been reborn.
But they had no idea that this was only the first baptism of the apocalypse, and endless challenges were waiting for them next. And Hader had now returned to her safe house.
As soon as she got home, she heard the cheers of countless people in the residential area. Power is finally back, and the internet is restored. Long live the organization. This younger brother deserves it.
Hearing the cheers of everyone, Hader couldn't help but curl her lips.
Cheer to your heart's content.
I hope you can still laugh tonight.
In recent days, because Hader had harvested supplies from countries around the world in advance, a sense of panic had emerged domestically.
Everyone was hoarding supplies, but people did not expect that the extreme cold would follow. Although the hailstorm had stopped, the outdoor temperature had now reached a terrifying level of over 40 degrees below zero. How could people in the south possibly adapt to this? In just these few days, countless people in the entire residential complex had already died. Most of those who died were families whose windows had all been shattered and who had nowhere else to take shelter.
In their situation, they were either struck to death by the hail or frozen to death by the extreme cold. Less than half of the families survived, all because they had relatively sealed rooms and had cold weather clothing and bedding. Families huddled together shivering, trying to keep warm, barely managing to survive until today. Of course, the most comfortable ones were Hader's family. Their safe house was warm as spring, with the indoor temperature still maintained at around 25 degrees, so they only needed to wear a single layer of clothing.
Furthermore, after the safe house was renovated, it had its own special water supply and energy system, so everything was the same as usual. At the very least, they wouldn't be like other families where the toilets were frozen over, making using the bathroom a problem.
Moreover, the entire 19th and 20th floors were theirs.
They had enough rooms, which provided everyone with ample living space without infringing on each other's privacy.
Hader knew that her younger brother, Zayn Hader, liked various anime characters and usually bought all kinds of anime merchandise and figures. Therefore, to ensure her brother wouldn't be too bored during the apocalypse, she had long prepared a whole room full of figure boxes for him to open and play with every day.
It was just that being all alone, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. At this moment, Zayn Hader couldn't help but think of his good brother, Hader Yu.
Because communications had been cut off in the last few days, he couldn't contact him, and Zayn Hader was quite worried about his childhood friend.
If Hader Yu could also possess a space ring and a space shield, he would definitely be much safer outside.
Therefore, a few days ago, Zayn Hader volunteered and directly said to Hader, "Sister, can your space shield withstand the hailstorm outside? I want to go find Zyro Yu. He is home alone right now. Even if he has supplies, I don't know if he'll be affected by the hailstorm.
If he doesn't make it, and I had the ability to save him but didn't, I wouldn't be able to live with my conscience.
Sister, can you give Zyro Yu a space ring or a space necklace? I want to bring him here. It's just too miserable for him to be alone." Hader Yu's family was indeed very wealthy, but the problem was that he had a stepmother.
After the stepmother had a younger son, Hader Yu's status at home became very awkward. Once there was a stepmother, his biological father became a stepfather,
even though he was the biological son and the eldest son. It was useless.
His father loved and doted on that stepmother very much, so Hader-yu had no choice but to move out and live on his own. He had been living alone for a long time. His father would visit him every few days and give him plenty of money to spend.
But some things could not be compensated for with money.
Fortunately, Hader-yu had upright values and worked very hard. He also knew that with that formidable stepmother around, he had to become very strong himself. Hader knew very well how Hader-yu's family fared in her previous life. His father and stepmother died early in the apocalypse.
Hader-yu finally found Zayn Hader and the others, and from then on, he treated them like family.
He had always been very respectful towards Hader, seemingly not daring to look at her. But every time he saw her, there was a light in his eyes. Hader still remembered that in the early stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, she encountered danger several times, and it was always Hader-yu who stood in front of her. It was also Hader-yu who saved Zayn Hader's life several times.
This brother was good, really good. Hader had never forgotten him.
At this moment, when Zayn Hader suddenly brought up the idea of using the space shield to save his brother,
Hader agreed without any hesitation.
She wanted to let Zayn Hader experience the hellish scenes of the apocalypse in advance, and also let Zayn Hader know just how precious everything they currently possessed was. Of course, it was also to bring Hader-yu into their safe house. This brother was worthy of their sincere treatment. Originally, in the elite team that Hader had envisioned, there was a spot for Hader-yu because this was a good brother who had once shed blood
and sacrificed for their family. Hader-yu truly treated them all as family he would protect with his life. Therefore, when the hailstorm began, Hader once again demonstrated her space ability. After giving them the space accessories, it wasn't long before Zayn Hader began to take action. As parents, Sarah Hader and Shansei Hader were naturally very worried, but they certainly supported Hader and Zayn Hader's decision. They knew Hader-yu was a pitiful yet lovely child, and most importantly, he was worth risking their lives to save. It is rare in life to have such a close friend, a brother worthy of entrusting one's life to. He must be saved. Facing others, they would not be do-gooders, and could even coldly reject any requests for aid. But Hader-yu was different. If they abandoned even those who were willing to protect them with their lives, how would they be any different from beasts? Of course, Hader would not let Zayn Hader act alone. At that time, she already had very powerful war pets. David the German Shepherd and the Tortoise White Board, one with high attack, one with high health, offered both offense and defense. Coupled with the existence of the space shield, they could basically ensure everything would be foolproof. Furthermore, if any real danger appeared, Hader would be able to sense it, and could then appear directly by Zayn Hader's side. For now, let David and White Board follow along, and let Zayn Hader have his first experience of the apocalypse. Actually, it would be simplest for Hader to do this herself. She could find Hader-yu's location and bring him to the safe house with a single thought of teleportation. But she didn't do that. She wanted Zayn Hader to get some training in the environment of the apocalypse. Her family members all needed to grow, including her parents. Let's start with Zayn Hader now.
Fortunately, Zayn Hader quickly found the residential complex where Hader-yu was located. However, at that time, the residential complex where Hader-yu was located was also in chaos. Zayn Hader had just managed to walk over when he suddenly saw a shivering, pretty girl cornered by a few men in the fire escape. When that pretty girl saw him, it was as if she had suddenly found a savior.
Big brother, save me. These men want to bully me, please. I beg you, can you save me? P.S. This book has no male lead. No CP. Oh, I don't rule out CP for other supporting characters. However, the female lead will remain beautiful on her own. So please rest assured, show no mercy, annihilate them. Seeing this scene, Zayn Hader couldn't help but frown. But he directly picked up the composite crossbow in his hand, and a bolt shot out with a whoosh. The arrow grazed the beautiful girl's face and nailed itself directly into the wall. Stop posing and flirting in front of me, you seductive bitch.
You dare play the honey trap in front of me?
Who do you think you are?
Get lost.